Chapter 38-24. Everyone gasped when they heard this because such an inconceivable matter was simply unheard of and unseen. Exactly what sort of living being is this? It's actually capable of feeding on a world that has already perished. Now that this guy had appeared here, didn't it mean that he had smelled the dying aura of the star boundary? Everyone was horrified, but Yang Kai remembered something. The last time he met this big guy in this vast universe, it was also sleeping. In the end, after he used the sealed world bead to devour the demon territory, he was almost sucked into its stomach as soon as he came out. He still remembered that this guy looked at the void where the demon territory had disappeared with a melancholy look. He still remembered that this guy was eating the One Realm bead happily. He didn't quite understand why before, but now that he heard Zhang Ruoxi's explanation, Yang Kai suddenly understood. The demon territory was also in a state of dying at that time. He must have smelled the unique aura, so he rushed to the vicinity of the demon territory and fell into a deep sleep to wait. As a result, he was plucked by Yang Kai. After he woke up, he looked at the original location of the demon territory and said, "It's gone. Why is it gone?" The reason why he came back and stayed near the star boundary should be that the previous battle had caused the star boundary to become unstable and show signs of falling apart. He was waiting here, waiting to feed on the dead star boundary. If what you said is true, isn't this guy invincible? Is it possible to drive him away? Zhan Wuhen frowned. He and the others were trying to rebuild the star boundary and restore its vitality and spirit, but there was a giant god spirit here, eyeing them covetously. No one would be too relieved. What if this guy didn't play by the rules and woke up to devour the star boundary? At that time, the star boundary wouldn't even have the power to resist. Zhang Ruoxi slowly shook her head. That's impossible. The giant god spirit's thinking is simple. His life's pursuit is the dead universe worlds. No one can do anything about it. Then what should we do? We can't beat him, and we can't drive him away. Are we going to wait for death here? Mo Huang glared. Zhang Ruoxi said, the only thing we can do now is to restore the vitality of the star boundary as soon as possible. As long as the star boundary is still alive, the giant god spirit won't do anything. Don't be fooled by his appearance. In fact, this race really doesn't like fighting. Of course, the premise is that they don't provoke him. Zhang Ruoxi slowly shook her head. The giant divine spirit clan is extremely rare. Even outside the universe, it is very difficult to encounter one. My ancestor had only seen him once from a distance and had never come into close contact with him. However, with his huge size and powerful strength, it is common for him to sleep for hundreds or thousands of years or even longer. That said, it is not impossible for him to suddenly wake up. Hundreds or thousands of years. Zhan Wuhen nodded slightly. Then let's do this first. Everyone, don't disturb him. Before he wakes up, let's do our best to restore the vitality of the star boundary. If he wakes up and finds that the star boundary is still alive, he will probably stop eyeing it. But hundreds or thousands of years. How much could the star boundary recover? Based on the current mess of the star boundary, it would take at least 10,000 years to restore some yuan qi. Everyone nodded. In the face of such a behemoth and terrifying existence, no one dared to take the initiative to provoke him. They hoped that this guy would sleep here until the end of time. Except for one person. As Zhan Wuhen spoke, he flew straight towards the giant god spirit. Everyone turned their heads to look, not knowing what Yang Kai was going to do. However, as Yang Kai approached, everyone's expressions changed. Zhan Wuhen hurriedly transmitted his voice, "Yang Kai, what are you doing?" Yang Kai waved his hand at him. Taking advantage of the giant god spirit's breathing, he flew into the huge nostrils along with the strong airflow. The next moment, a dragon roar sounded, and a golden dragon head flashed. A 2.5 feet long dragon body appeared. He grabbed a strand of hair from the nose and swung it to the meat wall at the side. He waved his huge fist, and under everyone's horrified gaze, he smashed it down fiercely. That punch hit the giant god spirit's nose, but the hearts of Zhang Wuhen and the others jumped violently. The great emperor's faces all turned pale, and their hearts almost jumped out. Wukong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You've got guts." His figure flickered, and he quickly escaped, flying thousands of miles away. Looking from afar, he still didn't feel safe, so he retreated a lot. Under that punch, the giant god spirit's nose twitched violently a few times, and he sneezed. The violent airflow blew Yang Kai away, and his 200 feet long body was out of control. He spun and disappeared without a trace. However, after receiving this blow, the giant god spirit showed no signs of waking up. He just turned over and continued to sleep. A moment later, Yang Kai turned back and looked at the sleeping giant god spirit. He rubbed his head, a little puzzled. Last time, he had woken this guy up like this. Why didn't it work this time? Yang Kai, come back. Zhang Wuhen had a look of fear on his face. Fortunately, Yang Kai's blow just now had no effect, otherwise, how could these people still be alive? And through that blow just now, he also intuitively experienced the terrifying power of this giant god spirit. No one could withstand Yang Kai's punch head-on, but the giant god spirit's soft flesh was attacked as if nothing had happened. It was simply unimaginable. Iron Blood Master, don't be impatient. Leave this matter to me. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the blue dragon spear. Zhang Wuhen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He asked in horror, what is he going to do? There was no need for anyone to answer. Yang Kai had already grasped the spear head, held it upside down, and smashed the huge blue dragon spear into the giant god spirit's bald head. Asterisk bang, asterisk the sound shook the surroundings. After receiving this blow, a small bump appeared on the giant god spirit's bald head, and his eyes that had been closed slowly opened, showing signs of waking up. Yang Kai held the spear and stood in front of his big face, constantly poking the other party's face with the blue dragon spear, shouting recklessly, wake up, wake up. Ha ha ha. Wukong, who was watching from a distance, let out an unconscious chuckle. A voice in his heart kept reminding him to escape from this place, the sooner the better, but his curiosity made him stop and watch. The great emperors, the two elders of the dragon race, and even Zhang Ruoxi, all had different expressions on their faces. At this moment, no one knew what to say. Yang Kai was determined to wake the giant god spirit up. Obviously, he had something to rely on, so everyone could only wait and see. The giant god spirit finally opened his eyes. His two huge eyes were like two small suns, piercing people's souls to the point of trembling. His gaze was also extremely fierce. He had been awakened from a deep sleep, and there was even more monstrous anger that seemed to be able to burn the void. The huge body slowly sat up straight, staring fiercely at Yang Kai in front of him, then raised his hand to grab him. Yang Kai did not dodge and was caught, but with a grin on his face, he shouted, "Ah da. It's me." Ah da's expression was still a little dazed, as if he had not completely woken up. Hearing the voice, his huge ears twitched, then he took Yang Kai in front of his eyes and looked at him carefully. After a while, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes, then the corners of his mouth split open, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. "Ah da recognizes you." "It's me, it's me." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. While speaking, he knocked the back of Ada's hand with the blue dragon spear, reminding him that this spear was given to him by him. "Ha ha ha, Ada recognizes you." Ada laughed even more happily. "It's good that you recognize me." Yang Kai jumped out of his palm and stood on his wrist. Putting the blue dragon spear on his shoulder, he raised his head and asked, "Why are you back? Didn't you leave already?" Ada was stunned for a moment, then with a bitter face, he touched his stomach with his other hand. "I'm hungry." Ada is hungry. Are you looking for food? Yang Kai asked. Ada nodded. Ada is looking for food. You want to eat that? Yang Kai pointed behind him. It was the direction of the astral world. Even without the divine technique of the giant god clan, Yang Kai could feel the lifeless and broken world of that world. Ada nodded again. He was very happy. Eat that. As he spoke, his saliva almost flowed out, and his mouth made a slurping sound. Yang Kai put on a straight face. You can't eat that. Ada frowned slightly. He seemed to be a little angry. The giant god clan stood aloof from worldly affairs and wandered in the world outside of the universe all their lives. What they pursued was the dead universe of the universe. Even if they were not very smart, when they suddenly heard Yang Kai say that, they were not very happy. They said in a muffled voice, Ada wants to eat. You can't eat. Ada wants to eat. Ada glared. If I say you can't eat, you can't eat. Ada wants to eat. Seeing Yang Kai quarreling with this guy like a child, everyone was horrified, but they also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhang Ruoshi had said before that the giant divine spirit clan's thinking was relatively simple, so no one had any direct experience of it. Now that they saw this big guy's performance, they realized that Zhang Ruoshi was right. This guy in front of them was more than simple, he was just like a child. Hua Linglong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Kai knew him before. How did they know each other? It was hard to imagine that Yang Kai had the guts to quarrel with such a terrifying existence. What made her more concerned was when Yang Kai became acquainted with this giant god clan, and it seemed that he even knew the other party's name. No one could answer this question. Zhan Wuhen suddenly turned his head and glanced at Zhang Ruoshi. Are you nervous? Since Yang Kai knows this Ada, he shouldn't be in any danger, right? Zhang Ruoshi shook her head slowly. It's true that the giant god clan's mind is simple, just like a child. But master, you should also know about children. A child's face, like the weather in March, can change at will. Chapter 38-25. The giant god spirit Ada's face didn't change, but the faces of the great emperors changed first. Zhang Ruoshi was right, the giant god spirit's mind was as simple as a child, but in other words, he was temperamental. Yang Kai was recklessly arguing with him, and if he was provoked, how could he end up well? Zhang Ruoshi was nervous, but at this time, no one dared to intervene. Yang Kai knew the giant god spirit Ada, so it was best to leave this matter to him. No matter what the final result was, the star boundary could only passively accept it. If others rashly intervened, it was very likely to cause problems. I can't get through to you. On the other side, Yang Kai and Ada quarreled for a long time. Ada stretched out his hand to scratch his face and turned his head to the side, pretending to look at them as if nothing had happened, but when he found that Yang Kai was staring at him, he quickly looked away, seemingly a little guilty. Yang Kai said helplessly, Ada, that's my home. If you eat it, I won't have a home anymore, do you understand? Ada touched his stomach. I'm hungry. Yang Kai couldn't wait to stab this guy to death. After a while of anger, he paced on Ada's arm, stopped, and tilted his head. You won't be hungry if there's food, right? Food? Ada's eyes lit up, and he lowered his head at once, looking at Yang Kai eagerly. Just you wait. After leaving this sentence, Yang Kai turned around and flew back the way he came. After a while, he returned to everyone and said with a speechless face, it's a little troublesome. Zhan Wuhen said, if he wants to eat, where are you going to find it for him? They all saw the exchange between Yang Kai and Ada just now, and they all knew what Yang Kai was planning, but where could they find something like a dead world? It's not difficult to find something for him to eat, but it can only appease him for a while. If we don't find a way to solve the problem of the star boundary, I'm afraid we won't be able to send this guy away. It's fine if we can pacify him for the time being. At worst, we can slowly think of a way in the future. Yang Kai nodded, that's the only way. This guy has a one-track mind. As he spoke, He looked at Duan Hongchen and said, "If we want to appease him, we can only rely on Master Hongchen." "Me?" Duan Hongchen was stunned. "Death Star." Yang Kai explained, "The last time I met him, I gave him some one-realm bead, and he liked it very much. I refined the one-realm bead using meteorites and dead stars from the lower realm. Since he ate the one-realm bead, he definitely wouldn't dislike those dead stars. Or rather, those dead stars were exactly what he wanted." Hearing Yang Kai's explanation, Duan Hongchen suddenly understood. Wait a moment. Now that all the territory of the lower realms had been refined by Wukong, he had originally planned to use this method to take a peek at the door to a higher level of martial arts. Now that he had obtained the great demonic god's body, he didn't need to waste time on this. Moreover, he had refined Duan Hongchen's body with the help of Duan Hongchen's body, and now he had left the refined universe world to Duan Hongchen. There were countless dead stars in the lower realms territory, and Duan Hongchen could easily find a few of them. Moreover, even if they didn't have these dead stars, it wouldn't affect the territory of the other major realms. Not long after, more than a dozen chess pieces appeared in Duan Hongchen's hands. They were all refined from dead stars. Wukong could use the star field as a board and the stars as chess pieces. Duan Hongchen had experienced all this with him, so he could naturally do the same. "Give me more." Yang Kai took them. Duan Hongchen lowered his head and busied himself again. After a while, Yang Kai turned around and flew toward Ada. Ada looked at Yang Kai expectantly, and his face was full of excitement. "Open your mouth." Yang Kai flew in front of him and ordered. Ada immediately opened his mouth, which looked like a huge black hole. Zhan Wuhen and the others were frightened. Raising his hand, Ada placed a chess piece into his mouth. Ada's eyes suddenly brightened, and he chewed with a crunch sound. His face was full of exultation, and even his bald head seemed to become brighter. Not long after, a dead star entered his stomach, but Ada still looked unsatisfied. Yang Kai didn't know what he was thinking, and immediately placed another chess piece. In the void, the gigantic giant god spirit was munching on one dead star after another. The sound made the great emperor's hair stand on end. Time passed, and the chess pieces in Yang Kai's hands decreased one by one. Sensing that the time was right, Yang Kai said, "Ada, we're friends, right?" "Friends?" Ada was stunned. He blinked his eyes and looked at Yang Kai. He obviously didn't understand this word. "Since you've eaten my things, then you're my friend." Yang Kai tempted him, and raised the black dragon spear again. "You gave me the spear, so I'm your friend too." Ada thought seriously for a while, and grinned. "Friend, friend." Yang Kai threw a chess piece into his mouth and nodded. "Since we're friends, then it's easy. Look over there." He pointed at the direction of the astral world. "That's my home, and you're my friend, so that's your home. A home is a place to rest when you're tired outside. Without a home, you won't have a place to return to, so you can't eat in that place. Do you understand?" Ada shook his head like a rattledrum. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Anyway, remember that it's not your food. It's very important to me and you, so you have to protect it well." Seeing that Ada still wanted to shake his head, Yang Kai was furious. "Do you still want to eat?" Ada's huge body suddenly froze, and he blurted out, "Yes. That's right. If you want to eat in the future, I'll send it to you, but you can't eat in that place." Yang Kai held a chess piece in his hand and waved it in front of Ada, and said, "Do you remember now?" Ada's eyes followed the chess piece, and he nodded heavily. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. "Good boy." Yang Kai threw out the last chess piece in his hand, and clapped his hands. "That's all." Ada suddenly looked disappointed, and he touched his belly. Obviously, he wasn't full. "Go and rest first. I'll bring you delicious food another day." Oh. Ada smacked his lips, and he was very obedient. He lay down at once, and almost the moment he lay down, he started snoring. Yang Kai flew back with cold sweat on his forehead, and soon met up with the others. Without stopping, they went straight to the astral world. After a while, they returned to the Flowing Time Temple. Standing in front of the temple and looking up, they still felt that it was unreal. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that there was a huge giant lying in the void outside of the universe, waiting for the astral world to die out so that he could eat it. Yang Kai sighed. For the time being, we've calmed him down, but what should we do in the future? Master, please come up with an idea as soon as possible. The great emperors of Wondrous Pill frowned. I've observed Ada's nature. Although we've calmed him down and made a promise, we don't know if he'll go back on his word in the future. Yang Kai said, I'm worried about this. If he goes back on his word, we can't do anything to him. But since it's a child's nature, as long as we guide him and let him know that he can't eat the astral world, it's possible to avoid future troubles. How do we guide him? The great emperors of Serene Soul asked. Yang Kai smiled and said, if he likes to eat, then feed him. When he eats, guide him. Just like what I did just now, if we do it a few more times, he should be able to remember it. Zhang Wuhen said in a deep voice, but this method is pinning our hopes on others. Although it's a plan, it's not a long-term one. It's best to let the astral world recover its vitality as soon as possible. Miss Ruoshi also said that the giant divine spirit clan is only interested in those dead worlds. The reason why Ada came here should be because he smelled the scent of the astral world's destruction. As long as we can bring the astral world back to life, he will naturally leave. Mo Huang laughed and said, restoring the vitality of the astral world is not something that can be done in a short time. Although the creatures in the astral world have been greatly replenished, it will take time for the world principles to be perfected and self-repair. Moreover, whether this matter can be done or not, it will take time to verify. While everyone was discussing, a voice came from the sky, the giant divine spirit clan feeds on dead worlds. Looking at the 3,000 worlds, no one knows the life and death of worlds better than them. If you want to quickly restore the astral world, you might as well ask that blockhead. He might know something. Yang Kai looked up at the sky. Wukong, you haven't left yet? Wukong chuckled, I'm leaving now. I hope we can meet again in the 3,000 worlds in the future. As he spoke, the powerful aura quickly disappeared. This time, he really left. The biggest scourge in the history of the astral world had left, but now an even bigger uninvited guest had arrived. However, Wukong's words before he left reminded everyone. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Zhang Ruoshi. Ruoshi, do you know how to quickly restore the vitality of the astral world? Zhang Ruoshi smiled bitterly and shook her head. If I knew, I would definitely tell sir. However, what Wukong said just now is worth a try. I'll go ask. Yang Kai said and was about to leave. Zhang Wuhen raised his hand and stopped him. Don't be in such a hurry. The giant divine spirit has just fallen asleep. If you disturb him again, it will be bad if he gets angry. Let's wait a little longer. There are still many things to deal with in the astral world. He turned his head to Duan Hongchen. Old Duan, transfer some creatures from the lower star territory first. We will work together to fill up all the places in the astral world that are still suitable for living. He then looked at Yang Kai and said, Yang Kai, I'll leave the space arrays and the like to you. The astral world's Yuan Qi has been greatly damaged. If we want to quickly restore its vitality, we have to rely on the surviving human race. Communication between them is very necessary. If there are enough space arrays to support it, I believe the astral world will recover faster. Yang Kai nodded and said, that's not a problem. He was now one of the great emperors of the void. Even if the astral world was broken and unstable, he could go anywhere he wanted. If he arranged a space array, he could connect the entire astral world in a very short time by himself. At that time, the people living in various parts of the astral world would be able to quickly travel back and forth. Chapter 38-26. After nearly 2 months of hard work, almost all the forces of the entire star boundary were mobilized. Even the masters of the great emperors were not idle and finally finished some miscellaneous tasks. Duan Hongchen had moved countless creatures from the lower star boundary's territory. Now, in the 4 territories of the star boundary, all the places suitable for living were filled with vitality. Yang Kai had also set up space arrays in these places where living creatures gathered. The 55 star boundary armies had been scattered, and they were free to choose where to settle down according to their respective sects and families. Yang Kai cast a spell to rebuild the High Heaven Palace. Although 70 to 80% of the original appearance of the High Heaven Palace was restored, it was still far inferior to the original. This was not something that could be seen in a short time. Just like the restoration of the star boundary, it would take a long time to accumulate and settle down. Lan Sun returned to the Southern Territory with the surviving members of the Star Soul Palace and began to rebuild the Star Soul Palace. Before leaving, she specially came to visit and expressed her gratitude. Xiao Chen followed beside her with a face full of shame. Previously, he was bewitched by the great demon god, and the demonic thoughts in his heart were churning. At the critical moment of the final battle, he and Li Shiqing launched a sneak attack on Yang Kai and almost made a big mistake. In the end, he was injured by Yang Kai. Although the sneak attack was not his original intention, if he had a clear mind, how could he have been corrupted by the demonic thoughts? After that experience, Xiao Chen seemed to have matured a lot. He was no longer as arrogant as he used to be. Some of his edges seemed to have been ground away. It was unknown whether this was a blessing or a curse. The injuries he suffered had not healed yet, but there were no hidden dangers left. As long as he recuperated well in the future, there would be a day when he would recover. Armies and groups of people evacuated from the High Heaven Palace and scattered to various parts of the star boundary. 2 months later, only the original disciples remained in the High Heaven Palace. After such a disaster, the High Heaven Palace's 100,000 disciples were now left with less than 60,000, and this was because the High Heaven Palace's disciples had not cultivated for a long time and were not strong enough. Many of them were taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai in advance to avoid the disaster. If the High Heaven Palace was like this, one could imagine the situation of the other sects. 9 out of 10 rooms in the entire astral boundary were empty. This was a real situation. The peace after the great battle made the people who had survived the purgatory of blood and fire feel unreal, but they also cherished the current peace. In the void, the gigantic giant divine spirit was munching on food. Yang Kai had transformed into his 2,000 feet long dragon form. He sat cross-legged in front of the giant divine spirit, holding a giant water sack and drinking from it. The fragrance of wine permeated the air. After drinking for a while, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the giant god spirit. His breath reeked of alcohol, which made Ada frown. The giant god spirit seemed to not eat anything other than those dead worlds. Yang Kai had tried to get him to drink some wine before, but Ada had mercilessly rejected him. He was also very repulsed by the fragrance of the wine. Ada, have you thought of any good solutions for my family's situation? This was the 3rd time that Yang Kai had come to ask. The first time, Ada didn't respond at all. The second time, he seemed to understand what Yang Kai was asking. He didn't give an answer, only saying that he needed to think about it. This was the 3rd time. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Ada chuckled and chewed non-stop. Don't just eat, at least think of something for me. Yang Kai looked at him speechlessly. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but curse. It's rare to see someone as carefree as you all day long. Tell me, do you have any other brothers or sisters? Ruo, she said that you giant gods are a race. Since it's a race, you can't be the only one, right? Ada blinked, then raised his mountain-like fingers, frowned, and began to count with a serious face. After counting for a long time, he didn't come up with anything. Yang Kai also didn't see anything. Yang Kai reached out and held his forehead. Forget it, you count slowly, think slowly, and tell me when I come next time. With that said, he stood up and looked in the direction of the astral plane and grinned. There's still a happy event waiting for me over there. It's not good to be late, so I'll go first. With that said, he strode towards the astral plane. World Tree. Suddenly, a muffled voice came from behind. Yang Kai's body suddenly paused, and he turned his head to look back. What did you say? However, as far as the eye could see, Avida was still frowning. He was counting his fingers one by one enthusiastically and did not look like he had spoken at all. Yang Kai almost thought that he was hallucinating. But the voice just now was clearly Ada's, there was no mistake about it. After looking at him seriously for a while, Yang Kai gave up the intention to get to the bottom of it. He silently memorized the words World Tree, turned around, waved, and continued to move forward. Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple. Like the High Heaven Palace, the Azure Sun Temple was in ruins. It used to be a battlefield. The demon race army invaded, the spirit peaks collapsed, and the demonic will eroded. However, the situation here was much better than the High Heaven Palace. After all, near the High Heaven Palace was the site of the final battle. The terrifying power swept through, causing the void within 1,000,000 miles to become unstable, and there were countless cracks. This place was a little dilapidated, but the overall structure was preserved. After being repaired by the great emperors of the secular world personally, the Azure Sun Temple could be said to have almost recovered, but the heaven and earth spirit chi was not as rich as before. This was something that couldn't be helped. The heaven and earth spirit chi was greatly affected, and this effect could never be recovered before the heaven and earth spirit chi was replenished. At this moment, the entire Azure Sun Temple was decorated with lanterns and streamers everywhere, and the sound of gongs and drums was continuous. It was very lively, and the spirit peaks were decorated with red colors into a festive color. Today was the wedding day of the Azure Sun Temple's temple master, Wuxia Xianxia. Before the War of the Two Realms, Wuxia Xianxia was the temple master of the Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. His status was respected, his strength was good, and he had friends all over the world. After the War of the Two Realms, he became a legion commander and made more friends. In addition, this was the first joyous event after the war, so the Azure Sun Temple was full of guests today. Almost all the famous people in the star boundary were present, and no one was left out. Even the great emperors were present. The star boundary needed such a joyous event to inspire people. The world that had been ravaged by war needed this grand event to wash away the haze of the past. So today, Wuxia Xianxia's wedding was wantonly organized by the entire star boundary. It could almost be said to be the biggest event in the history of the star boundary. When Yang Kai arrived at the Azure Sun Temple, the temple's disciples were busy outside the mountain gate, constantly welcoming and sending off guests, leading them into the temple one by one, and arranging them in a suitable position to wait for the banquet to begin. Yang Kai instantly felt the aura of several great emperors hidden on a mountain peak. Across the void, Yang Kai glanced over and clearly noticed that those people were also looking at him. Zhan Wuhen immediately asked in his ear, "How was it? Did you get anything out of them?" "The World Tree, I don't know anything else," Yang Kai replied. "The World Tree?" In the mountain hall, Zhan Wuhen frowned and looked around. Duan Hongchen and Mo Huang both slowly shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of it. "I'll ask Ruoshi later, maybe she knows something," Yang Kai said. Zhan Wuhen nodded, "That's all we can do." However, this time was better than the previous 2 times. The first 2 times Yang Kai went to inquire, he got nothing. This time, at least he knew about the World Tree. This thing is very likely to be the key to restoring the astral boundary. But judging from the name, it seems to be a tree. Where should I start looking for it? After a brief exchange with Zhan Wuhen, Yang Kai didn't go through the mountain gate. Now that his identity was here, going through the mountain gate would definitely cause some unnecessary disturbances. Anyway, the Azure Sun Temple was half his home, so he didn't need to inform anyone if he wanted to go home. Turning his head to look to the side, he saw a spirit peak filled with purple chi. Purple bamboos covered the mountain, and the bamboo was covered with red silk. In front of the porch, under the eaves, there was a continuous stretch of red lanterns. The ground was covered with red carpet. On the spirit peak, a group of people were busy going in and out. Purple Bamboo Peak, Gao Shui Ting Spirit Peak. Yang Kai's figure flickered and flashed directly into the mountain peak. Arriving in front of a loft, he smiled and cupped his hands. "Senior Sister Gao, junior brother has come to congratulate you." The clamor inside suddenly subsided, and it became quiet. Even the busy womenfolk outside stopped and raised their heads in unison. In the next moment, a group of women rushed out of the loft. Yang Kai knew some, and some he had never seen before. They all bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, Void Master." Yang Kai nodded and raised his hand. A gentle force rolled out and helped everyone up. Then, he strode inside. "What are you doing?" A beautiful figure blocked in front of him. Yu Rumeng's beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she looked up and down at Yang Kai with a vigilant expression. "Giving a gift." Yang Kai blinked. "Rumeng, why are you stopping me?" Yu Rumeng snorted, "Grow a brain. Even if I was born in the demon territory, I know that the bride will not see any male guests before the wedding ceremony. What do you want to do here?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "I am from the bride's family. Can't I give a gift and the bride?" "No, no." Yu Rumeng reached out and blocked Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai said, "You are a female devil, why are you so particular? Get out of the way, get out of the way. I haven't seen how the bride is dressed yet. This time, I am here to broaden my horizons." Yu Rumeng did not let him go. "You will see them when they get married later. Now is not the time." While speaking, she called Su Yen and the others. Su Yen, Ah Luo, and the others naturally responded. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was surrounded by several wives. Su Yen said, "Husband, Senior Sister Gao will not see you at this time. If you have any congratulatory gifts, our brother-in-law can pass them on." "You're rebelling." Kai Yang chuckled. Shan Qing Luo said, "It is easy to see how the bride is dressed. After we go back, we sisters will dress up and let you see one by one. I just don't know if husband has the mood." Xia Ning Chong and Shuiyu's eyes lit up as they listened, full of expectation. Chapter 38-27. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "Let me think about it carefully. I should be on my husband's side, so I should go to Temple Master 1. He turned around to leave. Yu Rumeng patted him on the shoulder. "You can go, but leave the congratulatory gifts behind." Yang Kai turned his head. "Whose side are you on?" Yu Rumeng sneered. "Today, we sisters are from the bride's side." Yang Kai was speechless and could only leave behind the congratulatory gifts that he had prepared in advance before he could leave. Since he did not see the bride, he could only see the groom. The groom was on another spirit peak, which was not far away. Yang Kai arrived there in a few steps. Xia Sheng, Xiao Bai, and the other disciples of the temple were waiting outside the door. Only Wenzi Shan was in the room. Everyone was about to bow again, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop them. He pushed the door open and entered, only to see Wenzi Shan sitting there, wearing a festive red robe with a big red ball on his chest. He had a worried look on his face as he sighed. His expression was anxious and nervous. When he looked up and saw Yang Kai, he quickly got up. "The Void Master is here." Yang Kai walked in front of him and pressed him to sit down with him. He looked at him with interest. "Temple Master 1, are you not happy?" Wenzi Shan frowned and said with a strange expression, "I'm quite happy." "So you don't like it?" Yang Kai asked again. Wenzi Shan shook his head. we've been together for so many years, how could I not like it? If you like it and like it, then why are you so worried? You're anxious. Sigh. Wuxia Xianxia sighed, his old face a little red. After all, I raised her. I don't know if this is good or bad for her. Yang Kai smiled, I just went to Purple Bamboo Peak. Wuxia Xianxia looked around nervously, how was it over there? Yang Kai touched his nose, I didn't see senior sister Gao. I was stopped by my wives, saying that the bride will not see any male guests before the wedding. Ha ha ha. Wuxia Xianxia laughed. He could almost imagine the scene at that time. Yang Kai continued, although I didn't get to see senior sister Gao, I can feel that she is looking forward to it and is very happy. So Temple Master, you shouldn't look so sad. If she sees you, she will be sad. Wuxia Xianxia said, but I'm worried. Our daily life is not like that of a married couple. If she finds out in the future that I'm not good enough, will she dislike me? A look of understanding suddenly flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. It turns out that Temple Master is worried about ruining her life, not her freedom. She chuckled and said, after being together for so many years, she knows better than anyone what is good and what is bad about the Temple Master. If she disliked you, she would have done so long ago. Why would she be so happy today? That's true. Wuxia Xianxia nodded, but he was still a little worried. Besides, if Mo Sheng's plan had been successful, where would there be star boundary now? I'm afraid that you and I will also lose our lives. Crises always come so suddenly. Although the star boundary is still stable now, who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe one day, we will be tormented again. When that time comes, there will be many regrets left behind by the unfinished business. Wuxia Xianxia smiled, you mean to say that we should enjoy life to the fullest? Yang Kai shrugged, why not? Wuxia Xianxia let out a long breath, as long as she doesn't dislike it. At this moment, Xia Sheng's voice came from outside the door, Temple Master, it's time to go welcome the bride. Got it, Wuxia Xianxia replied. Yang Kai reached for a pot of wine on the table next to him and poured 2 cups. He took one for himself and handed the other to Wuxia Xianxia, Temple Master, I'm afraid I won't be able to attend the banquet later. I wish the two of you respect each other, love, and harmony in the future. After all, his current status was somewhat different. Although he wanted to join in the fun, if he really did, he was afraid that such a happy occasion would become awkward, so he might as well not show his face. The congratulatory gifts had already been sent to Gao Shueting, and Wuxia Xianxia had also met with him, so it was enough. Wuxia Xianxia drank the wine in his cup and put it down heavily, I'm going. He turned around and walked forward, even if there were thousands of people. The wedding procession was lively and huge, and they walked all the way to Purple Bamboo Peak. Yang Kai flew into the void where Duan Hongchen, Zhan Wuhen, Mo Huang, and Hua Linglong were hiding and looking down. Yang Kai turned his head and asked, where are the others? They're all recuperating. Duan Hongchen replied. Although they won the battle with the great demon god, almost all of the top forces of the star boundary were seriously injured. After the battle, they were busy stabilizing the star boundary and dealing with some miscellaneous matters. It was not until recently that they had time to return to their residences to recuperate. It was unknown when they would be able to come out of seclusion after this recuperation. Duan Hongchen and the others were also injured. After today's wedding, they should all go into seclusion. It was conceivable that there would be no great emperors in the star boundary for the next hundreds or even thousands of years. However, although the great emperors did not come, they sent congratulatory gifts. Wuxia Xianxia did not have such great influence, but Duan Hongchen did. Gao Shueting was brought up by Wuxia Xianxia, and Wuxia Xianxia was brought up by Duan Hongchen. The relationship between them was like that of father and son. Zhan Wuhen said, Yang Kai, after today, I'm afraid the star boundary will be in your care. Among all the great emperors, Yang Kai was the only one who was completely fine. After refining the immortal tree, although he was seriously injured in the battle with the great demon god, the immortal tree's essence had a strong recovery ability. After a few months, he had already recovered to his original state. However, Yang Kai clearly felt that even though he had refined the immortal tree, he hadn't really obtained an immortal and indestructible body. The legends about the immortal tree were exaggerated. If he let it shatter a few more times, Yang Kai was afraid that he would really die. In other words, the immortal tree's essence was limited. It was impossible for it to protect him endlessly. Everyone, don't worry. Duan Hongchen sighed heavily and looked down at the wedding procession with a depressed expression. Yang Kai was stunned. What's wrong with Master Hongchen? Duan Hongchen said bitterly, if I had known, would have picked up a girl and raised her. Yang Kai was speechless. Purple Bamboo Peak was very lively. The wedding procession went through many difficulties and finally brought the bride out. After sending her into the bridal sedan chair, they went all the way to the main hall of Azure Sun Temple. Seeing this, Duan Hongchen straightened his clothes and said, this old man is going. Today was Wen Zishan's wedding, so as a senior, he naturally had to appear and accept the kneeling ceremony. For this, he specially dressed up. Compared to his usual sloppy and casual appearance, he looked brand new. As he spoke, he turned into a rainbow and flew down. Zhan Wuhen said, Yang Kai, we will also go back first. I'll leave the matters of the star boundary to you. If there is anything we can help with, don't hesitate to come to us. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said solemnly, see you later. With a sway of their bodies, the great emperors disappeared one by one. Down below, Yang Kai saw a group of figures rushing over. Looking down, Yang Kai suddenly smiled. These people were none other than his wives, led by Yu Rumeng, Zhu Qing, Su Yan, and the others. They looked at each other silently and turned their heads to look down. At this moment, the wedding procession had brought the bride to the main hall. Li Wuyi's voice sounded. The master of ceremonies for today's wedding ceremony was the number one person under the great emperors. He was also dressed in fiery red and was extremely festive. The first bow was to heaven and earth, the second bow was to the seniors, and then the couple bowed to each other. The ceremony was completed and they were sent to the bridal chamber. The entire Azure Sun Temple was in an uproar as the wedding banquet began. Many guests toasted each other and toasted each other. Hearing the sound of sobbing, Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Shan Qing Luo was actually sobbing softly. While crying, she was also looking towards him. The beguiling demon queen's beautiful eyes also seemed to contain a trace of emotion. Yang Kai was shocked and was about to ask when he saw the women around him looking at him like Shan Qing Luo. Xia Ning Chang also pursed her red lips, her face full of expectation. Kai Yang immediately understood what was going on. Stretching out his arms, he hugged all of them in his arms. How about we also get married? As soon as this remark came out, the women's eyes showed obvious signs of interest. They had been getting along like this before, so they didn't feel anything, but seeing others perform the three bows with their own eyes, they couldn't help but yearn. Although she was tempted, Yu Rumeng snorted and said, "Don't give me that." Yang Kai was stunned. "Rumeng, you don't want to marry me?" Yu Rumeng looked at him coldly. "We sisters are naturally willing to marry you, but have you ever thought about what will happen to the others?" "What others? What others?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Su Yan faintly said, "Senior sister Ji Yao." Yang Kai suddenly blushed. Shan Qing Luo squinted and continued, "That girl Mo Shao Qi." Yang Kai coughed softly. "And Miss Ruo Shi." Yang Kai scratched his head. Yu Rumeng poked his chest with a slender jade finger. "Yang Kai, you're really amazing." Yang Kai was poked by her and stepped back, laughing dryly. "It's fine if you talk about Ji Yao, but Shao Qi and Ruo Shi have nothing." "Good, then we'll just talk about Ji Yao." Yu Rumeng sneered softly. "If you marry us, won't Ji Yao be sad? Do you have the confidence to get her involved?" Yang Kai thought about it seriously, but he really didn't have the confidence. His relationship with Ji Yao was a bit secretive, but Ji Yao had never asked for anything. Su Yan said, "Let's wait for husband to persuade senior sister Ji Yao before we handle this matter. That may take a long time." Su Yan smiled, "It's been so many years anyway, it doesn't matter." Yang Kai sighed, "With you all, I'm satisfied in this life." His heartfelt sincerity seemed to be able to melt the hardest ice in the world, and the faces of all the women were filled with tenderness and sweetness. Yu Rumeng was exasperated. "Can't you all be a little more mature and have some sense of your own position? Don't let him. Ugh. You bastard." Chapter 38-28. High Heaven Palace. On the main peak of High Heaven Peak, in a wing room, bodies were strewn all over the bed. Yang Kai struggled to pull his arms out of the bed, put on a set of clothes, and went to the window. Opening the window, he was greeted by a fresh breath of air. It had rained last night, so after the rain, High Heaven Peak was shrouded in clouds, and the distant pavilions were faintly discernible. The sound of footsteps came from behind, and a warm and tender body immediately pressed against him. Su Yan wrapped her arms around his waist and whispered, "How long will you be in seclusion this time?" "It shouldn't be long, but I'm afraid I'll have to leave on the day I come out." Su Yan's body trembled slightly. "Don't worry, I'll be back." Yang Kai turned around and took her into his arms. "We'll wait for you," Su Yan nodded. "I'm really reluctant to part with you." Yang Kai kissed her forehead. Throughout his life, there had been many separations and reunions. He thought he had completely settled down and would no longer run around, but in the end, it was still like this. However, for the sake of the star boundary, he had to do this. After returning to High Heaven Palace from Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai went to ask Zhang Ruoxi about the World Tree, but Zhang Ruoxi had never heard of it. Although she had inherited a lot of her ancestors' memories, it was only an inheritance and not comprehensive. Perhaps Tian Xing himself knew about the World Tree, but Zhang Ruoxi's memories were fragmented, so she didn't know anything about it. Although she didn't know, it still pointed him in a direction. In the world outside Qianquan, there is a huge force that controls a place called Star City. As long as you have enough resources, you can buy anything you want. Going to Star City, you might be able to find information about the World Tree. The star boundary was now in a dilapidated state. Although countless creatures from the lower star fields had been transferred here to restore their vitality and store spiritual energy, no one could say for sure whether it would be effective or not. Even if it was effective, it would take at least 1,000 or 10,000 years. The giant divine spirit Ada was eyeing the star boundary covetously and could eat it at any time. Yang Kai couldn't guarantee that he would be absolutely obedient. Therefore, in addition to self-cultivation in the star boundary, he had to find a way to restore the vitality of the star boundary as soon as possible. The World Tree was the only clue he had now. In addition, he also wanted to jump out of the universe's shackles and see the outside world. A wounded great demonic god had almost destroyed the entire star boundary. If another powerful character were to appear next time, what could the star boundary use to resist? Only self-improvement was the best way out. How could they hope that those powerful existences would never come to the star boundary? This was obviously unrealistic. Outside of the universe, there was a higher level of martial arts and a stronger power. Regardless of whether it was his own desire or the situation, leaving the star boundary and heading to that more exciting world was imperative. Since he had made his decision, there was no need to hesitate. However, before that, he still had to deal with the matters that needed to be dealt with. The most important thing was to go into seclusion and digest what he had gained from the final battle. Yang Kai's current realm could be considered to have reached the limit of the Emperor realm. With the support of the universe's star boundary, he could reach the level of the great emperors. However, as the great demon god had said, the great emperors were not a higher realm. The realm above the emperor realm was the heaven-opening realm. Jumping out of the shackles of the universe, forming a world of its own within one's body, and splitting the heavens and earth was the so-called heaven-opening realm. In the heaven-opening realm, even without the support of the universe's world, one could display a strength stronger than that of the great emperors. This was a strength that belonged to oneself, not the blessing of the world. Yang Kai had experienced the feeling of splitting the heavens and earth. When he swallowed the worldly source liquid, he felt as if the world had just been born. This kind of feeling was extremely rare. Unless one really experienced the birth of a world, they would not be able to experience it. The world outside the universe was indeed vast, but the birth of a new world was also extremely harsh. The worldly origin liquid would only appear when the world was born. As the world grew, the worldly origin liquid would gradually disappear even if it had been born before. It was all thanks to the mysterious sky palace that the celestial boundaries worldly source liquid had been preserved. If it weren't for the fact that the worldly source liquid had been preserved in the mysterious sky palace, the worldly source liquid would have ceased to exist. However, experiencing the feeling of splitting open the heavens and earth didn't have much meaning for the current Yang Kai. This kind of experience would only bring him many benefits when he broke through to the heaven-opening realm, and right now, he didn't know how far he was from that breakthrough. According to Zhang Ruoxi, in order to reach the heaven-opening realm, one needed to gather the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. This was because any world was derived from the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Only by gathering all these forces could one hope to split the heavens and earth in one's body and completely break free from the shackles of the universe. The process from the limit of the Emperor realm to the heaven-opening realm was a long process of accumulation, and no one was an exception. Moreover, the more solid one's accumulation during this process, the more powerful one would be after breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. As such, even if they were both at the heaven-opening realm, the difference in strength between them would sometimes be extremely great. In the world outside the cosmos, perhaps a battle between 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators could be decided in a single move or 2. This was not particularly strange. The accumulation of the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements was mainly based on one's own Dao seal. The existence of a Dao seal was the biggest symbol to distinguish between ordinary cultivators of the Emperor realm and those who had a chance of breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. In the entire star boundary, only the great emperors had Dao seals. Others, such as Li Wuyi, did not have their own Dao seals. Only with a Dao seal could one have the qualifications to comprehend the Dao and have the right to glimpse the mysteries of the heaven-opening realm. A Dao seal was the condensation of a person's lifetime of cultivation, so if Yang Kai did not use his strength now, he would look no different from an ordinary person. Previously, when he urged his strength, his demonic chi was awe-inspiring, but now there was no such sign. All the demonic chi in his body, along with his divine sense, had been condensed by the Dao seal and turned into the purest power. The condensation of the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements was based on the Dao seal. Yang Kai originally had no clue about it, but Zhang Ruoxi's words enlightened him. Other powers aside, among the 5 elements, Yang Kai already had the wood element, and the source of this wood element was the immortal tree. In the 3,000 worlds, the immortal tree was a supreme treasure. In the final battle, great demon god saw Yang Kai refining the immortal tree and almost went crazy with jealousy. One could imagine how precious the immortal tree was. According to Zhang Ruoxi, the immortal tree was one of the best choices for condensing the wood element in the 3,000 worlds. There was almost no better choice than the immortal tree. Moreover, Yang Kai had already refined it, saving him the process of refining it. When Yang Kai learned of this, he could not help but be ecstatic. Previously, he had no choice but to refine the immortal tree. At that time, he had been beaten to a pulp by great demon god and had no other choice but to try his best. He had inadvertently succeeded in refining the immortal tree, but who knew it would bring him such benefits? This time, Yang Kai entered secluded retreat to digest the gains from the previous battle and to condense the wood element. Yang Kai had experience refining the 5 elements. When he was living on Shadowed Star in Hangluo Star Field, he had cultivated a secret technique called the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art, which also required him to refine the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art. At that time, he had a small piece of sun's true gold the size of a baby's fist, but in order to refine the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art, it had basically been consumed. The power of the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art was indeed extraordinary. As long as one had enough materials to refine it and improve one's control of the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art, the power of this secret technique was almost limitless. However, after coming to the star boundary and coming into contact with higher realms of the martial Tao, Yang Kai gradually abandoned the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art. Now, it seemed that he had made the wrong decision. If he had accumulated enough 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art before, it might have been easier for him to break through to the heaven-opening realm. But on second thought, when he condensed his Tao seal, all his strength would be melted into it, so no matter how much he had accumulated before, it would be useless. However, now it seemed that when the opportunity was right, this secret technique might become one of his trump cards, but before that, he needed to accumulate the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art. It was all thanks to Zhang Ruoxi, otherwise, Yang Kai would have been confused about his future path, but now, at least, he had a clear direction. There was no specific choice when it came to condensing the Yin, Yang, and 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art, but once one of the 5 elements was chosen, the next step would be to follow. For example, Yang Kai had chosen to condense the Wood Element Tempering Art first, so the next step would be to condense the Fire Element Tempering Art. Because the 5 elements mutually reinforced and restrained each other, and only wood gave birth to fire, it was not impossible to condense the other 5 elements tempering art, but it would yield twice the result with half the effort. If Yang Kai chose to condense the metal tempering art, it might even affect the stability of the Tao seal, because metal restrained wood. However, this was something that needed to be considered in the future. Yang Kai did not have any materials to condense the other 5 elements tempering art. Since he knew the mysteries of the heaven-opening realm, he would do his best to choose the best path of advancement and become the strongest person to open the heavens. With a rumble, the door closed, the dragon-suppressing stone fell, and many barriers were opened. Yang Kai walked into the secret room and isolated himself from the outside world. From today onwards, he would enter secluded cultivation. For the next 10 years, or even decades, or even centuries, this would be his retreat. The matters outside had been arranged properly. Although the great emperors and the 2 great elders of the dragon race were in secluded cultivation, and Taiyu was also recuperating, the star boundary was not without forces to guard it. Zhang Ruoxi was in a semi-secluded state and could be summoned at any time, while Yu Ru Meng was in charge of the star boundary. With her around, as long as a master on the level of the great demon god did not come to the star boundary, there should be no problem. Moreover, the task of comforting Ada was also given to her. Before Duan Hongchen entered secluded cultivation, he deliberately left behind a lot of refined dead stars for Yang Kai. Yang Kai passed them all to Yu Ru Meng, instructing her to send some food to Ada every once in a while, lest he forget his agreement with him due to starvation. After the world-destroying war, the entire star boundary suddenly fell silent. Many masters pursued their own paths to become stronger, and countless creatures began to reproduce in the star boundary. In a flash, 50 years passed. Chapter 38-29. Inside his secluded retreat, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. Decades of boring seclusion had not changed him much. Whether it was his appearance or temperament, they were the same as they were 50 years ago. However, the power contained in his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. The essence of the immortal tree had been completely condensed into his Tao seal. Looking inside, Yang Kai could see that his Tao seal was now covered in a layer of green light, brimming with vitality and boundless vitality. The wood attribute power was rich and pure, something rarely seen in the world. Even though Yang Kai had not seen other people condense wood attribute power, he knew that his current situation was incomparable to others. Jianghu was right. The immortal tree was indeed one of the best choices for condensing wood attribute power. In the entire 3,000 worlds, it was almost impossible to find a better choice. This time's refinement gave Kai Yang the illusion that he had eaten a huge amount of food and become a fatty. However, there were also some drawbacks to this. Before this, Yang Kai had a feeling that the power of the immortal tree was not infinite, and it was impossible for it to truly make him immortal. After refining the immortal tree, at most, he could shatter his body and resurrect himself a few times before the power of the immortal tree would be exhausted. However, these few chances were not to be underestimated. Even in the outside world, precious treasures that could bring someone back from the dead were extremely rare, almost only existing in legends. From this, one could see just how powerful the immortal tree was. But now, this chance to shatter his body and resurrect himself a few times was gone. Because the essence of the immortal tree had been refined into his Dao seal, it was no longer contained in his flesh and bones. In other words, if he were to be smashed to pieces by a master like Great Demon God again like last time, he would be powerless to reverse the situation. There were drawbacks, but there were also benefits. At the very least, he didn't need to worry about being seen through at a glance. Last time, half of his head had been shattered by the Great Demon God, but he had immediately recovered. The Great Demon God had immediately realized that he had refined the immortal tree. As a result, during the battle, he had torn off a large portion of his flesh and swallowed it whole, allowing the Great Demon God's injuries to be somewhat contained. If he was injured again in the future, he wouldn't have to expose this, and he would also avoid the fate of being coveted by others. He was one of the great emperors of the void in the star boundary and was almost invincible, but outside the universe, there were still heaven-opening realm masters. Yang Kai naturally understood the principle that an ordinary man was innocent, and if he accidentally exposed that he had once refined the immortal tree, it was possible that he would be taken back as a human flesh heavenly treasure to be refined. And this time, after the Dao seal had condensed the essence of the immortal tree, although he had lost the opportunity to resurrect, his recovery ability had also been greatly enhanced. Coupled with his dragon race physique, ordinary injuries were nothing to him. His current realm was a bit strange. It was above the Emperor realm, but he hadn't yet reached the heaven-opening realm. He was only on the path to breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. Zhang Ruoxi hadn't mentioned how to define a cultivator at this level, and it was likely that the world outside the universe didn't have such a conclusion. However, Zhang Ruoxi had said that any 5 of the 7 source forces, yin and yang, or 5 elements, could be called a half-step into the heaven-opening realm. The small worlds in these people's bodies had already taken shape, and only 2 more were left before they could split open the heavens and earth. The power they could display was definitely not something a person like him, who was just learning how to walk, could compare to. But in any case, the name of one's realm was just a title. The strength one could display was the foundation of a cultivator. Looking back now, the flowing time Great Emperor had most likely glimpsed the path to the heaven-opening realm. Perhaps he had already condensed 1, 2, or even more of the yin, yang, and 5 elements in his body. Otherwise, how could he have single-handedly killed his way into the demon territory and perished together with the great emperors? Wu Kuang, on the other hand, had been slightly weaker than the flowing time Great Emperor when he had been at his peak. He had vaguely sensed the shackles of the heaven-opening realm, but he had not been able to enter it. This did not mean that Wu Kuang was truly inferior to the flowing time Great Emperor. Perhaps it was because of the era or other reasons that he had not been able to do what the flowing time Great Emperor had done back then. However, Yang Kai only reminisced about the past. There was no need to delve too deeply into it. The key was to focus on himself. Waving his hand, Yang Kai opened the dragon-suppressing stone with a rumble. Bright light shone into the chamber that had been dark for several dozen years and he stepped out. Sweeping the star boundary with his divine sense, Yang Kai imprinted everything in his mind. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He had thought that after 50 years, there would at least be some changes in the star boundary. After all, after the Great War, so many creatures had been transferred from the lower star territory to this place, and the many masters of the star boundary had worked together to create a suitable environment for these people to live in. But now, it seemed that not only did the star boundary show no signs of improvement, it had even deteriorated a little compared to before he entered seclusion. The huge cracks in the sky were like the maw of a ferocious beast that wanted to devour its prey. From time to time, a terrifying turbulent flow of energy would erupt, causing great damage to the environment of the star boundary. The vitality of the star boundary still existed, but it was not exuberant, and it was still slowly moving towards destruction. Yang Kai sighed slightly, becoming more and more determined to leave the star boundary. If he didn't go out and look for a way out, he could only wait for death here. A figure flashed and Yu Meng suddenly appeared in front of him and called out softly, "Husband." Yang Kai smiled and reached out to take her into his arms, gently hugging her and smelling the fragrance of her hair. His depressed mood dissipated, leaving behind a warm peace. Yu Meng didn't speak and just quietly leaned against him, enjoying a moment of tenderness. "Where are they?" Yang Kai asked. "They are all in seclusion. Thank you for your hard work." Everyone else could enter seclusion, but Yu Meng couldn't because she was the only high-end fighting force left in the star boundary that was still intact. She needed to be constantly vigilant against the invasion of foreign enemies and pay attention to the changes in the star boundary. "Are you leaving?" Yu Meng's voice trembled slightly. Yang Kai nodded silently. Before entering seclusion, he had informed his women, so Yu Meng wasn't surprised at all. "Hubby, you must pay attention to your safety when you're outside. Perhaps we sisters will also head to the world outside the universe to look for you. If you're thinking of harboring your mistresses, you must hide them well. Otherwise, if you're discovered by us, we'll definitely fry those canaries." Yang Kai reached out and pinched her face. "With you around, how can those vulgar women outside enter my eyes?" "That's hard to say." Yu Meng curled her lips and wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's waist, hugging him tightly, and said reluctantly, "Aren't you going to say goodbye to them?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I will come back." Every time they parted, there would be a lot of sadness. Yang Kai was afraid that if he really saw them, he would be reluctant to leave. "You are really cruel." Yu Meng raised her finger and poked Yang Kai's chest. After a while, her figure floated back and she said with a smile, "Go, don't look back. If you dare to look back, I will cry in front of you." Yang Kai rubbed his nose and quickly said, "Take care of yourself and wait for me to come back." Turning around, he stepped forward, and after a few steps, his figure turned into a small black dot. An invisible divine sense spread out and swept across the entire star boundary. In the next moment, all over the star boundary, in the places where the great emperors were in seclusion, pairs of eyes opened, stared towards the direction of the sky, and cupped their hands together. In the High Heaven Palace, in the Flowing Time Temple, Yang Shao was lying on the steps in front of the temple, basking in the sun. Suddenly, as if he had seen something, he sat up straight and rubbed his eyes hard. Then, he was overjoyed and was about to fly out. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ears, "Freeze." His body suddenly froze in place. Yang Shao turned his head with difficulty and saw Yang Shui standing not far behind him, forming a seal with one hand and a mysterious force spreading out from her body. "Little auntie, why did you stop me?" Yang Shao blinked innocently. Yang Shui smiled sweetly, "Where do you want to go?" "I'm bored, so I'm going out for a stroll," Yang Shao replied without hesitation. "Is that so?" Yang Shui looked up at the sky and her beautiful eyes flashed with understanding. "Why do I feel like you want to go find my big brother?" "Adoptive father?" Yang Shao looked around and asked blankly, "Where is my adoptive father? Isn't he in seclusion? Did he come out?" "Stop pretending." Yang Shui coldly snorted, "You've been coming here to stare blankly for the past 10 years, so I knew you must be up to no good. It turns out you were planning something like this. I advise you to give up on it as soon as possible." Yang Xiao felt even more innocent. Little auntie, why don't I understand what you're saying? Yang Shui smiled. You don't understand, do you? Then it seems that I've been too lenient with you. I'd better find someone else to tell you something you can understand. Lu Yan's figure suddenly flashed behind him. The crystal-clear girl had long red hair, and a cluster of flames was quietly burning on her fingertips. From time to time, it turned into a small phoenix. Yang Xiao's expression changed. Looking at Lu Yan, who was walking towards him step by step, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "Big auntie, let's talk nicely. Let's not fight if we can. Do you want to find master?" Lu Yan walked in front of Yang Xiao and looked at him with her big clear eyes. "No." The small phoenix suddenly flew in front of him. Its scorching aura seemed to be able to burn even his divine soul. He quickly changed his words, "Yes, yes, yes. I'm going to find my adoptive father. I want to go outside the universe and see what's wrong with that. Why are you treating me like this?" "I want to go too," Lu Yan said. Yang Xiao's eyes lit up as if he had found a confidant. "Since Big Auntie wants to go, why don't we go together? Adoptive father just left. He shouldn't have gone far. We can catch up with him." "We can't go." Lu Yan shook her head and moved slowly. "Why?" Yang Xiao stared at her. "We'll be a burden to him." Yang Xiao sneered and said, "Big auntie, you think too much. You and I are not weak now. How can we be a burden to adoptive father? I don't ask for anything else. I can at least serve tea and water to adoptive father, right? Alas, adoptive father is suffering. He's going out alone this time. He doesn't even have someone to talk to. It's fine if he doesn't know, but now that he knows, how can I, as his son, turn a blind eye? I want to go. I want to be at adoptive father's beck and call." His face was full of righteousness and filial piety. Chapter 38:30. Qiongqi walked out from behind and sighed, "Young master, don't waste your time. The world outside the universe is really too dangerous. It won't be too late to make plans when you can cultivate to the same level as old master." Yang Xiao's face turned ashen. How long will that take? The more he cultivated, the more he realized how difficult it was to improve his strength. If he wanted to reach the level of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, it would be impossible without 1,000 years of accumulation. Yang Kai was born with a monkey's temperament and liked to move rather than be quiet, so how could he wait? "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you." Yang Shui coldly snorted, stretched out her jade white hand, and grabbed Yang Xiao's ear. As Yang Xiao begged for mercy in pain, he was dragged into the flowing time temple. The temple door slammed shut and all the barriers were activated. It was unknown when it would open again. "Sir." In the void, Zhang Ruoxi smiled sweetly, just like when they first met. The passage of the flowing time great emperor had not left any mark on her. "How's your family?" Yang Kai asked. "Thanks to Sir's blessings, they are all fine," Zhang Ruoxi replied. She walked out of the blood door and immediately threw herself into the life and death battle with great demon god. After that, she busied herself with Yang Kai until 50 years ago, when Yang Kai went into secluded retreat. Only then did she have time to reunite with her family. The Zhang family outside Maplewood City was not a big family. The strongest master in the family was only a third-order origin king, and they did not even have a Dao Source Realm master. Such strength could not play any role in the battle of two worlds, so Yang Kai had taken them into the sealed world bead long ago, so they could be perfectly preserved. Today, the Zhang family had settled down in High Heaven Palace, and all the juniors of the family who were of suitable age had joined the High Heaven Palace. Over the past 50 years, Zhang Ruoxi had spent time with her family while healing. The Blood Gate had been opened and the Tianqing Palace was now under the control of the Luan Feng and the others. All the spiritual beasts in the world who had the ancient divine spirit bloodline could enter the blood gate and enter the Tianqing palace to seek the glory of their ancestors. Zhang Ruoxi also finished dealing with all the matters at hand. This time, she and Yang Kai were the only ones who could go out of Qianquan. The others either didn't have the strength or were still recuperating and couldn't move. That's good. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Go to Ada and wait for me for a while. I still have something to deal with. I will come to you in a few months or 3 to 5 years." All right, Zhang Ruoxi nodded, turned around, and flew off. In the void, Yang Kai took a moment to determine the direction, then turned into a stream of light and sped away. The void was lonely, and the journey was long. Being alone, it was not boring to comprehend in peace. After a month, Yang Kai arrived at his destination. Even with his current strength, it took him a long time to fly, so one could imagine how far away this place was from the star boundary. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai saw a vast and boundless universe. Yang Kai gently nodded, deciding that this place was fine. He raised his hand and summoned the sealed world bead. With a thought, the small bead transformed into a behemoth that filled the void. On this trip to Qianquan, life or death was uncertain, and the road ahead was unknown. It was very likely that he would encounter some unimaginable dangers. In the third territory of the sealed world bead, there were still tens of millions of demon race. It was not suitable to take it with him. If he was in danger, those tens of millions of demon race would be buried with him. As such, before he left, Yang Kai still had to separate the third territory from the others. If it was before, he might not have had any clue, but now that his strength had increased greatly, and he had the experience of separating the second territory, this matter was not completely impossible. The small sealed world used to have 3 territories. The first territory was owned by the small sealed world itself, the second territory was formed by swallowing several cultivation stars in the lower star territory, and the third territory was formed by swallowing the demon race's territory. It could be considered the second demon race's territory. Before the second battle of worlds, Yang Kai went to the lower star territory and separated the second territory from the small sealed world, spending a lot of effort and energy. Now that he was repeating the same trick, Yang Kai thought it would not be too difficult, but when he really got started, he realized that something was wrong. The area of the third territory was too large. After all, it had swallowed the entire demon race's territory, so it was many times larger than the small sealed world's territory, causing the small sealed world to be unable to distinguish between its primary and secondary. Yang Kai had worked hard for several days, but he still did not succeed. He had expected this situation earlier, but he was not sure. Now that he saw that it was true, Yang Kai could only change his plan. With a thought, the embodiment stood in the void of the small sealed world, demonic chi tumbling all over its body as it formed a series of hand seals and spread its consciousness to every corner of the third territory. The sealed world bead was Yang Kai's artifact, and the embodiment was formed when a wisp of Yang Kai's consciousness entered the body of the stone mongoose. Although it now had its own thoughts, it could still be regarded as his doppelganger. If the main body could control the small sealed world, so could the embodiment. Using his consciousness to wrap the entire small sealed world in the third territory, and with Yang Kai's help, the entire world buzzed. Somewhere in the third territory, in a huge city, 2 figures flew up into the sky. They were Bei Li Mo and Chang Tian. Previously, Zheng Wuhen made the decision to spare the remnants of the demon race, but the condition was that no one from the demon race would ever set foot in the star boundary again. Yu Rumeng's relationship with Yang Kai was extraordinary, so she was not included, so she could stay in the High Heaven Palace. However, Bei Li Mo and Chang Tian could only stay in the small sealed world. Over the past few decades, although Bei Li Mo's injuries had not fully healed, they were much better. Chang Tian, on the other hand, looked much older, with faint signs of aging. At this moment, sensing the great changes in the world, they could not help but fly over to investigate. Seeing the embodiment, Bailey Mo hurriedly asked, has it started? She and Chang Tian also knew about Yang Kai's plan, but they did not expect that it would take so long before Yang Kai started. The embodiment glanced at her with his deep eyes and gently nodded. Is it going well? Chang Tian asked, seemingly seeing some clues from the embodiment's state. The embodiment said, if there is anything I need you to, I will let you know. Anytime. Chang Tian cupped his fists and no longer said anything, flying to the side with Bailey Mo to watch. The rumbling sound was endless, as if the whole world was being pulled by some kind of force. As a demon saint in the demon territory, Bailey Mo was extremely sensitive to the changes in the world. After a while, she turned her head in shock and looked in a certain direction. Over there, she clearly felt that the world was being separated. If the world was a pancake, then at this moment, there was a huge force dividing this pancake into two, one big, one small. The big piece was the territory of the demon territory, while the small piece was the first territory of the small sealed world. The huge movement lasted for an unknown period of time. Although the embodiment's strength was not high, only at the level of a half-saint, as Yang Kai's avatar, he could be regarded as the master of this small sealed world. There were many conveniences in this small sealed world, and he cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques, so he could replenish the strength he consumed at any time, no matter how long it took. After a full 2 months, the huge humming sound gradually disappeared. The embodiment swayed and fell from the sky as if he was drunk. Although he was not panting, his eyes were full of fatigue. Obviously, the casting of the technique this time had put him under a lot of pressure. In the void, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and summoned a simple and unremarkable bead into his palm. He played with it gently as he looked up at the huge rolling monster in the sky, a trace of tiredness flashing in his eyes. The first territory and the third territory had been completely separated. It was not that the third territory was separated from the small sealed world, but that Yang Kai had separated the original territory of the small sealed world from it. There was a difference between the two. If the former was successful, it would not have much impact on the small sealed world, and it would still have the ability to swallow and fuse with it. However, Yang Kai had tried before and failed, so he could only choose the latter method. As a result, the sealed world bead returned to its original form as the sealed world bead, losing its ability to swallow and fuse with other things. The rolling monster was now in the demon territory, and even the embodiment was restricted in it. The rolling monster was inadvertently created by the embodiment when he used the sealed world bead to activate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. It had no thoughts, only an instinct to swallow. If the embodiment did not stay behind to guard it, who knew where it would run off to? If it were to wander in this vast universe, it would most likely attract the greed of other great masters. At that time, not only would the future of the demon territory be worrying, even the tens of millions of demon race living in it would be out of their control. In desperation, Yang Kai could only let the embodiment stay behind to guard the demon territory. However, although this would restrict the embodiment, it also had huge benefits. The embodiment now controlled the new demon territory, and in this demon territory, it was the master. Even Bailey Mo and Chang Tian could not go against its will. This demon territory was new, and it was equivalent to splitting open the heavens and earth again. With the growth of this new world, the embodiment might be able to take the path that Wukong wanted to take before, and use another method to enter the heaven-opening realm. Wukong had previously used the ancestral territory as its core to swallow and fuse with the territory of the lower planes. It wanted to use this method to pry into the mysteries of the heaven-opening realm. After all, the opportunity to accompany the growth of a world was too rare. What's more, the embodiment was proficient in the battle techniques of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and its rolling had an instinctive devouring power. Previously, when it turned into the sealed world bead and was kept by Yang Kai, it was not outstanding. Now that it was released, it was constantly devouring the power of the vast star field. It could be imagined that the growth period of this new demon territory would not be too long. It could even be said that in the long run, this new demon territory might grow into a world of a higher level than the original demon territory. It was just that. Yang Kai had never seen such a rolling Qianquan world that was like a big-bellied fish. Did he accidentally create something? In the past, he did not know what the star field looked like. Later, when he looked at it from afar, he realized that the star field was not a sphere like he had imagined, but a half-moon-shaped world. Since there was a half-moon-shaped world like the star field in this Qianquan, then it was not so inconceivable that there would be a big-bellied fish like Qianquan, right? I have something to do recently. I have to go out for a few days. Chapter 38-31. In the void, the huge giant god spirit sat cross-legged, like a mountain, his big hand touching his belly, his face full of worry. His two sun-like eyes stared at the small figure in front of him, full of longing. Zhang Ruoxi's scalp tingled under his stare. Although she knew that the giant god spirit clan was naturally kind and did not like to fight, facing such a powerful existence that could kill her at any time, she did not have much sense of security. She came here to wait according to Yang Kai's instructions. She waited for half a year, but until now, Yang Kai still did not appear. The giant god spirit, on the other hand, woke up from a deep sleep with a hungry expression. She also knew that the giant god spirit clan would always look hungry unless they were eating or sleeping. This was their nature, and no one could change it. But such a big guy showed a hungry expression while touching his belly and staring at her. The invisible pressure made her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. In the distance, there seemed to be a figure coming. Zhang Ruoxi was shocked and looked over. After a while, she said with joy, "Sir is here." These words were said to the giant god spirit Ada. Ada did not react. He did not know what this so-called sir was, but he still stared at her. But after a while, Ada suddenly showed a happy expression and turned his head in the direction Zhang Ruoxi was looking. He obviously felt something too. In a flash, Yang Kai appeared out of thin air not far from the giant god spirit. He glanced at Zhang Ruoxi and nodded slightly, then turned to look at Ada and smiled, "Hungry?" Ada nodded repeatedly, "Hungry." Yang Kai said, "Open your mouth." Ada obeyed obediently, "Ah." He opened his mouth wide and a few refined chess pieces flew into his mouth. Only then did Ada close his mouth in satisfaction and start chewing. Yang Kai shouted, "Ada, I'm going on a long trip. I don't know when I'll be back." Ada squinted his eyes and ate, enjoying the food, and responded vaguely. "We're friends, right?" Yang Kai asked again. Ada didn't respond. When he swallowed the food in his mouth and looked at Yang Kai again, he said, "We're friends." Friend. Ada nodded. "Since we're friends, you have to help me take care of my home when I go out. You can't eat my home. If you eat it, I'll be homeless." Hearing that, Ada couldn't help but frown, as if he was in a dilemma. Yang Kai smiled and said, "If you really want to eat it, that's fine. But you have to wait for me to come back. When I'm not around, you can't eat it." Ada nodded happily. "I'll be waiting for you." Yang Kai didn't say anything else. He casually threw a few more pieces over, and the sound of chess pieces clanging rang out again. Looking back at the half-moon-shaped world again, Yang Kai took a deep breath and called out to Zhang Ruoxi, "Let's go." Although he was very reluctant and wanted to go back and take a look, he still suppressed the desire in his heart. If everything went well, he could return home as soon as possible and save the star boundary. If things didn't go well, it wouldn't be too late to think of a way. There would always be a chance to meet again in the future. Although the giant god spirit Ada was eyeing the star boundary covetously, he wouldn't be in a hurry to make a move before the entire star boundary was destroyed. And this period would take at least 1,000 years. Yang Kai didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to find the world tree in such a long time. Moreover, there was another advantage for Ada to guard this place. At the very least, the strength of the giant god spirit clan could deter some small fries. Even if some great masters accidentally passed by here, with Ada guarding, they wouldn't easily come forward. In other words, Yang Kai didn't have to worry about the safety of the star boundary. The two continued forward as a pair. She was in a very good mood. Although she didn't say much along the way, she was always smiling. Thinking back to when she followed Sir out of the Zhang family in Maplewood City, she was almost powerless in the face of all kinds of dangers. It was always Sir who protected her. She never thought that one day she would be able to keep abreast of Sir and solve his problems. At that time, her greatest wish was to be able to help Sir somehow. She had entered the Blood Door retreat for decades, but now, she finally had the qualifications to do so. Tell me about the things outside the universe. Yang Kai suddenly said. Outside the universe, his future was uncertain, so naturally, the more information he could gather, the better. Zhang Ruoshi looked serious and replied, my ancestors' memories are incomplete, so I don't know everything. It's better than me being completely clueless. Just tell me what you know, Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Zhang Ruoshi immediately began speaking casually, telling him everything she knew without reservation. The star boundary was a world of its own. There were countless existences like the star boundary in the entire universe. These worlds were the so-called inside the universe, and outside these worlds was the so-called outside of the universe. Outside of the universe was the vast universe, boundless and limitless. In this vast universe, various forces, big and small, were mixed together. Each of them occupied a large or small territory and were in conflict with each other. Overall, it was a mess. Generally speaking, it was not much different from the original situation in the star boundary. It was just that the existences outside the universe had grasped more power. Those who could mingle outside the universe were all experts who had condensed their own Dao seals. In other words, they were basically at the level of great emperors. Yang Kai secretly sneered when he heard this. Wouldn't he be the weakest existence outside of the universe? If he really encountered a heaven-opening realm master outside of the universe, he wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. Although the great demon god was also at the heaven-opening realm at that time, he had just been reborn, and the battlefield was in the star boundary. With the support of the entire universe, Yang Kai and the other great emperors could display strength far beyond their own. Now that he no longer had the support of the star boundary and could only rely on his own strength, Yang Kai knew that it was impossible for him to withstand a few punches and kicks from a heaven-opening realm master. In the vast universe, many treasured lands had been occupied by some powerful forces in the territory that had been developed. These treasured lands were divided into 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly caves according to the resources and environment they produced. The forces that occupied these treasured lands were all extremely powerful existences, and the leaders of these forces were all heaven-opening realm masters or even stronger. 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly caves. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this, feeling like a new door was slowly opening in front of him. Zhang Ruoshi nodded and said, these treasured lands are all famous, so strength is important outside of the universe, but it would be even better if you could have a territory of your own. My ancestors seem to have come from a place called Langya Blessed Land. Oh. Yang Kai raised his brow, so, if possible, you want to acknowledge your ancestors and return to the sect? Zhang Ruoshi smiled and said, my ancestor is my ancestor, and I am me. What's more, it was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago, so whether others recognize it or not is another matter. Besides, no one knows where Langya Blessed Land is now. Most of the heavenly caves and blessed lands outside of the universe are not fixed, and there are no specific directions. Unless one's luck is particularly good, it will be very difficult to find one. Speaking of which, she blushed and glanced at Yang Kai, I still want to be with Sir. Yang Kai reached out and patted her little head and smiled, if there is a chance, and the other party is willing to accept you, and if they are not bad, you should acknowledge your ancestors and return to the sect. You said it yourself, it is better to have a force of your own outside of the universe. Zhang Ruoxi pouted and changed the topic, but if Sir wants to condense the power of the 5 elements in the future, perhaps you can go to a place called Golden Spirit Blessed Land. What do you mean? Yang Kai was puzzled. Zhang Ruoxi explained, Sir should now know that if you want to break through to the heaven-opening realm, you need to condense the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang. Sir first chose to condense the power of the wood element, from which wood produces fire. Next is the power of the fire element. Fire produces earth, earth produces metal, and after the earth element is the metal element. Sir has just entered the universe, so it will not be easy for you to find a suitable metal element treasure. However, Golden Spirit Blessed Land has ready-made sharp metal yuan sha. As long as you can afford it, you can enter and condense the power of the metal element. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. Is this Golden Spirit Blessed Land a place for business? Why does it feel like it's making things easier? Zhang Ruoxi smiled, 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly caves. Most of them only allow their own people to enter and leave, but this Golden Spirit Blessed Land is an exception. You can say that it's a place for business. Moreover, the quality of the sharp metal yuan sha in Golden Spirit Blessed Land is not low. If you use it to condense the power of the 5 elements to break through to the heaven-opening realm, as long as your other powers can keep up, your achievement won't be lower than the 5th grade. Yang Kai nodded, 5th grade is indeed not low. The heaven-opening realm was not divided into 1st order, 2nd order, and 3rd order like in the Emperor realm. There was no division into levels, but there were different grades. There was a total of 9 grades, with the 1st grade being the lower grade and the 9th grade being the higher grade. The power of the 5 elements derived from it was also divided into 9 grades. For example, Yang Kai's Immortal tree was a 9th grade material that condensed the power of the wood element. Its value was so high that even outside the universe, it was enough to make the great masters covet it. According to Zhang Ruoxi, the sharp metal yuan sha in Golden Spirit Blessed Land was at least a 5th grade material. The choice of materials for condensing the power of the 5 elements was crucial to the heaven-opening realm. Once a cultivator broke through to the heaven-opening realm, the grade would be determined according to the materials chosen during the condensing of the 5 elements. However, although the grade was basically fixed, it was not impossible for it to be improved. It was just that it was extremely difficult to improve one's heaven-opening realm grade. Although the Golden Antelope Blessed Land had opened its doors wide, it was not without a price to pay to enter. Only those who could afford it would be allowed in. Furthermore, there was a time limit. Once the time was up, it did not matter if you had successfully condensed your qi or not, you would be thrown out. Relying on this sharp metal yuan sha, Golden Spirit Blessed Land made a lot of money. Chapter 38-32. The sharp metal essence in Golden Antelope Blessed Land is basically a 5th grade material, but if you're lucky enough to find an evil spirit essence in it, it'll be a pleasant surprise. Evil spirit essence? What grade is it? Yang Kai didn't ask what the evil spirit essence was. He didn't need to ask as he could guess that the so-called evil spirit essence was the essence of the sharp metal essence, and it was definitely much higher than a 5th grade material. 7th grade. Yang Kai couldn't help but whistle. Currently, he didn't have a systematic understanding of the quality of the materials used to condense yin and yang and 5 elements. He didn't know what grade of material was considered good in the eyes of the masters outside the universe, but it was undeniable that a 7th grade material wasn't low. It was definitely a good thing that people would fight over. Has anyone found it in there? Yang Kai asked. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head, I don't know. Perhaps the ancestor knows, but I didn't obtain any of these memories. Yang Kai gently nodded and thought of another question, what are the things that circulate outside the universe? Different planes, different worlds. The things that circulate are different. In the demon territory, there are demonic crystals, while in the star boundary, there are source crystals. Both of them are naturally formed and contain energy that can be absorbed by a cultivator to enhance their strength. If he guessed correctly, the things that circulate outside the universe should also be things that can enhance a cultivator's strength. Heaven opening pill. Yang Kai frowned. Heaven opening pill? Why does it sound like a kind of spirit pill? Zhang Ruoxi smiled slightly. It is indeed a spirit pill, and one that is extremely useful for heaven-opening realm cultivators. I've told Sir before that once a cultivator breaks through to the heaven-opening realm, their grade is basically fixed. However, it's not impossible to improve it, and the heaven-opening pill is one of them. If one can take a heaven-opening pill for a long time, it can generally raise one's grade by 1 or 2 grades. If one's grade increases, their strength will also increase. Yang Kai was puzzled. If the heaven-opening pill is useful for heaven-opening realm cultivators, then wouldn't it be useless for people like me? Of course it's useful. Zhang Ruoxi explained. Sir has now condensed the wood force of the 5 elements, so the heaven-splitting pill can also help Sir improve the grade of his wood force. But generally speaking, at your level, most transactions are barter. Yang Kai was enlightened. Materials for condensing the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements? Yes. Zhang Ruoxi nodded. These materials are exactly what a cultivator of this level needs, so if there's a chance, everyone will exchange what they need. Looks like if I have the chance in the future, I'll have to find a heaven-opening pill formula. Yang Kai fell into deep thought. He was also familiar with alchemy. If he had a heaven-opening pill recipe, he might be able to refine it himself. However, the required materials would definitely not be easy to find. Zhang Ruoxi smiled and said, Sir, you may not know this, but there are 2 types of heaven-opening pills. One is naturally formed, while the other is refined by an alchemist. Yang Kai was extremely surprised. Since it's a spirit pill, how can it be naturally formed? Zhang Ruoxi slowly shook her head and said, the heavens and earth have their own fortune. In this vast universe, a furnace called the Clear Sky Furnace will occasionally appear. This furnace is not a physical object, just a projection, but it can absorb the power of the stars and refine it into the furnace. Over the years, the furnace will produce a heaven-opening pill. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. So there's such a miracle. Suddenly, he remembered that he had also been taught alchemy by the Heavenly Way. Since the Heavenly Way could teach him alchemy, why couldn't it produce spirit pills? Strictly speaking, it is precisely because of the heaven-opening pill that the experts outside of the universe gradually figured out the pill formulas for man-made spirit pills through these heaven-opening pills. There should be some differences between the 2, right? Sir is right. Although both are heaven-opening pills, they are indeed very different. The biggest difference is their effectiveness. Although artificially refined heaven-opening pills can raise a person's cultivation by 1 or 2 grades over a long period of time, that's almost the limit. There's no point in taking more. However, the heaven-opening pills produced by the heavens and earth are different. They contain the purest power of the stars and universe. Rumor has it that this kind of heaven-opening pill can raise a heaven-opening realm master's cultivation to the highest level, the 9th grade. Yang Kai felt a burst of excitement when he heard this and immediately looked around. Zhang Ruoxi curiously asked, What are you looking for, sir? Yang Kai replied, I'm looking for the Clear Sky Furnace you mentioned. If we find it, wouldn't we be rich? Although he had directly used the Immortal tree to condense the power of the wood attribute, it would be difficult to find a material of the same grade as the Immortal tree. Even if there was such a good thing, he wouldn't be able to compete for it if he wasn't strong enough. Therefore, Yang Kai was mentally prepared that when he broke through to the heaven-opening realm in the future, he wouldn't be able to open the heaven-opening realm at the 9th grade. It would be difficult for him to even reach the 8th grade. At most, he would reach the 7th grade, or even the 6th grade or 5th grade. And if he wanted to improve his cultivation and strength, this kind of heaven-opening pill produced by the heavens and earth was indispensable. Zhang Ruoxi laughed. How could it be so easy to find such a thing? And even if the Clear Sky Furnace really appears, it won't be our turn. I'm afraid that the people from the 36 Paradise and 72 Blessed Lands will immediately swarm over. At that time, it will definitely be a fierce battle. Yang Kai remained unmoved and frowned. I think I saw something. Zhang Ruoxi pouted, Sir likes to joke. Yang Kai pulled her arm and pointed in a certain direction. There really is something. I shouldn't be seeing things. As soon as he finished speaking, his face changed, so fast. Just now, when he was looking left and right, he vaguely saw something approaching him. But in the blink of an eye, the other party had closed half the distance. The whole process was extremely sudden, and there was no trace of movement at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ruoxi also saw the situation and her pretty face immediately changed, a thousand joints worm. Yang Kai didn't even have time to ask what the hell a thousand joints worm was. Just by looking at Zhang Ruoxi's expression, he knew that this guy wasn't to be trifled with. Looking at it, he saw a huge snow-white insect covered in holes. This insect stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers and looked extremely bloated, but its speed was strangely fast. As soon as Zhang Ruoxi's voice fell, the thousand joints worm had already broken through the distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers and arrived in front of them in an instant. A black hole-like mouth covered their heads and swallowed a large area of space. Let's go. Yang Kai grabbed Zhang Ruoxi's arm and used his space principles to leave this place in an instant. But then he was shocked to find that the space around him had been completely sealed and was shrouded in darkness. He suddenly lost the light in front of him. The next moment, the world spun. Even though Yang Kai was now one of the great emperors, he still felt a little dizzy. It was as if his whole body was falling endlessly. He was speechless. He had just come out of the star boundary with Zhang Ruoxi, so how did he run into such a monster? Only now did he have a deep understanding of the dangers of the outside world. Thinking of Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai was shocked again because his hand was empty. He was clearly holding Zhang Ruoxi's arm just now, but now there was nothing in his hand. Where is Ruoxi? Yang Kai hurriedly endured the discomfort in his soul and released his divine sense to search the surroundings, but where was Zhang Ruoxi? Forcing himself to calm down and recall what had just happened, Yang Kai instinctively felt that he should have been swallowed by the thousand-jointed worm, so he and Ruoxi should be in its stomach at this moment. Yang Kai flew into a rage. His ambition was to leave the star boundary, but he was swallowed by a worm before he had time to show it. How could he bear it? With a low roar, Yang Kai used his dragon transformation secret technique and transformed into a 200-meter-long dragon with the black dragon spear in his hand. A monstrous aura swept out, and the seal on his dragon bones glowed brightly as he gathered all his strength into the black dragon spear. The next moment, the feeling of the world being turned upside down suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai's vision blurred and he suddenly appeared in the void, still maintaining his spear posture. Yang Kai felt extremely uncomfortable after using all his strength to hit empty air. He waited until his strength was exhausted before he finally stopped and looked around in confusion. Where am I? Although he had just entered the outside world and didn't know much about the vast universe, Yang Kai was sure that this was definitely not where he was just now. Everything around him looked completely different from before. There was no Zhang Ruoxi, no thousand-jointed worm, everything just now seemed to be an illusion. Yang Kai grabbed his spear and looked around vigilantly, but it was quiet all around. There was no one else besides him. What the hell happened? There had never been a moment when he was as lost as he was now. After confirming that there was no danger around, Yang Kai quickly withdrew his dragon transformation and took out the space spirit bead. He tried to contact Zhang Ruoxi, but there was no response from the space spirit bead. Yang Kai was anxious. Encountering such a strange thing inexplicably is one thing, but at least I'm unscathed. Where did that girl Ruoxi go? Thinking back carefully, the moment he escaped, he seemed to have felt the power of space principles fluctuating. Combined with the unfamiliar environment in front of him, Yang Kai vaguely felt that he should have undergone a long-distance teleportation. He didn't know how far away he was from the star boundary, and he didn't even know where the star boundary was now. The last time he escaped from the demon territory, with the blessing of the world will, he was able to determine the location of the star boundary in the vast universe and return home smoothly. But at that time, the demon territory wasn't too far from the star boundary, and the two worlds were close together. Otherwise, great demon God wouldn't have set his sights on the star boundary. But now that he was far away, the world will was no longer effective, making it impossible for him to return to the star boundary. The 1,000-jointed worm swallowed him and he rushed out, only to suddenly arrive in this place. What the hell is that worm? And where is Zhang Ruoxi now? With no clue at all, Yang Kai could only choose a direction at random and try to find Ruoxi, praying in his heart that Ruoxi had escaped from the 1,000-jointed worm's stomach. Otherwise, that kind of monster, even a heaven-opening realm master wouldn't be able to escape. Chapter 38-33. In the void, Yang Kai's brow furrowed tightly. It was not easy to tell the passage of time outside the universe, but it should have been half a year since the day he encountered the 10,000-joint worm. In the past 6 months, he had been searching for Zhang Ruoxi nearby. From time to time, he would cast the space spirit bead, but unfortunately, he found nothing. There was no news of Ruoxi at all. After wandering around for half a year, Yang Kai had really seen all kinds of dangers outside the universe. He didn't know how many terrifying existences like the 10,000-joint worms were in this vast universe. He had encountered quite a few in this half a year, but not all of them were 10,000-joint worms. There were other monsters. Basically, they were extremely large in size, no less inferior to the 10,000-joint worm and the giant god spirit. However, although these existences had terrifying auras, they seemed to be somewhat lacking in intelligence, whether it was the giant god spirit or the 10,000-joint worm. Yang Kai saw them from afar, and as long as he avoided them in time, he would be safe. In the past 6 months of wandering, he even found a world outside the universe. It was a world similar to the star boundary, but before he could get close, he felt several hostile intents from that world locking onto him. That world also had masters at the level of great emperors. Although Yang Kai was now one of the great emperors, it was extremely unwise to rashly break into someone else's world, so after noticing the hostility, Yang Kai took a detour and left. Come to think of it, Ruoxi should know more about the world outside of this universe than he does. Moreover, her strength wasn't low either. As long as she can escape from the stomach of that 1,000-jointed worm, there shouldn't be any problem. But after this separation, who knew when they would meet again? The universe was so big, and the chances of two people meeting again were too small. After another month, Yang Kai had to accept the reality at hand. He gave up the intention to continue searching for Zhang Ruoxi and set a direction and moved forward. Now that he had jumped out of the shackles of the universe and came to the world outside the universe, it was time to complete his unfinished business and search for clues about the world tree. Perhaps by the time he found the world tree and returned to the star boundary, Zhang Ruoxi would already be waiting for him there. With such hope in his heart, Yang Kai continued forward. Exploring alone and roaming alone gave him a sense of familiarity that he hadn't felt in a long time. When he first entered the star territory from Tongxian realm, and when he entered the star boundary from Tongxian realm's territory, which time had he not been alone? Although the world outside the universe was dangerous, as long as one bravely moved forward, they would be able to open up a path. His state of mind suddenly became clear, and he couldn't help but be filled with anticipation for the road ahead. One day, while flying through the void, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as he turned his head to look in a certain direction. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but at that moment, he seemed to have heard a faint call from that direction. At this moment, he calmed down and listened carefully, but there was no sign of it. Yang Kai naturally maintained his vigilance at all times due to the dangers of the void. The soul-warming lotus also closely guarded his mind, preventing it from being invaded by external forces. Frowning slightly, Yang Kai felt a little strange, but since there was no abnormality, he relaxed and continued moving forward. After walking for a short distance, that faintly discernible call once again entered his ears. Yang Kai immediately stopped and his face became solemn. The first time, he could say that it was an illusion, but the second time, it couldn't be justified. This meant that it wasn't an illusion, and there really was something there. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai turned around and rushed towards the source of the voice. The soul-warming lotus didn't show any abnormalities, and Yang Kai didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, so that voice should be harmless. His current understanding of the outside universe was limited to what he had learned from Zhang Ruoxi at the beginning. If there really was someone on the other side, perhaps he could find them and ask around. However, before that, he had to make sure that there was no danger there. In any case, it was better than running around in the void like a headless fly. Moving through the void without any resistance, Yang Kai could increase his speed to infinity as long as he wanted to, but in order to guard against some possible dangers, he still maintained a controlled speed. And in the past 6 months, Yang Kai had also discovered that the world outside the void was very clean, unlike the star field in the lower star territory where there were many asteroids. Thinking about it carefully, it should have something to do with the giant god spirit clan. The giant god spirit clan had an innate divine technique that allowed them to smell the aura of dying worlds in advance, and then go there to wait for food. Once the world died, they would be swallowed whole. The dead worlds had all been eaten by the giant god spirits, so how could there still be a sea of asteroids in this universe? They must have been eaten by the giant god spirits long ago. Thinking about it this way, the giant god spirits seemed to be cleaning up the universe's trash. He didn't know how long he had been flying forward, but the further he went, the more obvious the call became. Yang Kai could feel that he was still some distance away from his destination, but it shouldn't be too far. Finally, one day, a shining point of light suddenly appeared in a large nebula in front of him. Yang Kai's mind shook, and he secretly thought that he had finally arrived. When he fixed his eyes on it, he couldn't help but be startled. It was too far away, so he couldn't see it clearly, but Yang Kai vaguely felt that this thing seemed to have seen it somewhere before. He sped up and hurried over. A few days later, Yang Kai's expression became strange. In front of him, a huge oval-shaped light curtain stood quietly in the void. Above the light curtain, a strange light constantly flashed, and from the oval-shaped light curtain, extremely clear fluctuations of the law of space were transmitted. A realm gate? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Before, when he was far away, he felt that this thing was a little familiar, but now that he looked closer, it was indeed very familiar. In the demon territory, the continents were divided, and each continent was connected to each other by a realm gate. The oval-shaped light curtain in front of him was exactly the same as a realm gate. The only difference was the scale. Compared to the realm gate in the demon territory, the difference was simply like the difference between a grandson and a grandfather. There was no comparison at all. Big, incomparably huge. Yang Kai estimated that even the giant god spirit and the 10,000-jointed insect could easily pass through this realm gate, so one could imagine how huge this realm gate was. For such a realm gate to suddenly appear in the void, Yang Kai couldn't ignore it even if he didn't want to, especially when the faint call came from this realm gate. Although he didn't know what this realm gate was called in the world outside of the universe, it was just a different name, and its function was nothing more than to shuttle between two places. After a few more days, Yang Kai finally arrived at this realm gate. Standing at a place thousands of miles away from the realm gate, he felt the vastness of this thing, and realized how small he was. Yang Kai sighed. The world outside of the universe was really strange. He could feel that this realm gate was not artificially refined, but naturally formed. From it, there was a very clear fluctuation of the law of space, and there was not much danger. As long as one was strong enough, anyone could easily pass through this realm gate. Then the question was, where was the other end of this realm gate? What was on the other side calling out to him? Around this huge realm gate, Yang Kai flew for more than 10 hours before he barely circled around it. Standing in the same place, he scratched his head. To enter or not, Yang Kai was really a little difficult to decide. If he didn't enter, he would have already arrived here, and he had been wandering in the void for more than half a year. Other than encountering a few huge and terrifying monsters, he only found a world of the universe, and he had not come into contact with anything outside of the universe. If he went in, he didn't know if there was any danger on the other side, and if there was an ambush on the other side, he might encounter some unexpected disaster as soon as he went out. But he didn't hesitate for long, and Yang Kai made up his mind, enter. Along the way, there were many dangers, and he had escaped death several times. If he was afraid because he suspected that the road ahead was difficult, how could he travel outside of the universe? It was better to go back to the star boundary early to retire, and his strength was not low now. Even if he really encountered some danger, he might have the power to resist. Since he had made up his mind, he would no longer hesitate. His figure swayed, and he plunged into the realm gate in front of him. Like a stone thrown into the sea, the realm gate remained calm, and only a small ripple appeared at the place where Yang Kai entered, and then it returned to normal. Yang Kai, who had entered the realm gate, felt the world spinning, and a great pressure fell from all directions, as if there was an infinite force attacking at the same time. Yang Kai hurriedly used his qi to resist, and he was shocked. The pressure was something that only the great emperors could resist. In other words, this realm gate alone was something that only those who had condensed a Dao seal were qualified to pass through. As if thousands of years had passed, and as if in an instant, the pressure around him suddenly disappeared. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he was still in a void, and when he turned his head to look around, he was even more confused. What the hell? After being swallowed by the 1,000-segment worm, he inexplicably ran out like this, and after passing through a realm gate, it was still the same. If it weren't for the fact that there was no sign of the realm gate around him, Yang Kai would have thought that he was still in place. But after coming here, the call from the unseen world became clearer. Without hesitation, Yang Kai's figure swayed, and he rushed in that direction. Half a day later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and stared in front of him with a look of surprise. In the void, there was a realm gate, standing there out of thin air, and the call that had been reaching his ears all this time was coming from that realm gate. Yang Kai almost thought that he was seeing things, and he rubbed his eyes hard, and looked carefully again. Indeed, there was a realm gate there, and it was a lonely realm gate, which was extremely abrupt. The realm gate didn't look that strange. Ordinary people's realm gates had door noses, door knockers, and 2 stone lions squatting on the left and right of the realm gate, baring their teeth and looking extremely fierce. Yang Kai wouldn't feel anything if he saw such a realm gate anywhere in the star boundary, but in this vast universe, in the void, a realm gate was strange no matter how he looked at it. Chapter 38-34. Arriving in front of the door, Yang Kai glanced at the 2 stone lions squatting on the left and right. He faintly felt that these seemingly ordinary stone lions weren't as simple as they seemed. If they were really ordinary creatures, how could they appear in this void? Just as he was feeling curious, a voice suddenly came from behind the door. "Which little friend has come? This old master has failed to welcome you from afar, please come in for a chat." The voice was gentle, like a spring breeze, causing Yang Kai to feel a warm feeling all over his body. Even though this voice had come abruptly, it did not disturb him in the slightest and instead made him feel that it was natural. However, Yang Kai was a bit surprised. After all, there was only a single door in front of him, and although there were 2 stone lions squatting at the door, there was no room, so where was the person who had spoken? Peeking behind the door, there was nothing behind it. Hearing the old voice, Yang Kai knew that the person who had spoken was not young. Pondering for a moment, he felt that it was best to take things as they came, so he cupped his fists and asked, "Where is Senior? How can Junior enter?" The old voice laughed, "Just push the door open." Yang Kai nodded and pushed the door open. Reaching out, Yang Kai placed his hand on the door and gently pushed. The door opened, but the scene of the void on the other side of the door did not appear. The moment the door opened, a colorful light flashed before his eyes, followed by a huge suction force. Yang Kai had no time to react before he was sucked inside. When he came back to his senses, he was standing on a giant reef, the sound of waves ringing in his ears. Looking up, he saw a blue sky and white clouds, and looking down, he saw waves crashing against the shore. Yang Kai blinked and couldn't help calling out, "Little universe." Heaven-opening realm cultivators could create a world within their bodies that existed between reality and illusion. This world was the so-called Little Universe, and those who could create little universes were all heaven-opening realm masters. From the side came a laugh. "Little friend's eyesight is quite good, this is this old master's little universe." Yang Kai turned his head towards the source of the voice and saw an old man with white hair and a beard standing not far from him. He had a kind smile on his face. The old man was slightly plump, and the wrinkles on his face were all traces of the flowing time great emperor. The old man was wearing a long black robe. There was not a speck of dust on his body. He gave off the feeling of an enlightened master. He held a round bowl in one hand and bent the fingers of his other hand. He tapped rhythmically on the bowl. What was strange was that every time he knocked, no sound came out, but Yang Kai was able to feel something with each of his knocks. Recalling the call that had guided him all the way here, Yang Kai suddenly understood, "Is it old sir calling for me?" The old man smiled. "That's right. Where are you from, little friend?" Yang Kai said, "My hometown is a barren place. I don't know what to call it." Although the old man in front of him seemed harmless, he was still a genuine heaven-opening cultivator. If he really wanted to fight with him, Yang Kai probably wouldn't have any strength to resist, especially since this was his little universe. Yang Kai hadn't expected that the first person he saw outside of this little universe would be a heaven-opening cultivator. One had to be on guard against others, and it was best not to expose the name of the star boundary. The old man didn't mind, smiling slightly. "So it's like that." Unexpectedly, he didn't ask any more questions. "Why did old sir call for me?" Yang Kai was puzzled. If it weren't for that mysterious pull, he wouldn't have found this place. The old man smiled. "This old master didn't call for you alone. I was just receiving newcomers who had jumped out of their little universes." As he spoke, he pointed to the side. Yang Kai looked over and discovered that it wasn't just him and the old man in this little universe. There were other people on the surrounding reefs. His heart trembled. When he had entered just now, he hadn't sensed anything, and he had clearly looked around, but he hadn't seen anyone else at all. It seemed that if this old man hadn't been willing, he probably wouldn't have been able to see anyone else. There were 4 figures, 3 men and 1 woman. One was a tall and sturdy man, one was a dignified woman, one was a young child, and one seemed to be a demonic beast with 2 horns on his forehead. It was unknown what bloodline he had. They each sat on a nearby reef, looking at Yang Kai together. Yang Kai's gaze swept over them. Apart from the young child who smiled at Yang Kai, the others were expressionless. Yang Kai didn't know what cultivation realms these 4 were at, but since they had appeared here, it meant that each of them was a powerhouse on the level of great emperors in their own little universes. They had all condensed their own Dao seals, or they wouldn't have the qualifications to wander about outside of this little universe. Seeing this scene, combined with what the old man had just said, Yang Kai was stunned and asked, "Were these people also summoned by old sir?" The old man smiled and nodded. "There are many dangers in this little universe. For newcomers like you, it is not a good place. If you rashly wander about, it is very likely that you will encounter some unpredictable dangers. This old man is here to disperse the spiritual aura, and those who perceive it will come here to meet this old man, just like little friend and the others." "Why is old sir doing this?" Yang Kai was puzzled. If this old man said that it was to protect you newcomers, would you believe it? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. After cultivating for so many years, Yang Kai didn't dare to say that he had seen through human nature, but no one would do such a laborious thing without any benefits. The old man laughed. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it, but this is indeed one of the reasons. That is to say, there are other reasons? Yang Kai asked. The other reason is that the force behind this old man needs to absorb new blood. Outside of this little universe, there are countless forces, big and small, and many forces will do this. They will receive some newcomers who jump out of the little universe and bring them back to replenish their strength. This method is not rare, and it is not only my force that does this. Little friend, you are just fated to hear this old man's call and come here. Yang Kai frowned slightly and asked, "May I ask what the force behind old Sir is?" The old man said, "You will know in the future. It is useless to say more now." "What if I don't want to join old Sir's force?" Yang Kai asked. As soon as this was said, Yang Kai clearly felt the four people on the reef looking over. The old man said, "That is up to you. This old man is only responsible for receiving newcomers. When you return, someone will explain everything to you. At that time, it is up to you whether you want to join or not. If you want to join, you can stay. If you don't want to, no one will force you." Yang Kai nodded. He had encountered this situation once before when he entered the ancestral territory. In the ancestral territory, many forces were also stationed in the same place, absorbing newcomers to replenish their strength. However, in comparison, the old man's method was undoubtedly better. As long as one was curious, they should be attracted by the spirit-dispersing machine. Yang Kai had no ties outside of this little universe, and now that he had separated from Zhang Ruoxi, he didn't even know where to go. It just so happened that he wanted to find a place with many people to inquire about some information. Since the old man in front of him had already said so, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't ask for a rebuff. Yang Kai didn't fully believe the old man's words, but at least for now, his own safety was not a concern. "Old Sir, Junior has another question." Yang Kai cupped his fists. "Go ahead." Junior jumped out of the universe with another friend and entered this vast universe. However, halfway through, we suddenly encountered a monster called the Thousand Knots Worm. After being swallowed by it, we inexplicably arrived at another place. At this point, the old man smiled and said, "Rest assured, your friend should be safe. Please enlighten me, old sir." The Thousand Joints insect is a very strange existence outside of this little universe. Its birth is unpredictable, but it is harmless. When you look at it from a distance, do you see many holes in its body? Yes. Those holes are connected to random corners of this vast universe. You were swallowed by the thousand-jointed worm and came out of one of those holes. Then, you went to a completely different place from before. Your friend suffered the same fate as you, but we don't know where she is now. Is that so? Yang Kai was stunned. However, he instinctively felt that the old man in front of him should not be wrong. Now that he thought about it, from the moment he was swallowed by the Thousand Joints insect to the moment he escaped, there was an extremely obvious fluctuation of space principles when he escaped, as if he had undergone a long-distance teleportation, which was faintly consistent with the old man's explanation. But this way, it was certain that Zhang Ruoxi was not in danger, so Yang Kai was relieved. It was just that he didn't know where she had been teleported to. "Many thanks, old sir." Junior still wants to ask, "Little friend, you must be tired after coming from afar. You should rest first." The old man looked at Yang Kai with a smile, and as he spoke, he gently tapped the round bowl a few times with his finger. The doubts in Yang Kai's heart suddenly subsided, as if it was a question he shouldn't have asked. He immediately showed a look of shame and said, "Senior is right. Then I won't disturb Senior's casting." Then, he respectfully retreated. The old man nodded, closed his eyes, and continued to cast the spirit-dispersing art. Looking around, Kai Yang jumped onto an unoccupied reef, sat down cross-legged, and began to circulate his secret art. In the next moment, an incomparably pure spirit chi flowed into his body through his pores, shaking his spirit. Although this was the old man's mini-universe world, which existed between reality and illusion, it was still a world of its own. The spirit energy here was also real spirit energy, which could be absorbed to enhance one's strength. Moreover, the spirit energy in this mini-universe world was so rich and pure that it was unmatched anywhere in the star boundary. Quietly opening his eyes, Yang Kai saw that the other four were eagerly devouring the spirit energy, so he simply let go of his scruples and greedily absorbed it. However, he still divided a part of his mind to check his body. When the old man said those last words, he clearly felt that he was powerless to resist his words. In other words, at that time, he was absolutely obedient to the old man, so he felt ashamed. But then the soul-warming lotus took effect and helped him recover. Chapter 38-35. The fact that the soul-warming lotus was acting like this meant that the old man had definitely cast a spell on him just now. It was just that the old man's cultivation was too high, his technique was too brilliant, or perhaps it was the effect of the round bowl that prevented Yang Kai from seeing through it. If it weren't for the soul-warming lotus's protection, Yang Kai didn't know what would have happened to him. Sure enough, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The old man kept saying that no one would force him to join the force behind him in the future if he didn't want to, but judging from his current actions, if he really didn't want to join, it wouldn't end well for him. But since he was already here, it was impossible for him to back out. Besides, Yang Kai was also willing to go to a crowded place to inquire about information. Now that he had just entered this world, his understanding of this place was limited to what he had talked about with Zhang Ruoxi. Everything else was still a mystery to him. If he could follow the old man into a force, he could carefully inquire about it and slowly plan his next move. On the other hand, Yang Kai was looking forward to Zhang Ruoxi being lured here. After all, Ruoxi was swallowed by the 10,000-jointed insect with him. If she was lucky, she might appear somewhere not far away and be drawn here by the old man's spiritual opportunity. If that was the case, they could reunite. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was no longer worried and simply relaxed his mind to absorb the surrounding world energy. The nearby 3 people and 1 monster beast were also doing the same. Although Yang Kai didn't know which small world they came from, it was obvious that everyone came from different places. This could be seen from the way they dressed. Many details were slightly different, but no matter which small world they came from, it was obvious that they had never stayed in a place with such a good cultivation environment. All of them were cultivating eagerly. After what happened before, Yang Kai even suspected that the old man had used some kind of secret technique on these 4 people to make them obey him. The old man maintained the same posture. He held the alms bowl in one hand and gently clasped it with the other. The invisible spiritual vigor continued to spread from this small universe into the universe, attracting newcomers to come over. This method was a bit like fishing. If the person who felt the spiritual opportunity wasn't so curious or had a strong sense of danger, they wouldn't come here. Time passed quickly. Although the small world was also a small world, it was still between reality and illusion. It wasn't as magical as a real small world. There was no sun, moon, stars, and the scenery around it was unchanged. This was probably related to the old man's state of mind. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, Kai Yang estimated it to be at least a year, the old man smiled and said, "I don't know which little friend has graced us with his presence, but this old man didn't go out to greet you, please come in." Her words were exactly the same as when Yang Kai had first arrived. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately knew that a newcomer had arrived. He couldn't help but look shocked as he secretly looked forward to it, wondering if it was Zhang Ruoxi. The voice was that of a woman, and it didn't sound very old. The old man smiled. "It's not that this old man is sneaking around, this old man is here. It's just that this young lady hasn't seen him yet. Please come in." The woman outside the door smiled. "Do you think I'll come in just because you say so? This young lady won't go in." After a pause, she asked, "Are you behind this door?" The tone of her question made one imagine her looking at the door. "Yes." The old man nodded. Then come out and talk, this young lady will wait for you outside the door. The old man laughed, young lady is quite vigilant. Humph, one must always be on guard against others. I don't even know who you are, so how can I enter so easily? That's not unreasonable, the old man smiled faintly. As he spoke, he suddenly formed a hand seal, however, this old man still wants to invite this young lady inside for a chat. As soon as these words fell, a cry of alarm immediately came from outside the door, accompanied by the woman's cursing, thief, you dare. Aya. After that, a layer of ripples appeared around the old man, and a graceful figure appeared out of thin air. It was the woman who refused to enter the door before. Who knew what method the old man used to capture her? Yang Kai understood. Looking at the situation, as long as one was drawn in by the old man's spirit essence, whether they were willing or not, they would have to enter the door and enter this small world. Those who were willing would be safe, while those who were unwilling would be directly captured. This old man had a harmless smile on his face, but he was actually quite overbearing. This kind of guy was the most ruthless. Yang Kai couldn't help becoming vigilant. The woman's temper seemed to be extremely fiery. After being captured, a water curtain immediately appeared around her body, and with a raise of her hand, the endless water curtain turned into a white silk that flew towards the old man. A strong wind blew, mixed with the sound of waves. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but praise in his heart. That white silk was not a real white silk, but was clearly refined from a big river. The power of this pole was the power of a river, and boundless water vapor wantonly spread out. Presumptuous. Several angry shouts sounded in unison, and the four people who had been sitting on the reef and meditating since Yang Kai came in rushed out together. The burly man waved his fist, the dignified woman drew her sword, the young child took out a slingbow-like treasure and buckled it with a stone, and the two-horned monster roared and turned into a tiger-like body. Kai Yang stared blankly. However, he quickly reacted and jumped down from the reef as well. Then, he sent a palm strike towards the woman. The woman's expression changed. She obviously didn't expect to be besieged by so many people as soon as she came in. Although she was also a powerhouse at the level of the great emperors and had condensed her own Tao seal, which one of the people present didn't. They could only fight to a draw in a one-on-one battle, let alone 1 against 5. The white silk she pulled out immediately turned into a water curtain that wrapped around her body. With a series of explosions, the water curtain collapsed, and the woman was sent flying, her face pale and bloodless. She was a powerhouse at the level of the great emperors, but at this moment, she sat on the ground with tears in her eyes and covered her butt with her hands, looking extremely wronged. You bully me. She looked like a child who had lost a fight. Yang Kai wanted to laugh, but he was too embarrassed to do so. You have the advantage in numbers. The woman sat on the ground and didn't get up. She glared hatefully at Yang Kai and the others, and finally fixed her eyes on the old man. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. The old man smiled wholeheartedly. Miss wants to fight me one-on-one? Yes, just you and me, don't let them interfere. The woman stretched out her finger and pointed at Yang Kai and the others one by one. The old man slowly shook his head. You are no match for this old man. How do you know if we haven't fought? The woman looked unconvinced. Then do you want to try? The old man played with her with great interest. Of course I want to try. The woman gritted her teeth and shouted. When she said the first word, there was nothing unusual, but when she said the last word, she had already rushed in front of the old man. She was as agile as a raccoon, her slender jade-like palm turned into a crystal clear, fluctuating with a mysterious force as it slammed down on the old man. The old man's smile didn't fade as he quietly looked at her. He didn't move, only spitting out a single word, condense. The woman suddenly stiffened in front of the old man, unable to move. It seemed that only at this moment did she realize the huge gap between her and this old man, and she couldn't help but pale, her long eyelashes trembling. Do you want to try again? The old man asked. The woman blinked and obediently said, I don't dare. If you don't dare, then stop. The old man waved his hand. As soon as these words came out, the woman immediately regained her freedom. Her body, which had been on the offensive, suddenly rushed forward and half knelt on the ground, cupped her fists, and said, This little girl is new and inexperienced and thought there was no opponent in this world, but today I have seen Senior and learned that there is always someone better than me. I ask Senior to accept this little girl as a disciple, and this disciple will be respectful and filial to Master in the future. Her movements were clean and neat, without the slightest hesitation, and her words were also extremely smooth, as if she had said them countless times, but her expression was incomparably sincere. All of the people present, including the old man, were caught unprepared by the woman. Yang Kai was also stunned, wondering who this woman was. She was shouting and shouting so loudly just now, so how did she become a disciple in the blink of an eye? This change in attitude was a bit too fast. On the contrary, the burly man and the monster race man both showed looks of regret after realizing this. The dignified woman was also a little moved, but the childish child didn't seem to care. As if someone had cast a spell on them, everyone present was silent, and only the sound of waves hitting the table could be heard. Suddenly, the old man laughed and stretched out his hand to support the woman's arm. It's rare for you to be so considerate. This old man is very pleased, but the matter of apprenticeship is not urgent for the time being. This is the first time this old man has seen you, so I don't know much about your character. After a little observation in the future, if you are to my liking, this old man may accept you as a disciple. The woman was overjoyed. This disciple thanks Master. What is your name? The woman replied with a smile, This disciple's name is Sunday. Where are you from? Sun shook her head, This disciple doesn't know. The world this disciple came from is already broken, and this disciple is the only living person in that place. As she spoke, her face was full of sadness. People have life and death, and so is the world. You don't have to care too much about it. Now that you have jumped out of the shackles of this world and can see the vast universe, isn't it better than being confined to one place? Master is right. Sun nodded heavily, a happy expression on her face. This Sun's home is gone, so this Sun's home will be Sun's home in the future. The old man didn't comment, turning his head to look at the others and saying, Okay, everyone is here, so we should go back. Hearing him say this, Kai Yang and the others all revealed looks of joy. Although the cultivation environment here was good, since everyone had jumped out of this world, they naturally wanted to see a more exciting world. Now that they were going to leave this place and follow the old man to the world behind him, they were naturally very interested. Chapter 38-36. The old man didn't waste any time and called out to everyone. He stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. A door immediately appeared in front of him. Yang Kai took a closer look and saw that it was none other than the one he had seen in the void before. With a creak, the old man pushed the door open, and everyone walked out in a single file. The place they stopped at was the place they entered from before. At this moment, the door warped and transformed into the shape of a large ship. Two ropes that flowed with light extended from the bow of the ship, and the ropes were wrapped around two stone lions. Surprisingly, the stone lions were the two that were squatting on the left and right of the door. When Yang Kai saw this, he immediately knew that his guess was right. The two stone lions were indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, how could there be such a transformation? At this moment, the figures of the two stone lions expanded explosively, and an extremely ferocious aura emanated from their bodies. They shook their heads and wagged their tails in an awe-inspiring manner. The newcomers on the ship were dumbstruck. It wasn't that the transformation of the stone lions was miraculous, but the aura emanating from the two stone lions wasn't inferior to theirs, and it even faintly surpassed theirs. In other words, the strength of these two stone lions was extremely likely to be higher than theirs. They were all overlords of their own worlds, great emperors that had condensed Dao seals, and they were all supreme in their own worlds. Now that they were outside this world and saw that the two strange beasts pulling the ship were more formidable than them, there was no need to mention how bitter the feeling in their hearts was. The old man observed everyone's expressions and took in their shock, and he smiled wholeheartedly. "Wow, master, what are these two things? They seem so powerful." Sun stood at the bow of the ship and looked down, and she didn't conceal her surprise as she exclaimed. The old man didn't deliberately correct the way she addressed him, or it could be said that he didn't care. He said with a smile, "These two little things were originally two stone embryos of my Qiqiao land. Later on, they obtained some opportunities and gained intelligence. I thought they weren't bad, so I used them to watch the door and pull the ship." "Qiqiao land?" Yang Kai raised his brows. "Senior, may I ask if the Qiqiao land you mentioned earlier is the place we're going to this time?" He hadn't communicated with the old man during the year he was in the small world, so he didn't know where the old man was from. Now that he heard him mention it, he naturally paid attention. "Yes." The old man nodded. "Is the Qiqiao land one of the 72 blessed lands?" The burly man suddenly revealed a look of shock. "Oh? You know about the 72 blessed lands?" The old man glanced at the burly man with a smile. The other party replied respectfully, "This junior comes from the Black River realm. There was once a powerful senior who went back there and left behind a few words. Thus, this junior knows that there are 36 paradises and 72 blessed lands outside of this universe." The burly man shook his head. "I don't know. Did he leave any keepsake for you to find?" The old man asked again. The burly man took out something from his chest and respectfully handed it over. "This is the token that the senior left behind." Yang Kai's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw that it was a piece of jade. It didn't look like the jade he had seen before, and he didn't know what kind of jade it was. Inside the jade, there was a small fish swimming around as if it was alive. Although he couldn't see what the fish in the jade was, he could faintly feel that it contained a mysterious power. He knew that this should be the token that the Black River Realm's great master left behind for his juniors. His heart trembled, and he felt cold all over. It wasn't because of the token, but because of the burly man's unreserved attitude towards the old man. Previously, he had been plotted against by the old man, and only managed to escape with the protection of the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai wondered if the old man had done something to the others. But guesses were just guesses, and Yang Kai couldn't be bothered with the affairs of others. When Sun was captured and was about to harm the old man, the burly man and the others actually acted together to protect her. Yang Kai was somewhat certain of his guess. If the old man hadn't done something to them, how could these four great emperors from different Qinquan worlds have such a reaction? Even if they wanted to please the old man, they wouldn't have acted together. At this moment, this jade was definitely an extremely precious item on the burly man's body. With this jade as a guide, he could definitely find the whereabouts of the senior in his world and go to him. At that time, he would naturally be taken care of, and there would be no need to compromise under someone else's wing. But such a precious item, the burly man actually took it out after the old man casually asked, and he didn't guard against the old man at all. This was very clear. The few people beside him didn't have any unusual reaction, and instead felt that this was how it should be. After the burly man took out the jade, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He reached out and took it, carefully examining it. After a while, a smile appeared on his face. "Since it's a reward from senior, you should keep it carefully. Maybe it will be useful in the future." The burly man gently nodded and put away the jade piece. He even turned his head and glared at the others. It wasn't that he didn't know the value of his jade piece, but that he had been influenced by the old man's secret technique and trusted him. Yang Kai couldn't see how much this trust was for the time being. However, he could finally be sure that everyone who entered the small universe had been cast by the old man. He just didn't know if Sun, who was the last to enter, had been plotted against. "I know you have a lot of questions. Let's go, we'll talk on the way." As the old man spoke, he gently raised his hand, and the 2 stone lions pulling the boat immediately raised their heads and roared before galloping forward. In an instant, the big boat sped forward like a bolt of lightning. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. These 2 stone lions looked a little stupid, but he didn't expect them to be so fast. No wonder they were taken in by the old man as coolies. After the boat had sailed for a while, the old man smiled and said, "Just now, someone asked if the Qiqiao land has 72 blessed lands." Turning to the burly man, he shook his head and said, "The Qiqiao land is not one of the 72 blessed lands." "Master, what are the 72 blessed lands?" Sun blinked her big eyes, a look of curiosity on her face. Not only her, but the dignified woman, the young child, and the monster race man all showed puzzled expressions. Obviously, they had never heard of it before. Yang Kai followed the crowd and looked at the old man blankly. It seemed that because they were going back, the old man's mood was quite good. He explained, "In this vast universe, there are countless blessed lands, but they can also be divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The stronger forces occupy better territories, the weaker ones occupy less. You all come from different small worlds, but no matter where you are, this principle is the same. Amongst these territories, the best ones can be divided into 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly abodes. Those who occupy these treasured lands are all great powers whose might shakes the world." "Oh." Sun suddenly understood, this disciple understands. The old man continued, "If the Qiqiao land is one of the 72 blessed lands, then it is not the Qiqiao land, but the Qiqiao blessed lands. Do you understand?" These words were directed at the burly man. The burly man nodded, "Thank you, senior, for your explanation. There is no need for that, it is not a secret. As long as you stay outside of this universe for a few years, you will naturally know." Yang Kai deduced, "Then according to what senior said, the forces that occupy the blessed lands must have the words blessed lands behind their names?" "That's basically the case, but not all of them." The old man shook his head. "For example, the 10,000 Devil Heavens occupies one of the blessed lands, but it is only called the 10,000 Devil Heavens, not the 10,000 Devil Paradise." Yang Kai blinked his eyes. 10,000 Devil Heavens, just from the name alone, it was obvious that it was the gathering place of the demon race. Emotion couldn't have come from that place, right? To be able to occupy a blessed land in this vast universe, this 10,000 Devil Heavens must be something. If they knew that Emotion had died in the star boundary, would they avenge him? But then again, Emotion's physical body was destroyed, and he had spent several tens of thousands of years to gather the spiritual energy of the star boundary. If the forces behind him knew about his situation, how could they ignore it? Yang Kai immediately relaxed. Even if Emotion really came from the 10,000 Devil Heavens, the 10,000 Devil Heavens wouldn't know about his situation. The old man continued, "However, although my 7 openings land can't compare to those blessed lands, it's still quite good in the 3,000 worlds. The master of my 7 openings land is the 7 openings heavenly lord, who is proficient in alchemy. His spirit pills are so famous that even those blessed lands sometimes ask for 7 openings lands alchemy." "So amazing." Sun was shocked. The old man smiled slightly. "You will know in the future. Today, this old master only told you a little more because you asked." Yang Kai really wanted to ask about the heaven-splitting pill. According to Zhang Ruoxi, this thing was a hard currency outside the universe, equivalent to source crystals in the star boundary. Since the 7 openings heavenly lord was proficient in alchemy, he should also know how to refine the heaven-splitting pill. When he talked about the heaven-splitting pill with Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai was still thinking about getting his hands on its recipe, but he didn't expect to get his hands on it so quickly. However, based on the situation outside the universe, the heaven-splitting pill's recipe was definitely one of the top secrets of a great force, so it wouldn't be easy to find out. What's more, Yang Kai wasn't too clear on what kind of force this Qiqiao land was. Just from the way this old man acted, it was clear that this Xiao land wasn't a famous righteous sect. Everything this old man had said before seemed like he was trying to flatter himself. After that, whether it was the dignified woman, the young child, or the monster race, all of them asked about the things they wanted to know. Like Yang Kai, they had just jumped out of their respective small worlds when they were drawn in by the old man's spirit opportunity, so they had no idea what was going on here. Yang Kai had Zhang Ruoxi to answer his questions, so although he didn't know much, he was at least better than the others. Of course, the burly man was an exception. A senior from his Black River realm had once returned and should have left behind some information about the universe. The journey was long, but the old man answered every question, benefiting everyone on board. Chapter 38-37. Along the way, they passed through several territory gates. The so-called territory gates were the world gates Yang Kai had passed through before, but with a different name. Their function was nothing more than to quickly travel between two places. The world outside the universe was too big. If there weren't these domain gates that existed all over the universe, it would be extremely difficult for even those peerless experts to go from one place to another. The amount of time it would take was absolutely unbearable for anyone. However, with these territory gates, it was a different story. Although it still took some time to travel, overall, it greatly increased the efficiency of travel. Yang Kai, who had experienced the convenience of space arrays, was deeply moved by this. The reason why these territory gates were called territory gates was because the world outside the world gate was divided into various large and small territory. Within these territories, large and small forces were intertwined, and because of this, the world outside the world gate was quite interesting. The journey was lonely, and apart from the old man explaining some things about the world gate to everyone also had some interactions with each other, so the atmosphere was quite harmonious. This was especially true for Ah Sun, who was the most lively of all. After just a few days, she was already calling the dignified woman big sister and little sister. In less than a month's time, Ah Sun, who was looking around from the bow of the ship, suddenly seemed to notice something and said, "Master, there's something over there." In this vast universe, the scenery was indeed beautiful, but after seeing so much of it, it had become dull, so now that there was something unusual in front of them, it naturally attracted Ah Sun's attention. Yang Kai and the others, who were leaning against the side of the ship, heard this and ran to the other side to take a look. At a glance, they saw a large mass of clouds swirling in the void, but what was inside was a blur, as if there was some kind of barrier blocking it. Even with their cultivations, they could not see through it. The old man smiled and said, "We're here." Ah Sun excitedly asked, "Is that the Xiao land?" The old man nodded, "Yes." When everyone heard this, they all revealed looks of anticipation. Even Yang Kai was no exception. Although he felt that this old man and this so-called Xiao land were not good people, this was the first force he had come into contact with outside of the universe after coming out from Star Boundary, so he was naturally curious about it. More importantly, according to this old man, the master of Xiao land, Xiao Heavenly Monarch, was an alchemy grandmaster. Perhaps the heaven-opening pill formula still had to depend on the other party. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the two stone lions pulling the boat suddenly changed direction and galloped towards the cloud. After a few more hours, they finally arrived. The old man stood at the bow of the ship and casually pointed with his finger. A golden light shot out from his fingertip, and in the next moment, the thick clouds suddenly parted, revealing a passage in the middle. The stone lion didn't stop moving. It pulled the big boat and charged into it. The clouds behind it closed up again. After passing through a vast expanse of white, everyone regained their vision. They were now high up in the sky. Looking up, they could see white clouds and blue sky. Looking down, they could see green water and green mountains. It was a wonderful beyond the universe. On top of that, the world energy aura here was extremely rich. Compared to the cultivation environment they had come into contact with in the old man's miniature universe, it was not inferior at all. In fact, it was even slightly superior. After all, that was just the old man's miniature universe, something that existed between reality and illusion. However, this was the real world, so it was normal for there to be some differences. Yang Kai silently sensed the world energy here and felt that the world energy here was much more complete and dense than in the star boundary. He sighed in his heart. Such a good environment could not be found in the star boundary. Cultivating in such an environment, as long as one had a little aptitude, they should have no problem reaching the Emperor realm. Master, what's over there? The most curious of them all, Sun pointed in a certain direction and asked. The old man said, "You will know in the future." Sun nodded and did not ask any more questions. After interacting with the old man for more than a month, she knew that if the old man was willing to answer, he would answer, and if he did not want to, no one could force him. However, Yang Kai casually glanced in the direction she pointed and found that there was a fiery red color all over the mountains and plains. Moreover, it looked like a large orchard with fruit trees planted there. He could vaguely see many busy figures in the orchard. This orchard was so large that he could not see the end of it at a glance. Yang Kai estimated that this orchard occupied a third of this world's territory. Yang Kai could not help feeling a little curious. He did not know what kind of spirit fruit these were, but there were actually so many of them. Moreover, these spirit fruits definitely required a lot of nutrients to grow, so where did these nutrients come from? In addition to the vast orchard, there were also some scattered buildings on the ground below. Overall, this place had beautiful mountains and clear waters, and the scenery was extraordinary. The ship descended and soon arrived in front of a huge palace. In front of the palace, a group of people had already been waiting respectfully, led by a young man in blue robes with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He had an extraordinary bearing. When the ship landed, the young man immediately shouted, "Welcome back, Venerable." The group of people behind him also shouted in unison, and their momentum was extraordinary. In the flowing brilliance, the ship turned into a door and then disappeared. Everyone landed on the ground, and the two stone lions pulling the ship also rose into the air. Soon, they landed on the left and right sides of the palace and turned into two stone mountains in the shape of stone lions, motionless. Behind the old man, Yang Kai and the others looked around curiously. The young man in the lead came forward, glanced at Yang Kai and the others, and said with a smile, "Venerable, you found quite a few new people this time." The old man also smiled, "Our luck is not bad. You can arrange these people as you see fit." The young man responded respectfully. The old man asked, "Is the heavenly monarch here?" The young man said, "Half a year ago, the heavenly monarch received a message from someone and went out. He hasn't returned yet." The old man nodded, "Then, when the heavenly monarch returns, remember to inform me." "Yes." After giving the order, the old man turned to Yang Kai and the others, and said, "You all follow him, there will be arrangements." Saying so, he walked towards the palace. The young man took the lead, and the group of people respectfully said, "Farewell, Venerable." "Master, what kind of venerable are you?" Sun asked curiously. "Master?" The young man turned to look at Sunday. Sun pointed in the direction the old man left, and the young man's face immediately sank. Where did this little girl come from? If you dare talk nonsense again, I'll pull out your tongue. As he shouted, a powerful aura swept out in all directions. Sun's pretty face changed, and she staggered back a few steps. Fortunately, Yang Kai reached out to support her, so she didn't fall to the ground, but her face was very ugly. Yang Kai and the others also had ugly expressions. They weren't angry, but the young man's aura was too strong, and they couldn't bear it. He wasn't at the heaven-opening realm. Yang Kai had fought against Great Demon God, so he could tell at a glance that this young man hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm, but he shouldn't be far from it. He was probably the half-step heaven-opening realm Jianghu she had mentioned before, which meant that he had condensed 5 of the 5 elements in his body. The young man looked at Ah Sun coldly. Venerable is the earth protector of my fire spirit land. Where did you come from, wild girl? How dare you talk nonsense like this? Ah Sun's face flushed red, and she was suppressed by the other party's aura, unable to say a word, tears welling up in her eyes. The young man coldly snorted, since you're new here and don't know the rules, I'll let you off for now. If you dare to do this again, I won't let you off so easily, understood? Ah Sun nodded aggrievedly. The young man then swept his gaze over Yang Kai and the others, clasping his hands behind his back. The same goes for all of you. This king doesn't care where you came from, what your identity is, or what status you have. Since you've come to this fire spirit land, you must abide by the rules here. If you abide by the rules, everything will be fine, but if you don't, there won't be a good end. The monster race man heard this and cupped his fists. Dare I ask this master, what are the rules of the fire spirit land? The young man proudly declared, this king's words are the rules. The monster race man nodded, understood. Seeing the monster race man so tactful, the young man's expression relaxed slightly. This king doesn't know if Venerable Master has told you anything before, but it doesn't matter if he hasn't. Now, I'll tell you, this is the fire spirit land of my 7 openings land. Here, Venerable Master is the heavens and the earth. You are not allowed to disobey him in the slightest, understood? Everyone nodded. It's good that you understand. The young man continued, however, Venerable Master is busy with many things, so this king is in charge of disciplining you all. This king is the consul disciple of the fire spirit land. My surname is Du, and my name is Ru Feng. In the future, if you have any questions, you can ask this king. If you need to know, this king will tell you. If you don't need to know, it's useless to ask. Today is the first time you've come to the fire spirit land, so this king won't say much to you. Stay here for a while and you'll understand everything here. Alright, bring all of you over first. You have 3 days to rest, and after 3 days, someone will tell you what to do. After that, the young man waved his hand, and a middle-aged woman with a cold expression immediately walked out from behind him. She called out to Yang Kai and the others, follow me. After that, she flew into the sky. Yang Kai and the others looked at each other and could only follow. From beginning to end, except for the monster race man, no one else dared to ask anything. As for the old man's words at the beginning, those who wanted to stay could stay, and those who wanted to leave could leave, were simply empty words. He brought Yang Kai and the others to this place and entered the palace without showing himself again. Du Rufeng also did not ask Yang Kai and the others if they wanted to stay, and only unilaterally announced some things. However, although Du Rufeng did not say much, Yang Kai understood something. This was the fire spirit land of the 7 openings land. In other words, besides this fire spirit land, there should be other places. The 7 openings land faintly coincided with the 5 elements of yin and yang. Yang Kai could not help but wonder if this 7 openings land was made up of 7 spirit lands. If so, then this place would be somewhat interesting. Chapter 38. The middle-aged woman's expression was cold and she did not speak much. In addition, she was suppressed by Du Rufeng's power, so everyone was silent as they followed her. No one dared to ask anything. However, when Yang Kai secretly observed, he found that they were heading in the direction of the huge orchard that he had seen from high up in the sky just now. This middle-aged woman's cultivation should also be around the Emperor realm, and whether she had condensed a Dao seal or not, he couldn't tell for the time being since they hadn't fought yet. An hour later, a large number of houses appeared in front of them, surrounded by green mountains and green water. At first glance, it looked like a hidden village. A memorial arch was erected at the entrance of the village, and 3 words were written on it, Handyman's House. Yang Kai and the others looked at each other. Although they came from different Qinquan worlds, none of them were stupid enough to not know the meaning of the word labor. They couldn't help but think to themselves. Could it be that we were brought to this fire spirit land by that venerable to be laborers? Standing at the entrance of the village, the woman took out a bell and gently shook it. After the tinkling sound was heard, a thin man like a bamboo pole immediately flew out of the village. The man did not look very old, and the clothes he wore did not fit him well. The loose clothes covering his body made him look empty. From afar, he looked quite funny. Flying closer, the bamboo man cupped his hands and said, "Senior Sister Yao." His gaze turned to Yang Kai and the others, and he chuckled, "Why do these people look a little unfamiliar?" "I don't think I've seen them before," the woman surnamed Yao said indifferently. "They were brought back by the Venerable." Hearing this, the bamboo man said, "The Venerable is back." The woman surnamed Yao gently nodded, stretched out her hand and pointed to Yang Kai and the others, and ordered, "I'll leave these people to you. It's rare to have so many newcomers. If you complain that there's not enough people, you can find a way yourself." "It's enough, it's enough." The bamboo man beamed. The Venerable went through so much trouble to find them. "If I, Zhou Zheng, can't complete the task, I'll bring my head to the Venerable." The woman surnamed Yao coldly snorted, "You're on your own." After saying that, he turned around and left. Zhou Zheng shouted from behind her, "Senior Sister Yao, are you leaving already? Junior brother got some good tea. Senior sister, do you want to try it?" There was no reply at all. With a smile on his face, Zhou Zheng watched the woman leave. Then, he rubbed his hands and looked at Yang Kai and the others with excitement. He smiled and introduced himself, "My name is Zhou Zheng. I'm the steward of this handyman's room. You can call me Steward Chow." Everyone saluted in unison, "Greetings, Steward Chow." Zhou Zheng nodded and said, "You guys are so lucky. TSK, you are so lucky." The burly man frowned and said, "Where did this blessing come from?" Although they didn't know what kind of fate they would face next, since they were sent to the handyman's room as soon as they arrived, their future days wouldn't be too good. In their respective worlds, they were all top powerhouses, but when they came to the outside world, they were treated like this. Anyone would feel a little disappointed. Zhou Zheng smiled and said, "It's your first time coming to the outside world, right?" Everyone nodded. "Then do you know about the heaven-opening realm?" "On the way back, the Venerable told us a little." "Then it's easy to say." Zhou Zheng smiled like a thief who had stolen a fox. With his hands behind his back, he said, "If you want to reach the heaven-opening realm, you need to condense a small universe in your body and split the sky and earth. If you want to condense a small universe, you need to condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Then do you know why the Qiqiao land is called the Qiqiao land?" Without waiting for anyone to answer, Zhou Zheng explained, "Because the Qiqiao land is made up of 7 spiritual lands. Right now, you are in the fire spiritual land. In addition, there is the yin spiritual land, the yang spiritual land, the metal spiritual land, the wood spiritual land, the water spiritual land, and the earth spiritual land. Looking at the entire world outside of the universe, an existence like the Qiqiao land is unique. No other faction can gather all of these powers in one place." The dignified woman's expression changed when she heard this. "Steward Chow, are you saying that the Qiqiao land can satisfy all of our needs to condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements?" Zhou Zheng smiled and said, "That's right. This way, you won't have to wander around outside and look for resources to condense your power. In other words, as long as you stay in the Qiqiao land long enough, you will have the opportunity to reach the heaven-opening realm. And this opportunity is convenient for the disciples of other factions. Don't you think this is your good fortune?" The Yao man was pleasantly surprised. "Really?" Zhou Zheng smiled and said, "Why would I lie to you? You can go back and ask others. This isn't a secret. Then it really is our good fortune." The Yao man was overjoyed. Sun blinked and asked, "Then is Steward Chow also at the heaven-opening realm now?" Zhou Zheng couldn't help coughing, "Not yet, but that's because I've been too lazy in my cultivation. If I work hard, reaching the heaven-opening realm won't be a problem. You can't slack off in your cultivation in the future, or you'll end up like me. Alright, let's not talk too much. In any case, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Come with me. He turned and led the way. Yang Kai and the others followed closely behind him. After entering the village, they saw houses on both sides. Each house had traces of restrictions. Some of the doors were closed, while others were open. There were people standing in front of the doors, coldly looking at Yang Kai and the others. The owners of these houses were both from the human race and the Yao race. Their auras were all at the level of the Emperor realm, but they varied in strength. Not long after, a sweet voice came from the side, "Steward Chow, are there new people?" Zhou Zheng turned around and smiled. "That's right, the Venerable has returned. He brought a few new people with him." Yang Kai and the others followed the voice and saw a graceful figure leaning against the door frame of one of the houses. The woman had a lazy expression, and her hair was slightly messy, as if she had just woken up. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and smiled. "Then we won't have to work so hard in the future." She then turned to Kai Yang and the others and said, "Elder sister will live here. In the future, if you have anything you don't understand, feel free to come and find me. Elder sister loves to teach new people." While speaking, she giggled. Her voice was pleasant to the ears and seemed to have infinite charm. No one knew how to answer, so they pretended not to hear it. They walked forward until they reached one of the houses with closed doors. Zhou Zheng stopped and turned to look at Yang Kai and the others. He pointed at the burly man and said, "You'll be staying here in the future." He casually threw a jade token to him and said, "This is the restriction token of this house. You can refine it yourself. You have 3 days to rest. After 3 days, I'll tell you what to do. You don't have to think about anything during these 3 days. Just rest well." The burly man nodded in response. He held the jade token in his hand and activated his power to refine it. Zhou Zheng continued to lead the others forward. When they reached the third ownerless house, it was Yang Kai's turn. Just like the previous two, Zhou Zheng gave him a restriction token and told him to refine it himself. Then, he led the rest of the people away. It was not difficult to refine the restriction token. No one knew if this house had been occupied before. Anyway, there were no traces of the previous owner refining it. Yang Kai only spent an incense stick's worth of time to completely refine it. He gently waved the jade token in front of the house, opening the restriction and pushing the door open. There was no unpleasant smell and the facilities inside the house were very simple. It covered an area of only a few dozen meters and was divided into 2 floors. The lower floor had tables and chairs, which seemed to be a place to entertain guests. Walking up the stairs to the second floor, there was only a bed and a mattress, which should be a place to rest. There was a spirit array arranged inside the house. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the world's aura was being driven by the spirit array and was constantly gathering inside the house, making the small house extremely rich in aura. If such a place were placed in the star boundary, it would be a cultivation treasure land that everyone would fight for, but in the fire spirit land of the 7 openings, it was just a servant's residence. It was hard to imagine what kind of place the stewards, head disciples, and even the earth protectors lived in. After opening the restriction and isolating the house, Yang Kai comprehended the various functions of the restriction token while thinking about his current situation. It was his first time entering the world outside the universe, and being led into the 7 openings was a good thing, but to become a servant right after entering made him somewhat speechless. He still remembered that when he first entered the martial Dao and joined High Heaven Pavilion, because his cultivation progress was not satisfactory, he was reduced to sweeping the floor. The current situation was very similar to back then. The only difference was that the strength he possessed now was not something he could compare to at that time. The current him already had the capital to resist. However, this was their territory after all, and there was a heaven-opening realm master overseeing it. When there was no threat to his life, Yang Kai did not want to cause trouble, so he decided to take one step at a time. Moreover, the fortune Zhou Zheng mentioned before was nothing more than boasting in Yang Kai's eyes. Others might not know the mysteries of breaking through to the heaven-opening realm, but Yang Kai did. In order to break through to the heaven-opening realm, one needed to condense the power of the yin and yang 5 elements. This was not wrong, Zhang Ruoxi had also told him so. Moreover, he had already condensed the power of the wood element, and it was the peak of the wood element. However, Zhou Zheng did not mention the most important thing, the difference in grade. Perhaps the 7 openings lands gathering of the yin and yang 5 elements was enough to meet the requirements of a cultivator breaking through to the heaven-opening realm, but the grade would definitely not be too high. Otherwise, wouldn't there be as many heaven-opening realm masters in the 7 openings land? And from the information Yang Kai currently had, there should not be too many heaven-opening realm masters in the 7 openings land. Otherwise, they would not have occupied such a small piece of land and would instead be competing for the 72 blessed lands and 36 heavenly caves. Chapter 38-39. Among these heaven-opening cultivators, the 7 openings Heavenly Lord was definitely one of them. The earth protectors like the old man who had led them here should all be heaven-opening cultivators as well. As for the others, Yang Kai had no way of knowing. However, to have at least 8 heaven-opening cultivators, even if the 7 openings heavenly lands could not compare to the blessed lands, they would not be too bad outside of this world. When he first entered, Yang Kai had a rough understanding of the 7 openings heavenly lands from what he had seen and heard. Now that he was a worker of the 7 openings heavenly lands, he did not know what kind of fate he would face in 3 days. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai walked out of his room and headed towards a house on his left. When he first arrived, there was someone living in that house. Yang Kai remembered that it was a young man. Now that he had nothing to do, he might as well gather some information. He had to figure out what the odd job workers were supposed to do. However, from Zhou Zheng's attitude today, even if it was a bit of manual labor, it would not be too difficult. The worker houses here were not densely built. Each house was over 100 feet away from each other. In a few steps, Yang Kai arrived in front of the house. The house's restrictions had already been activated, and the door was tightly shut. Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened. The young man he had seen before stood at the entrance, looking at Yang Kai indifferently. "What is it?" Yang Kai clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, friend. This little brother is new here and knows nothing about the situation here, so I want to scram." The young man did not wait for Yang Kai to finish before slamming the door shut. Yang Kai rubbed his nose, speechless. However, since the other party was unwilling to speak, there was nothing he could do about it. After thinking for a moment, he headed to the next house. The owner of the second house was rather hospitable. He was a short old man. He welcomed Yang Kai into the house, and the host and guest sat down. Yang Kai said what he had not finished. The old man looked at him with a smile, examining him from head to toe. "Little friend, which world do you come from?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know where I came from, so I don't know how to address you." The old man said, "Then does little friend have any treasures to give this old man?" Yang Kai blinked, almost thinking that he had misheard. He asked in shock, "Sir, what did you say?" The old man smiled. "This old man is willing to answer what you want to ask, but you can't expect me to tell you for nothing. It would be best if you can give me something as a reward." Only then did Kai Yang understand that these people were looking for him for benefits. He had a lot of treasures on him, such as the blue dragon spear, the sealed world bead, and so on. Even in this world, many people would fight over them, but he couldn't just give them away. As for the others, they probably wouldn't be interested in them. What's more, he was just asking a question, yet this old man was asking him for a reward. This was really unacceptable to Yang Kai. Smiling gently, he got up, cupped his fists, and walked out of the door. The old man didn't ask him to stay. After failing twice, Yang Kai also gave up on inquiring. Anyway, he would see the results in 3 days. Returning to his residence, Yang Kai took out the space spirit bead and tried to contact Zhang Ruoxi again, but to no avail. He could only sit down and meditate. Now that he had condensed the power of the wood attribute, the next thing he needed to do was condense the power of the fire attribute. He didn't know if it was fate or coincidence, but this time, he was lured into the 7 openings land and into the fire spirit land. He just didn't know if there were any suitable resources in this fire spirit land. Unknowingly, the night passed. The next day, before dawn, the loud crowing of a rooster reached his ears. Yang Kai opened his eyes with a look of surprise. One had to know that he hadn't heard this sound for many years. The rooster crowing could only be heard in some ordinary people's homes. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but after listening carefully, it was indeed the sound of a rooster crowing. With a strange look on his face, Yang Kai walked down from his second-floor resting place, opened the barrier, and opened the door to look outside. The sky outside was dark, but it was bustling with noise and excitement. The odd-job workers of the fire spirit land walked out of their houses one after another. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, and some were alone. They turned into streams of light and flew into the distance. Soon, they disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they went. In the center of the village, a golden rooster half the height of a person was suspended in mid-air, like a small sun, exuding a golden light all over its body as it raised its head and crowed. The loud and clear sound came from this golden rooster. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it and clicked his tongue in wonder. He could feel that this golden rooster should be a spirit beast with a different bloodline, and its strength didn't seem to be low. He didn't know who raised it. After 3 crows, more than half of the village was suddenly empty, and at least hundreds of people left. Yang Kai looked at it with interest, wondering if the handymen here also needed a rooster to crow before they went out to do things. Just as he was thinking this, he saw the golden rooster over there turn its head and look at him. Although it was a rooster, it had a proud look in its eyes, which made Yang Kai not know whether to laugh or cry. In the next moment, the golden pheasant actually flapped its wings and flew straight towards Kai Yang, landing in front of him in an instant. Looking at each other, Yang Kai was a little surprised, wondering how he had attracted this golden rooster. However, it was the first time that Yang Kai had seen this kind of spirit beast, so he was a little curious and reached out to touch it. Unexpectedly, as soon as his hand reached out, the golden rooster stretched out its head and pecked at him with its sharp beak. Yang Kai's hand was fast, so how could he let it peck at him? He immediately retracted his hand and chuckled, "You have a big temper." Whoa, whoa, whoa. The golden rooster shook its wings and its golden feathers stood up, looking offended and angry. "Stop crying, what are you crying for?" Yang Kai glared at it. The golden rooster was even angrier. It kept flapping its wings, rolling up a fierce wind, and its body, which was half the height of a person, kept jumping up and down on the ground. It seemed that it was angry. Yang Kai was surprised. Seeing that this guy was making more and more noise, he reached out and grabbed the golden rooster's neck, and said in a low voice, "Stop crying, or I'll kill you and stew you." Golden rooster's cries suddenly stopped, and its eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Kai looked at it from head to toe, and said with evil intentions, "I've never seen a chicken like you in my life. I'm sure it'll be very juicy if I stew you. Then you're dead meat." A coquettish voice suddenly sounded out. Yang Kai looked up and saw a graceful figure walking towards them. It was the woman who was talking to Zhou Zheng yesterday. He didn't take a good look at her yesterday, but looking at her now, she seemed to be in her early 20s. Her expression was still as lazy as yesterday, and her eyes were still drowsy, as if she had overworked herself. She was even yawning as she walked over, and her small red lips made one's imagination run wild. Yang Kai smiled at her, "Is this your chicken?" The woman covered her mouth and laughed, "I wouldn't dare say that." She frowned, why aren't you letting go? If others find out that you're holding on to General Si Chen, you won't have a good ending. General Si Chen? Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at the golden rooster that he was choking. It didn't dare to move, and he was stunned. This fellow actually had such a domineering name? The woman said angrily, General Si Chen is the Venerable One's pet. Yang Kai finally understood that this golden rooster's background wasn't small. In this fire spirit land, the Venerable One was the sky and the earth. Even if his pet was just a golden rooster, it wasn't something that anyone could provoke. With a dry laugh, he let go of his hand. General Si Chen immediately hid behind the woman, but it's fat but couldn't hide. It stuck its head out and started crying out at Yang Kai. He didn't understand, but he was probably scolding him. I'm just joking, don't be so agitated. Yang Kai shrugged. General Si Chen ignored him, and he didn't know if it was because he had someone to rely on, but it started crying out even more fiercely. All right. General, please calm down. I'll treat you to something to eat. The woman smiled, and with a flip of her hand, a fiery red worm that looked like it was carved out of fire jade appeared in her palm. The worm was about 3 to 4 inches long, and it looked like a silkworm. However, its body emitted a scorching hot aura. The worm was a living creature, but the woman had placed some restrictions on it, and it couldn't move at all. As for General Si Chen, who was still fuming at Kai Yang, when he saw this long worm, he immediately regained his spirit. Stretching out his head, he pecked at the long worm and swallowed it into his stomach, revealing a look of satisfaction. The woman stroked General Si Chen's head and stroked its golden feathers. She smiled, General loves to eat this jade flame silkworm. If there's a chance in the future, remember to bring it back for him. Where can I find it? Yang Kai asked. In the orchard. Although it's hard to find, there are still some. Oh, I forgot, you're new here, and don't know anything about this place. I was just about to ask. It was rare for someone like her to come knocking on his door. Yang Kai naturally wanted to ask her some questions. This woman was different from the 2 people he asked yesterday. She seemed to be very friendly, otherwise, she wouldn't have come over to remind him about General Si Chen. If you have nothing else to say, please come in for a chat. Shall we talk inside? The woman looked at Yang Kai with a smile that wasn't a smile. Yang Kai replied, I'm new here and don't know anything. I would like to ask you to enlighten me. Alright, I'm bored anyway. The woman nodded. She looked down at the golden rooster and said, General, please go ahead. I have something to say to him. General Si Chen made a few noises. The woman covered her mouth and laughed, Alright, I'll talk to him. She then turned to Yang Kai and said, General said that since you've offended him today, he should report you to the revered one and punish you as a warning to others. However, seeing that you're new here and don't know about General Si Chen's status, General Si Chen is kind and magnanimous. He won't lower himself to your level. Although he can exempt you from the rules, he will punish you lightly. She then looked at General Si Chen and heard him giggle for a while before saying, catch 5 jade flame silkworms within a month. Yang Kai thought that it was something big, but when he heard that he had to catch 3 jade flame silkworms, he couldn't help but laugh. However, he cupped his fists and said, Thank you General for your kindness. 3 jade flame silkworms, I will definitely catch them for you. Chapter 3840. After obtaining this assurance and seeing Yang Kai sincerely admit his mistake, Si Chen Great General walked away with his head held high. Yang Kai invited the lady into the house and sat down. There was nothing much to entertain, but the lady didn't seem to care. After exchanging names, he found out that she was called Daiyu. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai went straight to the point, Lady Daiyu, what do the servants do every day? Daiyu reclined on the chair, her slender figure outlined by her close-fitting clothes. She chuckled, he's a servant. What else can he do? Naturally, it's the servant's job. To be more specific, they have to take care of the fire spirit fruit tree. Where's the fruit tree? Daoist pointed in a direction. There's an orchard there. Everyone in the servant house works there. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Is the fire spirit fruit used to refine the heaven-opening pill? Daoist glanced at him with some surprise. It seems that you are not completely ignorant. Yang Kai said, when I came back with the Venerable, I heard him mention it. Daoist nodded. You're better than me. When I first came here, I didn't know anything. She seemed to have recalled something, and there was a look of reminiscence in her eyes. However, she didn't want to say too much, so she changed the topic. You're right. The fire spirit fruit is one of the ingredients to refine the heaven-opening pill. Other than that, there are 6 other types of spirit fruits planted in the 7 openings land. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That means that the other 6 spirit lands are similar to the fire spirit land? They all have their own orchards and servant houses? Yes. Daoist nodded. If not, how could there be so many ingredients for the Heavenly Lord to refine the elixir? The heaven-opening pill refined by the Heavenly Lord is the 7 openings land's biggest reliance. Yang Kai's heart burned with excitement as he listened. He had come into contact with all kinds of information about the heaven-opening pill since arriving in this world, which would definitely be of great benefit to his plan to obtain the heaven-opening pill's pill recipe. Originally, he was a little reluctant to work as a servant, but now that he learned that he would have to take care of the fire spirit fruit tree, he was actually looking forward to it. He wondered what the fire spirit fruit tree looked like. If it's convenient for Miss Daoist, can you tell me more about the details of taking care of the fire spirit fruit tree? Daoist looked up at him and chuckled. You're quite attentive. You haven't even gone to work yet and you're already inquiring about this. Yang Kai smiled. There's no harm in knowing more. Daoist chuckled. Then what do I get in return? These words sounded familiar. Yang Kai looked at her. What do you want? He patted his chest and said, when I first came to this world, I didn't have anything. Other than this body, I don't have anything else. If you like it, how about I accompany you for 3 days? Daoist covered her mouth and giggled. No need for that. She shook her shoulders and said, my shoulders are a little sore. In a flash, Yang Kai appeared behind her and placed his 2 hands on top of her, gently massaging her. Daoist smiled happily. Young man, you're very smart. Not bad, not bad. She praised him while instructing Yang Kai how much strength he should use. Yang Kai obeyed obediently, quietly pushing his Saint Chi and sending it out from his fingertips. Daoist immediately showed a look of satisfaction before slowly closing her eyes, her demeanor becoming even more relaxed. After a long while, Daoist suddenly spoke without opening her eyes. There are many things to pay attention to when taking care of the fire spirit fruit tree. How often to water it, how much to water it, how often to apply fertilizer, and how often to extract the power of the ley lines. There are certain restrictions. You can't do more than that, nor can you do less than that. There's also the insect removal. You've seen the blue fire silkworm before. This kind of insect is most likely to grow on the fire spirit fruit tree. However, these insects have a certain effect on the growth of the fire spirit fruit tree, so they can't be completely removed. You need to maintain a certain number of insects. These things can't be explained clearly in a few words. Yang Kai nodded fiercely behind her and sighed. There are so many things to pay attention to when taking care of this fruit tree. How long have you been here? What do you think? I don't know, but it shouldn't be too short. 1,000 years. Daoist showed a wry smile. 1,000 years ago, I jumped out of my own universe world and was attracted to this place. Then I stayed here for 1,000 years. That's indeed a long time. Yang Kai was secretly vigilant. 1,000 years had passed and she was still staying in this servant room. Although he didn't know what Daoist's cultivation was 1,000 years ago, it seemed that her strength hadn't increased much. So if there's a chance, it's best to leave this servant room. There's no way to make a name for yourself in this place. How do I leave? If you do a good job and earn the recognition of the higher-ups, you can naturally leave, but such opportunities are rare. Apart from that, you don't need to think about these things now. Just try it first. While speaking, she raised her eyes and stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai chuckled and retracted his hand to continue massaging his shoulders. Dayu closed her eyes again and continued, "You're new here, so Zhou will probably arrange a suitable place for you later. Don't be fooled by his smiling face, he's the kind of person who eats people without spitting out the bones. You'll understand in the future. Also, you must remember that there's a limit to the number of fruits on each fire spirit fruit tree. If they're spoiled, you must keep them. Don't keep them for yourself, otherwise no one can protect you." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "I'll remember." He thought for a moment and asked, "Do we get paid as servants?" "Yes." "Really?" Yang Kai was surprised. He had just asked casually and didn't expect to get such an answer. Dayu smiled mockingly. 3 heaven-opening pills per year. 3. Yang Kai blinked. He had never seen a heaven-opening pill before and didn't know how effective it was. He didn't know what 3 pills meant, but judging from Dayu's expression, it should be an extremely harsh number. Yang Kai didn't even need to calculate. "Then big sister Dayu, have you already saved up 3,000 heaven-opening pills? Who are you calling big sister?" Dayu was a bit unhappy. "Little sister Dayu? How old are you?" Dayu sneered. Yang Kai didn't say anything. Dayu snorted. "Forget it. Since you called me big sister, I'll take care of you in the future. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me when I'm free. Then I'll have to thank big sister." "Stinky brat, your mouth is as sweet as honey." Dayu curled her lips. "We're odd job workers. We come out every day when we hear the rooster. We have 3 days of rest every month. There's a market for odd job workers in the center of Qiqiao land. There's a lot of good stuff there. When we're free, big sister will take you there to broaden your horizons. Okay, call me when the time comes." Yang Kai nodded. After asking a few more questions about the 7 refinements earth and the fire spirit fruit tree, Dayu patted the back of Yang Kai's hand and said, "Good, that's all for today. You've only just arrived, so in any case, be careful in whatever you do in the future. Don't let anyone catch you." Yang Kai withdrew his hand. "Okay. Let's go. I'm so tired." Dayu didn't even look back. She just waved her hand and pushed open the door to leave gracefully. As soon as Dayu left, someone walked in. He looked back at Dayu's back as he walked in. Yang Kai smiled. "Miss Ah-sun? What's the matter? You know that person?" Ah-sun asked curiously. "We just met." Ah-sun was suspicious. "You just met and you talked for so long," Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Miss, are you spying on me?" "No, I just found out some information. Since everyone just arrived, I thought I'd tell you." Yang Kai snapped his fingers. "I happen to know something too." Ah-sun's eyes turned. "Then let's share information." "Sure." 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Yang Kai didn't stay idle in the house. He went out for a walk. However, there was nothing special in the village where the odd-job workers lived. He didn't find anything special. He wanted to go to the orchard to take a look, but when he got there, he found that the orchard was covered by a restriction. Without a token, he couldn't enter. In the end, he could only give up. He met many people who came from different worlds, but they were just acquaintances. They couldn't be considered friends for the time being. Every time Ah-sun inquired about something, she would run over to share it with Kai Yang. She was truly a warm-hearted person. The other people who had come with the two of them had all closed their doors and not come out. Who knew what kind of taboo this was? On the morning of the third day, the golden rooster announced dawn. Yang Kai pushed open the door and went out. Outside the house, figures turned into streaks of light and rushed in the direction of the orchard. Yang Kai hurried to follow. He didn't fly far when Ah-sun called out to him from behind. Yang Kai slowed down slightly and waited for her to catch up. Then, he walked side by side with her. They chatted along the way. Ah-sun seemed to be a little nervous. Perhaps it was because she was going to face a new environment, but the little girl's mood was fluctuating. Yang Kai casually comforted her. About an hour later, they finally arrived at their destination. Outside the light curtain, several figures were waiting. Except for the housekeeper of the chores room, Zhou Zheng, the rest were the newcomers who were received by the Venerable together with Yang Kai and the others. Seeing that Yang Kai and Ah-sun were late, Zhou Zheng's expression was a little uneasy. Come earlier next time. Yang Kai and Ah-sun nodded repeatedly. Zhou Zheng turned around and shook the token in his hand. A gap was opened in the barrier, and the group of people rushed in. As soon as they entered the fire spirit orchard, they felt a hot aura rushing toward them. Between heaven and earth, there was an extremely rich fire aura, which made them feel a burning sensation. They had no choice but to urge their strength to resist. Yang Kai showed a look of realization. Before, he was wondering why it was called the Fire Spirit Land. Why was it so ordinary and nothing special? Now that he entered the orchard, he realized that there was nothing special in other places. The special part was in this orchard. Such an environment was in line with the name Fire Spirit Land. Chapter 38-41. However, this degree of scorching heat seemed to be a bit too strong. They had to circulate their strength to resist the discomfort. No wonder the people in the handyman's room basically hid in their rooms every time they came back to rest. Yang Kai had thought that they were indifferent, but now it seemed that this was not the case. They were simply too tired in this orchard and really needed to rest and conserve their energy. Because these people were newcomers, they knew nothing about the orchard. Zhou Zheng led everyone into the orchard and first explained the various details of taking care of the fire spirit fruit trees to everyone. Yang Kai and Ah-sun had inquired about some information before, and what they learned was not much different from what Zhou Zheng had told them, and it was even more detailed. Looking at the expressions of the others, it was obvious that they had also done this work before, so there was nothing suspicious about it. Zhou Zheng even took them to observe how some other people took care of the fruit trees and pointed out some details that needed to be paid attention to. After wandering around for half a day, Zhou Zheng led them into the depths of the orchard and assigned them to different places. Yang Kai was given 3 mu of land with a total of 30 fire spirit fruit trees. Before leaving, Zhou Zheng gave him a restriction token and instructed him to take good care of them before leading the others away. Standing in this small orchard, Yang Kai took a deep breath and felt his stomach and lungs burning. He was full of energy. From now on, he would be living here for a month. Being a handyman for others was naturally not a good thing, but what interested Yang Kai was the fire spirit fruit trees. If there was a chance, maybe he could get some into his own medicine garden. It would be more convenient for him to refine the heaven-opening pill in the future. The fruit trees were 3 feet tall and had fluffy canopies. Some fist-sized red fruits were hanging on the branches. Yang Kai first put his hands behind his back and slowly walked around his 3 mu of land to inspect. Daiyu had said that each fruit in this fire spirit orchard was limited, and it would be a big deal if one was missing. Naturally, he had to count them carefully. It didn't take long for him to complete the task. The number of pills matched what was recorded in the token. There wasn't one more or one less. Standing under a fruit tree, he glanced left and right. After confirming that there was no one around, he reached out and pulled down a branch. There were 3 fire spirit fruits hanging on the branch. He leaned forward and sniffed them. A sweet aroma rushed into his mind, making him feel refreshed. This was the taste of the fire spirit fruit. He wondered what it would taste like if it was refined into a heaven-opening pill. Yang Kai smacked his lips and suddenly felt a little greedy. However, according to Daiyu, the fire spirit fruit would only ripen once every few decades. The fruit in front of him was about to ripen, so it would probably ripen in the next few years. As for him, he was only given 3 mu of land because he was not familiar with it. The other elders had at least a few hundred mu of land, or even more. There were at least 1,000 people living in the fire spirit land servant house. Counting it this way, the area that this orchard took up was not small. And this was only the fire spirit land. The Qiqiao land had 6 other spirit lands. Gently letting go of the branch in his hand, Yang Kai sat cross-legged under the fruit tree. He held the jade token that Zhou Zheng had given him before he left and silently refined it. This jade token was the key to taking care of the fruit tree. The entire fire spirit orchard was covered in all kinds of large formations, all of which were controlled by the token. Without the token, nothing could be done. Every time he entered or left the orchard, he would need to use this token. To the servants of the Qiqiao land, this token was more precious than their lives. If it was lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. While he was refining the token, he suddenly heard the rustling of footsteps. Yang Kai opened his eyes and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. "It's you?" The other person also opened his eyes wide and looked around. He said in surprise, "This land is yours?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded and stood up with a smile. "Why are you here?" The person turned around and pointed with a smile. "Next to you is my land." Yang Kai also smiled. "What a coincidence. We were neighbors in the servant house and now we're also neighbors here. It seems like fate has brought us together." The person who had come was none other than the old man who lived next door to Yang Kai. When Yang Kai had asked him for information, this old man had opened his mouth and asked for benefits. Yang Kai had ignored him and left. They hadn't had much interaction over the past few days, but who would have thought that they would be neighbors in the orchard? The old man looked over Yang Kai with a strange expression. He shook his head and sighed. Yang Kai said with a sullen expression, "What is the meaning of this old man? It looks like you don't know yet. You're in big trouble." The old man pointed at Yang Kai with a distressed expression. Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. "Old man, you and I don't know each other. We've only met once before, but now you've come to my place to frighten me. Do you think that a newcomer like me is easy to bully? Or did I offend you?" The old man shook his head. "You didn't offend me. Even if you offended this old man, what can this old man do to you? We're all servants in the servant house. No one is better than the other." He sighed again. "You didn't offend this old man. Did you offend someone else?" Yang Kai was speechless. "I've only been here for 3 days. Who could I have offended?" The old man asked curiously, "Then why were you assigned to this land? There are so many places in the orchard, why this one?" Yang Kai frowned. "Is there something wrong with this land?" "Something's wrong, something's wrong." The old man stood in place with his hands behind his back. He looked around and lowered his voice. "To tell you the truth, this land has changed 3 people in the past 10 years. You're the 4th. Yang Kai frowned. "Why change people? The trees are dead." The old man pointed in a direction. "Haven't you seen them? Those fruit trees over there are newly planted saplings." Yang Kai nodded. "I've seen them. There are indeed a few saplings over there." Yang Kai had noticed when he was patrolling. There were 3 fire spirit fruit trees over there that were clearly different from the others. They seemed to have been planted only a few years ago. Now that he heard the old man's words, he understood that the previous trees had died. The old man laughed. "As servants, losing even 1 fruit is a big deal, not to mention that the trees have died. This all happened in the past 10 years. Startled, Kai Yang asked, what punishment did the three people from before receive? The old man shook his head. I don't know. I haven't seen them since the fruit trees died. Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. Do you know what caused the fruit trees to die? How would I know? Although my orchard is nearby, this place is not under my management. If you want to find the reason, you'll have to do it yourself. And you have to be quick. If you're too slow, you might follow in their footsteps. After saying this, the old man shook his head and sighed again. He walked back and said, Fate. After watching the old man leave, Yang Kai no longer had the mood to refine the jade pendant. Zhou Zheng's figure flashed through his mind, and he gritted his teeth and cursed. He suddenly remembered that when Ah Sun came to find him the night before, she had asked him if he wanted to find Zhou Zheng to give him something. After all, he was the manager of the orchard, and he would have to work under him in the future. He might as well treat it as a good karma. She also said that the others had already given him something. Yang Kai didn't take it to heart at that time, so Ah Sun didn't say anything. Now it seemed that giving him something was not without benefits. At the very least, this piece of land did not fall into the hands of others. Thinking of Dai Yu's evaluation of Zhou Zheng, Yang Kai suddenly became alert. Sure enough, he had to be on guard against people. He had only met Zhou Zheng twice, and there was no conflict between them. But now, this piece of land had been given to him. Although the old man did not say what happened to the previous three owners of this piece of land, since the fruit trees had died, it was easy to guess what happened to them. It was too late to go find Zhou Zheng now, so he could only save himself. At the very least, he had to find the reason why the fruit trees died. Thinking this, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged again and continued to refine the jade pendant. Only by refining the jade pendant could he connect to the orchard's spirit array and investigate the situation of this piece of land. The jade pendant was not difficult to refine, so it took Yang Kai less than half a day to completely refine it. He wanted to try taking care of the fruit trees himself, watering them, and fertilizing them, but he was afraid that he would not be able to control the proper amount, so he simply got up and walked out. After a short while, he arrived in front of a thatched cottage. Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door. The door opened, and the old man who had gone to find Yang Kai before looked at him with a stunned expression. Little brother, is something the matter? Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, I came to ask old sir for advice on how to take care of the fruit trees. This is my first time doing this kind of thing, so I don't know what to do. I'm afraid that something unexpected might happen. It would be best if old sir could teach me carefully. The old man said, teaching you is no problem, but what good will it do me? No. Yang Kai shook his head. The old man laughed and said, why would I do something that doesn't benefit me? It was already this old man's kindness to warn you earlier. Don't push your luck. Go, go, go. He waved his hand continuously. Yang Kai grinned and said, there is no benefit in teaching me, but if you don't teach me, there will definitely be harm. The old man's smiling face suddenly sank. Little brother, are you threatening this old man? This old man has lived for so many years, and I'm not scared. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Then I'll do as old sir wishes. If a tree dies on my land, I'll come here first and destroy one of old sir's trees. If 2 die, I'll destroy 2. If 3 die, I'll destroy 3. In any case, if something happens to my land, I won't have a good ending. At that time, it won't be bad to have someone accompany me. Finished speaking, he turned around and left. Stop right there. The old man roared. Yang Kai turned around and looked at the old man with a smile. Does old sir have any other orders? You. The old man pointed his finger at Yang Kai, so angry that his beard trembled. I've never seen someone as shameless and unreasonable as you. This old man is furious. Yang Kai smiled and said, the world is hard, I have no choice. Chapter 38-42. The old man sorrowfully said, "You also know the hardships of the world, why bother to make things difficult for this old man?" Yang Kai turned his head to look around and drew a large circle with his hand. Even if this old man doesn't have 70 to 80 mu of land, it should have at least 50 to 60 mu of land, right? Suddenly changing the topic, the old man didn't know what Yang Kai's intentions were, so he didn't dare to rashly answer. He only looked at him with vigilance. If you can easily take care of 50 to 60 mu of land, what's the big deal about my 3 mu of land? This is just a small matter for this old man. If this old man isn't willing to help, then don't blame me if something really happens. The old man glared at him. You still want this old man to help you take care of those 3 mu of land? Yang Kai grinned, of course not. As long as this old man can teach me for a while and let me get the hang of it, I won't dare to bother you in the future. He paused for a moment, then said, "Don't worry, I learn very quickly. I'm afraid it won't take me more than a few days." The old man's expression was helpless. Teaching you is nothing, but remember what you said. If you dare to pester me again, don't blame this old man for being impolite. I don't dare, I don't dare. The old man was still angry for a while, then he raised his hand and said, "Let's go." "Old man, slow down a bit." Yang Kai hurried to help him. The old man flicked his sleeve and coldly snorted, "Don't try to curry favor. I already knew you weren't a good person, so this old man didn't bother to kindly remind you." Yang Kai laughed. "Old man, said yourself that you are kind and generous. Seeing this little one in trouble, how could you not come to remind me?" In any case, saying good words didn't cost him anything, so he didn't lose anything. Along the way, he smiled and accompanied them, and in a short time, they returned to the 3 mu of land. Although the old man had no choice but to agree to teach Kai Yang step by step, since he had already agreed, he didn't dare to fool around. The main reason was because he was afraid of Kai Yang's hooligan attitude. If one day a tree were to die on this plot of land, then Kai Yang might really run over to his territory and cause trouble for him. Even if it was for his own sake, the old man had to teach him carefully. Standing in front of a fire spirit fruit tree, the old man said with a solemn expression, "Although we are the odd job workers of the fire spirit land, it is not that easy to do a good job as odd job workers. There are many things to pay attention to, especially when it comes to taking care of this fruit tree. Without 3 to 5 years of immersion, it is difficult to grasp the proper measure. Let me tell you first, I will only teach you for a month. How much you can learn in this month is up to you. After a month, don't bother me again. That's enough." Yang Kai nodded seriously. The old man sneered. Obviously, he felt that Yang Kai was too arrogant, but since Yang Kai agreed, he was happy to see it. He pointed to a fruit tree in front of him and said, "Take a look and see how this fruit tree needs to be taken care of." Yang Kai examined him up and down, his divine sense drifting in and out of focus. After a long time, he finally said, "I don't know." The old man said, "Put your hand on it and feel it carefully." Yang Kai obeyed and put his hand on the trunk, carefully inspecting it. After a while, he tilted his head and asked, "Do I need to apply fertilizer?" The old man rolled his eyes. "This is a healthy fruit tree. You don't need to do anything." Yang Kai said angrily, "Since it is healthy, why are you asking me how to take care of it?" The old man stroked his beard with an unfathomable expression. "This old master just wants you to remember the condition of a healthy fruit tree. With this as a benchmark, compare it to other fruit trees and you will know what to do." Yang Kai thought about it and had to admit that the old man's words made sense. Although he was teasing him, he could only endure it. After all, his attitude towards the old man just now was not very good. "I will remember," Yang Kai nodded. "Then go to the next one." The old man beckoned. After a while, in front of another fruit tree, Yang Kai felt for a long time before he said with some uncertainty, "Compared to the previous fruit tree, this one is lacking in water. Is it going to be watered?" The old man glanced at him and nodded, "Not bad." Yang Kai grinned, elder taught me well. Watering, let me see how to do it. He took out his token and activated it, connecting it to the array of the entire orchard. After a while, a cloud of mist gathered above the fruit tree. It's too little, keep it up. The old man shouted from the side, this place is full of fire spiritual power and the environment is hot. If you gather too little water vapor, it will directly evaporate and you won't be able to water it. Yang Kai did not say a word and increased his strength. The cloud above the fruit tree became thicker and thicker. It's almost done. The old man nodded. When Yang Kai heard this, he immediately stretched out his hand and the cloud immediately covered the fruit tree. It was visible to the naked eye that the whole fruit tree seemed to be nourished a lot. Yang Kai was proud. How is it? It's a so-so. The old man naturally would not praise him and led him forward. Taking care of the fruit tree was a meticulous and laborious job, especially for a newcomer like Yang Kai. A little carelessness could ruin things. He checked the fruit tree one by one, watering it when necessary, fertilizing it when necessary, and increasing the amount of fire spiritual power when necessary. The 3 seedlings were the most important. Seedlings were the most difficult to take care of, but under the guidance of the old man, Yang Kai did a good job. Seeing him like this, the old man seemed to be quite satisfied and his attitude softened slightly. 30 fruit trees were quickly taken care of, but Yang Kai was still a little unsatisfied. It was not that he liked to do this kind of thing, but he would need to refine the heaven-opening pill in the future. As an alchemist, if he did not understand the characteristics of the materials used to refine pills, he would naturally not be able to refine pills. Taking care of the fire spirit fruit tree today would lay a solid foundation for his future alchemy, so Yang Kai was quite happy. Let's go to your place, Yang Kai called out. The old man was puzzled. Why are you going to this old man's place? Yang Kai rubbed his palms together, to help you take care of the fruit trees. The old man turned pale with fright. Forget it, I appreciate your kindness. What are you talking about? Let's go. Yang Kai did not wait for him to finish speaking and directly dragged him away. Half a day later, the old man followed behind Yang Kai with a bitter expression. Yang Kai shuttled back and forth in the old man's herb garden, using other people's fruit trees to practice. Every time he made a mistake, the old man would tremble with fear. Old man, there are worms on the tree. Is this the blue flame silkworm? Suddenly, Kai Yang poked his head into a hole in the tree trunk. Seeing this hole, he suddenly remembered that he had promised General Si Chen 5 blue flame silkworms. Are there worms? Hearing this, the old man's spirit shook. He pushed Yang Kai aside and eagerly said, let me see, let me see. He studied the small hole for a while and beamed with joy. There really are worms. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, frowning. Why do you look so happy? What do you know? The old man was too lazy to explain to him. He reached out and took out a green box, then took out a stick of incense. He lit the incense and gently waved it in front of the wormhole. Looking at the old man's posture, he should be catching worms. Moreover, he even had all the tools and was very skilled. It was obvious that this was not his first time doing this. After the incense was lit, there was a burnt smell. Yang Kai did not know what it was made of, but it was very strange. Yang Kai wanted to ask for an explanation, but was afraid of disturbing the old man, so he simply closed his mouth and silently observed. The old man had been here for God knows how many years. Since he cared so much about the blue flame silkworm, he must have his reasons. Moreover, Dai Yu had said before that if he caught a blue flame silkworm in the orchard, he must remember to keep it. From this, it could be seen that the blue flame silkworm was something good. It had to be said that the old man was very good at catching worms. Not long after the incense was lit, a small red head popped out of the wormhole. Yang Kai had seen the blue flame silkworm before and immediately recognized that it was the thing that Dai Yu gave General Si Chen. The blue flame silkworm was only a worm after all. Attracted by the smell of the incense, it crawled out of the wormhole and was immediately put into the box by the old man. After extinguishing the incense, the old man held the box and smiled happily. Yang Kai finally had the time to ask, "Old man, what is the use of this blue flame silkworm?" The old man glanced at him and shook his head. I can't say. Do you believe that I will uproot this tree of yours?" Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the fire spirit fruit tree in front of him. "You." The old man was at a loss for words. He stared at Yang Kai's hand and said, "Let go of me first. Tell me after I let go." Okay. When Yang Kai stopped, the old man explained, "This worm is useless to me, but you know General Si Chen, right? He likes to eat this blue flame silkworm the most." "I know, so what? Is a chicken worth all of you trying to curry favor with it?" Yang Kai looked at the old man with disdain. The old man's beard trembled. General Si Chen is not an ordinary chicken. He is the Venerable One's pet. In this fire spirit land, he is the biggest chicken after the Venerable One. So what? If you feed him worms, do you think that he will put in a good word for you and help you get rid of your status as a servant? That's not to the extent. The old man laughed dryly, but it's not wrong to have a good relationship with General Si Chen. That's it? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. What else could it be? Yang Kai looked at him seriously for a while, then reached out and grabbed the fire spirit fruit tree. "Do you believe that I will uproot this tree of yours?" "Stop it!" the old man shouted, his beard trembling. Yang Kai was unmoved, and he slowly increased the strength of his hand. "I'm scared of you." The old man wanted to slap Yang Kai to death, but he resisted the urge to vomit blood and explained, "General has heaven-opening pills on him. If he is in a good mood, he might give it to us. Otherwise, why do you think we are helping him catch worms? That chicken has heaven-opening pills on him?" Yang Kai had a look of disbelief. "Can you be a little quieter?" The old man looked around. "I already said that General Si Chen is not an ordinary chicken. If you continue to speak without thinking and someone else hears you, you will not have a good ending." Quieter. Yang Kai followed the old man's advice and immediately lowered his voice, looking a little sneaky. "Has anyone gotten heaven-opening pills from that General Si Chen?" He had seen Daoist feed it last time, but he didn't see it give him any heaven-opening pills. Chapter 38-43. If not, do you think this old man would be willing to work so hard to catch insects? The old man said disdainfully. Yang Kai rubbed his chin. "So that's how it is." As an odd-job worker, he was given 3 heaven-opening pills every year. Although Yang Kai didn't know what 3 heaven-opening pills were worth, from Daoist's tone and attitude, 3 was too little. But now, if he could make General Si Chen happy, he could easily get a heaven-opening pill. Who wouldn't go crazy over such a good thing? No wonder this old man was so happy when he heard that there were insects on the trees. His eyes couldn't help but look at the box in the old man's hand. "What are you trying to do?" The old man hugged his treasure box and glared at Yang Kai. The main reason was that he had been threatened by Yang Kai too many times today. He already knew that this youth in front of him wasn't a good person, so when he saw Yang Kai's eyes, he could guess what he was planning. "Old man." Yang Kai patted the old man's shoulder. "You don't know, but 2 days ago, I promised General Si Chen that I would catch 5 blue flame silkworms for him in a month. But you know the situation on my side. There are a total of 30 fruit trees. How can there be so many insects to catch? You see, scram. If you don't give me insects, then you should at least give me a set of tools to catch insects. I think that incense is quite special. And this box, it should be specially made." The old man didn't say anything, which made Yang Kai even more certain that his guess was correct. "Old man, you don't want me to pester you day and night for this matter, right?" The old man sneered. "You really think you have this old man in your grasp?" Yang Kai said, "How would I dare? You are an old senior and I am a newcomer. How would I dare to be rude to you? It's just that I really don't have any tools to catch insects and I don't know where to get them. We are all outside, so if I can help, I'll help. The old man's face was calm and unmoved. Yang Kai continued, at most, I'll buy you a new set in the future. That should be fine, right? This is the only set I have with me. I don't have much. Even if I wanted to give it to you, I couldn't. The old man's expression softened slightly. Then lend it to me first. Yang Kai giggled and pointed at the box in his hand. Lend me this bug too. If I really get the heaven-opening pill, I'll give it to you. The old man's expression changed. Really? Yang Kai put his arm around his shoulder affectionately. We're all neighbors. We'll see each other all the time. We'll have plenty of time to get along in the future. What good would it do me to lie to you? It's mainly because I promised General Si Chen that it would be troublesome if I couldn't complete the mission after a month. At least you have some sincerity. The old man muttered, if that's the case, I don't mind lending it to you. But let me say this first. If General Sikhen doesn't give me the heaven-opening pill, then there's nothing I can do. Of course. The old man nodded. But I have to remind you that catching 5 blue flame silkworms in a month is a bit difficult. I'm afraid our orchards won't be enough. 5 blue flame silkworms is difficult? Yang Kai was stunned. There aren't many blue flame silkworms to begin with. Also, these things are useful to the fire spirit fruit tree, so we can't catch all of them. Yang Kai chuckled. Anyway, we'll work hard this month. When we get General Si Chen's reward, I'll complete the mission and give you the heaven-opening pill. Deal. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab the box. The old man didn't refuse and allowed him to grab it. Yang Kai spread his hands. There's also that incense. The old man passed the incense over. Yang Kai played with it as he asked, where can I get this? It seems like I'll have to prepare a set in the future. The old man said, you're new here, so of course you don't know. But you'll be able to buy it at the city square later. Yang Kai nodded. Daiyu had said before that she would bring him to the city square to broaden his horizons when she was free in the future. Now, it seemed like he had to go to the city square. With this new item, Yang Kai was even more excited. He checked the trees one by one, looking for blue flame silkworms. But just as the old man said, there weren't many blue flame silkworms and they were useful to the fire spirit fruit tree. He couldn't catch all of them, so he had to leave some behind. Even though he didn't catch any worms, Yang Kai was much more adept at taking care of the fruit tree. The days passed peacefully. Yang Kai constantly walked back and forth between his own land and the old man's territory. He worked under the old man's guidance and played chess with the old man when he had nothing to do. The old man's chess skills were pretty good. Yang Kai lost every game, but he wasn't discouraged. Since he couldn't cultivate for the time being, he just took it as a way to pass the time. After more than 10 days of getting along, their relationship became closer. Under the fruit tree, next to the hut, on the stone table, the black and white twins were entangled. Yang Kai sat on the stone bench and stared ahead. Old Fong, it's your turn. After more than 10 days of getting along, Yang Kai learned that the old man's surname was Fong, but he didn't know his full name. The old man didn't say anything. Anyway, Yang Kai just called him Old Fong, and Old Fong didn't care too much. Old Fong smiled and picked up a chess piece. Brat, you play chess like you want to kill someone. You're too murderous. With a casual move, the encirclement Yang Kai had painstakingly set up fell apart in an instant, allowing the black dragon to open a bloody path. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare. Just as he was thinking hard, he suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air, followed by a figure landing beside him. Old Fong immediately got up and respectfully saluted, Steward Chow. The person who came was Zhou Zheng. Yang Kai also stood up and saluted, "Greetings, Steward Chow." Zhou Zheng glanced at the two and frowned, "What are you doing here instead of taking care of the fruit trees in your own place?" Yang Kai replied, "I've finished taking care of them. I have nothing to do, so I'm looking for something to do with Old Fong to pass the time." "Finished taking care of them?" Zhou Zheng smiled, "Where does a newbie like you get such confidence?" Yang Kai said, "Although I'm a newbie, Old Fong has taught me a lot recently. I'm already familiar with how to take care of the fruit trees. Steward Chow, if you're worried, I can accompany you to check them out." "That won't be necessary. I'm just patrolling the orchard, so I don't have the time to check them one by one. However, I have to remind you that a few fruit trees died in your plot of land. You'd better be careful. If anything happens, no one can save you." "Thank you, Steward Chow, for your reminder." Yang Kai thanked him verbally, but he was disgusted inside. If he really had good intentions, why didn't he say so in the beginning? Why did he assign him to such a plot of land? However, this guy was all smiles, so he couldn't say anything. Moreover, he was a steward, and he was just a servant. If he really got into a conflict with him, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Zhou Zheng nodded and said, "Be careful. The fire spirit fruit will ripen in 3 years. If we can complete the mission given by the Venerable One, everyone will benefit." He pointed at the chessboard and said, "Don't do this kind of thing in the future. It's fine if I see it, but if the chief steward sees it, you'll be skinned alive." "Yes." Old Fong nodded respectfully. Zhou Zheng didn't say anything else and soared into the sky. It seemed like he was going to patrol other places. Once he was far away, Old Fong sighed and said, "Just find a chance to send something over." "It seems like you've really offended him." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Why do you say that?" Old Fong said, "This isn't the first time he saw me playing chess with someone else. He didn't say anything before this, but he pointed it out today." "Why do you think he did that?" Yang Kai was annoyed and amused at the same time. "I'm new here. What do I have to give him? This guy is really stingy. He didn't know how our son was doing. She probably didn't give anything to him either." Old Fong pointed at him and said, "You know, you can't catch the wolf without risking the child. We're all working under him after all." Yang Kai didn't want to talk about this anymore, so he changed the topic and said, "He said something about a chief steward." "Who's that?" "Every spiritual land's orchard has a steward, just like him. However, above them, there's a chief steward who reports directly to the Lord of Heaven. The chief steward is the Lord of Heaven's people. Even the Venerable One has to show him some respect." Yang Kai said, "Oh. Speaking of which, what's the problem with your plot of land? Have you checked it out?" Old Fong asked again. "There's no problem." Yang Kai frowned. "I've checked it more than 10 times. What's the problem? Furthermore, you've seen the situation of the fruit trees. If there's really a problem, the fruit trees will be able to detect it immediately." Old Fong sighed. "Actually, Steward Chow has also checked it out personally, but he didn't find anything. I don't know why the trees died. I think you're on your own now. Good luck." Yang Kai said, "Let's not talk about this first. What's more important now is the 5 blue flame silkworms. What do you think will happen to me if I don't fulfill General Si Chen's request? It won't end well. Could it have forgotten about it long ago? After all, it's just a chicken. General Si might forget about other things, but he definitely won't forget about the blue flame silkworms. Then I'll be in trouble." Yang Kai frowned. Ever since he caught the first blue flame silkworm, he hadn't caught a second one. Although Old Fong's fruit trees still had blue flame silkworms, they couldn't be caught. Old Fong said that those silkworms had to be left behind. If they were caught, it would definitely affect the fruit trees. Affecting the fruit trees was a matter of life and death. Yang Kai guessed that if he tried to catch the silkworms, this old man would definitely fight him to the death. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "What do you think if I go to someone else's orchard to catch the silkworms?" Old Fong laughed coldly. "No matter who it is, they won't agree to it." Yang Kai patted his shoulder. "So, Old Fong, I'll need your help." Old Fong was shocked. "What help?" Yang Kai hooked his finger and gestured for him to come closer. Then they whispered in each other's ears. Old Fong's face darkened as he listened. He didn't wait for Yang Kai to finish and scolded, "Scram! I can't believe you came up with such a good idea. If this gets exposed, both of us will be finished. Are you exaggerating?" Yang Kai was stunned. "I'm just asking you to lure the silkworms away." Chapter 38-44. Be careful, don't be too eager for quick success. The blue flame silkworm is easily frightened. If it hides back, we won't be able to catch it again. In front of a fruit tree, Old Fong nervously watched Yang Kai's movements and secretly transmitted his voice to him. Yang Kai held the treasure box in one hand and the incense in the other. His expression was solemn, as if he was in a life-and-death battle. He impatiently replied, "I know, you've already said it so many times. Can you stop?" Old Fong smacked his lips and remained silent. The incense dispersed and a small red head slowly poked out from the hole in the tree. Attracted by the incense, the silkworm's figure slowly appeared. It wasn't until half of his body had crawled out that Yang Kai waved the treasure box in his hand and collected the long worm into it, closing it with a bang before letting out a hearty laugh. "Success." Old Fong looked at him. "This is only the second condition, why are you so happy? Don't forget, you promised him 5 conditions. Yang Kai's laughter suddenly stopped and his mouth twitched. "Then what do we do?" Old Fong scoffed, "You're asking this old man, who should I ask? There's no more time. 1 month? So fast?" Yang Kai was stunned. Just as they were talking, the crisp sound of a bell entered their ears. Without waiting for Yang Kai to ask, Old Fong said, "We can go now. The next 3 days are for rest. Don't go." Yang Kai grabbed him and said sneakily, "Let's wait for a while, wait for them to leave first." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a strong repulsive force coming from all around him. He could not resist at all. His vision blurred and when he regained his senses, he was already outside the orchard. Yang Kai was stunned. Perhaps it was because he was caught, but Old Fong explained, "Once the time is up, no one can stay in there. You're on your own now." After he finished speaking, he turned around and ran towards the servant room. Yang Kai scratched his head and watched as the figures turned into streaks of light and left. He could only helplessly follow. His 1 month of life as an odd-job worker was rather uneventful. The only thing missing was the 5 jade flame silkworms that he had promised General Sichen. He only had 2 on hand. She wondered what Golden Rooster's reaction would be when he found out. However, since things had already come to this point, there was no point in thinking too much about it. He could only counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. In the orchard, he had to constantly use his strength to resist the scorching heat. It was really tiring, and the others were probably not much better. When Yang Kai returned to the village where the handyman house was located, he saw that all the doors were closed. Everyone was probably resting. He returned to his residence, opened the restriction, and sat down cross-legged to regulate his breathing. He did not speak for the entire night. Early in the morning of the second day, the sound of a golden rooster crowing could be heard. Even the restriction could not block out this sound. Knowing that he had 3 days to rest, Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to it. Who would have thought that a moment later, a knocking sound could be heard from outside the door? "Who is it?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and shouted. There was no reply from outside the door. The knocking sound was still rhythmic. He helplessly got up and opened the door. What entered his eyes was a dazzling golden light. When he looked carefully, he saw a golden rooster that was half the height of a human standing outside the door. It was majestic and had an extraordinary aura. After staring at each other for a while, Yang Kai closed the door with a bang. After 3 breaths of time, it was as if a volcano had erupted. Not only that, General Si Chen's crowing could be heard from outside the house. Yang Kai knew that the situation was bad. He knew that if he didn't do anything, he would alarm Zhou Zheng. This guy was already looking for trouble with him, so if he was caught by him at this time, he would definitely not have a good ending. He had no choice but to open the door again. With a face full of surprise, he said, "So it's General Si Chen. What a rare guest." General Si Chen seemed to be very angry. He extended his beak and pecked at him. Yang Kai dodged and asked curiously, "What is General Si Chen doing?" General Si Chen's fat buttocks blocked the door. He flapped his wings and cried out. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. This idiot's memory was not bad. He could still remember the agreement from a month ago. He had only rested for 1 night when he came back and now he was here. Seeing that General Si Chen was making more and more noise, there were already many servants who opened their doors and looked over. Yang Kai had no choice but to take out the box and say, "General Si Chen wants the blue flame silkworm, right? I've caught one for you. It's right here. Please calm down." Once the box was taken out, General Si Chen immediately calmed down. He stared at the box without letting go. Yang Kai could not help but curse. If General Si Chen liked eating insects so much, why didn't he go to the orchard to catch one himself? General Si Chen watched as Yang Kai took out a blue flame silkworm from the box. In the next moment, General Si Chen extended his head and pecked the blue flame silkworm, disappearing without a trace. "Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you." Yang Kai smiled wholeheartedly. He was thinking about what to say after he finished feeding the other blue flame silkworm. This golden pheasant did not seem to be easy to fool. He had promised to feed it 5 times, but now there were only 2 left. He did not know if it would be willing to accept. Should he just drag it into the room and kill it? Once this thought came to his mind, Yang Kai immediately dispelled it. There were so many people who saw this golden pheasant and came looking for him. If something happened, he would not be able to clear his name. After delaying for a while, the second blue flame silkworm was fed. Yang Kai scratched his chin and probed. General Si Chen may not know, but this blue flame silkworm is of the fire attribute and has a strong temperament. If you eat too many at once, I'm afraid it will not be good for your body. Why don't you go back and rest for a while before eating the remaining 3 silkworms? General Si Chen ignored him. He tilted his head and stared at Yang Kai with one eye. The chicken's eye was filled with a human-like ridicule. Yang Kai immediately became angry. He felt that he was being looked down upon by a chicken. Before he could say anything else, he suddenly heard a pleasant voice from outside the door, "Yang Kai, you left your things with me." As soon as he finished speaking, an object flew towards him. Yang Kai reached out and caught it. He was overjoyed when he saw what it was. In his hand was a box used to catch insects. With a sweep of his divine sense, there were exactly 3 blue flame silkworms inside. He raised his head and nodded to express his gratitude. He shook the box in his hand and said, "General Si, do you still want to eat?" Ooh 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 ooh. Yang Kai did not waste any more words with him. It was more important to get rid of this god of pestilence. He quickly took out the 3 blue flame silkworms and fed them to General Si Chen. He then let out a sigh of relief. "General, 5 blue flame silkworms, no more, no less. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." General Si Chen started to ooh 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 at him again. Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, "General, what do you mean by this? We had an agreement a month ago. Are you going back on your word?" Dai Yu, who was leaning against the door, covered her mouth and laughed. General Si Chen is a man of his word. How could he go back on his word? Little brat, why aren't you reaching out your hand? General Si Chen has a reward for you. A reward? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He immediately regained his senses and hurriedly extended his hand in front of General Si Chen. General Si Chen opened his mouth and a ball of golden light floated out. That ball of golden light landed on Yang Kai's palm. When the light dissipated, a spirit pill emitting a 7-colored glow appeared in front of him. Heaven-opening pill? Although Yang Kai had never seen a heaven-opening pill before, from his conversation with Old Fong, he could tell that the spirit pill in his hand was definitely a heaven-opening pill. He had long heard that General Si Chen would bestow a heaven-opening pill if he was in a good mood. He never thought that he would really be able to obtain one. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly cupped his hands. "Thank you, General Si Chen." General Si Chen had already turned around and strode out of the door, swaying his butt. "General Si Chen, take care. Come and play when you're free." Daoist smiled and called out. After Jianghu left, Yang Kai grinned and shook the heaven-opening pill in his hand. "My luck is pretty good." Daoist rolled her eyes and said, "Every newcomer will be given a heaven-opening pill the first time they feed the blue flame silkworm to the general." Yang Kai was stunned. "Is it always?" Daoist shrugged. "In all these years, I've never seen an exception." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he gritted his teeth and cursed, "That old fox." No wonder Old Fong was so straightforward when he asked to borrow the bug-catching tools. It seemed that he knew about this matter and made him think that Old Fong had a good character. It turned out that he had been eyeing the heaven-opening pill for a long time. Speaking of that old fox had arrived. Old Fong rushed into the room in a flash. He smiled and nodded at Daoist. "Miss Daoist's here." Old Fong. Daoist nodded. "I've come to find this brat for something." Old Fong pointed at Yang Kai and walked in front of him, reaching out his hand. "Brat, take it out. Don't say you don't have anything." Seeing the bright smile on Old Fong's face, as if he had made a fortune, Yang Kai wished he could take out the black dragon spear and stab him to death. "Hurry up, what are you waiting for?" Old Fong urged, looking like a creditor. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and placed the heaven-opening pill in his hand. Old Fong immediately smiled and carefully put away the heaven-opening pill. Then he reached out his hand again. "Where's my stuff? Give it back to me. Lend it to me for a while longer." Yang Kai turned his head. "Don't give me that. If I lend it to you, how will this old man catch bugs? Hand it over, or this old man will fight you to the death. Go ahead and try." Yang Kai glanced at him. Old Fong turned to look at Daoist. "Miss Daoist, please be reasonable. This brat borrowed something and didn't return it. His character is simply too bad." Daoist smiled. "When did you two become so close?" Old Fong rolled his eyes. "Who's close to him?" "It's his orchard that's next to this old man's. You don't know, but this old man has been ordered around by him like a laborer for the past month. Don't even mention how much I've suffered." Daoist's expression changed when she heard this. "Next to your orchard? Could it be that piece of land?" Old Fong nodded. "Yes, it's that piece of land." Daoist frowned and pondered for a while before saying to Yang Kai, "Return it to him. Big sister will take you to buy a new set later." Yang Kai was quite unhappy. He hadn't even warmed up the heaven-opening pill and now it belonged to someone else. He didn't even have time to carefully study it. Although they had made an agreement, Old Fong had set a trap for him. Chapter 38-45. However, Daoist had already spoken, so he had to return it. Reluctantly, he returned the box and the remaining half of the incense stick and left happily. Glancing over at Yang Kai, Daoist chuckled and said, "Good, don't be depressed. Although I don't know what kind of agreement you reached with Old Man Fong, since it's an agreement, it must be fulfilled. You feel like you've suffered a loss because you know too little about this place. Learn from your mistakes and be careful in the future." Yang Kai nodded. In fact, he wasn't that angry. Although Elder Fong didn't tell him some things, he did teach him a lot in this month. Many thanks to Miss Dai Yu for helping me out. Yang Kai cupped his hands in thanks. If Dai Yu hadn't sent 3 blue flame silkworms, he didn't know what Golden Rooster would have done to him. Dai Yu looked at him with a smile. You don't call me sister anymore? Yang Kai asked curiously, when did you call me sister? Dai Yu pursed her lips, didn't you call me sister before? Yang Kai rolled his eyes and changed the topic, Miss, you know that I can't catch 5 blue flame silkworms, so you came here on purpose, right? Dai Yu nodded, you're a newcomer and don't even have the tools to catch insects. How can you catch 5 blue flame silkworms? And I was there that day. Now that I know, I can't just ignore it. I was worried that you didn't have enough. Fortunately, you caught 2 already. It was a close call. In any case, I will remember your kindness today and repay you in the future. You'd better get through the difficulties in front of you first. Dai Yu frowned. What difficulties? There's something wrong with your land. Dai Yu looked at him, didn't Elder Fong tell you? He did. He said that 3 trees died and 3 people changed in the past 10 years. I'm the 4th. Yang Kai touched his chin, but I also checked carefully. There's nothing wrong with the land. I can't see anything wrong with the fruit tree. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean there's no problem. The person before you also investigated it, but from the time when the problem was discovered to the time when the fruit tree died, it was only a month. If you really find something, you must be careful. I'll keep that in mind. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Well, it's rare for you to rest. Do you want to go to the market? Dai Yu looked at him with a smile. Let's go. Yang Kai was suddenly energized. I still need to buy a set of bug-catching equipment. Then follow me. Dai Yu waved her hand and led the way. Yang Kai closed the door and followed him. The 2 of them sped all the way up into the sky. Yang Kai was surprised, then the market is not in the fire spirit land? Dai Yu shook her head and chuckled, Qiqiao Land's market is targeted at all spiritual lands, so not only are there people from the fire spiritual land, there are also people from other spiritual lands. Yang Kai frowned and said, then is it okay for us to just walk out like this? Will there be anyone stopping them or something? Although we can leave the fire spirit land, the entire Qiqiao land is covered by a great formation. Without orders and a method of entry and exit, we can't leave. So don't think too much about it. She suddenly lowered her voice and said, don't think too much about it. Otherwise, it won't end well if we are caught. Yang Kai looked at her thoughtfully and nodded, I understand. Just as Dai Yu said, there were no obstacles in leaving the fire spirit land and it was easy. After leaving the fire spirit land, under Dai Yu's guidance, the 2 of them headed straight for a place covered in clouds. In just half an hour, they arrived in front of the clouds. Dai Yu sent a voice transmission, follow me closely, don't get lost. She took the lead and rushed into the clouds, Yang Kai following closely behind. Shuttling through the clouds, Yang Kai was isolated from the rest of the world except for the graceful figure in front of him. After a stick of incense worth of time, the surrounding clouds dissipated and what appeared before Yang Kai's eyes was a silent yet lively world. It was quiet because there was no trace of world energy here, nor was there any sign of life. There was not a single trace of green in this world. It was lively because there were people coming and going like a sea. Looking down from above, one could see buildings of different styles arranged messily on the ground. There was no sense of beauty to speak of. The entire market was not big, only about 100 miles in radius. One could see the end of it at a glance. The end was wrapped in clouds and the sea of fog churned as if it was alive. Dai Yu explained, it is said that this market was originally a fragment of a Qian world. The heavenly monarch brought it back when he was traveling the universe and put it here as a place for us servants to trade. Yang Kai nodded, no wonder it's so desolate. Since it was a fragment of a Qian world, this scene was not surprising. If the star boundary had not been able to stop the great demon god's plan, it would have fallen apart and been eaten by Ada. Not even a fragment would have been left. Suddenly, he asked curiously, "Where do the disciples of the Qiqiao lands trade?" "They are in another place. They usually don't care about the things in the hands of us servants. However, there are also disciples of the Qiqiao lands here to maintain order. You have to be careful when you see people wearing rainbow robes. Also, the Qiqiao lands have a few shops here that sell some things to us servants." "Understood." Yang Kai nodded. "The market here is only open for 3 days every month. It is the 3 days when servants like us rest. After 3 days, it will close. So if you want to buy something, you have to come here during these 3 days. Let's go down first and buy you a set of insect-catching tools." Daoist called out and flew down first. Yang Kai followed behind her and looked around curiously. He found that it was not only the two of them, but also many servants flying down from different places. Obviously, they were all taking advantage of this time to buy and sell things in the market. Landing in the crowd, the noise immediately came from all directions. Yang Kai was in a daze, as if he had returned to the past. He was not unfamiliar with this kind of market, but the participants were very different from before. These people coming and going were all existences that had condensed their own Dao seals. In the star boundary, they would be great emperors. In the market, most of the stalls were set up everywhere, and all sorts of strange things were displayed on the stalls. The stall owners were either sitting at the back with their eyes closed in meditation, or they were bargaining with interested buyers, and there were even some who were shouting loudly to attract the attention of the passers-by. There were also some shops, but they were built randomly. They were not beautiful, but they were slightly larger than the stalls set up everywhere. Only a few of the shops were built with a solemn atmosphere. Those must be the shops of the Qiqiao lands that Daoist mentioned. Shuttling through the crowd, Yang Kai was almost dazzled. The people coming and going here came from different Qian worlds. The things they brought were basically unique to their respective Qian worlds. Yang Kai did not recognize most of the things in the stalls. However, after walking for a while, Yang Kai found that although this place was lively, there were not many transactions. Even if there were transactions, they were basically bartering. Thinking about it carefully, he understood. As a handyman, it was not easy to earn 3 heaven-opening pills a year. Each heaven-opening pill was an extremely precious treasure to a handyman. If they could barter, they would naturally not spend heaven-opening pills to buy them. Yang Kai suddenly thought of a problem and asked, "Little Dai, what do I have to pay to buy those insect-catching tools?" "Heaven-opening pills? What did you call me?" Daoist turned to look at him. Yang Kai giggled, "Little you?" Daoist glanced at him and nodded. Those tools were refined by the Qiqiao lands. They only accept heaven-opening pills. I don't have heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai spread his hands. I'll lend them to you. Daoist smiled. Since she had brought Yang Kai here, how could she not have considered this problem? How can I accept that? Yang Kai rubbed his hands. 9 times out, 13 returns. Daoist smiled slyly. Yang Kai nodded happily. Fine, then I'll take it as you lending it to me. He then frowned, but if we do that, how can the newcomers buy the insect-catching tools? What if the insects on the fruit trees need to be caught? Daoist led the way as she said, ask others to help, just like how you asked Elder Fong. No one would refuse such a good thing. Yang Kai understood. If others helped catch the insects, then the blue flame silkworm would belong to them and they could feed it to General Si Chen. Who knows, they might be able to get an heaven-opening pill. Naturally, no one would refuse. They could even make an agreement with the newcomer like Elder Fong, letting the newcomer feed General Si Chen and get the heaven-opening pill as a reward. Thinking about it this way, it was not easy for a newcomer to gain a foothold in this place. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of a shop. Although this shop was not built to be very grand, it was more impressive than the others. Needless to say, this shop was opened by the Qiqiao land itself. The shop was bustling with activity, all the disciples of the Qiqiao land wearing 7-colored robes. There was a world of difference between them and the other workers. When they entered the shop, there was no warm greeting. There was only a young man sitting behind the counter with his head lowered, casually asking, "What do you want?" Daoist stepped forward with a smile, "Brother, I want to buy a pure wood box and 2 boxes of 100 refined incense." Hearing her sweet voice, the young man raised his head and smiled, 30 heaven-opening pills. As he spoke, he looked her up and down, his gaze lingering on her full breasts. Daoist frowned, "Brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? Previously, only 25 pills were enough." The young man leaned back in his chair and said with a smile, "The price has increased." "When did this happen?" "The price didn't increase when I came 3 months ago." The young man said, "This month." "Miss, do you not have enough heaven-opening pills?" "No problem, do you want me to give you some?" "Not only that, I can give you 1 heaven-opening pill every month." "Brother, I appreciate your kindness." Daoist slowly shook her head and waved her hand, placing 30 heaven-opening pills on the counter. Chapter 38-46. The young man glanced at the opening heaven pills on the table and chuckled, 30 opening heaven pills is equivalent to 10 years of service. That's not a short time. Have you thought it through? Daoist pursed her red lips and said, "Thank you for your concern, brother. I can still afford 30 opening heaven pills." "That's fine too." The young man nodded and waved his hand, putting away the opening heaven pills in front of him. Then he threw out a box and 2 boxes of incense before lowering his head and continuing with his work. Daoist put away her things and politely said her goodbyes before leading Yang Kai away. The young man's voice came from behind, "Miss, you can think about it slowly when you go back. If you've made up your mind, you can come find me here at any time. Every month when the market opens, I will be here." Daoist didn't stop and ignored him, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Following behind her, Yang Kai couldn't help but look back at the shop and sigh slightly. He had been here for a month and had been hanging out with old Fong in the orchard, so he didn't know much about what it was like to be a servant. Today, he finally learned a little. He wasn't a child. That young man from Qiqiao land wanted to give Daoist something for no reason and even said he could give her 1 opening heaven pill every month. Yang Kai could naturally see what he was thinking. 1 opening heaven pill every month, in other words, 12 opening heaven pills every year. Compared to working hard as a servant, this was 4 times the income. As long as Daoist nodded and paid a little more, she wouldn't have to work as hard as before. It could even be said that by relying on the big tree of Qiqiao land, she would have a chance to get rid of her servant status. The only thing that Yang Kai was glad about was that the young man didn't use force. He didn't know if it was because of the rules of the sect or some other reason, otherwise Daoist wouldn't have been able to resist. But then again, even if Daoist really agreed, Yang Kai wouldn't say anything. First, the two weren't very familiar with each other, so it wasn't Yang Kai's place to tell her what to do. Second, if she really could find a way out for herself, Yang Kai would only be happy for her. 1,000 years of life as a servant hadn't changed. How long would it take for her to make a name for herself? Daoist suddenly tilted her head and asked, "You've just entered the world outside of Jianghu. Do you know the power system here?" Yang Kai said, "There are 9 grades of heaven opening." Daoist smiled, "So you know, then there's no need to waste your breath. There are many materials in this market for condensing the 5 elements of yin and yang. It can be said that these are the most common items in the market. You can take a look around. Maybe they will be useful in the future." "Really?" Yang Kai's spirit was shaken, and he immediately looked around. Soon, he found something that caught his attention, and hurriedly walked in that direction. When they arrived in front of a stall, the stall owner immediately greeted them warmly, "Little brother, do you want to buy something?" Feel free to look around and pick whatever you like. My items here are the best in quality and cheap. I guarantee that you won't be disappointed. There weren't many things in the stall. There were only a few medicinal herbs that Yang Kai didn't recognize, a few strangely shaped oars, and a long sword. What attracted Yang Kai's attention was a fist-sized crystal that was completely red and pure. From this crystal, Yang Kai could feel scorching fire spirit energy. Little brother has good eyesight. This fire spirit crystal can be considered the best thing I have. It took me a lot of effort to obtain it. If little brother buys it, you will definitely be able to condense the power of the 5 elements and reach heaven opening. Once you reach heaven opening, you will be able to get rid of your status as a servant and rise up the ranks. The stall owner spared no effort in promoting. Why don't you use such a good thing yourself? Why are you selling it? Yang Kai played with the fire spirit crystal in his hand and smiled at the stall owner. The stall owner frowned and said, "Little brother, you also know that once you condense the power of the 5 elements, you have to follow the order. If you mess it up, there will be endless troubles in the future. To tell you the truth, what I need now is water attribute materials. This fire spirit crystal is temporarily useless to me. I just want to sell this thing first and then use the money from the fire spirit crystal to buy the materials I need. If not, how could I be willing to sell it?" After a reasonable explanation, Yang Kai gently nodded and asked, "How much is this thing worth?" The stall owner stretched out his hand and gestured a number. It seems that little brother is a straightforward person. I won't give you a false price, so you don't need to haggle. The fixed price is 150 heaven opening pills. How about it? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Daiyu. Daiyu smiled and said, "The price is reasonable." The stall owner smiled and said, "Look, your companions all say that the price is reasonable. I, Liu Bei, have always been open to doing business. I've never done those superficial things. If you think it's suitable, we can make a deal." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and put down the fire spirit crystal in his hand. "Sorry, I have only been here for a month and don't have any heaven opening pills on hand." "Is that so?" The stall owner was not angry when he heard this and smiled at Yang Kai. "It doesn't matter. Even if we can't make a deal, we can still be friends. It won't be too late for you to buy it when you have enough heaven opening pills. Of course, at that time, maybe I will have found a buyer for this fire spirit crystal. 150 heaven opening pills would take him at least 40 to 50 years to save up. There were too many variables in such a long time. Then I wish Brother Liu a prosperous business and a prosperous source of wealth." Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your auspicious words." The stall owner smiled. He turned and left with Daiyu. After walking some distance, Daiyu said, "If you aren't in a hurry, you should save up more heaven opening pills. The fire spirit crystal you saw just now is only a first-grade material. If you use that kind of material to condense the power of the 5 elements, your future achievements will be limited." "That fire spirit crystal is a first-grade material?" Yang Kai was stunned. Heaven opening was divided into 9 grades, and materials used to condense the power of the 5 elements were also divided into 9 grades. First-grade materials were second grade and 9th grade materials were the highest. However, this was all he knew. As for how to distinguish the grades of materials, he had no idea. Even if Daiyu hadn't said anything, he would have asked. Yes, if you use a first-grade material to condense the power of the heaven opening realm, the heaven opening realm you reach will only be a first-grade material. Yang Kai frowned. Will anyone buy something like that? If it's someone with a background, they naturally won't bother to buy it, but workers like me don't have that many choices. Over the years, I've seen quite a few workers reach the heaven opening realm and break free of their status as workers, but those heaven opening realm cultivators are only at the 1st or 2nd grade. Even if they temporarily break free of their status as workers, so what? They'll stop there for the rest of their lives. There are workers reaching the heaven opening realm? Yang Kai was stunned. If that was the case, then his previous estimate had been wrong. He had thought that there would be at least 8 heaven-opening realm cultivators guarding the 7 openings realm, but now it seemed there were more than 8. Perhaps there were even 80. Of course, it was hard to say what kind of strength these first-grade and second-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators could display, but they were still a bit stronger than those in the Emperor realm. First-grade materials cost 150 heaven-opening pills. Then what about second-grade materials? Yang Kai asked. Generally, the difference in value between a first-grade material and a first-grade material is 10 times. 10 times. Yang Kai was shocked. If that was the case, second-grade materials would cost 1,500, third-grade materials would cost 15,000, fourth-grade materials would cost over 100,000, fifth-grade materials would cost over 1,000,000, and sixth-grade materials would cost over 1,000,000. As for sixth-grade materials, Yang Kai suddenly felt a bit dizzy. Heaven Opening Realm is divided into 9 grades, and these 9 grades are divided into 3 levels: high-grade Heaven Opening, mid-grade Heaven Opening, and low-grade Heaven Opening. High-grade Heaven Opening is the 7th, 8th, and 9th grade Heaven Opening. Mid-grade Heaven Opening is the 4th, 5th, and 6th grade Heaven Opening, and low-grade Heaven Opening is the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade Heaven Opening. Among them, the 4th and 7th grade are 2 huge watersheds. Yang Kai nodded seriously. I understand. He suddenly lowered his voice. Then do you know what grade Heaven Monarchs and Venerables are at? Dayu slowly shook her head. I'm not too sure, but I once heard someone say that Heaven Monarchs are at the 4th or 5th grade Heaven Opening. Venerables are probably a bit weaker than Heaven Monarchs. Yang Kai made a sound of acknowledgement. The two chatted as they walked. Yang Kai also stopped in front of the stalls from time to time to check the prices of the materials used to condense the power of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements. He found that it was just as Dayu said. The difference in price between each grade was calculated by 10 times. Moreover, looking at the entire market square, the materials sold by the workers' stalls were all at the 1st or 2nd grade. There were no materials above the 3rd grade at all. Thinking about it, it wasn't strange. The odd-job workers of the Qiqiao lands all came from different universe worlds. After entering the universe worlds, they were enslaved. Even if they had good things on hand, they wouldn't be able to keep them. That Zhou Zheng even accepted gifts, but because Kai Yang didn't give him anything, he was given a piece of land with a dead tree. Only these 1st or 2nd grade materials could be preserved by the workers. You've already condensed the power of the wood element? Dayu suddenly asked. Yang Kai didn't deny it and nodded, yes. There was nothing to deny. In any case, the power of the immortal tree was completely contained in the seal. Others couldn't tell what grade of material he used to condense it. It wasn't strange that Dayu could tell. He was too interested in fire attribute materials along the way. Dayu said, if that's the case, next time you go to the orchard, you can try to use the power of the wood element to nourish the fruit trees. Wood breeds fire? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Dayu chuckled, exactly. But remember to control your strength. Going too far is as bad as falling short. I understand. I'll be more careful. They walked in front of a shop. This could be considered the tallest building in the market square. It was actually divided into 3 floors. Among the scattered buildings in the market square, it looked like a crane among chickens. Go in and broaden your horizons. Dayu smiled. Chapter 3847. What is this place selling? Yang Kai looked up and saw 3 words written on a signboard in front of the shop. Kai Tian Hall. After entering the shop, Yang Kai understood what kind of business this Kai Tian Hall was doing. It was a place that sold yin yang and 5 elements materials, but the scale and layout of this place couldn't be compared to the messy stalls outside. Following Dayu around the first floor, Yang Kai was dazzled. This floor was filled with counters, and inside the counters were transparent containers containing yin-yang and 5 elements materials. There was a wide variety of materials. However, the prices were still a bit higher than the ones outside. Even so, there were still people who made deals here from time to time with the Qiqiao disciples wearing 7-colored robes. They're all first-grade materials? Yang Kai quietly asked. Along the way, he had a rough idea of the grades of these materials. After walking around, he found that all the materials on this floor were first-grade materials. Dayu nodded. The first floor is first-grade materials, the second floor is second-grade materials, and the third floor is third-grade materials. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. There are third-grade materials for sale here? According to his previous calculations, third-grade materials required more than 15,000 Kai Tian pills. This number was no less than an astronomical figure for a worker. Based on the wages of a worker, it would take at least 5,000 years to save up that much. However, which worker would not eat or drink for such a long time and not use a single Kai Tian pill? No worker could really work here for 5,000 years. Do you want to take a look? Dayu smiled at him. Yang Kai said, since we're already here, we naturally have to take a look. Then let's go. Dayu called out and led Yang Kai up the stairs. He didn't stop at the second floor and went straight to the third floor. The area of the third floor was much smaller than the first floor, and there weren't many materials on display. Qiqiao Land probably knew that it was extremely difficult for the workers to purchase grade 3 materials, so there was no point in having too many materials on display. Thus, they casually displayed a few to give the workers something to look forward to. Only then would they have more motivation to work. Yang Kai couldn't help but suspect that the materials on the third floor were like the carrots in front of the donkey cart. Take a look yourself. Dayu smiled. As long as you don't touch anything, no one will care. Yang Kai nodded and walked around with his hands behind his back. There were also Qiqiao disciples on the third floor, but as Dayu said, as long as he didn't touch anything, they wouldn't say anything. Yang Kai looked at each counter, carefully memorizing the characteristics of the third-grade materials. His pace was neither fast nor slow. For someone who used the immortal tree to condense the wood attribute of the 5 elements, the third-grade materials here were naturally nothing to him. Although he had just entered the world outside the universe, Yang Kai had set himself on a very high pedestal from the very beginning. Even if it was for the sake of the immortal tree, he had to find other materials that were compatible with the immortal tree before condensing enough energy to break through to splitting the heavens. Otherwise, wouldn't a good start be wasted? He came here mainly to look for novelty. The third floor wasn't large, so it didn't take long for Yang Kai to finish looking around. He looked up and saw Dayu standing in front of a counter, so he walked over. Following her gaze, he saw a strange object filled with the power of the metal element that was constantly twisting and changing its shape. Dayu's eyes were also filled with desire. Yang Kai's heart stirred and he whispered, "You want to buy this?" Dayu turned to look at him and smiled, "Are you done?" Yang Kai nodded, finished looking. There's nothing much to look at. As soon as these words were spoken, Kai Yang felt a sharp gaze land on him. Raising his head, he saw a disciple who was guarding the third floor of the Qiqiao lands looking at him with ridicule. He guessed that his words just now were a bit boastful. After all, to any odd-job worker, the price of the things here was sky-high. Those who had the ability to purchase them were few and far between. His words sounded a bit like sour grapes because he couldn't eat them. But to Yang Kai, there really wasn't anything to look at besides novelty. "How many opening heaven pills does this thing sell for?" Yang Kai asked. 16,000. Dayu replied. She had clearly already inquired about this price, and this price was a bit higher than what Yang Kai had calculated. But there was nothing he could do about it. In the entire Qiqiao land, this was the only place open to workers where they could buy third-grade materials. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more expensive it is, so this bit of higher price was still acceptable. "Is it enough?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Dayu smiled, how can it be enough? It's not even 30%. Yang Kai frowned, but this is only a third-grade material. Dayu brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled, I know what you want to say. When I first came to the outside world, I had the same idea as you. I wanted to find better materials to condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Even if I couldn't reach the upper level, I wanted to reach the middle level. But sometimes, thinking and reality are 2 different things. If I can really reach the 3rd level, it's actually not bad. At that time, I can slowly take the opening heaven pills to increase my grade. If I'm lucky, I have a chance to reach the 5th level. In this vast universe, a 5th level opening heaven pill is already considered a powerhouse. Yang Kai nodded, that's true. He didn't know if there was a 5th level opening heaven pill in the entire Qiqiao land. Even if there was, it was probably only a heavenly monarch. Those earth protectors probably weren't at the 5th level. He couldn't help but sigh. How many people's sharp edges had been smoothed out by the endless flowing time great emperor? 1,000 years later, if his situation hadn't changed, would he still be as optimistic as he was now? Yang Kai didn't know, when I've earned enough, I'll buy it for you. Dayu covered her mouth and smiled, then I'll thank you in advance. She obviously didn't take his words seriously. She had been here for 1,000 years and knew better than anyone how difficult it was for a servant to earn 16,000 opening heaven pills. However, Dayu was so interested in the metal element material that Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder if she had already condensed the power of the earth element. Otherwise, why would she be like this? As the 2 were talking, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Then, a majestic figure appeared at the top of the stairs. The huge figure walked over, causing the entire opening heaven palace to shake. The person glanced around and his bell-like eyes lit up. He walked over with a smile and said cheerfully, Little Dai, you really are here. Dayu's face darkened when she heard the voice. She turned her head and looked over, speechless. Yang Kai also looked over and couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. The person was at least 20 feet tall. He arrived in front of Dayu in a few steps and looked at her with a big smile. Dayu's tall figure was like a child in front of him. Even Yang Kai himself had to look up at this guy. The person in front of him looked like a bear standing on its hind legs, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Black Bear was originally full of smiles, but when he saw Yang Kai standing next to Dayu, his face immediately turned cold. Stretching out his big palm, he pointed at Yang Kai and asked, Xiao Dai, who is this little brat? However, before Dayu could reply, the 7 openings disciple on the 3rd floor scolded, If you dare to make any more noise, throw him out immediately. The bear immediately lowered his body and bowed to the 7 openings disciple, Brother, please calm down. This little brother was a bit agitated and was a bit loud, please forgive him. The 7 openings disciple coldly snorted and didn't say anything more. The bear glared fiercely at Yang Kai before turning to Dayu and saying, Little Dai, you're here to look at the stainless golden dew again? You come here once a month to look at it. Why don't we buy it together? You have a lot of opening heaven pills and I also have some. If we sell some things, we should be able to gather enough. When the time comes, we can buy it and you can take your time looking at it. No need, Dayu frowned and called to Yang Kai, let's go, there's nothing else to look at here. With that, she led the way. Yang Kai wanted to follow but was pulled back by the bear. Seeing the bear chasing Dayu down the stairs, Yang Kai sniffed and followed with his hands behind his back. After leaving the opening heaven hall, Dayu walked into the crowd with the bear following her like a shadow. Although he was tall and sturdy, his movements were extremely nimble. From time to time, he would pass by Dayu's left and right, squeezing through the crowd and saying something to her. Unfortunately, Dayu didn't respond and didn't want to talk to him at all. Even if Yang Kai was blind, he could see that this bear-like guy was interested in Dayu, but this wasn't surprising. Dayu's figure and appearance were top-notch, so it was only natural that she would attract the attention and adoration of some men. Back at the place where they had bought the box and incense, the 7 Possibilities Land disciple had taken a fancy to Daoist. Unfortunately, Daoist didn't seem to care about him. But he didn't care and just kept smiling and talking, trying his best to please her. Kai Yang also admired this guy. His skin was as thick as the dragon scales on his body. Daoist suddenly stopped and looked back at Yang Kai. "I'll go back first. Do you want to continue strolling around here?" Yang Kai was startled at first, but he soon understood Daoist's intention and smiled. "All right, thank you, Miss Daoist. It's a small matter." Daoist smiled and soared into the sky. The bear stood in place and rubbed his chin, glancing at Yang Kai for a moment before quickly chasing after Daoist, shouting, "Xiao Dai, wait for me." Watching the two leave, Yang Kai smiled and sighed at Daoist's thoughtfulness. She said that not because she was in a hurry to get rid of him, but because she was afraid that if he continued to follow that bear, he would cause trouble. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of trouble, in this place, it was better to avoid trouble. That bear didn't seem to be a reasonable guy. Wandering around the city by himself had broadened his horizons, but he didn't gain much. Chapter 38-48. Seeing that it was getting late and he was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a figure waving at him from a small tea shop. Yang Kai smiled and walked over. "Ah son, you're here too?" Ah Sun cheerfully said, "Yes, I heard there was a market here, so I came to take a look. I was going to call you, but you weren't in the house." When he came over, he didn't expect that Ah Sun would think of this. In comparison, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Ah Sun wasn't the only one in the tea shop. The newcomers who came with Venerable Hudi were basically all present. It seemed they had made an agreement. But what made Yang Kai feel strange was, where did these people get the money to drink tea here? It should be known that although this tea shop was simple, it was still opened by the odd job workers. They couldn't drink tea for free. In other words, if they wanted to sit here and drink tea, they had to pay a heaven-opening pill. Turning his head to look, Yang Kai saw a list of prices for various spirit teas. The cheapest pot of tea cost 1 heaven-opening pill, and the most expensive one cost 10. Everyone was new here and was poor. Yang Kai was lucky that Great General Si Chen had given him a heaven-opening pill, but it was snatched away by Old Fong before he could hold it. Where did they get a heaven-opening pill? Moreover, looking at their seats, it was obvious that the burly man from the Black River realm was sitting in the main seat. In other words, today's tea was on him. "You're all here." Yang Kai greeted with a smile. Everyone had spent some time together in Venerable Hudi's small universe. Although they weren't very familiar with each other, they weren't strangers. They had also reported each other's names. The dignified woman, Su Nianyi, the man from the demon race, Shi Haotsang, and the childish child, Thousand Feather Boy, all stood up to return the greeting. Only the robust man, Fong Tai, who sat on the seat of the host didn't move and just nodded slightly. Yang Kai was a little curious. Fong Tai wasn't such an arrogant person before, so why did he seem to have changed a lot in just a month? However, he did not have a deep relationship with these people. The only one he had more contact with was Ah Sunday. As the saying goes, one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. It was impossible to tell what kind of person they were without spending a lot of time with them. He didn't mind it too much. He just smiled and said, "How come you have time to come here to drink tea? Is the spirit tea here free?" Su Nianyi pursed his lips and smiled. How could it be free? This pot of tea costs a heaven-opening pill. He turned to look at Brother Yang and said, "However, since Brother Fong insists on inviting us, it would be impolite for us to refuse. Would Brother Yang like to sit down and have a taste? This spirit tea is a bit expensive, but it's still good stuff." Fong Tai also said, "Brother Yang, since you're here, let's go together. It just so happens that we have something to discuss." "Thank you very much." Yang Kai cupped his hands and sat down. Sun raised her hand and poured a cup of tea for Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a sip and savored it carefully. He found that it was indeed quite good. After drinking it in a few mouthfuls, he immediately had a lingering aftertaste. However, there wasn't much tea left in this pot, and they had all drunk some before. After pouring this last cup, there was almost nothing left. Yang Kai said, "What do you all want to discuss by coming here together?" Fang Tai said, "We've been here for a month now, so we have some understanding of the situation here. Since Brother Yang was able to find this market city alone, you must have inquired about it from others. You should know how difficult it is for newcomers like us to establish a foothold here." Kai Yang nodded and sighed, "I have a deep understanding of this." Fang Tai smiled and said, "Since that's the case, this Fang feels that we should form an alliance and help each other." The others have also agreed. "Brother Yang, what do you think?" Yang Kai heard this and said, "Sure. We're all newcomers who came here together. If we don't help each other, we can't count on anyone." Fang Tai said seriously, "That's exactly what this Fang is thinking. One person's strength is small, while two people's strength is great. We're all masters of our own worlds. Although we're a little weak outside of Qian-kun, with the five of us working together, we'll definitely achieve something in the future." Yang Kai turned his head to look at the others. Seeing that they had no objections, he said, "I have no problem with that. But what should we do when it comes to the specifics? Since we're forming an alliance, we can't just say empty words, right? For example, if Miss Ah-sun is bullied." Ah-sun pouted and said, "Why would I be bullied? Do I look like someone who's easy to bully? Let's give an example." Yang Kai chuckled. Fang Tai said, "Then we'll naturally seek justice for Miss Ah-sun without violating the rules of Kikikyo." There was no problem with this, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refute it. Fang Tai continued, "For example, the fire spirit fruit tree that we take care of will give birth to jade flame silkworms. If we capture them and give them to General Si Chen, we might be able to obtain a heaven-opening pill as a reward. On this point, this Fang can also help everyone. As long as anyone needs my help, feel free to call me over at any time. I will capture the worms and give them to General Si Chen. If we really obtain a reward, this Fang will only take half." Yang Kai heard this and asked curiously, "Brother Fang has something to catch insects?" Shi Haotsang said, "Brother Yang, you might not know this, but Brother Fang performed a meritorious deed in the orchard and was rewarded with 30 heaven-opening pills by the steward Chow." Yang Kai blinked and looked at Fang Tai. The latter said reservedly, "It's just good luck. If you guys were there, you could do it too." Yang Kai was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He was assigned to a place where the trees had died, and problems could happen at any time. Fang Tai was assigned to a place where he could reap benefits. Comparing the two, the difference was too big. Furthermore, to be rewarded with 30 heaven-opening pills, this meritorious deed shouldn't be small. However, Fang Tai didn't say in detail, so Yang Kai didn't ask too much. But from the looks of it, if the odd job workers wanted to obtain heaven-opening pills, other than taking care of the fruit tree and offering jade flame silkworms to General Si Chen, there were other ways. Only now did he understand why Fang Tai could treat everyone to tea. 30 heaven-opening pills were more than enough to buy a set of tools to catch insects. Daiyu had bought a box and 2 boxes of incense, which only amounted to 30 pills. Fang Tai said, "If it wasn't for the cost, this Fang wouldn't have shared the benefits with everyone." However, the 100 refined incense was bought from this market, so if everyone really obtained benefits from General Si Chen, it wouldn't be too much for this Fang to take half of it. Everyone nodded, and Yang Kai was no exception. Daiyu had said before that the newcomers didn't have any tools, so if they wanted to catch insects, they would have to ask for help. However, if that was the case, then the jade flame silkworms would belong to the newcomers. If there was a reward, then they wouldn't have a share. Fong Tai taking half of it wasn't too much, and it was reasonable. After all, he had his own costs. Fong Tai looked at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, if you agree, you can ask me for help when the time comes. As long as I'm free, this Fong won't refuse." Yang Kai didn't say that he didn't need help. Daiyu had already bought a set of tools for him, which made others suspect that he was living off a woman. Moreover, Yang Kai planned to return the heaven-opening pills to Daiyu when he earned them in the future. He smiled and said, "Then I'll thank you in advance. If I really need help later, I'll definitely let Brother Fong know. However, my place is very small and there aren't many fruit trees, so I don't necessarily need to catch insects." Fong Tai said, "In any case, if you need anything, just call me." Later, everyone can leave a contact method so that it's easier to communicate with each other. Although the pot of tea was finished, the tea brewer didn't have any intention of chasing them away. He allowed them to occupy a table and chat. After agreeing to form an alliance, they all felt more familiar with each other. They all exchanged information they had gathered over the past month, and they all had some gains. However, Yang Kai faintly felt that Fong Tai was a bit of a leader. It was no wonder. Among the newcomers, he was doing the best. Now that everyone had a favor to ask of him, they all had to give him some face. He also asked the tea brewer to refill a pot of water, but it was free. The few of them drank and chatted until half a day later, they all dispersed. Fong Tai and the others wanted to continue strolling around the market city, but Yang Kai didn't have anything to linger about. He directly soared into the sky and rushed in the direction of the fire spirit land. He remembered the way, and this place wasn't far from the fire spirit land, so he didn't need to worry about getting lost. Now that he was in the Seven Secrets land, he naturally couldn't waste this opportunity. Yang Kai planned to spend 50 years scheming for the heaven-opening pills pill formula. If there was no hope, he would find a way to leave this place. He also had to search for the world tree to save the star boundary. He couldn't stay in this damned place forever as a handyman and take care of the fruit trees for the rest of his life. Easily leaving the world fragment where the market city was, Yang Kai slightly identified the direction and turned to the left. Not long after flying, he suddenly felt a fierce aura lock onto him. Immediately after, a golden light shot over from afar. Inside the golden light, a tall and sturdy figure was faintly discernible. Before he could get close, a big axe chopped down on his head. The newcomer shouted, "I really thought you wouldn't come out. You finally showed up." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He was surprised. Someone actually dared to make a move here. Moreover, it was a sneak attack. In a flash, Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped forward. The principle of time flowed like a dream. The golden light exploded, and the tall and sturdy figure like a bear was revealed. The power of Yang Kai's palm was also defeated. Both sides were forced back thousands of feet before they could stabilize themselves. The bear blinked and said in amazement, "Boy, not bad. You can actually take my axe. What are you doing?" Yang Kai's face darkened as he felt a headache coming on. He was well aware of why the other party was waiting for him here, but he didn't expect that even if he didn't leave with Daiyu and tried to act as if they were strangers, this guy would still come looking for trouble. It was simply unreasonable. The bear grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs, and pointed his axe at Yang Kai. "Boy, what is your relationship with Daiyu? Tell me the truth, or this father will chop you to death." Sure enough, Yang Kai sighed in his heart and asked in surprise, "You mean Daiyu?" "Nonsense." The bear glared, "Who else could it be? Why did you come to the market city with her?" "Friend, is there a misunderstanding? I have only known Daiyu for less than a month, how could there be any relationship between us?" Chapter 38-49. If there's no relationship, why would she come to this market with you? I've never seen her bring anyone here. Wait, you said you've only known Xiao Dai for a month? Shaking Bear suddenly frowned and looked at Yang Kai, as if thinking of something. you're a newcomer who came here a month ago? Yang Kai nodded, yes. Shaking Bear patted his head and laughed, no wonder you look unfamiliar, you're a newcomer. His smile faded as he said in a fierce voice, a newcomer dares to have ideas about this old man's woman, are you tired of living? Yang Kai was speechless. Friend, did you misunderstand? I'm not very familiar with Miss Daiyu, it's just that I'm a newcomer and not familiar with this market, so she kindly brought me here to broaden my horizons. That's it? Shaking Bear's bell-sized eyes stared at Yang Kai, the axe in his hand held horizontally in front of him, looking like he could chop down at any time. What else could it be? Humph. Shaking Bear's nostrils flared hot air as he carefully looked him up and down. After a long while, he said, at least you know what's good for you. Boy, remember this, Xiao Dai is my woman. If you dare to have ideas about her, this old man will make you regret being born into this world. Touching his chin with a look of disdain, he said, but then again, I'm afraid Xiao Dai won't like someone like you. If she won't like someone like me, why would she like someone like you? Kai Yang was speechless in his heart. He didn't know where this guy's sense of superiority came from, but he still said, what this friend is saying is right. Lady Xiao Dai is a natural beauty with a kind temperament. Only this friend, who has a heroic spirit, can match up to her. Shaking Bear originally had a fierce look, but after hearing Yang Kai's words, he suddenly burst into laughter. Looking at Yang Kai, his eyes became much kinder as he nodded, you're right, looking at the whole fire spirit land, no, Kikikyo land, only this old man is worthy of Xiao Dai, who else is qualified? Boy, you have good eyesight, what's your name? Yang Kai cupped his fists, little brother Yang Kai. Shaking Bear nodded. I'll remember your name. You're a newcomer, so it's rare for you to have such insight. Follow me from now on. If anyone bullies you in the land of fire spirit, just tell them my name. He gave a thumbs up and proudly said, remember, my name is Xiang Yong. So it's Brother Xiang. This name is truly awe-inspiring and domineering. When I hear it, I can't help but feel a sense of respect. Stop flattering me. Although Xiang Yong said this, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Brother Xiang is also from the fire spirit land? Yang Kai was a little confused. Yes. What's so strange about that? No, I'm just a little curious. Why haven't I seen someone as mighty and powerful as Brother Xiang before? I haven't seen it before, but it's not too late to see it now. Yes. To be able to meet someone like Brother Xiang today, I have no regrets in my life. Yang Kai coughed lightly, looked at him and said, since the misunderstanding has been resolved, can this little brother go back now? Go. Yang Kai excused himself and swept past him. Wait. Xiang Yong suddenly flashed over and chopped down with his axe, cutting off Yang Kai's path. He squinted at him and said, later, if little Dai asks, Brother Xiang and I hit it off at first sight. Brother Xiang has taken good care of me in every way. Yang Kai didn't even think and blurted it out. Xiang Yong grinned happily, you're not bad. I admire you. Alright, go back. After saying goodbye to Xiang Yong, Yang Kai went straight back to the land of fire spirit. When he returned to the village where the servant house was located, he took out the token to open his own seal. As soon as he walked in and sat down, there was a knock on the door from outside. Opening the door, he saw Daiyu standing outside, looking up and down at him. Are you all right? I'm fine. What could be wrong? Yang Kai blinked. That's good. Just now, someone told me that Xiang Yong left the servant house. I was about to go and see when I saw you come back. Xiang Yong? Who's Xiang Yong? It's the guy who followed me today, the one who looks like a bear. Daiyu said and laughed to herself. Yang Kai nodded and showed a look of understanding, so he's Xiang Yong. But what does him leaving the servant house have to do with me? It better not have anything to do with you. Daoist said and took out 2 more things. Right, I forgot to give you these I bought for you today. It was a pure wood box and 2 boxes of 100 refined incense. Yang Kai reached out and took them, thanking her. When I have enough heaven-opening pills, I'll pay you back with interest. No rush, Daoist smiled, then have a good rest. I'll go back first. Saying so, she yawned, her lazy expression returning. Take care, I won't see you out, Yang Kai nodded. After Daoist left, Yang Kai closed the door and took out the pure wood box and the 100 refined incense. He had gotten these things from Old Fong before and used them to catch insects, so he was not unfamiliar with them. 2 boxes of 100 refined incense had 10 sticks, enough for 1 or 2 days. So for the time being, it didn't matter if he didn't have any heaven-opening pills. Just as he put away the box and incense, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai felt strange, wondering who was looking for him. He thought that Daoist had forgotten to tell him something, so when he opened the door, he was immediately dazzled by a golden light. At the door, a golden rooster half the height of a person stood with his head held high, looking like a high and mighty general patrolling his territory. After staring at him for a while, Yang Kai smiled. So it's Great General. What brings you here? I don't have any more blue flame silkworms here. General Sichun slowly tilted his head and stared at Yang Kai with his only eye. Yang Kai scratched his head, not understanding. After staring at him for a while, General Sichun slowly walked away, his fat butt swaying as he slowly left. Kai Yang was bewildered. He lowered his head and examined himself from head to toe, but he didn't find anything strange about himself. Looking around, General Sichun had already disappeared. Speechless, he shook his head and closed the door to recuperate. For the next 2 days, he closed the door and didn't come out. On the morning of the 3rd day, the golden rooster's call of dawn resounded throughout the village. Yang Kai was startled awake. He listened carefully and frowned. He felt that the great general's call of dawn was very close to him. When he opened the door, he saw General Sichun yelling at the top of his lungs outside his door. Furthermore, he was facing his direction. Do I have a grudge with you? Yang Kai really wanted to ask. Ever since he came to the servant room, this fellow had been intentionally or unintentionally looking for trouble. After glaring at the great general, Yang Kai closed the door and flew into the sky. Streaks of light rose from all over the village and rushed towards the fruit orchard. In less than half an hour, they had already arrived at the orchard. First, they went to inspect the fruit trees in their own territory. After making sure that the fruit trees were growing well and that the fire spirit fruit had not increased or decreased, they began to carefully take care of each fruit tree according to its needs. After busying himself for half a day, he had a total of 30 fruit trees. With nothing to do, he leisurely went to look for Old Fong. Old Fong was still busy. He had a lot of fruit trees under him and every time he came, he would be busy for a few days before he could rest. After working together for a month, they could be considered acquaintances. Seeing him come over, Old Fong only greeted him and continued with his work. Yang Kai followed behind Old Fong and chatted with him. At first, Old Fong was in the mood to deal with him, but after a while, he became annoyed. The main reason was that he had not finished his work and was not in the mood to chat with Yang Kai. However, this fellow was still pointing fingers at him, acting as if he was experienced in taking care of fruit trees. He didn't even think about who taught him his experience. If you really have nothing to do, then help me out. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can play chess. Old Fong was so angry that he looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. He silently calculated the amount of work Old Fong had to do and the time it would take. He turned around and said, "Forget it, take your time. I'll come find you in a few days." After he finished speaking, he leisurely walked back with his hands behind his back. Little ingrate. Old Fong clenched his teeth and scolded, "You don't know how to be considerate of the elderly." Yang Kai turned the back of his head to him and pretended not to hear him. After returning to his own territory, Yang Kai was bored. He couldn't cultivate in this place, so he really had nothing to do. Suddenly, he remembered that this was a piece of land where the trees had died. He had checked it before and found nothing wrong. Maybe he could find something this time. He immediately took out the token and concentrated on checking it, but in the end, he found nothing. Taking back the token, Yang Kai touched his chin. He really didn't understand what was wrong with this place. Why would 3 trees die out of nowhere? Inadvertently, he remembered what Daoist had said in the market. He had gathered the power of wood of the 5 elements and could use it to nourish the fire spirit fruit trees. Since he couldn't find the problem with this piece of land, he could use the power of wood to nourish it in advance. It could be considered a preventive measure. If something really went wrong, he would have to bear the responsibility. Finally, he found something to do. Yang Kai happily came to the center of his land and immersed himself in it. He formed a seal with both hands and activated the power of the Dao seal. A layer of faintly discernible power spread out with him as the center. If one looked carefully, they could see that this layer of power was a faint emerald green and full of rich vitality. Not knowing what effect the power of wood would have on the fruit trees, Yang Kai didn't dare to use too strong a medicine at first. He was just testing it out. Just as he was about to give it a try, the 30 fruit trees in his orchard suddenly began to rustle, giving him a fright. He quickly stopped and looked up. There wasn't much change in the fruit trees, but there was some slight movement coming from a corner of the orchard. Yang Kai walked over to take a look and found that it was the place where the 3 seedlings were. At this moment, the soil at the roots of the 3 seedlings was moving up and down. The seedlings seemed to be growing, causing the soil at the roots to move. Chapter 3850. After staring at the 3 saplings for an hour, Yang Kai discovered that the 3 little things had really grown. Although they were less than an inch tall, this was enough to shock anyone. Was it because of the immortal tree? Previously, he had fused with the immortal tree to bring him back from the dead. Later, when he condensed the power of wood of the 5 elements, all the essence had been condensed into the Dao seal. As a result, although he had lost the ability to bring the dead back to life, the Dao seal had gained the highest level of wood elemental power, which would be of great help to his future cultivation. Now that he was activating the wood elemental power in the Dao seal, it was equivalent to activating the power of the immortal tree. It was reasonable that the saplings could grow in 2 hours. This was a bit incredible. According to Old Fong, it would take at least 200 to 300 years for the fire spirit fruit tree to grow from a sapling. Only when the tree was fully grown would it be able to bloom and bear fruit. These 3 saplings had been planted for less than 10 years and only grew a little every year. If someone discovered that they had suddenly grown more than an inch, he would probably be in trouble. However, since they had already grown, Yang Kai could no longer suppress them. He secretly made up his mind that the next time he did this, he would pay attention to these 3 saplings and not let them be affected by his wood elemental power. Moreover, with only an inch of height, no one should be able to discover it unless they observed it day and night. After all, this was his territory and no one would pay attention to this. Therefore, for the time being, he was not in any danger. In fact, if possible, Yang Kai wanted to release Mu Zhu and the little wood spirits and let them take care of the orchard. The wood spirit race was the best at this kind of thing. With them taking care of the orchard, he could completely be a shopkeeper and not have to do anything. However, it was still inconvenient. Not to mention that the orchard was accessible from all sides and there were people flying in and out from time to time. Zhou Zheng would also occasionally come to patrol. There was also the chief steward whom he had never met before. If someone saw the 2 little wood spirits, with his current ability, he would not be able to protect them. Therefore, Yang Kai was only thinking about it. In the future, he would see if he could find a way to transplant some fire spirit fruit trees into his herb garden so that the 2 wood spirits could unleash their potential. Yang Kai squatted in front of the 3 seedlings and carefully observed them for a while. After making sure that this height of 1 inch wouldn't attract anyone's attention, he felt slightly relieved. Before he could get up, he heard the sound of flapping wings. A familiar aura was approaching him. Turning his head to look, Yang Kai almost laughed out loud. In the sky less than 300 feet above the ground, a golden pheasant was flapping its wings with all its might, flying forward in a crooked manner. It was unknown whether it was because it wasn't good at flying or because its body was too fat, but the great General Si Chen's body was bobbing up and down, looking as if it would fall at any moment. However, at this moment, the great General Si Chen's body wasn't as big as before. In fact, it looked even smaller than a normal rooster. It seemed that it had used some kind of secret technique to shrink its body. After all, it wasn't a real pheasant. Since it was the pet of the Earth Protector Sage, it more or less had its own abilities. According to Yang Kai's observations, this fellow should have some kind of mutated bloodline. However, it looked like a rooster and didn't have much relation to the breed of pheasant. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that it knew some kind of secret technique. However, this was the first time that Yang Kai had seen it fly. Furthermore, it was flying in such a unique manner. The others in the orchard also noticed it. In an instant, streaks of light rose from the ground and flew in its direction. In the blink of an eye, the great General Si Chen was surrounded in 3 circles. One by one, they nodded and bowed to it. Some even took the initiative to offer the jade flame silkworm. However, the great General Si Chen ignored them all and continued to fly forward. Annoyed by being surrounded, the great General Si Chen began to cry out. Its 2 fat wings flapped vigorously as if it was chasing people away. Yang Kai crossed his arms as he stood below and watched the commotion with a smile on his face. Just as he was laughing, something happened. For some unknown reason, General Si Chen, who was flying forward, suddenly stopped and fell headfirst to the ground. No matter how hard he tried to flap his wings, he couldn't stabilize himself. A series of gasps rang out and everyone's faces changed. Yang Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His smile froze on his face. There was no other reason other than the fact that this stupid chicken had fallen into his territory. In the blink of an eye, the great General Si Chen fell 30 feet in front of Yang Kai. It plunged headfirst into the ground, leaving its fat buttocks exposed and its 2 wings twitching lightly. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. Everything happened too quickly and too suddenly. He actually forgot to use his technique to stop it. He watched as the great General Si Chen fell flat on its face. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The group of people were also staring at him. In the next moment, as if they had discussed it beforehand, the crowd dispersed and turned into streaks of flowing light. They returned to their respective territories and hid in the various orchards. The originally bustling sky suddenly quieted down. Kai Yang opened his mouth and cursed. He wanted to turn around and leave, but this was his own territory. If others could leave, where could he go? Although he didn't do anything to the great General Si Chen, if something really happened in his territory, Yang Kai dared to guarantee that he wouldn't be able to live to see the next day. It could even be said that it wasn't just him. Everyone who had surrounded the great General Si Chen would also be affected. None of them would be able to escape. Yang Kai's face was also twitching as he stood there with a gloomy expression on his face as he looked at the stupid chicken twitching its wings. No matter what, the great General Si Chen had a mutated bloodline, and its strength shouldn't be that bad. After comforting himself, Yang Kai walked forward and squatted in front of the great General Si Chen. He poked it with his finger. The great General Si Chen's wings trembled even more. Yang Kai jumped in fright and hurriedly hugged it, pulling it out from the ground. As soon as he was free, the great general flapped his wings and stretched out his neck, his beak leaving a trail of afterimages as he attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai instinctively struck out with his palm. With a mournful cry, the great General Si Chen was sent flying. A few of its golden feathers fell off. "Are you crazy? I wasn't the one who brought you down. Why are you pecking at me?" Yang Kai said angrily. The great General Si Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. It didn't expect that there would be someone who dared to attack it in this fire spiritual land. Looking at the feathers that fell from the sky, the great General Si Chen was enraged. It jumped 3 feet high, and its fat body turned into a golden ray of light as it shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was still feeling a little guilty. He had only hit the great General Si Chen out of instinct. Seeing that the great General Si Chen wasn't going to let it go, he became even more furious. He immediately went up to meet the great General Si Chen. His 2 palms flew out, and his strength surged, causing the great General Si Chen to cry out in pain. Not far away, Old Fong heard the commotion and didn't know what was going on. He hurriedly ran over to investigate. When he saw what was going on, his face turned pale. He shrunk his neck and retreated, not daring to come back. In the herb garden, 2 figures, one big and one small, were moving back and forth. Golden feathers were flying everywhere. It had to be said that although the great General Si Chen looked a little stupid, its strength was not bad. If it was placed in the star realm, it would be at the level of a fake emperor. Furthermore, Yang Kai could feel that the great General Si Chen hadn't used its full strength yet. The pet of the earth protecting sage didn't only know how to peck and scratch. From the start to the end, the great General Si Chen hadn't used any secret techniques. Since it didn't use any secret techniques, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't use any either. He only used his palms to keep the great General Si Chen at bay. After fighting for 2 hours, the great General Si Chen was probably exhausted. The golden feathers on its body had dimmed. It opened its arms wide and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. However, it didn't dare to move forward. Yang Kai looked at it from the corner of his eyes, arrogant and proud. This great general has dominated the universe for many years. A mere chicken dares to challenge this great general? You're overestimating yourself. The great General Si Chen was obviously infuriated. It jumped up and down a few times. Yang Kai could feel the great General Si Chen's unwillingness and humiliation. He couldn't help but laugh. If you know what's good for you, then scram. If you dare come again, don't blame this great general for being impolite. He punched the great General Si Chen in the face. The great General Si Chen stared at him. Suddenly, it rolled its eyes and turned to the side. Yang Kai frowned. What are you doing? In the next moment, his expression changed. You dare. His figure flashed and blocked the great General Si Chen's path. He struck out with his palm. The great General Si Chen was already prepared. It leaped backwards and landed on a fruit tree. It stretched out its head and pecked at a red fire spirit fruit. Yang Kai was enraged. This great General Si Chen couldn't beat him, so it came up with such a method to deal with him. It was extremely vicious. There was a limit to the number of fruits here. If the great General Si Chen really destroyed it, he wouldn't be able to answer to Zhou Zheng. At that time, the one who would be punished wouldn't be the great General Si Chen, but himself. He reached out and grabbed the great General Si Chen's neck. When he retracted his hand, the great General Si Chen was already in his hand. Yang Kai stared at the great General Si Chen fiercely. Do you want to die? The great General Si Chen fearlessly looked back at the great General Si Chen. Its eyes kept darting back and forth between Yang Kai and the fruit tree. Its meaning was obvious. If you don't kill me, I'll destroy your fruits. Yang Kai was speechless. Although he had fought with the great General Si Chen before, he didn't dare to do anything to it. After all, it was the great General Si Chen's pet. If he killed it, it wouldn't end well for him. However, it wasn't a good idea to keep the great General Si Chen captive. He sighed and said, I won't hold it against you for what happened today. It wasn't my fault that you fell down. You were just careless. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame those fellows who tried to stop you. I'll let you go now. Quickly leave and we'll pretend that nothing happened. If you understand, blink your eyes. The great General Xianxia blinked. Yang Kai nodded, "Don't play any tricks." He gently let go of the great General Xianxia, who was free, ran towards the fruit tree. Yang Kai grabbed the great General Xianxia back. He was so angry that he laughed. "It seems like you don't know how to write the word death." Chapter 38:51. After going back and forth for half a day, the situation came to a stalemate. Whenever Yang Kai released his grip, General Xianxia would pounce towards the fruit tree and peck at the fruits, causing Yang Kai to be extremely annoyed. Furthermore, this guy knew how to stall for time. Every time Yang Kai grabbed his neck and negotiated with him, he would always agree, but in the blink of an eye, he would go back on his word. He had no credibility at all. But then again, what was the point of talking about credibility with a chicken? Yang Kai also felt a little sad. Anger surging in his heart, Yang Kai thought that if it weren't for so many people seeing this stupid chicken fall into his territory, he would have thrown him into the sealed world bead to destroy his corpse. Since the hard way didn't work, he could only use the soft way. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. This time, this king admits defeat. "You better tell me what you want to do to resolve this matter peacefully. Let me warn you first, don't go too far. If worse comes to worst, both jade and stone will be destroyed. If this king doesn't have a good time, you won't be able to see tomorrow's sun." General Xianxia's eyes darted around as he nodded, obviously understanding what Yang Kai was saying. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak, so he couldn't communicate with Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared at him for a long time before slowly releasing his grip on his neck. This time, General Xianxia didn't fly towards the fruit tree. Instead, he stood in place and used his beak to comb his feathers. He spread his wings and shook them a little. Then, he tilted his head and stared at Yang Kai, circling around Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes followed him closely, a look of vigilance on his face. After circling around a few times, General Xianxia shook his wings and jumped up. Yang Kai almost thought that he was going to go back on his word, but in the next moment, his head sank and his face became as black as the bottom of a pot. "This stupid chicken actually used my head as a chicken coop and sat on my head. How can I tolerate this?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed him. "Get down here." General Xianxia was caught in the act, but his two claws held onto Yang Kai's hair tightly, refusing to let go. Yang Kai tangled with it for a while, but he couldn't get it off. Instead, his hair was disheveled and his scalp hurt. Yang Kai was speechless. General Xianxia was extremely pleased with himself as he wriggled his fat buttocks, finding a comfortable position as he climbed on top of Yang Kai's head. Not only that, he even used his beak to comb Yang Kai's messy hair. "You win." Yang Kai was infuriated, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that he wouldn't lose anything by doing this. It just looked a little unsightly. After all, no one would look good with a chicken on their head, so he simply let it be. As long as he could turn today's matter into a small one, then a small one, then a small one, then a small one, then a small one. At this point, Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to bicker with it. Thinking about how he had been fighting a battle of wits and courage with a stupid chicken, he felt that it was quite funny. He walked over and picked up the feathers that General Xianxia had dropped. These feathers were all evidence of his crime. If Zhou Zheng came over and saw this, who knew what he would do to him? "You can just lie there, but don't touch my fruits. Otherwise, I will fight it out with you." Yang Kai leaned against a fruit tree and said worriedly. General Xianxia ignored him. One man and one chicken, temporarily calmed down. However, not long after, General Xianxia let out a few soft cries. As he cried, he used more strength in his claws. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai woke up from his meditation and asked impatiently. General Xianxia flapped his wings and grabbed onto Yang Kai's hair, not letting go, pulling him in a certain direction. Yang Kai frowned. He guessed that General Xianxia wanted him to go in that direction. He stood up and walked in the direction that General Xianxia was pointing, stopping in front of a fruit tree. Only then did General Xichen let go of his claws. Soon after, General Xichen began to peck at a hole in the tree trunk. The sound of pecking could be heard continuously, as if it was a woodpecker. Yang Kai was delighted. Are you trying to eat something? You can't eat it, you can't eat it. Although there are still some jade flame silkworms on my fruit tree, Old Fong said that they have to be left behind. General Xichen was unhappy and cried out even louder. He guessed that General Xichen was a little hungry after the intense exercise with Yang Kai. I said that you can't eat it, so you can't eat it. No matter how much you cry out, it's useless. Yang Kai was unmoved. Letting General Xichen lie on his head was already very generous. If General Xichen continued to eat his own insects, then there was no way he could accept it. General Xichen was silent for a few breaths of time. Then, it flapped its wings and dragged Yang Kai in another direction. Don't grab me, I'll walk on my own. Damn it, if you don't grab me, you don't know pain, right? Yang Kai cursed and followed the direction that General Xichen was leading him in. He wanted to see what General Xichen wanted to do. After walking for a while, they arrived at the orchard next door. The orchard here wasn't strictly divided, but everyone knew which fruit trees to take care of, so there wasn't any chaos. Just as they arrived, a youth came up to them and cupped his hands. Brother Yang. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and returned the greeting, Brother Hong. He had been here for a month, so he didn't only know Old Fong. As long as the neighbors weren't too far away, he would greet them. It was just that he was most familiar with Old Fong. This youth with the surname Hong was one of his neighbors. However, when he saw a chicken using his own head as a nest, he felt a little embarrassed. Brother Yang, why are you here? The youth with the surname Hong asked. As he spoke, he glanced guiltily at General Xichen. He was part of the crowd that surrounded General Xichen just now. Yang Kai didn't know what to say. But before he could say anything, General Xichen called out a few times and led Yang Kai to the side. When they arrived in front of a fruit tree, General Xichen used his beak to gently peck Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai looked at the hole in the fruit tree and immediately understood what General Xichen was up to. He cursed in his heart. This stupid chicken was using him as a laborer. But since things had come to this, there was nothing he could do. He turned to look at the youth with the surname Hong and said, Brother Hong, General Xichen is tired and is a little hungry. You know the situation at my place. There are only a few fruit trees and I can't find anything to eat. So, he came here to ask for some food. The youth with the surname Hong looked troubled. To be honest, Brother Yang, I just caught some insects last month. I have to wait for at least 10 days before I can catch more. I really don't have any extra insects to give to General Xichen. Why don't you bring General Xichen to another place to look? Hearing this, Yang Kai's face sank. Brother Hong, the reason Great General is hungry is because he fell down from the sky just now. I don't know if he suffered any serious injuries, but he did lose a lot of his feathers. Look, these feathers are so beautiful, it's a pity to lose them. If the Venerable learns that Great General was patrolling the orchard and suffered a great loss here, unable to even satisfy his hunger, I don't know if the Venerable will be angry. When that time comes, how are we supposed to deal with him? How can we handle that? The youth with the surname Hong's face turned pale. He didn't dare to look at the golden feathers in Yang Kai's hand, mainly because he had a guilty conscience. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Yang Kai is right. General Xichen has worked hard to inspect the orchard, so we should cooperate. Brother Yang, please go ahead. Just treat it as a show of respect to General Xichen. Whoa, whoa, Yang Kai grinned and pointed above his head. General Xichen thinks highly of you. The youth with the surname Hong squeezed out a smile and gestured for Yang Kai to go ahead. Then, there was no need to be polite. He took out the 100 refined incense and lit it up. He held the incense and gently swayed it back and forth in front of the hole. His movements were very familiar. After all, it wasn't his first time doing this. Not long after, a bright red body emerged from the hole. General Xianxia stretched his neck and directly pecked out the blue flame silkworm. He raised his neck and swallowed it. General Xianxia didn't need to urge him anymore. Yang Kai directly led him to another fire spirit fruit tree with a wormhole. He did the same thing and lured out another blue flame silkworm. The youth with the surname Hong's heart was bleeding. Losing 2 blue flame silkworms wasn't a big deal, but it might affect the growth of the fruit tree. However, the problem wasn't too big. The most important thing was that if he was the one who caught the blue flame silkworms and brought them back to General Xianxia, there was a chance that he could obtain the heaven-opening pill. Now, there was no hope for the heaven-opening pill. He would be thankful if General Xianxia didn't hold a grudge against him. After finding 3 blue flame silkworms in the fruit tree, Yang Kai saw that this guy's face was a little green. He grinned and said, "All right, it's about time. Brother Hong, go ahead. We'll take our leave first." Just as he finished speaking, there was a strange sound above his head. Then, a ball of golden light floated in front of him. This golden light looked familiar. Yang Kai reached out and took it. After the golden light dissipated, there were 3 rolling spirit pills in his hand. Yang Kai blinked and was a little confused. The youth with the surname Hong stared and was also a little confused. However, in an instant, Yang Kai flipped his hand and kept the 3 heaven-opening pills. The youth with the surname Hong was anxious. "Brother Yang, those 3 heaven-opening pills." Yang Kai looked at him with a dark face. "What 3 heaven-opening pills? What heaven-opening pills?" The youth with the surname Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Brother Yang, you can't lie through your teeth. Just now, General C rewarded us with 3 heaven-opening pills. Brother Yang, General C rewarded me with 3 heaven-opening pills. Do you think you can share some with me? I won't be greedy. You get 2 and I get 1. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "You want to share the spirit pills? Sure. When I return, I will report to Steward Zhou. I will say that your group of people chased and intercepted the great general, causing him to fall from the sky. He lost 12 or 20 feathers and even broke his tendons and bones. Now, he can't even walk and can only lie on my head. When the time comes, let's see what Steward Zhou will reward you all with." The youth with the surname Hong was shocked. How can it be so exaggerated? Don't make irresponsible remarks. Yang Kai said, "Steward Chow will know whether I'm making irresponsible remarks or not." The youth with the surname Hong stared at him for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Yang, I've learned my lesson." The main thing was that he was in the wrong. No matter what, he had a part to play in General Xianxia's fall. If Steward Chow found out about this, he wouldn't have a good ending. Yang Kai chuckled. "Brother Hong, do you still want more spirit pills? You go." The youth with the surname Hong pointed to the side. Chapter 38:52. Yang Kai felt as though he was in a dream when he received the 3 spirit pills. One had to know that only newcomers would be rewarded the first time they served the Grand General. However, that was only 1 spirit pill. A few days ago, Yang Kai had fed 5 blue flame silkworms and only received 1 heaven-opening pill. But today, he had received 3 blue flame silkworms. This was the annual wage of a worker taking care of the orchard. If this was spread, no one would believe it. Daoist had said that if the Grand General was in a good mood, he would reward him with heaven-opening pills. In other words, the Grand General was in a good mood right now? Yang Kai raised his head to look, but he couldn't see anything. However, his stomach full of resentment had dissipated. If this stupid chicken frequently gave him heaven-opening pills, not to mention using his head as a chicken coop, Yang Kai would welcome it even if it lived in his house. "Grand General, do you want to eat more?" Yang Kai was in a good mood and his tone was much friendlier. The Grand General didn't respond and declined to comment. Yang Kai nodded his head, since that's the case, let's go eat more. He. He laughed sinisterly as he walked towards another orchard. Just now, General Si Chen had been besieged by a group of people and had fallen into his territory, causing those people to scatter like birds and beasts. Speaking of which, all of them were responsible for what had happened today. If something really happened to General Si Chen, Yang Kai would have suffered an undeserved disaster. Now, did he think he could just hide and be safe? General Si Chen didn't find trouble with them, but Yang Kai remembered them in his heart. Not long after, they arrived at another orchard. The worker in the orchard saw Yang Kai and the Grand General and immediately hid. He was probably afraid that the Grand General would find trouble with him. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered with him and directly brought General Si Chen to look for insects in front of the fruit trees. They didn't find many and caught 3 before swaggering off. From start to finish, the owner of the orchard didn't dare to show himself. What surprised Yang Kai the most was that after eating the 3 blue flame silkworms, the Grand General actually rewarded him with 3 heaven-opening pills. He didn't know what General Si Chen was up to. Previously, when he was fighting with him, it looked like it wanted to kill him, but now it was so generous to him. However, there was no reason not to take advantage of free benefits. Walking down one orchard after another, some orchard owners were like the young man surnamed Hong. Although they were unwilling, they could only grit their teeth and allow Yang Kai to capture these insects on their turf. Some orchard owners were like the one who had gone into hiding, not daring to show themselves easily. However, no matter what their attitude was, the 3 blue flame silkworms couldn't escape. Yang Kai didn't care whether their fruit trees would be affected or not. However, after walking through 4 orchards, the general seemed to have eaten its fill. It let out a cry and used its claws to point in a certain direction for Yang Kai. Yang Kai was still unsatisfied, but since General Si Chen was already full, he couldn't force him. Since this matter had already started, he might as well let it continue. After bringing General Si Chen back to his own orchard, Yang Kai sat down under a fruit tree and took out 12 heaven-opening pills. He carefully played with them and laughed foolishly. A few days ago, he had obtained a heaven-opening pill, but it was snatched away by old Fong before he could even warm it up. Now, he had obtained 12 in one go. What kind of stupid chicken was on his head? He was simply a god of wealth. General Si Chen was still not bad. Yang Kai's impression of the Grand General changed a lot. 12 pills a day, that would be 360 pills a month. In a year, that would be over 4,000 pills, however, after thinking about it carefully, he knew that it wasn't very likely. General Si Chen's heaven-opening pills were definitely bestowed by the Venerable One. He just didn't know how many there were. No matter what, his situation was much better than the other odd-job workers. The salary of 3 heaven-opening pills a year was simply not enough to satisfy him. When he had enough heaven-opening pills, he would return the ones he owed Daiyu. Then, he would invite her to the market to drink a pot of good tea as a thank-you gift. After secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai carefully kept the extra heaven-opening pills. He only left one to study its medicinal properties. He was also a pill master and was still plotting to obtain the heaven-opening pills recipe from the Qiqiao land. Although he hadn't seen the recipe yet, that didn't stop him from studying it himself. He studied it for an entire day, but he didn't manage to find anything useful. Yang Kai only knew that refining the heaven-opening pill required 7 main ingredients, including the fire spirit fruit and other spirit fruits of other attributes. However, other than these 7 main ingredients, there were definitely other supplementary ingredients. As someone who had just entered this world, he didn't know much about the medicinal properties here. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to differentiate the ingredients needed to refine the heaven-opening pill. Yang Kai silently noted it down. If he saw those ingredients later, he should be able to recognize them. Over the course of the day, General Si Chen didn't move at all. He guessed that General Si Chen had eaten his fill and was now sleeping. It wasn't until the next day that General Si Chen suddenly shook his wings. Yang Kai couldn't see him, only the corner of his eyes was filled with a golden light. Seeing that it had woken up, Yang Kai immediately became spirited. "General, are you hungry? Shall I bring you to hunt for food?" General Si Chen nodded twice, indicating that it agreed. "Let's go." Yang Kai stood up and walked forward. Yesterday, there were around 30 to 40 people chasing after General Si Chen. Today, he had only visited 4 orchards. There was still a large number of orchards that he hadn't visited yet. No matter what, he had to visit all of them. On this day, he went to 5 orchards. When he returned, Yang Kai had more than 10 heaven-opening pills in his hands. Under the fruit tree, Yang Kai happily played with the pills. As he played with them, he said, "General, I have something to discuss with you. Next time, if you have any more rewards, can you give it to me when there's no one around?" You also saw the looks in those people's eyes. They couldn't wait to pounce on me. If this happens a few more times, I'm afraid I will become the public enemy of the odd job room. General Si Chen didn't know if he was asleep or not, but he didn't reply. Yang Kai sighed for a while. This was both painful and happy. Where did you get so many heaven-opening pills?" A voice came from the side. Yang Kai quickly put away the heaven-opening pills. When he looked up, he saw old Fong staring at him. "What heaven-opening pills?" "You're mistaken." Yang Kai blinked. "Are you done?" "I'm done." Old Fong casually replied. Then he reacted, "Stinky brat, don't change the topic. Tell me the truth, where did you get so many? General C is still here?" His expression suddenly changed and he took a few steps back. He looked like he wanted to put some distance between him and Yang Kai. He suspiciously said, "You couldn't have robbed General Si Chen, right? How could that be?" Yang Kai laughed. "Do I look like such a useless person? Who would rob a chicken? Then tell me, where did you get those heaven-opening pills?" Old Fong clearly didn't believe him. "None of your business." Old Fong looked him over and then turned around to leave. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai wasn't happy and blocked him. Old Fong's expression darkened. "Stinky brat, you're about to face a disaster, yet you're still so proud of yourself. Don't say you know me in the future, lest this old man is dragged down by you." "Old Fong." Yang Kai slapped him on the shoulder. "Aren't you thinking too much? It's best if this old man is thinking too much. In any case, you're on your own now." Old Fong waved his hand. "Look at how scared you are." Yang Kai smiled. "That's right, do you have any extra 100 refined incense on hand? Give me some. Didn't Miss Dai you just buy 2 boxes for you?" Old Fong looked at him suspiciously. "Enough nonsense, do you have it or don't you?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand. Normally, 2 boxes of 100 refined incense would be enough for 1 or 2 days. However, Yang Kai estimated that at his current rate, it wouldn't be long before he ran out of 100 refined incense, so he could take some from Old Fong. Old Fong said, "I do, and this old man can give you a box, but you have to agree to one condition." "Speak. Don't come looking for this old man in the future. This old man has never recognized you. Don't regret your words in the future." Old Fong didn't say a word. He took out a box of 100 refined incense and slapped it on Yang Kai's hand, then quickly left. As he walked, he muttered, "Disaster is imminent, disaster is imminent." Young man, Yang Kai couldn't be bothered with him. He had gotten a box of 100 refined incense for free, so he estimated that this month's consumption should be enough. He turned around and continued to rest. The following days could be said to be chaotic. Yang Kai would lead General Si Chen around the orchard every day after taking care of his fruit trees. Everywhere they went, they would catch a few insects. The workers were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. There was no other way. General Si Chen was above Yang Kai, so who would dare to say no? Looking on helplessly as Kai Yang lured the insect out and allowed it to be eaten by General Si Chen, she couldn't help feeling distressed. These insects could all be heaven-opening pills. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't kill them all, so they didn't complain. Furthermore, ever since Yang Kai said that, General Si Chen didn't give him any more heaven-opening pills in front of others. Every time, he would wait until he was back in his own territory before spitting out a ball of golden light. Within that ball of golden light, there would be at least 10 heaven-opening pills. It was basically equal to the number of insects he ate. Yang Kai didn't know why this was. Daoist had said before that General Si Chen would only give out heaven-opening pills when he was in a good mood. Most of the time, he didn't have any. But when it came to him, it was a 1-to-1 ratio. This was an extremely inconceivable matter. If everyone else was like him, the workers wouldn't have to worry about heaven-opening pills. All these years, they had fed General Si Chen countless blue flame silkworms. Furthermore, no worker had ever been treated like this by General Si Chen. For an entire month, General Si Chen treated Yang Kai's head like a chicken coop. A month later, the orchard's restrictions were activated, and all the workers were moved outside of the restrictions. In that instant, countless gazes fell on Yang Kai. There was no helping it. With a golden chicken on his head, it was too eye-catching. Many people found it funny. They didn't know how Yang Kai had offended General Si Chen to be treated like this. Chapter 38:53. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. The bystanders treated it as a joke, but he knew that the one on top of his head was a genuine god of fortune. When he raised his head, he saw a few familiar figures. They were the newcomers who had come in with him. Just as he was about to greet them, he saw them hurriedly leave under Fong Tai's lead. Miss Ah Sun turned back as she walked, looking at him with a worried expression. Yang Kai scratched his head, muttering in his heart, "Why do these people give me the feeling of avoiding the god of pestilence?" Old Fong was beside him. When he turned his head to look, Old Fong sighed heavily and slowly shook his head. With a pained expression, he also left. Yang Kai sneered. Ignoring the strange gazes of the bystanders, his figure flickered as he rushed back to the servants' quarters. Not long after, he returned to his own house. However, when he arrived, General Si Chen, who had been lying on top of his head, spread his wings and flew down. After landing, he raised his head and puffed out his chest as he paced around the village. Looking at his posture, it seemed like he was patrolling his own territory. Yang Kai immediately felt a lot more relaxed. Although General Si Chen had given him a lot of heaven-opening pills this month, he had always treated his head like a chicken coop. As a result, his hair was disheveled and he didn't have the time to tidy it up. Now, he was finally gone. He turned around and entered the house, combing his hair. Just as he finished combing his hair, he heard knocking sounds outside the door. Yang Kai walked over to open the door. A graceful figure flashed in, wrapped in a fragrant wind. "Xiao Dai." Yang Kai looked at the person who had come in. "You came at the right time. I was just about to go look for you." "Looking for me?" Daoist asked. "Let's not talk about this first. What happened to you?" "What do you mean what happened?" Yang Kai was stunned. "The village is saying that you offended the great general and were punished by him. Many people saw the great general lying on your head and using your head as a chicken coop. Is that true?" Yang Kai laughed. "That's true. However, it's not like what the rumors say. I didn't offend that stupid chicken." "Really?" Daoist looked at him suspiciously. She hadn't known Yang Kai for a long time, and they hadn't known each other for a long time. She didn't know what kind of person he was, but he didn't seem to be someone who knew his place. She was afraid that he would provoke the general. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "Xiao Dai, you really care about me?" Daoist said, I also used to be a newcomer, so I know how difficult it is to be a newcomer. If someone had helped me back then, my situation would definitely have been much better. Later, I thought that if there was a chance in the future, I would help a newcomer if I could. Who knows when this newbie will be promoted? When that time comes, I can also bask in the glory. I see. Yang Kai nodded. Daoist suddenly punched Yang Kai's shoulder. Also, don't be so arrogant as a newbie, calling her Daoist. It doesn't matter what you call me. Yang Kai smiled and flipped his hand. Look at this. Daoist looked down and immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed, where did you get so many heaven-opening pills? The same sentence coming from Daoist and Old Fang's mouth gave off a completely different feeling. I'll give them back to you. Yang Kai pushed his hand forward. Daoist looked at him suspiciously. How did you get so many heaven-opening pills? Yang Kai smiled and said, if I said they were given by the general, would you believe me? Let alone you, even I wouldn't believe it, but that's the truth. They were all given by the general. What's going on? Daoist was extremely shocked. Yang Kai briefly told Daoist about how he saw the great general being chased and intercepted in his orchard and how he had taken it to find some insects to eat. Of course, he omitted the big battle between him and the great general as it would be too shameful if word got out. Hearing that Yang Kai had been able to get a 1-to-1 spirit pill reward for feeding the great general, Daoist's small mouth formed a beautiful circle. The main reason was that since he had to return Daoist's heaven-opening pills, he had to explain the origin of the pills. Moreover, she had helped him a lot. First, she answered many of his questions for free. Then, she took him to the market and lent him money to buy him a set of insect-catching tools. Today, when she heard that something had happened to him, she hurried over to ask about it. Since she treated him so sincerely, Yang Kai didn't want to lie to her. More importantly, this matter couldn't be hidden forever. Previously, when Yang Kai brought General Si Chen to catch those insects, there were quite a few people who saw General Si Chen bestow a spirit pill, so Yang Kai had nothing to hide. That's what happened. Yang Kai shrugged. Really? Daoist still didn't dare to believe it. She had been here for so many years and had never seen the general treat anyone so well. You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. That's right, do you have any blue flame silkworms? Daoist nodded subconsciously. I caught 2 this month. Give it to me. Yang Kai stretched out his hand. Daoist handed her wooden box to Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately walked out and whistled loudly. Then, he turned around and went back into the house. Wait a moment. Not long after, the outside of the door was filled with golden light. Great General Si Chen had returned to his half-human height and was blocking the door, peeking in to see what was going on. Stupid chicken, come in. I'll give you something to eat. After a month of hanging out, Yang Kai had become familiar with the general and didn't need to be as careful as before. On the other hand, Daoist was taken aback, fearing that General Si Chen would become angry, but when she looked around, General Si Chen really did walk in and didn't seem to mind the way Yang Kai addressed him, causing her to be amazed. Yang Kai opened the wooden box and took out 2 blue flame silkworms. The general didn't refuse and ate them in 2 bites. Then, he tilted his head and stared at Daoist with one eye. Daoist felt uncomfortable being stared at. Little Dai, it's fine. You don't have to avoid her. Yang Kai stretched out his hand. The general opened his mouth and spat out a ball of golden light. When the golden light dissipated, Yang Kai was holding 2 heaven-opening pills in his hand. He proudly waved them at Daoist. Seeing this scene with her own eyes, Daoist was dumbfounded. Yang Kai really used 2 blue flame silkworms to obtain 2 heaven-opening pills from the great general. That's it. Go play by yourself. Yang Kai waved his hand. The general turned around and walked out of the door with a sway of his fat buttocks. How did you do that? After a long while, Daoist came back to her senses and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. How would I know? Yang Kai knew that he had fought with it and ended up like this. He rubbed his chin and said, maybe that stupid chicken likes me more. He didn't quite believe his own words. In any case, I have money to pay you back. Yang Kai took out another 30 spirit pills, plus the 2 he had just obtained, and stuffed them all into Daiyu's hands. Daiyu took them in a daze. She seemed to have received a great shock and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. It wasn't until Yang Kai waved his hand in front of her that she regained her vision. Are you going to the market? What are you going to do there? I'm going to buy some 100 refined incense. Didn't you just buy 2 last time? Daiyu came back to her senses before she finished speaking. You used up all of them? Yang Kai laughed heartily. Where else do you think I got so many spirit pills? Before this, I brought the great general with me to sweep through all the orchards within a 100-kilometer radius. Those 2 boxes of 100 refined incense were long gone. If he hadn't taken a box from Old Fong, he really wouldn't have been able to last until the end of this month. Daiyu immediately understood his plan. You want to take the general to catch insects like before? Yang Kai rubbed his hands together. It's a great way to make money. There's no reason not to use it. Daiyu pondered for a moment before saying, but have you thought about it? If you do that, you may offend a lot of people. There was no need for her to remind him. Yang Kai knew very well that he had already offended a lot of people. He sneered, so be it. As long as there are heaven-opening pills, what's there to be afraid of? Daiyu slowly shook her head. That's not right. If you really offend too many people, you won't be able to stay in the servant house. Those people won't dare to go against the general. They'll definitely come after you. Yang Kai raised his arms. So what? Do you think I'm afraid of them? Daiyu glared at him. If you trust me, why don't you listen to my idea? Go ahead. Yang Kai turned to look at her. After all, she had lived here for 1,000 years. She should know more than he did. Daiyu waved her hand at him. Yang Kai leaned over and immediately felt the fragrance of orchids. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he listened. After a moment, Daiyu said, of course, I'm just giving you a suggestion. You can decide what to do. But no matter where you are, eating alone will always attract jealousy. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and nodded. That's a good idea. This will save me a lot of trouble. Does that mean you agree? Of course, why wouldn't I? Yang Kai nodded seriously. I'll eat the meat and leave some soup for them. Besides, that's what they deserve. It's even more than what they fed the general. Many of them might be grateful to you. Yang Kai chuckled. It doesn't matter. We'll do as you say. But this way, we'll still have to go to the market. There's no need to buy so much 100 refined incense. By the way, Daiyu, there are blue flame silkworms in the fire spirit land. What about the other spirit lands? Daiyu said, you're quite quick-witted. I was just about to tell you this. The fruit trees in the other spirit lands will naturally give birth to some strange insects, but I don't know what the general's taste is. You can go to the market and buy a few to try. That'll require a lot of investment. Yang Kai looked at Daiyu with burning eyes. Daiyu, you have to help me. Daiyu covered her mouth and smiled. Since I've made this suggestion, I'll naturally help you. But... She moved closer to Yang Kai and nudged him with her shoulder. Little brother, when you succeed in the future, don't forget to help your sister. Chapter 38:54. Yang Kai laughed and put his arm around her shoulder. After we earn some money, we'll split the profits. Daiyu turned her head and looked at him. Take your claws away. After carefully discussing in the room and confirming the division of labor, Yang Kai took the 1,000 heaven-opening pills he borrowed from Daiyu and flew straight to the market square. Not long after Yang Kai left, a piece of news spread in the servant room. Daiyu could exchange 2 blue flame silkworms for 1 heaven-opening pill. This caused an uproar in the servant room. In an instant, countless people rushed to Daiyu's residence. It had to be known that when people were filial to the great general, they would usually feed him 3 or 4 blue flame silkworms before the great general would reward them with a spirit pill. This was only if they were lucky. If they were unlucky, the great general would ignore them no matter how much they fed him. But now, as long as they caught 2 blue flame silkworms, they would definitely be able to get a heaven-opening pill from Daoist. No matter how profitable this deal was, they would naturally scramble for it. Moreover, the odd-job workers would stay in the orchard for a month and would more or less catch a few insects every month. Although they didn't know what Daoist was doing, after confirming the accuracy of the news and seeing someone exchange 2 blue flame silkworms for 1 heaven-opening pill, a long line formed in front of Daoist's door. Everyone had just returned from the orchard, so who didn't have insects on hand? Daoist had a good relationship with the other servants in the handyman room and even had a few so-called close sisters, so at this moment, she naturally spared no effort to inquire about this matter, but this matter was related to the interests of both her and Yang Kai, so how could she say anything? She simply smiled and remained tight-lipped. Only a few people looked at the bustling scene and revealed pensive expressions. On the other side, after Yang Kai arrived at the servant market, he went straight to the shop selling the pure wood box and 100 refined incense. He spent 10 heaven-opening pills to buy 2 boxes of 100 refined incense. According to his original plan, he would use the hundreds of heaven-opening pills he had obtained to buy 100 refined incense. After all, he would be bringing General Si Chen to catch insects in the future, so the consumption of incense would be great. However, after listening to Daoist's suggestion, he found that her suggestion was better. If he were to do as he had planned, not only would he offend a lot of people, but the efficiency would also be low. Now that he had Daoist buy the jade flame silkworms from the servants, it would save him time and effort and he wouldn't have to offend anyone. Even if others knew the truth in the future, they would only think that he was lucky to be valued by the general and would not bear a grudge against him. Just as Daoist had said before, since ancient times, there had never been a good ending for those who ate alone. It could even be said that with Daoist's method, his income would probably be greater. However, even though he didn't need to buy incense in bulk, he still had to keep 2 boxes as backup. After leaving the shop, Yang Kai walked around the market. He wanted to find a place to set up a stall, but after walking around, he found that the good spots had been taken by others. The remaining ones were in the corners, unremarkable. After standing in place and observing for a while, Yang Kai went straight to one of the stalls, reached out, and handed over 3 heaven-opening pills. The stall owner was a young man. He looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, "Brother, what do you want to buy?" "I want to buy your stall." Yang Kai waved the heaven-opening pills in his hand and said, "Put away your things and give me your stall. These 3 spirit pills are yours." The young man muttered to himself for a moment before he happily put away the miscellaneous items on his stall. "Leave your signboard as well. It's all yours." The young man smiled and took the 3 heaven-opening pills. In the blink of an eye, he squeezed into the crowd and soon disappeared. The stall owners on the left and right glanced over with strange expressions. They had been here for many years and had never seen anyone buy a stall. No one managed the stalls here and it had always been a first-come, first-served basis. Yang Kai sat down where the young man had just been, picked up the signboard, and wiped off the words on it. Then he picked up a piece of charcoal from the ground and, after thinking for a moment, raised his hand and wrote a line of words on the signboard. Then he stuck the signboard next to the stall and opened for business. The stall owner on the left was an old man. When he looked over, he couldn't help but laugh. When he saw Yang Kai being so generous, he thought he was doing some big business, but who would have thought that the signboard actually said he was buying insects from fruit trees and orchards? The old man also knew that there were insects in every orchard, but they weren't very useful. Under normal circumstances, they would be caught and crushed to death. He didn't know why this young man was buying these insects. However, he was too lazy to pay attention to other people's business. Shaking his head, he no longer paid attention to Yang Kai and focused on his own business. Kai Yang had been sitting there for half a day. Originally, he had been ready to go all out, but after half a day, although there were many people who had stopped to watch, not a single one had come to ask him. This made him feel somewhat speechless. Thinking about it again, he suddenly understood. Not every spiritual land had great General Si Chen. The stupid chicken of the fire spirit land was a pet of the earth protector venerable and happened to like eating blue flame silkworms, so the servants of the fire spirit land had the habit of collecting insects. The servants of other spiritual lands should also be collecting insects, but they definitely wouldn't keep them. After understanding this, Yang Kai secretly frowned. If this was the case, then his plan wouldn't work. At this time, a timid voice sounded, "Excuse me, brother, what kind of insects are you buying?" Yang Kai looked up and saw a petite young girl standing in front of his stall. The young girl had delicate features and a few freckles on the tip of her nose. When their eyes met, the young girl's face was slightly red. Finally, someone came to ask. Yang Kai was startled and said, "Insects that grow on fruit trees, do you have them?" The young girl shook her head, "I don't, you don't have them?" Yang Kai almost cursed, but seeing how easily frightened she was, he couldn't bear it and squeezed out a smile. Then, "Please go ahead." The young girl didn't leave and stood there hesitating for a while before asking, "How do you buy them?" Since there was nothing to do and it was rare for someone to ask, Yang Kai casually replied, "For insects in exchange for a heaven-opening pill." The servants of the fire spirit land had negotiated with Dai Yu to exchange 2 insects for 1 pill. The price of the other spiritual lands would definitely not be the same. As soon as this was said, before the young girl in front of the stall could say anything, the elderly man next to her opened his eyes and turned to Yang Kai, "Young man, what did you just say? For insects in exchange for a heaven-opening pill?" "1 insect and 1 pill, but I want them alive." The old man was still in disbelief and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. After all, he had been here for so many years and had never seen anyone use a heaven-opening pill to exchange for useless insects. "Then wait a moment, I have a friend who has insects, I'll call her over." As the freckled young girl spoke, she took out a bell and gently shook it. The old man on the side stopped doing business and just looked over with interest, as if he wanted to confirm whether things were really as Yang Kai said, that 4 insects could be exchanged for a heaven-opening pill. Not long after, a young girl in her early 20s squeezed out from the crowd and looked at the freckled young girl. "Little Mo, someone is buying insects?" The young girl named Little Mo pointed to Yang Kai and said, "It's him, he wants to buy." "Elder sister Xueping, you can ask him yourself." Yu Xueping frowned as she looked at Yang Kai and then at the sign next to him to make sure she was not seeing things before asking, "How do you want to buy them?" "For insects for a heaven-opening pill." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Although she had already learned this from Little Mo's message, when she heard it with her own ears, she still found it hard to believe. She really didn't know what was wrong with this guy, actually using a heaven-opening pill to buy something like this. Was it because too many heaven-opening pills would burn his hand? However, since he did this, he must have his reasons. After pondering for a moment, she took out a wooden box and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai received it and swept it with his divine sense before gently nodding. 11 insects, are these blue water silkworms? Yes. The number is not enough, but I'll count it as 12 for 3 heaven-opening pills. As Yang Kai spoke, he tossed the blue water silkworms into his wooden box. When he returned the box, he also handed over 3 heaven-opening pills. This was his first order, so it didn't matter if he was a little generous. After receiving the pills, Yu Xueping and Little Mo were stunned. They finally confirmed that this young man was really doing what was written on the sign. This was an unexpected fortune. Yu Xueping had only caught some blue water silkworms out of boredom to raise for fun. After all, there was nothing much to do as an odd-job worker. Who knew that it would actually bring her some profit? Her shock only lasted for a moment before Yu Xueping immediately smelled the scent of great benefits from this transaction and hurriedly asked, "Brother, how many blue water silkworms do you want to buy?" I want as many as you have, no limit, Yang Kai said with a smile. Then will you still come next month? Of course. I understand. Yu Shuoping nodded heavily. Then when the city square opens next month, I'll come find you here. Yang Kai finally recovered and understood what she was planning to do. He secretly scolded himself for being foolish. He only knew how to sit here and wait for people to come to buy, but he didn't know how to train an agent. The odd job workers of other spiritual lands didn't have the habit of catching insects and keeping them. If he didn't give them some benefits, where would the insects come from? This woman in front of him had this kind of mind and this kind of intention, so he could cooperate with her. Okay. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. May I know brother's name? Junior sister Yu Shuoping. Yang Kai reported his name. Yu Shuoping said, so it's Brother Yang. Brother Yang shouldn't be from the water spiritual land, and this is the first time we've met, so we don't know each other well. What if I come next month and can't find brother? Yang Kai said, I will definitely come. Yu Shuoping shook her head, words are no guarantee. Yang Kai looked at her with interest, then what do you propose? Chapter 38:55. Brother, how about I give you 30 heaven-opening pills as a deposit? Yu Shuoping obviously already had a plan in mind and said, of course, I can also give something to brother as collateral so that brother won't have to worry about me not coming here after receiving the spirit pills. Yang Kai chuckled and said, sure, what does junior sister want as collateral? Yu Shuoping stretched out her hand and grasped the air, causing a long sword to appear in her palm. She handed it to Yang Kai and said, I'll use this as collateral. Yang Kai reached out and handed it over, flicking his finger on the blade. A clear and melodious sword cry rang out as the blade buzzed incessantly. Nodding, he said, good sword, I'll take it. He then put it into his space ring. Yang Kai didn't know the value of this sword, but he could imagine that it was about the same as 30 heaven-opening pills. As a result, when the market opened next month, he and Yu Shuoping would definitely come here to meet, guaranteeing their transaction. Taking out 30 heaven-opening pills and handing them to her, Yu Shuoping's beautiful eyes lit up, many thanks, brother. Then we'll meet again next month. Turning to her companion, she called out, little Mo, let's go. The two hurriedly left the market and went straight to the water spirit land. The two of them didn't hide their conversation from the others, so the stall owners on the left and right all saw it. None of them were fools, so after Yu Shuoping left, the elderly man on the left said, little brother, that girl just now should be from the water spirit land. This old master is from the earth spirit land. There are also insects in the earth spirit land's orchard, I wonder if we can cooperate? I'm from the metal spirit land. The stall owner on the right also came over, a flattering look on his face, I also know a friend from the wood spirit land, would you like to call him over? An hour later, Yang Kai packed up his stall and left. Although he hadn't received many insects on this trip, only 11 of them had been sold to him by Yu Shuoping, a path had been opened. All that was left was to wait for the next month to meet. Yang Kai could already see a large number of heaven-opening pills rolling towards him. Returning to the village where the handyman's house was located, Yang Kai saw a long line in front of Dai Yu's house from afar. Knowing that his plan was going well, Yang Kai smiled happily. A figure sneakily approached. Yang Kai turned his head and saw old Fong with a flattering smile. He rubbed his hands and said, brother, you're back. Yes. Yang Kai answered casually. What's the matter? It's fine. Old Fong smiled and said, brother, if you're free, why don't you come over to my place for a chat? I've been collecting fine wine for many years, and I can finally open it today. It's tasteless to drink alone, so I wonder if you'll do me the honor? Yang Kai crossed his arms and looked at him with a half-smile. Drink? I'm not interested. Besides, I remember someone saying that we should just pretend that we've never met before. Old Fong reached out and slapped himself. He said bitterly, I was confused at that time. Brother, don't take it to heart. It's not easy for us to get to know each other in this vast world. Just give me some face and take it as my apology. Yang Kai was still hesitating, but Old Fong had already grabbed Yang Kai's arm and pulled him towards his house. He said, Brother, you're a master. Don't take it to heart. Yang Kai said in a low voice, just drink. Don't pull me like that. That's improper. Okay. I won't pull you like that. Old Fong kept nodding and bowed. Yang Kai followed Old Fong into his house and closed the door. Old Fong mysteriously took out a wine jar and placed 2 plates of spirit fruits on the table. He then sat down across from Yang Kai. He opened the seal and the room was immediately filled with the rich aroma of wine. Old Fong politely filled Yang Kai's cup and then filled his own. He raised his cup and said, It's my honor to meet Brother Yang in this fire spirit land. Let this old brother toast you first. He raised his head and downed the contents of his cup. Yang Kai glanced at him and also downed his own cup. He couldn't help but feel refreshed. The wine was good. It was mellow and rich. A burning sensation rose from his stomach, making him feel warm and light. Old Fong continued to fill Yang Kai's cup and said with a smile, This old man has kept this jar of wine for 800 years. Back then, I collected the most precious materials from my world and spent a lot of money and manpower. There were only 3 jars in total. One was drunk when this old man set out to come to this world. The other was given to Steward Chow. This is the last jar in this world. The wine is good. Yang Kai praised. It's good. Drink more. Old Fong's face was glowing. And these spirit fruits. This old man brought them over from his world. I've always kept them and couldn't bear to eat them. Although the world outside of this world is wonderful, you definitely can't find these things. Yang Kai nodded and picked up a bunch of grape-like berries to eat. As he ate and drank, Old Fong talked endlessly. He reminisced about his past glory and lamented his current miserable situation. For a moment, grief welled up in his heart. He was speechless and tears streamed down his face. Yang Kai couldn't stand him and said, If you want to say something, just say it. Don't talk nonsense. It's annoying. Old Fong wiped the corners of his eyes and said, Old brother actually doesn't have much to say. I just want to see if little brother can help old brother out. How can I help you out? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. You know, I've only been here for 2 months. You've been here for hundreds of years. If we're talking about help, I'm the one who needs your help. Old Fong waved his hand. Ambition doesn't depend on age. I've been here for hundreds of years and haven't made a name for myself. But little brother, you've done something earth-shattering the moment you arrived. I don't know what you're talking about. Yang Kai casually threw a spirit fruit into his mouth and ate happily. Old Fong's eyes twitched. He gritted his teeth and didn't beat around the bush. He could see that if he continued to argue like this, he would always be the passive one. He went straight to the point. Miss Dai-Yu is outside collecting blue flame silkworms. 2 blue flame silkworms can be exchanged for 1 heaven-opening pill. Is that so? Yang Kai blinked. Then hurry up and sell them. This is a good thing. Old Fong lowered his voice. I saw her go into your room before and only came out after a long time. This young master is wise and powerful. It's not strange for a woman to like me. Old Fong gritted his teeth. You said that the great general gave you a lot of heaven-opening pills. I'm quite lucky. The great general likes me. Old Fong was about to cry. Little brother, when you first entered the orchard, it was I who taught you how to take care of the fruit trees. I even let you practice in my own orchard. You didn't have the pure wood box and 100 refined incense, so I lent them to you for free. Didn't the great general give you a heaven-opening pill when he rewarded you? Yang Kai looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Old Fong opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. After a long time, he sighed. Forget it, forget it. This old master is unlucky. I don't have much hope in this life. In an instant, he seemed to have aged a lot. Yang Kai chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. No matter what, I still have to thank you for your 1 month of teaching. You're a stingy person, but overall, you're not bad. Old Fong looked at him in shock. Go and help Xiao Dai later. I think she's a bit busy. Old Fong smiled and grabbed Yang Kai's hand. He looked like he wanted to repay him with his body. Little brother, this old brother will never forget your kindness. If you need anything in the future, just call me. This old brother won't ask for too much. When little brother makes a fortune, just give me some benefits. I'll go first. You can drink slowly. After saying this, he ran out of the door with an unimaginable agility. Yang Kai wiped his hands on his clothes and continued to sit down. He didn't go back until he finished the jar of wine and spirit fruit. At night, Yang Kai's house was filled with golden light. The great general raised his head and puffed out his chest, looking forward with arrogance. Yang Kai stood in front of him and fed him the blue flame silkworms. Old Fong and Dai Yu stood to the side, holding their breaths and nervously watching. Every time he fed a dozen insects, Yang Kai would reach out his hand to the great general. Then, the great general would spit out a golden light from his mouth. Yang Kai didn't know how many times he repeated this process, but after the insects in his hand were all fed, the great general burped and slowly walked out of the room. Yang Kai discovered that this stupid chicken's appetite wasn't as small as he thought. It was just an illusion that it was full after eating a dozen insects in the orchard. Its stomach was like a bottomless pit. No matter how many insects there were, it could eat them all. After closing the door and opening the restriction, Old Fong swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but ask, how many? He had never seen so many heaven-opening pills in his life. Today was an eye-opener. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that the great general was so generous. He had tried to feed the great general some insects, but the great general only ate a few insects and didn't reward him with a single heaven-opening pill. Dai Yu's situation was better. She ate 5 insects and received 1 heaven-opening pill, which was normal. Only Yang Kai, the ratio of the insects he fed to the heaven-opening pills was 1:1. Under the burning gazes of the two, Yang Kai checked the space ring on his hand with his divine sense before looking up at them and chuckling, 1,400. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder how many heaven-opening pills that stupid chicken had on it. If it could just casually give him 1,400, wouldn't it have even more on it? However, those things were given to it by the Venerable One, so unless it wanted to, anyone who dared to steal them would definitely not have a good ending. Hearing this number, even though Dai Yu was mentally prepared, she couldn't help covering her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes flashing brightly. Old Fong was even more excited as he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Little brother, you've struck gold, you've struck gold." He and Dai Yu had stayed in this servant room for quite some time and had seen many servants come and go, but none of them had ever been like Yang Kai, obtaining so many heaven-opening pills in just 2 months. Even if he had saved up for several hundred years, he still wouldn't have this many. This was simply a miracle, but speaking of which, this was all thanks to the great general's strange attitude towards Yang Kai. No other servant had ever been treated so generously by the great general. Chapter 3856. The table was full of Kai Tian pills, dazzling the 3 people in the room. After the business was done, all that was left was to divide the spoils. This was an exciting moment. Yang Kai looked at the 2 people on his left and right. With a wave of his hand, he divided the pills on the table into 2 and pushed half of them to Dai Yu. "Little Dai, this is your capital." Dai Yu smiled and accepted it. The pills used to buy the blue flame silkworms today were all paid by Dai Yu. Without her, this plan wouldn't have worked. Yang Kai didn't have any Kai Tian pills, so there was nothing to say about getting the capital back. Yang Kai divided the remaining half into two again and pushed half of them to Daoist. This is yours. Daoist looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai said, we agreed that we'd split it 2 ways. He took out another 50 pills from his half and pushed it to Old Fong. Old Fong, this is yours. Don't think it's too little. Little Dai paid for it, and she was the one who came up with this idea, so you should get more. Old Fong was so excited that his face flushed. It's not little. I just follow Miss Daoist and run errands. This is more than enough. It was indeed a lot. The salary of a handyman was 3 pills a year. Occasionally, they could get some rewards from the general. If they made a contribution in the orchard, they might be rewarded with other pills. But in general, a handyman could only earn 10 to 20 pills a year at most and 5 or 6 at least. It was difficult to earn more than that. But today, he just followed Daoist and received 50 Kai Tian pills. This was equivalent to several years of hard work. How could Old Fong not be satisfied? How could he not be satisfied? This source of income was all thanks to Yang Kai. Old Fong really didn't think it was too little. In his excitement, he wanted to put away the pills, but seeing that Daoist didn't take any action, he felt that if he acted too eagerly, he would appear too greedy. So, he suppressed his eagerness and waited. Daoist smiled and divided the half in front of her into 2 again, pushing the extra 1 back to Yang Kai. Yang Kai and Old Fong both looked at her in shock. Daoist said, little brother is benevolent and righteous. How can I, as your elder sister, take advantage of you? This time, I'm paying the price, so I'll take a little more. You can keep the rest. You're new here and need the heaven-opening pill. Yang Kai looked at the portion in front of her. He estimated that there were only about 100 pills. He laughed and said, we agreed to split it evenly. You can't expect me to go back on my word, right? Daoist pursed her lips and said, I know you're a man of your word, and I didn't misjudge you. But I'll get the same benefits as how much effort I put in. If you insist on giving it to me, I won't feel comfortable taking it. Moreover, since the path has already been opened, and it's not like this is the only time. In the future, when I follow you, do you think I won't be able to earn enough opening heaven pills? I believe that as long as I follow you in the future, I'll be able to earn even more heaven-opening pills. This is what I call a steady stream. Yang Kai saw how serious and honest she was and guessed that even if he tried to force her, she wouldn't accept, so he nodded and said, all right, then we'll all work together to make a fortune in the future. Old Fong stood to the side, his stomach knotted. He had put in the least effort, and although he had taken the least, compared to his efforts, these 50 heaven-opening pills in front of him were already a generous reward. After struggling for a while, he reluctantly took out 5 heaven-opening pills and pushed them back. I'll also take less. If little brother has any more good things like this in the future, don't forget about me. Kai Yang glanced at him and couldn't help laughing. Forget it, just put it away. Old Fong immediately put the 50 heaven-opening pills into his space ring with a look of satisfaction. Yang Kai and Daoist also put away their heaven-opening pills. The 3 people in the room looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Who wouldn't be happy to make a fortune? There's one more thing I need to tell you. The roads to the other spirit lands have been opened. When the market opens next month, we can go there and collect insects. At that time, the profits we'll get won't just be 1, but 7. You've already talked to someone? Daoist asked curiously. Yang Kai told her about his encounter with Yu Xueping today and what happened afterward, telling her that he had found an agent in each spirit land and asked them to help him purchase insects from each spirit land at a ratio of 1 to 4. Daoist listened and sighed, that Yu Xueping is quite smart, actually seeing the key to the matter at once. Yang Kai played with a heaven-opening pill in his hand and said with a smile, in any case, this is also good for us, and without their help, we can't go to the other spirit lands to buy insects. That's not bad. I have a proposal. Speak. Yang Kai looked at her. Later on, Elder Fong and I will take care of this matter. We will provide the funds and manpower. You don't have to worry about anything. You just have to be responsible for feeding the great general and getting rewards. When we get the profits, Elder Fong and I will split 10%. Old Fong said with a smile, "Mine is enough." Dai Yu looked at him with a smile. "Old Fong, do you know how much 10% is? Are you sure you won't regret it if you give it away so generously?" "How much?" Old Fong asked. Dai Yu smiled. "According to the prophets of our fire spirit land this time, it's about 700 heaven opening pills, so 10% is 70. Moreover, this is the number of insects purchased at a ratio of 1 to 2. The other 6 spirit lands have a higher ratio, so the profits will be even more. 10% is about 600 to 700 heaven opening pills." With a gudong sound, Old Fong gulped and stared at Yang Kai anxiously. "Little brother, I'm afraid I drank too much just now and spoke without thinking, please don't take it to heart." Yang Kai laughed. "The two of you helped me so much, how could I let you be wronged?" 10%. Old Fong was grateful and couldn't help but calculate in his heart. If he and Dai Yu each took 10%, then it would be 600 to 700 heaven opening pills. Wouldn't the remaining 80% be 5,000 to 6,000? He couldn't help but be shocked. This number was simply too terrifying. He had been here for several hundred years and had never collected so many heaven opening pills. Yang Kai had made such a huge profit in just 1 month. His expression became serious. "Brother, this matter cannot be known by others, otherwise there will be no peaceful days. Brother also swears that if I, Fong Biki, reveal even half a word about this matter, I will be struck by lightning and my soul will not be at peace." Dai Yu slowly shook her head. "The fire spirit lands matter cannot be hidden for long, but the acquisition of insects from the other spirit lands must be kept a secret. When we go back and see the agents, I will talk to them. It won't be difficult for them to keep their mouths shut. After all, they also benefited from this, so who would want to make things difficult for themselves?" Yang Kai nodded. "Then I'll leave this matter to you. There's one more thing." Dai Yu looked at Yang Kai. "You have to maintain a good relationship with Steward Chow. If the fire spirit lands matter is leaked, he will definitely be jealous. If you don't maintain a good relationship with him, you will be hindered in the future." Kai Yang suddenly felt a bit sick of it, but after thinking about what she said, he nodded his head and said, "I'll find an opportunity to clear things up. If he could take this opportunity to get him out of the orchard, that would be the best." But then again, when the road to wealth opened up in the future, the fire spirit land's income was only a small part. Even if it was exposed, it wouldn't matter much. At most, he would just have to give some benefits to Zhou Zheng. This wasn't a big deal. After chatting for a while, they went their separate ways. Now that everything was settled, all that was left was to wait for the market to open next month to see the results. However, the acquisition of the blue flame silkworms in the fire spirit land could be carried out ahead of schedule. Moreover, this matter would be handled by Dai Yu and Old Fong, so Yang Kai didn't need to worry about it. Sitting cross-legged in his room, Yang Kai casually tossed the spirit pill in his hand into his mouth. He had never eaten a heaven-opening pill before, so he was reluctant to do so before, but now, he naturally wanted to taste it. There was nothing special about it. Zhang Ruoshi had said that the heaven-opening pill had 2 functions. The first was to raise the grade of a heaven-opening realm master, but there was a limit to it. At most, it could only raise the grade of a heaven-opening realm master by 1 or 2 grades, and the higher the grade, the more difficult it was to raise. The second function was to help a cultivator purify and condense their yin and yang 5 elements energy. Therefore, heaven-opening pills were hard currency in the entire universe. Basically, every cultivator's strength and growth were inseparable from this spirit pill. However, the medicinal efficacy of this spirit pill was limited. Only the heaven-opening pill born from the heaven and earth universe furnace could help a cultivator reach the peak. Yang Kai hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm yet, and the wood attribute energy he condensed was the essence of the immortal tree, so this heaven-opening pill had no effect on him other than a warm feeling. Knowing that it would be a waste to eat more, he simply ignored it. 3 days passed in a flash. Early in the morning, the golden rooster crowed and the figures of the people in the chores room turned into streaks of light as they flew towards the orchard. In front of everyone's eyes, Great General Si Chen's body shone with a golden light as he transformed into the size of an ordinary rooster. With a flap of his wings, he landed on Kai Yang's head. That wasn't all. His plump buttocks wiggled in Kai Yang's hair as he assumed the most comfortable position. Yang Kai's face twitched as he felt humiliated, but considering the huge benefits this guy had brought him, he endured. Arriving at the orchard, Yang Kai took care of the fruit trees as usual, fertilizing and watering, catching insects, extracting earth vein fire attribute energy, and using wood attribute energy to nourish the fruit trees. There was no need for him to go around robbing people like he did last month. That would offend too many people, and in the end, it was proven that he didn't have as many methods as Xiao Dai. When he had free time, he would drink and play chess with Old Fang. His days were quite carefree, and from time to time, someone would come to Old Fang to sell him blue flame silkworms. According to Old Fang, he and Dai Yu had already spread the word that as long as the chores in the fire spirit land caught enough insects, they could exchange them for a heaven-opening pill. As such, people would come to Old Fang's orchard every few days. Yang Kai didn't know where Dai Yu's orchard was, but it seemed that her situation was similar. When he returned to rest, he could feed the blue flame silkworms she received to the great general. Chapter 38:57. The taste of sitting on the ground and making money was simply too intoxicating. Yang Kai had recently treated the great general as a god of wealth while Old Fang treated Yang Kai as a god of wealth, grinning from ear to ear every day, even generously sharing the food and wine in his space ring with Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. On a day of rest, the group of 3 went straight to the market. When they arrived at the previous stall, they saw 2 women already waiting for them. It was none other than Yu Xueping and the young girl named Xiao Mo. Seeing Yang Kai come as promised, Yu Xueping's beautiful eyes lit up. Yang Kai waved his hand to her but did not come forward himself, instead turning around and leaving Old Fang and Dai Yu behind. Yu Xueping and Xiao Mo exchanged a glance before quickly following behind him. Walking until they reached a remote area, Yang Kai stopped and smiled at the 2 of them. "Brother!" Yu Xueping called out. Yang Kai nodded, sweeping the area with his divine sense to determine that no one was paying attention to them before lowering his voice and asking, "How was junior sister's harvest?" "Brother will know when you see it for yourself." Saying this, Yu Xueping handed over 3 boxes made of pure wood. Yang Kai received them, swept them with his divine sense, and obtained the exact number, a total of 1138 blue water silkworms, worth 285 heaven-opening pills. Including the previous deposit of 30 heaven-opening pills, this is a total of 255 spirit pills. Junior sister can count them herself. "There's no need to count, I trust brother." Yu Xueping suppressed the excitement in her heart as she accepted the spirit pills handed over by Yang Kai, exchanging a glance with Xiao Mo, both of their faces filled with excitement. To be honest, it wasn't until this moment that she could finally put down the stone in her heart. Although Yang Kai had paid a deposit before, she also had some collateral with Yang Kai. In order to purchase these blue water silkworms, she had paid a lot of spirit pills. If Yang Kai hadn't come today, she would have suffered a great loss. Now that she had obtained the spirit pills, she naturally had nothing to worry about. Adding on the previous deposit, she had made a solid profit. Yang Kai returned the sword to Yu Xueping, who asked, "Brother, do you still want to buy these blue water silkworms?" Of course, of course. Come here every month, I'll take as many as you can get." "Alright, then I'll collect more from the water spiritual land for you." Xiao Mo asked curiously, "Brother, why do you want to buy these blue water silkworms?" As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Xueping elbowed her and said apologetically, "Little Mo is not sensible. Please don't blame her, senior martial brother. She also knew that Yang Kai would definitely not accept these seemingly useless insects for no reason. Just because she was useless didn't mean others were useless. Yang Kai had brought her to this remote place to trade, acting as if they were spies. Obviously he didn't want this matter to be known to everyone, so Xiao Mo's question was somewhat abrupt. "It's fine." Yang Kai chuckled. Yu Xueping was obviously in a good mood after completing the first transaction. She chatted with Yang Kai for a while and agreed on a time for the next transaction. Suddenly, she heard someone coming. She turned her head and saw that it was one of Yang Kai's companions. She immediately said, "Brother, it's a deal. I'll come to you next month." "Okay, I'll wait for you here." Yang Kai nodded. As soon as Yu Xueping and little Mo left, the old man led the old man from the earth spirit land over. The old man saw Yu Xueping's departing figure with his own eyes and knew that the deal they had agreed on last month had been completed. Filled with anticipation, he politely greeted Yang Kai. The price had already been agreed upon, and there was nothing to be said between the two of them. However, the number of insects brought by the old man from the earth spiritual land was not that many. There were only about 300 of them. It was likely that Yu Xueping had some doubts in her heart, fearing that Yang Kai was deceiving her, so she didn't dare to accept too much. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a single spirit land to only accept so much in a month. In this regard, he wasn't as bold as Yu Xueping. After the transaction with the earth spiritual land was over, Yu led her people over. After a full hour, Yang Kai had received 6 groups of people, but in addition to Yu Xueping, the people from the other 5 spirit lands only brought 600 insects at most. Most of them were like the old man from the earth spirit land, about 300 to 400 insects. But they couldn't be blamed. They weren't familiar with each other and this was the first time they had cooperated. It was right to be careful. After all, not everyone was as daring as Yu Xueping. Adding the insects from the 6 spiritual lands together, it was a very large number. After collecting all the insects, there was no reason to stay in the market. The 3 of them immediately returned home and called for Great General Si Chen. They hid in the room and split the spoils. After counting, they found that they had earned a total of 3,000 heaven-opening pills this month. According to the previous agreement, Old Fang and Yu each took 10%. The remaining 2,000 or so were all given to Yang Kai. Old Fang was shocked. 2,000 a month meant at least 30,000 a year. It was enough to buy 2 sets of grade 3 materials. As long as they had enough materials, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to reach heaven opening in the future. After reaching heaven opening, they would be able to get rid of their servant status and truly become part of the Qiqiao land. In a good mood, Old Fang dragged Yang Kai and Yu to the market for a drink. With nothing to do and Old Fang's warm invitation, Yang Kai couldn't refuse. However, Yu said she had other things to do and wouldn't go. In the end, Yang Kai followed him to the market. There was a restaurant in the market. It was also opened by the Qiqiao land, but the workers there were all servants. It was only open for 3 days a month. The food and drinks in the restaurant weren't cheap, so normal servants couldn't afford to patronize it. However, it was only one restaurant after all. The market gathered the servants of the 7 spiritual lands. It was bustling with people every day, so the restaurant's business wasn't bad. It wasn't as bleak as one would expect. Following Old Fang into the restaurant, a servant dressed as a servant immediately came up to greet them warmly. Yang Kai looked around and found that there were 7 or 8 tables in the lobby. There were 4 or 5 tables filled with people. They each ordered a few jugs of wine and a few dishes. They were eating in full swing. Old Fang had probably been here before. He waved his hand generously. "Do you have a private room? Give me one." There weren't many people who could eat and drink in this restaurant, so the private rooms on the 2nd floor were definitely not full. Hearing this, the servant nodded and smiled, "Yes, yes. Brothers, Please come upstairs. They followed the servant to the second floor and entered a private room. The two of them sat down. Old Fong called out a list of dishes and waved his hand. Give me 10 jugs of good wine. Yang Kai turned to look at him and smiled. Can you finish all of them? Take them away if you can't. Old Fong ordered the servant, pack 10 more jugs and take them away. That's all for now. I'll call you if it's not enough. The servant hurriedly responded and left to do his job. Yang Kai looked around and smiled. You come here often? Old Fong laughed dryly. How could I? Normally, I would only come here to buy a few jars of wine to drink at home. I've been in Kikikyo for hundreds of years, but the number of times I've come here is less than 10. It's all thanks to you today, otherwise I wouldn't be willing to come here. After a pause, he said, the things here are a little expensive, but the taste is still not bad. There are many things that we can't see where we come from. Little brother, eat more later. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Since you're treating, I won't stand on ceremony. Old Fong said with a smile, of course, of course. After a short while, all the dishes were served. Old Fong took the initiative to pour wine and enthusiastically served Yang Kai the god of wealth. He ate and drank while chatting. After all, Old Fong had been here for a few hundred years, so he knew more about the Seven Corners land than Yang Kai. Although he didn't know much about the situation outside of the Seven Corners land, he knew more about the Fire Spirit land than anyone else. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai listened with great interest. According to him, Zhou Steward Chow used to be a servant in the Fire Spirit land, but his luck was better. He was recognized by the higher-ups, and he made a few contributions to the orchard. After accumulating enough heaven-opening pills and buying all the ingredients, he was promoted to the heaven-opening realm. Only then was he promoted to manager of the Fire Spirit land. Yang Kai was shocked. He raised his wine cup and said, Steward Chow is in the heaven-opening realm? He hadn't been able to tell. He thought that Steward Chow was the same as him, walking on the path of cultivation. At most, he had condensed a few more types of energy than him. What kind of heaven-opening realm is that? Old Fong sneered. Who knew if it was because he was in a better mood, but he was drunk. It's just a first-grade heaven-opening realm. If this old man wanted to, he would have broken through long ago. Yang Kai silently calculated. First-grade materials were worth 150 heaven-opening pills. To condense 7 types of energy, he would need at least 1,000 spirit pills. Old Fong had been here for several hundred years, so he should have accumulated enough. He wasn't bragging. Drinking the wine in his cup, Old Fong sneered, first-grade heaven-opening realm is the most hopeless heaven-opening realm. By doing this, he's cutting off his own path. No matter how many heaven-opening pills he takes in the future, he'll only be able to reach 3rd grade at most. This old man's ambition isn't that low. I want to directly reach 3rd grade heaven-opening realm. This idea was the same as Dai Yu's. Dai Yu's goal was also 3rd grade heaven-opening realm. As a result, she had hopes of reaching 4th grade or even 5th grade heaven-opening realm. 4th grade or 5th grade heaven-opening realm was the middle heaven-opening realm. It was on a completely different level from the lower heaven-opening realm. Yang Kai nodded. Although that's true, 1st grade heaven-opening realm is still heaven-opening realm. In truth, he was a bit curious as to what kind of strength a 1st grade heaven-opening realm cultivator could display. Unfortunately, he hadn't fought with Zhou Zheng yet, so there was no way for him to test it out. Old Fong said, Brother, you don't know. Although that fellow is also a heaven-opening realm cultivator, he's only able to show off in front of us workers. As for those true disciples of the 7 openings lands who condensed 3rd grade materials, which one of them would look up to him? Yang Kai suddenly thought of that consul disciple Du Rufeng he had seen when he first came to the 7 openings lands. That fellow was definitely a half-step heaven-opening realm cultivator, but his status was definitely not something that Zhou Zheng could compare to. Even that woman surnamed Yao who had brought them to the fire spirit land hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm, but Zhou Zheng had to bow and scrape in front of her. From this, it could be seen that outside the cosmos world, reaching the heaven-opening realm wasn't enough to give one a lofty position. Without a bright future, it was better not to advance. Chapter 38-58. That being said, everyone had their own difficulties. High-grade materials were not so easy to find. There would always be people who were forced to split open the heavens. While the two were talking, they suddenly heard a loud noise and the door was kicked open. Just as Lao Feng was feeling complacent, he slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "Who is it?" He turned his head and did not recognize the person, but he looked familiar. Yang Kai recognized the person immediately and said in surprise, "Brother Shi." The person was one of the newcomers who came with him, the monster man, Shi Haotsang. Yang Kai did not know why he was here, and he even kicked open the door without any hesitation. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, Lao Feng came back to his senses and remembered that he had vaguely seen him in the servant room in the fire spirit land. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Do you know him?" Yang Kai nodded, thinking that not only did they know each other, but they had also formed an alliance to help each other. Since it was someone Yang Kai knew, Lao Feng could not be rude and said, "Since you are friends, why don't you sit down and have a drink with me?" Shi Haotsang looked at Yang Kai and frowned slightly. He fixed his eyes on Lao Feng again and slowly shook his head, "I don't dare." He gestured to the side and said, "Steward Chow invites the two of you." "Steward Chow?" Lao Feng shivered and sobered up. Which Steward Chow?" Shi Haotsang sneered, "How many Steward Chow do you know? Where is the Steward Chow?" Lao Feng swallowed his saliva. Shi Haotsang did not speak and only looked at him quietly. Cold sweat slowly appeared on Lao Feng's forehead, and he suddenly felt that a great disaster was coming. At this time, he also realized that it must be because he was too excited and drank too much with Yang Kai, so he spoke without thinking. Even the walls had ears. Maybe the Steward Chow was sitting next to them. He turned his head and looked at Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai also smiled bitterly. After a moment of silence, he stood up and said, "Let's go." If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. Since the other party had invited the two of them, he was definitely included. Shi Haotsang led the way in front, while Yang Kai and Old Feng followed closely behind. Old Feng's legs and stomach were shaking. Previously, when he was chatting with Yang Kai, he had disparaged Zhou Zheng, a rank 1 Kai Tian, as useless. However, Kai Tian was Kai Tian. Moreover, Zhou Zheng had the title of manager of the orchard. No matter what, he was powerless to contend with him. If he really made things difficult for him, he could only accept it. He really wanted to slap himself. After drinking a little wine, he didn't have a lock on his mouth and dared to say anything. Steward Chow was right next door, and he was not alone. When he followed Shi Haotsang into the cubicle next door, Yang Kai looked up and saw a table full of exquisite dishes. There were 5 people sitting at the table. Steward Chow was at the head of the table. On his left was Feng Tai from the Black River realm. On his right was the woman Su Nyini. Thousand Feather Boy and Sun were also there. The newcomers who had recently come to the fire spirit land were all here. Yang Kai suddenly showed a surprised expression. The situation was very obvious. Feng Tai and the others were hosting a banquet for the Steward Chow. What surprised him was that he didn't know anything about this. Moreover, no one came to inform him. Although he ran to the marketplace as soon as he came back from the orchard, after they formed an alliance last time, they had left their contact information. If they wanted to find him, it would be very easy and they could send a message to him. Since he didn't receive any news, it meant that they didn't intend to inform him. As his thoughts wandered, Yang Kai understood the whole story. He smiled and didn't care too much. He went up with Old Feng and cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, Steward Chow. Zhou Zheng's face was as cold as ice. He sat at the head of the table and didn't even look at the two. He just picked up a cup of wine and took a sip. Since he didn't speak, Yang Kai and Old Fong couldn't say anything either. The atmosphere in the room was extremely heavy. The newcomers didn't look sideways. Only Ah Sun kept winking at Yang Kai. He didn't know what she was trying to say. After a long while, Fong Tai smiled faintly. He picked up the wine jug and filled Zhou Zheng's cup, saying, "Steward Zhou, calm your anger, calm your anger. Some ignorant people are spouting nonsense, why should you care?" Hee hee. Steward Chow sneered. He picked up the cup in front of him and suddenly splashed the wine in front of him onto Old Fong's face. The wine was condensed with the power of the heaven-opening stage. Although it was just wine, how could it be different from a blow to the head? Old Fong's head was immediately thrown back. He staggered back several steps before he could steady himself. After he stood firm, his nose and mouth were full of blood. Zhou Zheng got up and walked to Old Fong's side. He looked at him and said in an icy voice, "How is this steward's heaven-opening stage? Is it still worthy of your discerning eyes?" Old Fong didn't bother to wipe the blood off his face. He lowered his head like a quail in winter. He shivered and stammered for a long time, but all he could do was apologize. Zhou Zheng coldly snorted and swept his sleeve across Old Fong's face. He then turned and walked out of the door. Fong Tai was very anxious. He shouted a few times and also chased after him, leaving the people in the room looking at each other. "Are you okay?" Kai Yang looked at Old Fong with concern. Speaking of this matter, he also had a bit of responsibility. If he hadn't been drinking with Old Fong, then he wouldn't have brought this disaster upon himself. But who would have thought that the person Old Fong was talking about would coincidentally be sitting right next to him? Moreover, he had overheard their conversation. The soundproofing of this room isn't very good. Yang Kai thought to himself. However, he and Old Fong were careless. They drank too much and didn't notice that there was someone next door. Old Fong had obviously also sobered up. Hearing this, he bitterly looked towards Kai Yang. "Little brother, save me." Yang Kai was speechless. "Don't panic. It's not a big deal." He looked away. Although it wasn't very ethical, looking at Old Fong's bruised face and swollen nose was really funny. "You too, what should I say to you?" Sun Yen looked at them with a frown. "Don't you know that the walls have ears? Even if it wasn't us sitting here today, even if someone else was sitting here and heard what you said and complained to Steward Chow, can you bear the consequences?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "It's useless to say this now." He turned to look at them. "Why are you here?" Before Sun Yen could say anything, Fong Tai walked in from the door. He said with a dark face, "Of course we're here to treat Steward Chow. Do you even need to ask?" Ah Sun said, "Yang Kai, you don't know. Brother Fong has made a contribution again. Today he is here to thank Steward Chow." "Another contribution?" Yang Kai turned to look at Fong Tai. He thought to himself, isn't this guy's luck a bit too good? He just made a contribution last month and received 30 heaven-opening pills as a reward. Now he's making another contribution this month? Does he think it's normal to make a contribution? And since he dared to come here to treat Steward Chow, he must have received a lot of rewards. He even wondered what the contribution was. Did he really make a contribution, or was it the result of his good relationship with Zhou Zheng? Anyway, he didn't see any traces of any contribution. He didn't know what he had to do to make a contribution. Fong Tai ignored him. He was obviously upset. It was no wonder. He had purposely treated Zhou Zheng today. Looking at the dishes on the table, it seemed like they had just been served. No one had started eating yet. In other words, they had just sat down. Before the banquet even started, the host had already left in anger. It would be strange if he, the host, was happy. They sat down again. Fong Tai's face was dark. He picked up the food and drank without saying a word. Old Fong grabbed Yang Kai's arm with a pleading expression, as if he was clutching at a life-saving straw. Yang Kai didn't have any way to save him. Comforting him didn't work, so he just pulled him to sit down with him. Although Zhou Zheng had only vented his anger on Old Fong, Yang Kai guessed that he had remembered him. This was really bad luck. He had been thinking that he could send some gifts to Zhou Zheng after he made some money. After all, he was working under him. Even if there were no benefits to making a good relationship with him, it wouldn't be bad. Now, he had offended him before he could even carry out his plan. Including the previous incident, he had probably offended him to death. You two still have the mood to sit here. Fong Tai glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, then what should we do? Fong Tai had a look of disappointment on his face. Look at you. Of all the people you could hang out with, you chose to hang out with this old guy. Now that you've been implicated by him, I'll see how you'll survive in the fire spirit land. Yang Kai was stunned by this attitude of an elder lecturing a junior. Also, Fong Tai looked at Yang Kai coldly. What's the matter with General Sikhen? What? How did you offend him? Everyone is saying that you've offended General Sikhen and now he's using your head as a chicken coop. Don't deny this. I saw it with my own eyes. It can't be fake. Do you know what kind of background General Sikhen has? He's the pet of our fire spirit land's earth protector. To put it bluntly, you might be able to survive in the fire spirit land after offending Steward Chow. But now that you've offended General Sikhen, do you think you'll have a good time? I won't be surprised if I see your corpse one day. Yang Kai was speechless. Many people had seen Stupid Chicken using his head as a chicken coop. It wasn't strange for such rumors to spread. However, he couldn't be bothered to argue. It was better to let people misunderstand. This way, the exposure of that incident would be delayed. But, Yang Kai frowned and said unhappily, Brother Fong, aren't you meddling too much? Fong Tai snorted. Do you think I want to meddle with you? I just don't want you to implicate us. No matter what, we're all newcomers who came here with the Earth Protector. How you do things will affect us. Brother Fong, you're thinking too much. It's best if I'm thinking too much. But if you're still so stubborn, I don't think there's any need for us to form an alliance. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. Chapter 38:59. Brother, I've implicated you. I'm sorry. Old Fong kept apologizing as they walked out of the market. Earlier in the restaurant, Yang Kai and Fong Tai didn't see eye to eye and parted on bad terms. Although Old Fong wasn't paying attention, he still noticed it. Yang Kai laughed. You're thinking too much. That guy clearly wants to distance himself from me. Even if today's incident didn't happen, he would have found another reason. But then again, he didn't have much of a relationship with Fong Tai. They just drank a pot of tea together in the market last month and then verbally agreed to form an alliance. Yang Kai didn't really care about this kind of unreliable alliance. Fong Tai took the opportunity to make things difficult for him today because he wanted to draw a clear line between them. He probably wasn't afraid of being implicated. They didn't have much of a relationship, so even if something happened to Yang Kai, he wouldn't be implicated. But since they had agreed to form an alliance, if he didn't do anything when something happened to Yang Kai, it wouldn't be justifiable. Now that they had parted ways, Yang Kai's life and death had nothing to do with him. Are you close? Why does he want to distance himself from you? Old Fong didn't understand. Yang Kai shook his head. We're not that close. He didn't want to talk about the alliance. He turned his head and said, But you, how are you going to solve today's incident? If you don't handle it well, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. Old Fong said with a bitter face, I don't know. Yang Kai sighed. Prepare to spend a lot of money. That Zhou Zheng seems to be a greedy person. If you can be ruthless and give him more benefits, it should be fine. I hope so. It's not bad if I can spend money to avoid trouble. Brother, do you want to come with me? Today, he saw you with me. If I go alone, I'm afraid he'll have a worse impression of you. That's true. Kai Yang rubbed his chin. How about this, when you go later, count me in as well, I won't be going. It's not good for too many people to go, so I'll have to trouble you to be the representative. Old Fang thought about it and felt that Yang Kai's words made sense. After all, giving a gift was not something that could be seen in public. It was better for him to go alone than with two people, so he immediately nodded and agreed. He wasn't afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word. After all, with his monthly income, Yang Kai wouldn't go back on his word. They didn't speak the entire way back to the handyman quarters. Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to wander around after the celebration. He spent the rest of his rest time in his room. 2 days later, General Sichen entered the orchard and patrolled his territory as usual. 30 fruit trees didn't take much effort. However, Yang Kai soon stopped in front of a fruit tree and frowned. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that there was something wrong with this fire spirit fruit tree. After carefully comparing it with the other fruit trees, he found that there was indeed something wrong. The leaves on this fruit tree and the color of the fire spirit fruit tree were redder than 3 days ago, as if they were about to be ripe. He didn't know what was going on, so he quickly went to ask Old Fang. When Old Fang saw him, he smiled and said, "Brother, you're here?" Yang Kai looked at his expression and smiled. "Is it done?" If it wasn't done, Old Fang wouldn't be so calm. As expected, Old Fang nodded. "It's done. It's just that it cost a lot." "How much?" Yang Kai asked. Old Fang gestured and said with heartache, 100 heaven-opening pills. That's a few dozen years of my income. This time, he had really lost a lot. That was in the past. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "How much do you get in a month now? What's there to feel heartache about? You said it yourself, we're spending money to avoid disasters." "Yes." Old Fang nodded. "Oh right, I also sent 30 pills to you." Steward Chow kindly accepted them and said that you're very sensible. "I think you'll be able to get rid of that piece of land soon." "Alright, I'll give you more from the account later." Yang Kai frowned. "Speaking of that piece of land, come with me to take a look." Old Fang saw his serious expression and hurriedly put down what he was doing and followed Yang Kai to the fruit tree. His expression changed and he exclaimed, "Not good." "What's wrong?" Old Fang said. The 3 dead fruit trees also showed this change. The color of the leaves and fruits became darker. Once this happens, the fruit trees will die in less than a month. Yang Kai was stunned. "Are you sure?" Old Fang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "My orchard is nearby. Do you think I don't know what happened here? This is an imminent calamity, an imminent calamity. Then what should we do?" Old Fang walked in circles, racking his brains. After a while, he stopped and said, "The only person who can help you now is Steward Chow. Fortunately, I sent some pills to him before, so he probably won't do anything. Go to the center of the orchard. There's a pavilion there. Steward Chow is usually there. Go find him and explain the situation. No need to look for him." Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. In the sky, a figure was flying quickly towards them. Who else could it be but Zhou Zheng? It looked like he was heading straight for them. Perhaps it was because of Old Fang's generous gift. Otherwise, he wouldn't come here unless he was patrolling the orchard. After a short while, Zhou Zheng landed in front of them. Yang Kai and Old Fang hurriedly bowed. Zhou Zheng clasped his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. "You two are quite close. You're always together wherever you go." He smiled, as if he wasn't the one who splashed wine on Old Fang's face a few days ago. Old Fang nodded and bowed. Brother Yang, you're new here and live next door to me. Of course, I have to take care of you. Zhou Zheng nodded, that's right. If everyone here was like you, I wouldn't have to run around so tiring. I really want to rest early. Old Fong hurriedly said, this orchard can't do without Steward Chow. The more capable one is, the more responsibility one has. I can only do my best to share the burden of the master. Zhou Zheng laughed and pointed at Old Fong, you're the only one who knows how to talk. Old Fong smiled, by the way, Steward Chow, I have something to report to you. Yes, what is it? It's like this. Yang Kai has been in the chores room for more than 2 months now. I've personally taught him. I've seen that he learns quickly and does well. He's already capable of taking care of more fruit trees. We don't have many people in the chores room to begin with, so it's a bit of a waste to let him take care of only 30 fruit trees. Steward Chow, do you think you can transfer him to another place? Otherwise, this kid will come and bother me all day long. I'm really annoyed. As he spoke, he gave Yang Kai a meaningful look. Yang Kai hurriedly said, Steward Chow, I'm already mentally prepared to contribute more to the land of fire spirits. Zhou Zheng nodded, well, it's rare for you to have such intentions. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. To tell you the truth, this is also the reason why I'm here today. Old Fong was overjoyed when he heard this. He turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. They both knew that the gift they had given before was effective. Moreover, it was more than effective. It was simply immediate. Thank you, Steward Chow. Yang Kai cupped his hands. Zhou Zheng smiled and was about to say something when his eyes suddenly fixed on the problematic fruit tree. He carefully looked at it for a while and his expression changed. He said in a deep voice, I suddenly remembered that I still have something important to do. I'll come back later. He was about to leave. How could Old Fong let him leave? He grabbed his arm and begged, Steward Chow, please wait. Can you transfer Yang Kai to another place first? Zhou Zheng flicked his sleeves and said unhappily, I'm responsible for patrolling and managing the fire spirit orchard. This is a very important matter. Any carelessness can lead to endless disasters. Now that I have something important to do, why are you pulling me? If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility? Old Fong smiled apologetically, there's no need to rush. Transferring Yang Kai away is just a matter of a word from you, Master Steward. Zhou Zheng looked at him coldly, it's easy to transfer him away, but after he leaves, who will take care of the 30 fruit trees in this orchard? I haven't found a replacement yet. Why don't you take care of them for a while? Old Fong was stunned. How could he dare to agree? He subconsciously loosened his grip and Zhou Zheng immediately flew away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. This is bad, this is bad. Old Fong slapped his thigh in annoyance, this is bad. Seeing Zhou Zheng's reaction, it was obvious that he also found out that there was a problem with the fruit trees. Before, he said that he was here to transfer Yang Kai away, but after seeing that there was a problem with the fruit trees, he immediately changed his mind. Obviously, he didn't want to take any responsibility and only wanted Yang Kai to take care of it. This was tantamount to pushing Yang Kai into a fire pit. Old Fong had just eaten a bite of meat with Yang Kai and was enjoying the beautiful future. If something happened to Yang Kai, then he couldn't count on anyone. So no matter what, he couldn't let anything happen to Yang Kai. But now that Zhou Zheng had left, he was like a headless fly without any ideas. Why aren't you worried at all? Old Fong suddenly saw Yang Kai's indifferent expression and couldn't help but be surprised. What's the use of worrying? Old Fong was stunned and knew that he was right. The most important thing now was the fruit trees, and worrying wouldn't solve the problem. However, when he remembered that he had given Zhou Zheng such a big gift the day before yesterday, but today he didn't help, he couldn't help but be angry. He spat in the direction Zhou Zheng had left and cursed, that guy is simply an ungrateful wretch. More than 100 heaven-opening pills were fed to the dogs. If he hadn't offended Zhou Zheng so badly a few days ago, how could he be willing to give so many heaven-opening pills? He thought that he could exchange for a future, but in the blink of an eye, he was forced into a dead end. Let's check first. Yang Kai didn't panic. I've checked several times before, but I didn't find anything. But now that there is a problem with the fruit trees, maybe we can find some clues. Old Fong nodded and said, yes, let's check together. No matter what, we have to find the problem first and then find the right medicine. Chapter 3860. The two of them immediately busied themselves around the fruit tree. Old Fong didn't even hesitate to use a secret technique. As his strength fluctuated, a white light floated out from his fingertip. Under his control, the light moved inch by inch to every corner of the fruit tree. After working for 1 to 2 hours, they still didn't find any problems. Old Fong was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. He kept muttering, "It can't be, why can't I find anything? Brother, could it be that something went wrong when you were taking care of this tree?" Kai Yang stood to the side with his arms crossed, with Si Chen Supreme General on top of his head. Hearing this, he shook his head and said, "That's impossible. If there really was a problem with my daily care, it wouldn't be just this one fruit tree, but all 30 of my fruit trees." That's true. Old Fong also felt that his guess was nonsense. Although Yang Kai had only been here for a short time, he had already learned how to take care of fruit trees. Moreover, even if there was a problem with Yang Kai, could it be that there was also a problem with the previous 3 owners? Since there is no problem with the fruit trees, then the problem must be with this piece of land. Old Fong frowned. Thinking of this, he said, "Don't be discouraged. Keep looking, we have to find something." After another round of work, the two of them almost flipped over the piece of land. If it wasn't for the fact that they were worried about damaging the fruit trees, they really would have done this. But no matter what, they couldn't find the problem. Old Fong was under a mountain of pressure. He kept muttering to himself, as if it wasn't Yang Kai who was in trouble, but him. Someone came to find Old Fong to sell him blue flame silkworms, but Old Fong wasn't in the mood to receive them. Something big was about to happen to Yang Kai. Without Yang Kai, no matter how many blue flame silkworms he collected, he wouldn't be able to turn them into heaven-opening pills. "Old Fong, you go do what you need to do. Let me think by myself." Yang Kai also couldn't stand his chatter and took this chance to send him away. Old Fong nodded, but before he left, he comforted Yang Kai, "Don't worry, we'll find a way when we get there. I'll call Sister Dai over, I don't believe we won't be able to find her." He led the person who came to his fruit garden. Once Old Fong left, his ears became much quieter. Yang Kai stared at the fruit tree that had a problem. He carefully recalled everything he had done over the past 2 months to make sure he hadn't overlooked anything. Turning his head and looking around to make sure there was no one around, Yang Kai stretched out his palm and placed it on the trunk of the fruit tree, quietly activating his wood attribute Dao seal. Ever since Dai Yu reminded him last time, he had been using his wood elemental energy to nourish the fruit trees. Of course, the 3 saplings were not included. He was mainly worried that they would grow too quickly and arouse suspicion. With the nourishment of his wood elemental energy, the rest of the fruit trees grew very well. Now that there was a problem with one of them, he wanted to see if his wood elemental energy could solve it. After all, it was the wood elemental energy condensed from the essence of the immortal tree. Although it couldn't bring the dead back to life, it should have some effect, right? At least. That was what he planned to do. When Yang Kai poured his wood attribute force into the fruit tree in front of him, the fruit tree really did take a turn for the better. The leaves and spirit fruit's color seemed to fade a little, but at the same time, Yang Kai also made another discovery. From underground, a scorching hot force surged out uncontrollably and rushed into the fruit tree in front of him. The scorching hot force spread out and the fruit tree, which had just taken a turn for the better, was restored to its original state. Huh? Yang Kai raised his brow, looking surprised. He knew that the scorching hot force surging out from underground was fire attribute force. This entire fruit garden was located on a huge fire spirit land. While tending to the fruit tree, Yang Kai had also used the token in his hand to draw in the fire attribute force from underground to nourish the fire spirit fruit tree, but he had to control the intensity of the fire attribute force well. Normally, if he didn't use the token to activate the barrier, it was impossible for the fire attribute force to surge out on its own. But in fact, a scorching hot force had appeared just now, and it wasn't drawn by him. Yang Kai was shocked and vaguely felt that he seemed to have found the source, but he couldn't figure out why. He carefully tried a few more times and found that every time he poured his wood attribute force into the fruit tree, a burst of fire attribute force would surge out from underground. Moreover, this burst of fire attribute force was much hotter and denser than the one he usually drew out. Although the fire spirit fruit tree needed this kind of force, it was always better to go too far. If he absorbed too much of this force, it would obviously be a burden to the fruit tree. He hadn't found it before because every time Yang Kai urged his wood attribute force, he didn't touch the fruit tree. This time, in order to investigate the cause, he directly touched the fruit tree and felt it particularly clearly. What did you find? After Old Fong finished his business, he came over to investigate again. Seeing Yang Kai frowning and pondering, he quickly asked. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, I can't say. Right, have you condensed wood attribute force? Old Fong nodded. As long as the conditions are right, the odd job workers in the fire spirit lands will prioritize condensing wood attribute force. Because wood nurtured fire, it was extremely beneficial for taking care of the fruit tree. Try urging your wood attribute force to nourish this fruit tree. Yang Kai pointed to the front. Old Fong didn't ask any more questions and immediately started to do it. But after a while, he frowned and said, What's wrong? Is there anything special? You didn't feel anything? Yang Kai didn't understand. What did you feel? Old Fong stared at him. Seeing that he really didn't feel anything, Yang Kai asked him to try again. This time, he placed his hand on the fruit tree and found that after Old Fong urged his wood attribute force, nothing unusual happened. This was strange. Yang Kai asked him to stop and urged his own wood attribute force. Old Fong's eyebrows twitched. This power. This time, he finally felt it. Suddenly, his expression changed, and his expression became extremely strange. He said in a trembling voice, Brother, try a few more times. Yang Kai didn't know why he was so excited, but it was obvious that he had discovered something and tried a few more times. After a long time, Old Fong waved his hand, indicating that Yang Kai could stop. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself. Yang Kai was startled. What are you doing? Old Fong looked at him with burning eyes. Why didn't I think of it? I should have thought of it a long time ago. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a blessing, not a curse. Those two originally cloudy eyes were now shining with an astonishing light. Yang Kai frowned. What is a blessing, not a curse? Explain it clearly. Old Fong said with an envious expression, Brother, your luck really is heaven-defying. Yang Kai snorted. The one with heaven-defying luck is Fong Tai. In the 2 months he's been here, he's made 2 contributions. What's the big deal about his luck? Although this old master doesn't know what kind of contribution he made, compared to you, it's definitely a small wizard meeting a great wizard. Old Fong rubbed his hands excitedly. What are you trying to say? Yang Kai was confused. Old Fong said, the entire orchard is built on top of a huge fire spirit land. You should know that, right? The fire element energy contained in this fire spirit land is precisely the nutrients that the fruit trees need. If we use the 9 grades of heaven opening to divide, then the fire element energy here can be divided into one grade. In other words, we can use the energy here to condense our own fire element energy, and we don't need to spend money to buy it. However, the grade of this energy is too low, so few people would do so. Steward Chow accidentally absorbed the fire attribute energy here and was forced to condense the first grade heaven splitting. However, there are exceptions to everything. In the fire elemental energy of the first grade, it is possible to produce materials of a higher grade. Yang Kai nodded. Zhang Ruoshi had also told him about this before. It was said that the Golden Spirit Blessed Land, one of the 72 blessed lands, had a kind of sharp metal yuan demon. This sharp metal yuan demon was a 5th grade material, and as long as one paid the right price, anyone could enter it to condense metal attribute energy. Inside the sharp metal yuan demon, it was possible to give birth to 7th grade demon essence. By the same token, 1st grade fire attribute energy could naturally give birth to higher grade materials. However, Zhou Zheng had been forced to reach the first stage heaven splitter because he had accidentally absorbed the fire elemental energy here. I remember that 300 years ago, in this orchard, a ball of scarlet sky true flame appeared in the territory managed by a guy. At that time, many people from the Qiqiao lands came and spent a lot of effort to take away the scarlet sky true flame. And that scarlet sky true flame is a 3rd grade material. Yang Kai was stunned. You mean? I also have scarlet sky true flame here. That's right. Old Fong said excitedly. When the disciples of the 7 Openings land collected scarlet sky true flame, many odd job workers ran over to watch the fun. This old man also went over. Although there was a barrier at the time and I couldn't see clearly, after the barrier was lifted, I felt a slightly different kind of fire attribute energy. It was exactly the same as what I felt just now. Really? Yang Kai squinted at him. Don't lie to me. Is there such a good thing? Why would I lie to you? Old Fong smiled. Little brother, you're so lucky. Just randomly assigned a piece of land and you actually have scarlet sky true flame. Now you don't have to be afraid. Good luck, good luck. It's really enviable. Even if there really is scarlet sky true flame, it belongs to the 7 Openings land. It has nothing to do with me. Old Fong said, how can it have nothing to do with you? If you didn't find scarlet sky true flame, they wouldn't have found it. Moreover, a 3rd grade material is worth more than 15,000 heaven-splitting pills. Even in the 7 Openings land, it's a treasure sought after by the disciples of the 7 Openings land. When we get back to the 7 Openings land, we'll definitely reward little brother. However, with your current wealth, I'm afraid you won't be interested in that. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. Since it's a 3rd grade material, what do you think if I give it to? Chapter 3861. Grade 3 materials were extremely valuable, so Yang Kai naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. Absolutely not. Old Fong turned pale with fright. He realized that Yang Kai was truly ignorant and fearless, daring to say anything and having any ideas. He looked around to make sure there was no one around before lowering his voice and saying, "Don't even think about it. Brother, you have a great way to make money now, so don't ruin your future for such a small profit. After all, this is something from the Qiqiao land. It's fine if it doesn't get exposed, but if it does." He reached out and touched his neck. What he said made sense. Now that they were in the Qiqiao land, even if they really did get the Scarlet Heaven True Flame, there was no place to sell it. Yang Kai also didn't care about grade 3 materials, so there was no way he could absorb it himself. After weighing the benefits and risks, Yang Kai also dispelled the idea and nodded. "Then I'll report this matter. Go quickly, what are you waiting for? I believe that once Steward Chow knows about this, he will immediately come to investigate," Old Fong urged. After investigating the root cause, he felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. Yang Kai readily accepted the advice and immediately went to the center of the orchard to find Zhou Zheng. If possible, he didn't want to let Zhou Zheng off so easily. This guy had just received more than 100 heaven-opening pills from him and Old Fong, and now he was leaving them in the lurch. What a snobbish guy. Unfortunately, as an odd-job worker, he couldn't leave the orchard without permission, let alone report it to someone else. He could only go find Zhou Zheng. After Yang Kai left, Old Fong suddenly thought of a problem. Why didn't the previous owners notice anything when they came here, but Yang Kai discovered it so quickly? Also, why didn't the Scarlet Heaven True Flame react when he used his wood elemental energy, but it reacted when Yang Kai used his wood elemental energy? He couldn't figure it out. Not long after, two figures arrived and landed in front of Yang Kai. It was Zhou Zheng and Yang Kai. Old Fong stepped forward and bowed. Zhou Zheng asked suspiciously. Yang Kai reported that there were traces of the Qi Shao True Flame's aura here. Is that true? It's true, it's true. This old man can't be wrong. That's definitely the aura of Qi Shao Zhenyan. If Master doesn't believe me, you can let Yang Kai test it. Zhou Zheng turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai walked up to the fruit tree without saying a word and reached out to cover it, activating the power of the wood element. In the next moment, Zhou Zheng raised his eyebrows and revealed a joyful expression. It really is the Red Cloud True Flame. He hadn't even approached the fruit tree, but he had already sensed it. It seemed that the heaven-opening realm really was the heaven-opening realm. Even if he was only at the first rank, he still had his own unique advantages. After muttering to himself for a moment, he revealed a look of understanding. So that's how it is. He raised his head and ordered, "You two stay here. I'll be right back." After he finished speaking, he soared into the sky. Old Fong watched him leave, then turned to Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Brother, congratulations." Yang Kai was disinterested. "What's there to congratulate? We don't have a share in this Qi Shao Zhenyan." "You can't say that. Although we don't have a share in this third-rank material, since Steward Chow confirmed it, it can be considered as solving a big problem. Naturally, we should be happy." He lowered his voice and said, "Moreover, the third-rank material is at most 15,000 heaven-opening pills. With Brother's current ability, are you afraid you won't be able to earn enough?" Yang Kai knew that what he said was reasonable, but he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. His situation could be considered good. After coming out of the star boundary, he had adjusted his mentality quite well. There were some people who jumped out of their own universe worlds and couldn't adjust their mentality for a while. They still used their previous attitude of supremacy to face the people here. Who knows how many times they would have died already. In less than half an hour, Zhou Zheng led a large group of disciples from the Seven Openings land. From this, it could be seen that this Qi Shao Zhenyan was very important to the Seven Openings land. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so efficient. Yang Kai also recognized the leader. It was the Fire Spirit Land's managing disciple, Du Rufeng. Zhou Zheng, who was usually arrogant in front of the servants, was now nodding and bowing in front of him. Du Rufeng led the way in front, looking straight ahead. Behind him, many of the Seven Openings land's disciples also ignored Zhou Zheng. When they landed in the orchard, Zhou Zheng waved at Yang Kai and Old Fong. "You can leave. There's nothing for you to do here." When the two heard this, how could they stay? Although Yang Kai was curious about how they were going to collect the Qi Shao Zhenyan, he couldn't do anything about it. He followed Old Fong back to his orchard and sat on the stone bench in front of the thatched cottage. Old Fong took out wine and filled their cups. As they drank and chatted, Yang Kai looked up at his orchard from time to time. Old Fong smiled and said, "Brother, don't look. They'll set up a barrier later. You won't be able to see anything. We don't need to worry about things over there. Come, drink with me." Yang Kai was absent-minded. However, he soon found that it was just as Old Fong said. His orchard was quickly covered with layers of barriers. Sure enough, he couldn't see anything. Now, He didn't need to observe anything and simply drank with Old Fong. After drinking a few cups, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head. He saw a figure hurriedly flying over. It was Zhou Zheng. However, at this moment, Zhou Zheng was sweating profusely and his complexion wasn't good. It was unknown what had happened, but he called out from afar, "Yang Kai, come here." Yang Kai and Old Fong looked at each other and both of them were puzzled. They got up and greeted him, cupping their fists and saying, "Steward Chow, what can I do for you?" Zhou Zheng lowered his voice and said, "How did you trigger the Qi Shao Zhenyan?" This question was inexplicable. Yang Kai said, "Just trigger the power of the wood element." Bullshit. Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth and cursed, "If it was so simple, why would this king need to come to you?" Yang Kai was surprised, "Master Steward, you can't trigger the Qi Shao Zhenyan?" He suddenly remembered that when Old Fong triggered the power of the wood element, there was no reaction. However, when he tried, the Qi Shao Zhenyan immediately reacted. Zhou Zheng said, "Not only this king, but also Brother Du and the others can't do anything. Could it be that the method is wrong? What kind of method is needed to trigger the power of the wood element?" Zhou Zheng said with a sullen face, "Come with me and perform well. If you can help Brother Du and the others get the Qi Shao Zhenyan, you will be rewarded." He walked a few steps forward and stopped. He turned around and said, "If Brother Du and the others ask, just say that this king was the one who found the Qi Shao Zhenyan. Do you understand? Is he trying to steal the credit from me?" Yang Kai was speechless. However, when he thought about what Old Fong said, Zhou Zheng would definitely fight for it. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't trigger the Qi Shao Zhenyan, Yang Kai wouldn't have anything to do with it. He sneered. He sneered in his heart. Zhou Zheng was truly insatiable. After getting Yang Kai's confirmation, Zhou Zheng patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. If the Venerable One gives you a reward, you will also get it. When the time comes, this king will also arrange an orchard for you so that you won't be wasting your talents. Then I'll thank Steward Chow in advance." Yang Kai casually replied. After returning to his orchard with Zhou Zheng and entering the restriction, Yang Kai saw that the Qiqiao Land's disciples had set up some kind of formation. They surrounded the place where the fruit tree was and formed seals with their hands. Du Rufeng had his hands behind his back and was riding the wind. He looked very elegant. Zhou Zheng stepped forward and said, "Brother Du, I've brought him." Du Rufeng looked at Yang Kai and said, "You're new here?" Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Master Du. I've only been in the Fire Spirit Land for less than 3 months." Du Rufeng nodded slightly. Zhou Zheng said that you can trigger the Scarlet Heaven True Flame? That's right. You do it. Du Rufeng pointed at the fruit tree without saying anything else. Yang Kai did not waste time. He stepped forward to the fruit tree and placed his palm on the trunk. He channeled his wood elemental energy into it. In the next moment, a scorching heat gushed out from the ground. Du Rufeng raised his eyebrows. Zhou Zheng also looked happy. He looked at Du Rufeng and said, "Brother Du." Du Rufeng nodded and said, "Continue." Hearing this, Yang Kai had no choice but to continue channeling his wood elemental energy into the fruit tree. At the same time, Du Rufeng signaled around with his eyes. The disciples of the 7 realms who were arranging the array immediately changed their hand seals. A faint light flickered under their feet. At the same time, a gentle stream of water elemental energy was channeled into the ground. Yang Kai suddenly understood that water elemental energy was the bane of fire. Were they trying to use water elemental energy to force the Scarlet Heaven True Flame out? This was also a good idea. It seemed like the disciples that Du Rufeng had brought with him were all carefully selected. They had come especially for the Scarlet Heaven True Flame. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so well prepared. The whole process could be said to be boring. There was no earth-shattering movement. There were only different kinds of energy fluctuations in this small orchard. However, as time passed, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the Scarlet Heaven True Flame was being forced out little by little. The condition of the fruit tree in front of him was getting worse and worse. The leaves and fruits were gradually emitting a burnt smell. Du Rufeng did not speak, so Yang Kai did not dare to stop. He continued to channel his wood elemental energy. Half a day later, the fruit tree in front of Yang Kai suddenly burst into flames, turning into a huge ball of flames. The scorching energy rushed towards him, forcing Yang Kai to retreat. "Do it!" Du Rufeng, who had been observing, shouted. The grand formation slowly closed up, and waves of water elemental energy converged from the surroundings, transforming into a cage that enveloped the blazing flames within it. The timing was grasped perfectly. Zhou Zheng's face lit up with excitement. "It's done." As soon as his voice fell, there was a loud bang and the cage formed by the water elemental force collapsed. The raging flames broke free from it and tried to escape underground. With the secret technique broken, the group of Qiqiao Di disciples who were casting the secret technique also cried out in surprise. All of them looked dispirited and fell to the ground. Zhou Zheng's smile stiffened on his face in an instant. Chapter 3862. The sudden change caught Du Rufeng by surprise. 300 years ago, the Fire Spirit Land had a precedent of collecting Scarlet Sky True Flame. At that time, he was also the one leading the team, so he was very familiar with this matter. However, he never expected such a thing to happen. Just as the scorching energy was about to escape into the ground, a voice suddenly shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" As soon as the voice fell, a layer of light swept across the surrounding 1,000 feet, and the ground instantly became extremely hard. Zhou Zheng looked up and saw Yang Kai holding the token. He activated the token's power and connected it to the orchard's array, blocking Scarlet Sky True Flame's escape route. Scarlet Firmament True Flame plunged into the ground, unable to escape. It was completely blocked outside. "Well done!" Du Rufeng shouted. Then, he raised his hand, and a big blue net fell from the sky towards Qi Xiao True Flame. It was unknown what kind of artifact this big net was, but it was exuding a bone-chilling cold. In the blink of an eye, Scarlet Sky True Flame was shrouded in the big net. Scarlet Sky True Flame tried to break free, but it couldn't get rid of the shackles. Du Rufeng made a series of hand seals and waved his hand. The big net tightened and caught Scarlet Sky True Flame in his hand. After carefully observing for a while, Du Rufeng's face showed a touch of surprise and he couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Zheng didn't react until this time. He quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Brother Du, congratulations on successfully collecting Scarlet Sky True Flame." Du Rufeng stopped laughing and looked at him coldly. "You still have the face to talk. If this king didn't happen to have a heaven-capturing net, I'm afraid this Scarlet Sky Golden Flame would have disappeared." Zhou Zheng was stunned. "Scarlet Sky Golden Flame?" Du Rufeng put away the net and the thing in it and said coldly, "Do you think this is a third-grade Scarlet Sky True Flame? Isn't it?" Zhou Zheng was puzzled. "This is a fourth-grade Scarlet Sky Golden Flame." Du Rufeng gritted his teeth and shouted, "What a waste!" Zhou Zheng exclaimed, "Fourth grade?" Yang Kai was also amazed. It was obviously a third-grade material. How did it become fourth grade? However, when they thought about the changes that had just occurred in Du Rufeng's previous performance, they somewhat believed his words. Moreover, Du Rufeng had no reason to lie to them about this kind of thing. It was no wonder that the disciples of Kikikyo almost failed even though they were so well prepared. It turned out that there was a grade 4 material hidden under the ground. They had used the method to deal with a grade 3 material, so it was only natural that something went wrong. But it was a fourth grade material. Rank 1 was 150 heaven opening pills, rank 2 was 1,500, rank 3 was 15,000, so wouldn't rank 4 be 150,000? The value had increased by more than 10 times. When the dispirited disciples of the Qiqiao land heard this, they became excited. Today, They had come with Du Rufeng to collect the heaven-splitting materials. Now that they had succeeded, the Venerable One would naturally reward them. The reward of a grade 4 material was much more than a grade 3 material. Moreover, in the entire Qiqiao lands, heaven-opening realm cultivators above the 4th grade could be counted on one hand. In other words, a 4th grade material was extremely precious to the Qiqiao lands. It was not something that could be measured by heaven-opening pills. Now that they had made such a great contribution, how could they not have a meteoric rise in the future? The group of disciples stepped forward, all of them smiling as they gathered around Du Rufeng, begging to broaden their horizons. Even these disciples of Qiqiao lands had never seen a 4th grade material before. How could Du Rufeng agree? The heaven-closing net scarlet sky golden flame was extremely important, and it was only by luck that they had been able to collect it. If something else happened, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. With a stern expression, he reprimanded the group, dispelling their thoughts. Raising his head to look at Yang Kai, Du Rufeng's expression became much more amiable. "What's your name?" In truth, Yang Kai had already introduced himself, so Du Rufeng probably didn't take it to heart. Yang Kai once again introduced himself. Du Rufeng nodded. "You've done well this time. I'll report today's matter to the Venerable, and you'll definitely be rewarded." Just now, if Yang Kai hadn't reacted quickly and used the orchard's command medallion to connect to the spirit array, Du Rufeng wouldn't have had the chance to use his heaven-closing net. Looking at Zhou Zheng, who was in charge of the entire orchard, his performance was mediocre and the information he had received was wrong, almost causing the fire spirit land to lose a great opportunity. "Thank you, Master," Yang Kai replied, but in his heart, he was wondering how much of a reward he would receive. For something worth 150,000, the reward should at least be a few thousand heaven-opening pills, right? This was quite a bit of income for him, so he was looking forward to it. Moreover, he was still thinking about how to earn merits as an odd-job worker in the orchard, but who knew that he would be rewarded in the blink of an eye. Du Rufeng waved at the others. "You guys go first, I still have some things to ask." The group of Qiqiao disciples didn't stay any longer and flew up into the sky. Du Rufeng then turned to look at Zhou Zheng, his eyes cold. Zhou Zheng quivered and hurriedly said, "Junior brother, I'll take my leave first." After everyone left, Du Rufeng waved his hand and set up a restriction around them, then stared at Yang Kai without blinking. Yang Kai frowned slightly. What Du Rufeng wanted to ask him, Yang Kai had an idea in his heart. After today's events, it was difficult not to raise suspicions, but whether the other party would be able to discover anything, Yang Kai wasn't sure. Thinking about this, Yang Kai cupped his fists and asked, "What does Senior want to ask?" Du Rufeng stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "There is something wrong with this piece of land, I'm sure you already know. For the past 10 years, this king has brought people here many times to investigate, but they couldn't find any clues. This time, thanks to you, we found out that it was all because of the scarlet sky golden flames. It's just luck, Master is overpraising me. I've never believed in luck. Since you were able to discover it, you must have your own ability," Du Rufeng said. "This king has tried to stimulate the wood element before, but I couldn't stimulate the scarlet sky golden flames, nor could anyone else. Why are you the only one who can? What grade of wood element energy do you condense?" So it was like that, Yang Kai had suspected that Du Rufeng would ask him this question. After all, others couldn't stimulate the scarlet sky golden flames, but he could. This undoubtedly meant that his wood element energy was special, and the most obvious difference was its grade. What grade of wood element energy did Master condense? Yang Kai asked instead of answering. Du Rufeng proudly said, 4th grade. He was the most outstanding disciple of the Fire Spirit Land and the one the Venerable Earth Protector had placed high hopes on, so he naturally wouldn't be careless on the path to splitting the heavens. The reason he hadn't broken through yet was because he needed to gather enough 4th grade materials to reach splitting the heavens in one go. Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know what grade of wood element energy I condensed. I haven't been in the universe world for long, so I don't know much about it. Before I met the Venerable, I happened to find something in the vast universe and inadvertently absorbed it, allowing me to condense wood element energy. Du Rufeng nodded and said, "Release your Dao seal for me to see." This request was a bit rude. The Dao seal was the crystallization of Yang Kai's cultivation and his own Dao. It hid many of his secrets, so who would make such a request? Moreover, releasing the Dao seal was equivalent to a monster beast spitting out its monster core. It was an extremely dangerous matter. If he hadn't been forced into a corner in the star boundary, Yang Kai wouldn't have released his Dao seal to deal with the great demon god. However, in the other party's territory, refusing was not an easy matter. Looking at Du Rufeng's expression, if he didn't release his Dao seal, he definitely wouldn't give up. At that time, it would only be more troublesome. As such, after a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai urged his Dao seal. An ever-changing Dao seal appeared on his forehead, containing Yang Kai's comprehension of the void Dao. Inside the Dao seal, wood element force flowed. Yang Kai secretly raised his guard and paid close attention to Du Rufeng, waiting for him to discover something wrong. Staring at Yang Kai's Dao seal, Du Rufeng didn't even hesitate to use his divine sense to investigate it. Soon, his expression changed, wood element force above the 4th grade. Yang Kai's tense nerves relaxed greatly. It seemed that Du Rufeng could only judge that his wood element force was of a higher grade than his own, but was unable to determine its true rank. After all, Du Rufeng's knowledge was limited, so he pretended to be surprised and asked, "Master, are you serious? It can't be wrong." Du Rufeng clicked his tongue in wonder. "Your luck is really good, actually allowing you to obtain such an opportunity. It seems that luck isn't completely undesirable." Yang Kai grinned. "I also don't know what rank my wood element force is, but since Master says it's above the 4th grade, then it can't be wrong." Du Rufeng asked, "What exactly did you find in the void?" Yang Kai blurted out, "A small tree, sparkling like white jade, with a few sprouts and a few white jade-like leaves. The tree is about this tall, and it smells strange." He casually gestured, then looked at Du Rufeng and asked, "Master, do you recognize what it is?" Du Rufeng slowly shook his head, "Never heard of it." There was no way to investigate further, so he asked Yang Kai to put away his Dao seal so that his eyes wouldn't turn red. He casually asked, "You were the one who discovered the scarlet sky golden flame, right?" Yang Kai answered, "Yes." Although Zhou Zheng had warned him beforehand, since this ingrate didn't save him, Yang Kai was too lazy to share the credit with him. In any case, there was only him and Du Rufeng here, and Zhou Zheng wouldn't know what he said. Du Rufeng sneered, "Even that trash Zhou Zheng wouldn't be able to discover the scarlet sky golden flame here." Du Rufeng quickly left. Originally, he wanted to immediately report to the Venerable after taking the scarlet sky golden flame. After all, a 4th grade material was really hard to come by, but he stayed for a while to investigate Yang Kai's wood element force. Now that things were clear, there was no need to stay. As soon as Du Rufeng left, Zhou Zheng hurried over. "What did Brother Du ask you?" "I didn't ask anything. I just casually praised him." "Really?" Zhou Zheng looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai said, "Master, if you don't believe me, why don't you ask Master Du?" Zhou Zheng coldly snorted, "That better be the case." He paused for a moment, then said, "You've made a great contribution today. When we return, the Venerable One and Brother Du will definitely reward you. Just wait for the good news." After saying that, he flew into the air, seemingly in a bad mood. Chapter 3863. In the central palace of the Fire Spirit Land, Du Rufeng hurried over and stopped in front of the hall, bowing respectfully, "Venerable." The thick door of the hall slowly opened, revealing a gap for a person to enter and exit. Du Rufeng stepped in and soon saw the Fire Spirit Land's Earth Protector, Duan Hai, sitting cross-legged in meditation, refining the heaven-opening pill. After waiting for half an hour, Duan Hai let out a sigh of relief, opened his eyes, and asked, "How are things going?" Du Rufeng showed a happy expression and cupped his fists, reporting to Venerable, there was a big harvest. Third grade Scarlet Sky True Flame isn't a big harvest, what else did you find? Duan Hai's eyes flashed. Du Rufeng quickly said, the information was wrong, it wasn't third grade Scarlet Sky True Flame, but fourth grade Scarlet Sky Golden Flame. Fourth grade. Please take a look, Venerable. Du Rufeng said as he stepped forward and handed over the heaven-capturing net. Duan Hai took it and swept it with his divine sense before nodding, it really is fourth grade Scarlet Sky Golden Flame. You did well this time. A fourth grade material is very precious to my 7 openings land, keep it for yourself. He reached out and tossed the heaven-capturing net back. Du Rufeng was overjoyed, many thanks for Venerable's kindness. This Scarlet Sky Golden Flame was something he urgently needed, so he was naturally happy. Duan Hai said, give Zhou Zheng some benefits as well. After all, he was the one who found it, and it can be considered as solving a big problem for the orchard. It's a good time to report this to Venerable. Du Rufeng carefully put away the heaven-capturing net, what happened today has nothing to do with Zhou Zheng. It was a servant who found this Scarlet Sky Golden Flame. Zhou Zheng lied about finding it himself, but his intention was just to take advantage of the situation. Duan Hai sneered, it's not a big deal. Since he is the manager of the orchard and found a fourth grade material, he should be rewarded. Yes. Duan Hai said curiously, but a servant actually found traces of this Scarlet Sky Golden Flame, he has some skill. Du Rufeng smiled, he does have some skill, and his luck is quite good. Does Venerable remember the group of newcomers you brought back a few months ago? Duan Hai was surprised, could it be one of those newcomers? It was discovered by one of them, Yang Kai. Furthermore, it was him who helped us obtain the Scarlet Firmament Golden Flame. Hearing this, Duan Hai's interest was piqued, how did he make such a big contribution? Du Rufeng gave a brief account of his trip to the orchard to collect the Scarlet Sky Golden Flame. Then he said, Disciple was a little suspicious at the time. I didn't know what was so special about this Yang Kai's wood elemental energy. Since only he could attract the Scarlet Sky Golden Flame, I had him release his Dao seal to observe. As a result, Disciple discovered that the wood elemental energy he condensed was above the 4th grade. Above 4th grade. Duan Hai's eyes flashed, are you sure? Disciple confirms it without a doubt. His wood elemental energy was even purer and denser than Disciple's. If it wasn't at the 4th rank or above, it would be absolutely impossible for Disciple to have such feelings. This is interesting. A junior who has just entered the 3000 worlds actually had such an opportunity, Du Rufeng said. Du Rufeng said, I asked him about it. He said that before he met the Venerable One, he accidentally found a tall white jade-like tree in the vast universe. It had a few branches, a few leaves, and a strange smell. He accidentally absorbed it and condensed the power of the wood element. A white jade-like tree. And a strange smell? Duan Hai frowned as he stroked his beard and pondered. Du Rufeng observed from the side but didn't dare to disturb him. After a while, Duan Hai's hand movement suddenly stopped as a look of shock appeared on his face. Venerable, what is that tree? What is its grade? Du Rufeng asked. Duan Hai took a deep breath and said, if this old master is not mistaken, what he found should be Bodhi white jade, and it has already grown into the shape of a small tree. It should be at least a 5th grade material, most likely a 6th grade material. 5th grade, 6th grade. Du Rufeng exclaimed, his eyes turning red with jealousy. In the entire 7 openings land, the most powerful heavenly monarch was only a 5th grade heavenly monarch. The other venerables were all 4th grade heavenly sovereigns, and they had all taken heaven opening pills to achieve this. In other words, when they first achieved heaven opening, the heavenly monarch was only a 4th grade heavenly sovereign while the other venerables were all 3rd grade heavenly sovereigns. That little servant Yang Kai had actually found a 5th grade or 6th grade heavenly opening genius all of a sudden. Was he trying to defy the heavens? If he could find a few more 5th grade or 6th grade heavenly sovereigns, wouldn't he be able to directly reach the 5th grade or 6th grade heavenly opening realm? At that time, who in the entire 7 openings land would be his opponent? Good luck, good luck. Duan Hai nodded repeatedly. Du Rufeng's expression fluctuated for a while before suppressing the jealousy in his heart and cupping his fists again. There is one more thing I must report to Venerable, it is also related to this little servant Yang Kai. Speak. I don't know how this guy offended Great General Si Chen, but the Great General has been using his head as a nest. When this disciple went over, the Great General had been lying on top of his head. Duan Hai was surprised. Si Chen was lying on top of his head? Yes. Duan Hai couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Si Chen quite likes this guy. Du Rufeng was stunned. Likes? Where did this come from? Duan Hai said, if Si Chen didn't like this guy, he wouldn't be so close to him. Du Rufeng was speechless. This kind of liking, he would rather not have it. It was too embarrassing. Then Yang Kai. Du Rufeng hesitated. If he didn't know that Yang Kai had such a high level of wood elemental energy, it would have been fine, but now that he knew, he couldn't treat him lightly. However, Du Rufeng didn't know how to deal with him, so he could only wait for the Venerable's instructions. Duan Hai pondered for a while, then suddenly asked, how long has Brother Yu Lian been in seclusion? Du Rufeng bowed. Brother Yu Lian was in seclusion 10 years ago to condense earth elemental energy, so it shouldn't be long before he comes out. At this point, he suddenly realized, this disciple knows what to do. Go. Duan Hai waved his hand and closed his eyes again. Du Rufeng respectfully retreated. After he walked out of the main hall, the heavy doors of the main hall slowly closed. In the orchard, Old Fang's eyes widened as he exclaimed, 4th grade heaven opening talent? Are you for real, little brat? Are you lying to me? In his excitement, he stopped calling him little brat, and directly called him little brat. Yang Kai picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Why would I lie to you? That Du Rufeng personally said that it was a 4th grade scarlet sky golden flame. At that time, if he didn't have a suitable artifact, he would have failed. Good heavens! Old Fang exclaimed, a 4th grade artifact, doesn't that mean it's worth 150,000? Yang Kai squinted at him, why are you so excited? It's none of your business. Old Fang said, it's none of my business, but it's yours. You were the one who discovered it, so how much of a reward will you get? Who knows? Yang Kai shrugged. In fact, what he cared about now was not the reward, but his wood elemental energy. Before, he had been forced to release his Dao seal for Du Rufeng to observe, and although the other party hadn't been able to discover anything, he still had the Earth Protector behind him. With Duan Hai's knowledge and experience, he didn't know if the lies he had casually made up would be able to fool him. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai said, Old Fang, I have something to ask you. Go ahead, little brother. Have you ever heard of a secret technique that allows one to forcibly seize the yin, yang, and 5 elements from others? What kind of secret technique is that? Old Fang's eyes widened. Yang Kai was speechless. I don't know, that's why I'm asking you. If I knew, why would I bother asking you? I've never heard of such a thing. Old Fang shook his head like a rattle drum, but even if there is such a secret technique, it's not surprising. This old man left his universe world and came to this fire spirit land to work as a handyman. He hasn't been out since, so I don't know much about the outside world. Why do you ask? Just asking, Yang Kai said perfunctorily. Old Fang looked at him for a while before chuckling, little brother, don't worry too much. As the saying goes, when the cart reaches the mountain, there will always be a way out. We were just worried about your plot of land and fruit trees before, but who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, little brother would make such a great contribution. That Fang Tai thinks he can act arrogantly just because he has made 2 contributions. If he were to learn of little brother's situation, wouldn't he be ashamed to death? What's there to be ashamed of? Yang Kai laughed. The rewards of the Fire Spirit Land came quickly, and perhaps because the 4th grade Scarlet Sky Golden Flames were too important, Zhou Zheng came again 3 days after that day. Yang Kai and Old Fong were playing chess when they saw him arrive, so they quickly got up and bowed. Zhou Zheng placed one hand behind his back and tossed a space ring to Yang Kai with the other, saying lightly, "Yang Kai, you did a good job in collecting the Scarlet Sky Golden Flames. When the Venerable learned of this, he praised you greatly. These are all rewards from the Venerable." Yang Kai caught the space ring and swept it with his divine sense. He was slightly surprised, but he quickly composed himself and put away the space ring before cupping his fists and saying, "Thank you, Venerable." Zhou Zheng nodded calmly but didn't say anything, simply looking up at the sky with his hands behind his back, as if there was a wonderful scenery in the sky, but he didn't show any intention of leaving immediately. Old Fong kept signaling Yang Kai with his eyes, but when he saw that Yang Kai wasn't paying attention to him, he poked him with his hand. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Old Fong pointing angrily in Zhou Zheng's direction, and his eyes kept drifting in that direction. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Old Fong, what's wrong with your mouth?" Old Fong almost vomited blood. He felt that his hint was obvious enough, and Yang Kai wasn't an idiot, so how could he not understand? He couldn't secretly send a message in front of Zhou Zheng, so he was anxious. On the other hand, Zhou Zheng's expression was getting worse and colder. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't seem to understand, Old Fong had no choice but to take out a space ring and walk to Zhou Zheng's side. He smiled apologetically and handed the space ring over. "I'm really sorry to trouble Steward Chow to come here personally. Thank you for your hard work, Master Steward." Chapter 3864. Zhou Zheng took the space ring with a cold expression and swept it with his divine sense, discovering that there were only 20 heaven-opening pills inside. Coldly snorting, he threw the space ring on the ground and flicked his sleeve. "Not at all, I'm leaving." If it were any other time, Zhou Zheng would have gladly accepted these 20 pills, but today was different. Compared to the rewards Yang Kai had received, what were these 20 heaven-opening pills? It was nothing more than a small profit. "Steward Chow, Steward Chow." Old Fong hurriedly picked up the space ring and chased after him. After a long time, Old Fong returned with a sigh, and from the look on his face, it was obvious that things had not gone well. When he returned, he found Yang Kai holding the space ring and inspecting the heaven-opening pills inside, grinning from ear to ear. Seeing this, Old Fong couldn't help pointing at him angrily and scolding, "Look at you, why did you offend him for no reason? You should have just shared some benefits with him." Yang Kai sneered, "If the gifts we gave before were useful, I wouldn't have cared, but you and I clearly gave him generous gifts before, yet he just stood by and watched us die. Why should we let him off so easily now?" Old Fong stomped his foot and said, "He is the manager of the orchard after all. It's better to spend money to avoid disasters than to offend him. If he were to make things difficult for you in the future, would you be able to bear it?" "I'll deal with whatever comes my way." Yang Kai sneered, "Although he's the manager, he can't do whatever he wants. Although I'm just a servant, I'm not necessarily afraid of him." "Ha!" Old Fong sighed, "Now that things have gotten to this point, it's useless to say anything else." After sitting down and drinking a glass of wine, he saw Yang Kai still smiling mischievously, so he couldn't help asking, "How much did the Venerable reward you this time? Why are you smiling like this? Take a look for yourself." Yang Kai tossed the space ring in his hand over. Old Fong caught it, swept it with his divine sense, and exclaimed, "So many?" Although there was no detailed count, there were at least 4,000 to 5,000 heaven-opening pills inside the space ring. This was already an extremely terrifying number for an odd-job worker. Although he had already expected that the Venerable One would reward him handsomely, he did not expect it to be so many. He thought that he would at most get a few hundred to 1,000 pieces. Yang Kai said, 5,000. I just don't know if that Zhou Zheng embezzled any of it. Old Fong shook his head and said, "That's not necessary. This was directly bestowed by the Venerable One. He's just a small orchard manager, and he doesn't have the guts to do anything. Otherwise, if the Venerable One finds out, he won't let him off easily. No wonder he didn't care for the 20 heaven-opening pills I gave him. So that's why, Yang Kai laughed and said, now you know why I pretended to be stupid? If I were to share the benefits with him, how much would be appropriate? With his appetite, I'm afraid he won't be satisfied without at least 1,000 heaven-opening pills. Since he was so heartless before, why should I give him 1,000 heaven-opening pills? Old Fong nodded and said, that's true. If we give him too little, I'm afraid he'll hold a grudge. If we give him too much, we'll be at a disadvantage. We might as well ignore him. Indeed. Yang Kai took back his space ring and grinned. Old Fong was extremely envious. With 5,000 heaven-opening pills in his hands, which servant in the entire Qiqiao land could compare? He had seen the most meritorious service Yang Kai had ever received was no more than 60 heaven-opening pills. These 5,000 heaven-opening pills were enough for a servant to save for hundreds or even thousands of years without eating or drinking. Adding on Yang Kai's previous income, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was now the richest servant in the entire Qiqiao land. And how long had he been in the Qiqiao land? Less than 3 months. Old Fong, don't you think this reward is a bit too much? Yang Kai suddenly frowned. Although the 4th grade heaven-opening material was worth 150,000 heaven-opening pills, and Yang Kai had contributed greatly to it, such a large reward was still a bit surprising. More isn't enough? Old Fong was stunned. This is the first time I've heard someone complain about being rewarded too much. If you think it's too much, why don't you share half with me? I don't mind. Yang Kai pretended not to hear. Old Fong sighed again, but with this, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this place. As a servant, he naturally wanted to take care of as many fruit trees as possible. That way, he would have more income and more opportunities to perform meritorious service. None of the servants in the servant room would complain about the size of the orchard they were in charge of. They all wished for it to be as big as possible. It doesn't matter. Yang Kai gave a light laugh, I don't rely on this. Old Fong thought about it and felt that what he said made sense. Yang Kai now had his own way of making money and was different from other servants. The size of the orchard he took care of didn't make much of a difference to him. It could even be said that taking care of a smaller orchard would be more leisurely. After working here for several hundred years, this was the first time he had seen someone so carefree as a servant. He couldn't help but admire him. The next few days were peaceful. From time to time, people would come to Old Fong to sell blue flame silkworms. Old Fong would take them all and give them to Yang Kai to feed Great General Si Chen. Great General Si Chen would continuously spit out heaven-opening pills. Old Fong smiled all day long. He hadn't lived as comfortably as these 2 months in the past several hundred years. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai, who was lying under a fruit tree and sunbathing, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. At the same time, Old Fong, who was checking his income for the past few days, also turned his head to look. In the next instant, his expression changed slightly. Brother, get up. Yang Kai lazily turned over and turned his back to him. Old Fong was speechless and got up to greet him. After a short while, a figure landed in front of him. It was Zhou Zheng. Old Fong quickly bowed. Zhou Zheng nodded and glanced around. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't put him in his eyes at all, his expression suddenly becoming cold as he snorted heavily. A few days ago, he had wanted to take some benefits from Yang Kai but had failed, so after returning, he was filled with anger. He had also checked the heaven-opening pills in Yang Kai's space ring and found that there were 5,000 of them. At that time, as long as he could get 20%, he would have earned 1,000, but Yang Kai had no intention of giving him anything. If it weren't for Du Rufeng's prior warning, he would have already taught Yang Kai a lesson. These past few days, he had wanted Yang Kai to think things through and make up for his mistakes, but who would have thought that even now, Yang Kai hadn't come looking for him. When he came over to take a look, he found that this guy was actually sleeping and sunbathing, causing him to almost explode with anger. As a servant, instead of taking care of the fruit trees, you're actually slacking off here. Yang Kai, what do you want? Zhou Zheng shouted. Yang Kai turned over and squinted at him before getting up and clapping his hands. So it's Steward Chow. Steward Chow, what's the matter? You. Zhou Zheng was furious. Let me ask you, have you taken good care of the fruit trees in your orchard? I've taken good care of them. Steward Chow, if you don't feel assured, you can check them. If there's anything wrong, I'll immediately correct it. You're so confident? Zhou Zheng sneered. If he really wanted to nitpick, no matter how well Yang Kai took care of the fruit trees, it would be useless. Lao Fang sensed that something was wrong. Yang Kai was digging his own grave, so he couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly stepped forward and smiled apologetically. Steward Chow, please calm down. This guy's dozens of fruit trees are really well taken care of. I've also personally checked them. Steward Chow, you've come from afar. Sit down and have some wine. As he spoke, he went to pull Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng looked at him coldly. Get lost, who do you think you are? Lao Fang's hand froze in the air, and he looked embarrassed. He knew that Zhou Zheng was really angry this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. In the past, although he was greedy for money, his attitude towards the handymen was still good. Of course, the premise was that there was enough filial piety. But today, he spoke so harshly. Zhou Zheng turned to look at Yang Kai again and suppressed the anger in his heart. Today, he came here because he had something to do. Although he was unhappy with Yang Kai's attitude, he couldn't delay it any longer. This should have been done a few days ago, but he was angry at Yang Kai's insensitivity and didn't mention it. After delaying it for a few days, he was also worried that something unexpected would happen. Yang Kai, come with me. Zhou Zheng snorted. Although he couldn't do anything to Yang Kai because of Du Rufeng's instructions, it didn't mean that he couldn't punish Yang Kai. He was the steward, and it was easy for him to punish Yang Kai. What can I do for you, Steward Chow? Yang Kai asked. Zhou Zheng said, don't talk nonsense, come here when I tell you to. Then, he flew in a direction. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what Zhou Zheng was going to do. Could it be that he was angry and wanted to beat him up? He didn't have the guts to kill him. Although the handyman's status was low, every one of them was a precious resource in the fire spirit land. Otherwise, the Earth Protector Venerable wouldn't go out and cast a spell to attract people here. Therefore, Zhou Zheng couldn't kill him. In the whole fire spirit land, only the Earth Protector Venerable had the power to kill the handyman. Lao Fang was obviously worried. He looked at Yang Kai and said, you can't bear with small things and spoil great plans. Don't be so impulsive when you get there later. If there's anything you want to say, talk it out. If the Steward Chow wants to do anything to you, just bear with it and don't fight back. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time in the future. Yang Kai didn't say anything. He looked at the direction Zhou Zheng left and had no choice but to follow him. He thought to himself, if Zhou Zheng really wants to attack me later, what should I do? Yes, I'll just grab the general and throw him over. Let's see if he dares to fight back. With his mind set, Yang Kai patted the general on top of his head. I'll have to rely on you later. The general didn't understand what Yang Kai meant and cried out twice. He followed behind Zhou Zheng for a while. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he finally landed in an orchard. Yang Kai also landed. He looked around and was puzzled. Even if Zhou Zheng wanted to teach him a lesson, he didn't have to choose this place, right? If something happened to the fruit trees around here, Zhou Zheng wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. If he doesn't want to teach me a lesson, then why did he bring me here? Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, Zhou Zheng suddenly shouted, "Where are the workers of this orchard?" Not even 3 breaths after he said that, a rumbling sound could be heard. It was like thunder rolling across the earth. Even the ground was trembling, as if some kind of fierce beast was charging over. Following that, a burly figure came from afar and rushed to Zhou Zheng. He nodded and bowed, I'm here. So it's the steward Chow. I apologize for not coming out to greet you. Ha, Steward Chow, please take a seat. Chapter 3865. Yang Kai took a closer look and found that he actually knew the person who had just arrived. He had been in the handyman room for less than 3 months and had not interacted with many people. However, the person in front of him was definitely one of them. It was Xiang Yong, the person who had chased Dai Yu to the market and intercepted him outside the market. He had seen him twice and only communicated with him once. However, Yang Kai felt that this person was simple-minded and domineering. So, this orchard was under Xiang Yong's management? Why did Zhou Zheng bring him here? Yang Kai was puzzled. On the other side, Xiang Yong also saw Yang Kai and his eyes widened. He touched his head with one hand and pointed at Yang Kai with the other. You. I think I've seen you somewhere before. Smiling, Kai Yang replied, the city square. With this reminder, Xiang Yong suddenly realized. Oh, right, it's you. I remember now. You know him? Zhou Zheng looked at him coldly. When he heard this, he looked from one to the other and a subtle smile appeared on his face. No. Xiang Yong shook his head and turned to look at Zhou Zheng. Steward Chow, what can I do for you? Zhou Zheng put his hands behind his back and said lightly, I'm here to inform you that from today onwards, your orchard will be under Yang Kai's management. Xiang Yong's mouth opened so wide that it could fit a fist. He stood there stupidly and did not recover from his shock for a long time. Yang Kai was also stunned. How could there be such a good thing? This was a good thing for any handyman. The orchard he was in charge of was too small and there were too few fruit trees. If it were anywhere else, he would have made a lot of money. This was also why he had asked Old Fong to give him a gift. However, he had offended Zhou Zheng. How could Zhou Zheng let him have an easy time? Even if he would not do anything to him openly, he could still do something secretly. Could it be that there was something wrong with Xiang Yong's land? As he thought about it, he suddenly realized that there was no problem with Xiang Yong's plot of land. Zhou Zheng's actions had a deeper meaning. On the other side, Xiang Yong hesitated for a moment and scratched his head. Steward Chow, what did you just say? I don't think I heard you clearly. Zhou Zheng said word by word, from today onwards, this piece of land will be taken over by Yang Kai. Do you hear me? Xiang Yong immediately looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he pointed at Yang Kai with his thick fingers. Him? Why? Zhou Zheng looked at him coldly. Just because this is my order, is it enough? What, do you not place this steward in your eyes? As he spoke, the aura of a heaven-opening realm expert slowly spread out. Feeling this pressure, the furious Xiang Yong sobered up a little. He put on a smile and said, No, Steward Zhou, how could this Xiang dare to not put you in his eyes? Is there some misunderstanding in this matter? Where did this Xiang not do well enough? Why do you suddenly want someone else to take over my territory? It has nothing to do with you. Yang Kai also cupped his hands and said, Steward Chow, since Brother Xiang is so reluctant, why don't we just forget about it? My land is quite good, there's no need to change it. Zhou Zheng sneered, it's not up to you to decide whether to change it or not. This steward won't hide it from you. Brother Du said this, so today, whether you want to change it or not, you have to change it. Yang Kai was speechless. He wondered why Du Rufeng was involved in this small matter. Wasn't he the disciple of the Fire Spirit Lands Consul? However, since Zhou Zheng said so, it couldn't be wrong. Could it be because he helped him collect the Scarlet Firmament Golden Flame a few days ago? Xiang Yong blinked a few times. Master Du ordered him to take over my territory? If that was really the case, then he had nothing to say. He could only blame himself for being disliked by Du Rufeng. Zhou Zheng said, "No, he didn't." "Then why is it my land?" Xiang Yong was not happy. After saying that, he pulled Zhou Zheng's arm and pulled him to a distance. He leaned over and whispered something to him. Yang Kai was too lazy to eavesdrop. If he did, he would be discovered, so he didn't know what they were talking about. He only saw Xiang Yong murmuring endlessly. Zhou Zheng shook his head from time to time. Xiang Yong turned his head to look at Yang Kai. His eyes were full of murderous intent. For him, today's matter was unexpected. Steward Chow was stronger than him and had a higher status. He couldn't do anything to him, so he could only blame it on Yang Kai. Yang Kai put his hands behind his back. From time to time, he looked up at the sky and then down at the ground. He didn't look at Xiang Yong, which made him very angry. Since Zhou Zheng brought Yang Kai here today, it meant that he had made arrangements. No matter what Xiang Yong said, there was nothing he could do. Sure enough, after the two talked for 30 minutes, Xiang Yong's expression became more and more unpleasant. At some point, he left Zhou Zheng behind and rushed to Yang Kai. He waved his fist at him and said fiercely, "Boy, if you know what's good for you, go to Steward Chow and tell him that you don't want this land. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." Yang Kai sighed. He looked past Xiang Yong and glanced at Zhou Zheng. Seeing his evil smile, he knew that he was right. Zhou Zheng wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. If he wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, of course he couldn't let him do as he wished. He said, "Brother Xiang, I can't do anything about this. I'm innocent. I was dragged here by Steward Chow just now. I don't know what happened. But since Steward Chow has made up his mind, it's impossible for him to change his mind. How about this, I'll take care of this land for you. If there are any benefits or contributions, you can take them all. What do you think?" "Nothing." Xiang Yong spat. "My feng shui land, no matter how much you give me, I won't exchange it." Yang Kai almost choked to death. What kind of feng shui land was there in an orchard? Wasn't it the same everywhere? It was just a matter of size. "You can take the income from my land too," Yang Kai added. Xiang Yong waved his big hand, almost hitting Yang Kai's face. "I said, no matter how much you give me, I won't exchange it. Hurry up and settle this." Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. He felt that he had made enough concessions. He would rather give up the income from 2 plots of land to keep the peace. Xiang Yong really had the brain of a bear. He didn't know why he was so obsessed with his land. Yang Kai didn't want to waste his breath on this attitude. He couldn't be bothered to talk to him. "Why are you still talking so much? If you don't have anything to pack, come with me," Zhou Zheng urged from not far away. Xiang Yong turned his head and wanted to say something, but when he saw Zhou Zheng's cold expression, he knew that it was useless to say anything. He could only accept his fate. He glared at Yang Kai and said, "Just you wait, I'll be back." As Zhou Zheng walked away, he looked back 3 times. His eyes were full of threats. Yang Kai only smacked his lips when the two disappeared from his sight. Zhou Zheng's move was good. He used Du Rufeng's name to offend someone for no reason. Moreover, it was someone who looked very difficult to deal with. Even if this matter was spread out, he would still be in the right. After all, for an odd job worker, this was already a show of kindness. No one could say anything about it. But in reality, Yang Kai didn't want to change his territory at all. The hidden danger in his original territory had already been solved. He also had the god of fortune, General Si Chen. He didn't need to rely on the orchard's harvest like the other odd-job workers. Comparatively speaking, he preferred his own plot of land. It was small and didn't require much energy to take care of it. Most importantly, it was next to Old Fong. When he was bored, he could drink with Old Fong and play chess. But now that things had come to this, he could only take things as they came. This orchard was much larger than his previous one. There was also a thatched hut next to it. The construction was very exquisite. Yang Kai could tell at a glance that it wasn't the work of that bear Xiang Yong. It was probably left behind by one of the odd-job workers who took care of the fruit trees. Old Fong also had his own hut. The reason why Yang Kai didn't have one before was because the orchard was too small and there wasn't enough space to build one. Otherwise, he would have his own hut. After all, the odd-job workers had to stay in the orchard for nearly a month. Although it wasn't a big deal to sleep in the open, it was still better to have a place to stay. Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered. Dust hit him in the face and he almost choked. He was speechless. How long had it been since that bear entered this hut? The dust inside was already 3 inches thick. He used his technique to clean up the hut and took out some tables and chairs from his space ring. The hut looked more presentable now. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yang Kai took out the token and held it in his hand. Before Zhou Zheng left, he had swapped his token with Xiang Yong's. The tokens in each territory were different. Only by refining the token could Yang Kai know the details of this orchard. Yang Kai naturally refined the token as soon as possible. Today's events had made him more vigilant. He felt that he had to be more careful in the future to avoid giving Zhou Zheng something to use against him. Tokens were specially made for odd-job workers in the Fire Spirit Land. Because they often changed owners, it wasn't difficult to refine them. In less than an hour, the token had been completely refined. Sending his divine sense into it, Yang Kai clicked his tongue. It seemed that Xiang Yong had been doing quite well before. Although this orchard wasn't particularly large, it was at least half the size of Old Fong's. The number of fruit trees was also about half. The details of each fruit tree couldn't be seen in the token, so Yang Kai could only check them one by one to see if there was anything he needed to pay attention to. Leaving the hut, Yang Kai strolled around his orchard, inspecting each fruit tree. Looking around, Yang Kai discovered that Xiang Yong was quite careless in taking care of the fruit trees. There were many places where he didn't do a good job. Yang Kai didn't know how Xiang Yong had managed to get such a large territory. If Old Fong were to take care of the same orchard, he would definitely be in a much better condition than Xiang Yong. Yang Kai had no choice but to slowly correct his mistakes. After a day, Yang Kai was extremely busy. He missed his own plot of land, but fortunately, the number of fruits on the fruit trees was correct. Chapter 3866. The next day, Yang Kai continued to patrol his orchard, taking care of the fruit trees. While he was catching insects for the fruit trees, he suddenly heard a familiar voice call from not far away, "Yang Kai?" Yang Kai looked up and saw a beautiful figure standing not far away from the fiery red background. She was looking at him curiously, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. "Xiao Dai?" Yang Kai was amused. "Why are you here?" Dai walked over and looked around. "I was about to ask you, why are you here? Isn't this Xiang Yong's orchard?" "It's mine now." Yang Kai smiled, then showed a look of understanding. "You're here too?" Dai pointed to the side. Yang Kai nodded. "No wonder this place has good feng shui, so that's why." "What good feng shui?" Dai didn't understand. "It's nothing." Yang Kai shook his head and didn't explain. When he heard Xiang Yong talk about good feng shui yesterday, he felt it was strange and didn't know what was so good about this place. Seeing Dai today, he finally understood. For others, this place might not be much different from other places, but for Xiangyong, there was no better place in the entire orchard. No wonder he had such a big reaction when Zhou Zheng wanted to change his territory yesterday. Moreover, when Zhou Zheng came with him, he didn't see him. He was probably pestering Daiyu and spending most of his time on her. How could he take care of such a large orchard? The dust in the small house could also be explained. He probably didn't have the time to go back to the small house. From the looks of it now, Zhou Zheng's choice of using someone else's knife to kill wasn't random, but targeted specifically. He definitely knew Xiangyong's feelings for Daiyu, and deliberately asked him to take his place. It would be strange if Xiangyong didn't hate him now. What did Xiangyong do? Why are you taking over this land? Daiyu was puzzled. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, it's a long story. Then take your time. Daiyu pursed her lips and smiled. Since there was nothing to do and they were familiar with each other, Yang Kai told her everything that had happened. Daiyu covered her mouth in shock when she heard that Yang Kai had found the 4th-rank Scarlet Sky Golden Flame. Yang Kai, who had made such a great contribution, was not only rewarded by Du Rufeng but also transferred to this orchard. However, he had offended Zhou Zheng and now Xiangyong. This was really a blessing and disaster. You've been living such a wonderful life. Daiyu's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Yang Kai squinted at her, why do I feel like you're gloating? No, no. Daiyu hurriedly waved her hand. It's true. I've never seen a handyman stir up so much trouble in just a few months. And this isn't even the general's matter. Daiyu took out a blue flame silkworm and fed it to the general. The general ate it lazily and didn't reward him. Do you think I want to do this? Yang Kai was furious. Sometimes, even if he didn't want to, trouble would still fall from the sky. It doesn't matter. According to what you said, you have made a great contribution before. I'm afraid that Master Du will look at you differently and want to promote you. So even if Zhou Zheng doesn't like you, he can't do anything to you. Of course, the premise is that you don't make too big a mistake. Even so, Zhou Zheng isn't easy to get along with. Xiangyong's matter shows that. Daiyu nodded slightly, killing with a borrowed knife. Xiangyong, that guy. She looked like she had a headache because of Xiangyong. Don't worry. If Xiangyong comes looking for trouble, I'll warn him. Don't do that. If he really comes looking for trouble, you'll only make things worse. Yang Kai quickly stopped her. Last time, that black bear had seen him and Daiyu going to the shopping district together and had even blocked their way back. If Daiyu did anything else, it would only cause Xiangyong to misunderstand even more. That's true. Daiyu frowned, then what should we do? Nothing. Yang Kai shrugged, right, how many blue flame silkworms did you get these days? Give them to me now. Sure. Daiyu gave the blue flame silkworms to Yang Kai. Yang Kai patted the general on his head, it's time to eat. Even though Yang Kai knew that Xiangyong wouldn't let it go and would definitely come looking for trouble, he didn't expect him to come so soon. Not long after Daiyu left, the black bear descended from the sky and landed in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai blinked at him, Brother Xiang, you're here. Xiangyong's eyes spat fire, just you wait, I'll get even with you later. Leaving behind these harsh words, he hurried towards Daiyu's orchard. After a short while, Yang Kai heard a commotion and Xiangyong's cries of pain coming from the depths of the orchard. A moment later, Xiangyong came back with a bloody nose and a swollen face. Although he was in a sorry state, his expression was full of satisfaction. He walked straight up to Yang Kai and looked down at him, Kid, do you have any wine? Yang Kai didn't look at him, afraid that he would laugh out loud. He casually took out a jar of wine and handed it over. Xiangyong opened the wine seal and gulped down half a jar of wine before he burped in satisfaction. He nodded and said, Kid, your attitude is pretty good. Yang Kai asked as he busied himself, doesn't Brother Xiang need to take care of the orchard? How come you have time to come here? Xiangyong spat on the ground. You call that place an orchard? I can see it all at a glance. It's too small and I'm too lazy to take care of it, so I left it all to an old guy nearby. Yang Kai turned to look at him. Is that old guy surnamed Fang? Yes, that's him. Xiangyong nodded. He also asked about you. He asked what happened to you. It seems that he has a good relationship with you. Only then did Yang Kai remember that he had forgotten to tell old Fang that he was safe. Yesterday, he was taken away by Zhou Zheng for some unknown reason and then directly stuffed into this place. He didn't have time to go back, so old Fang was probably worried about him. Then what did you say? Xiangyong sneered. Why should I tell him? Yang Kai was speechless. He took out the communication device with old Fang and sent a message. He immediately received a reply asking him what had happened. It could be seen that old Fang had been waiting for him to contact him for the past 2 days. Yang Kai couldn't tell him the details if he didn't meet him face to face. He could only tell him not to worry and that he was fine. He would tell him when he rested. After a few words with old Fang, Yang Kai put away the device and turned to look at Xiangyong. She really hit him hard. Xiangyong's strength was not bad, so you must have not held back. I'm used to it. It's no big deal. Xiangyong chuckled. Yang Kai was full of admiration. Brother Xiang is really a saint of love. What do you know? Xiangyong snorted, his mouth full of the smell of alcohol. If it wasn't for Dai, I would have died many years ago. My life is hers, so what if she beats me a few times? Yang Kai asked curiously, Miss Dai, you saved Brother Xiang's life? Xiangyong snorted, I have nothing to say to you. Why are you asking so many questions? We're just chatting. There's nothing to do anyway. Xiangyong frowned and pondered for a while. He seemed to think that Yang Kai's words made sense, so his attitude softened a little. Then tell me, why doesn't Dai like me? What did I do wrong? How would I know if you ask me? You should ask Dai. Besides, love is a matter between two people. What's the use of being warm to one person? Is it too tight? Yang Kai asked. What's too tight? Xiangyong stared. You're pushing too hard. Yang Kai explained, think about it from another perspective. If a woman pestered you all day and didn't give you any time to breathe, how would you feel? Is she beautiful? Is there a difference? This time it was Yang Kai's turn to stare. Of course there's a difference. Xiangyong snorted, if she's beautiful, I'll do her immediately and make her my woman. If she's ugly, I'll give her a few punches and kicks. Boy, are you saying I'm ugly? How am I ugly? Yang Kai sternly said, Brother Xiang is such a heroic and extraordinary person. How can you be associated with the word ugly? It's probably because Dai doesn't know how to appreciate your beauty. He didn't know why, but his conscience inexplicably hurt. Xiangyong narrowed his eyes, you mean, Dai's taste is bad? Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Brother Xiang, please, I still have something to do. A palm patted directly on Yang Kai's shoulder, making him bend down. Xiangyong said, don't go, don't go. Let's talk clearly. Talk about what? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. Tell me, how can I make Dai follow me willingly? As long as you help me this time, I'll let bygones be bygones. Damn it, how can I help you? It's up to you, okay? Yang Kai was really speechless. But looking at Xiangyong's posture, if he didn't say something, it wouldn't end well. After hesitating for a while, he said, why don't you try to play hard to get? Xiangyong's eyes lit up. He looked around for a while and said sneakily, how do I play hard to get? Yang Kai also lowered his voice, I saw Brother Xiang pestering Dai before. She should be used to you going to her every day. Under such circumstances, if you suddenly stop going to her, will she be very strange? Will she think about what you are busy with? Did he suffer some kind of injury? As long as she has these thoughts, she will start to care about you. Men and women are the same. What you can't get is the best. If you take the initiative to stick to her, she won't know how to cherish you. Xiangyong's heart was shaken. His face was flushed as if he was imagining the beautiful scene in the future. He licked his lips and said, "Will this work? How do you know if you don't try? Anyway, there's no loss. If it doesn't work, we'll think of another way." "Okay." Xiangyong clenched his fist and hit his palm. "Let's do as you say." "When do we start?" "There's no time like the present. Let's do it now." "Good." Xiangyong strode away. "Then I'll go back first. If Daoist asks about me later, remember to tell me." Chapter 3867. Watching Xiangyong leave, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't expect this guy to be so easy to fool. However, after only 2 days of leisure, Xiangyong came again. Yang Kai felt a headache whenever he saw him. Since he couldn't avoid him, he could only greet him. "Brother Xiang, you're here?" Xiangyong rushed in front of him, looked around, and asked in a low voice, "How was it? How was it?" "What do you mean how was it?" Yang Kai was puzzled by his question. "Did Xiao Dai ask about me? Did she miss me? Did she cry and shout that she wanted to find me?" Looking at his expectant face, Yang Kai couldn't bear to tell him the truth. He could only say, "I'm not sure. I haven't seen Miss Daoist these 2 days. I just came here and was busy taking care of the orchard." "Trash." Xiangyong squinted at Yang Kai. "Why don't you ask around? What's the use of having someone so useless?" Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to say. Xiangyong shook his arms. "I'll ask around myself." Passing by Yang Kai, he went straight to Daoist's orchard. After a short while, there was the familiar sound of Xiangyong shouting in pain again. A moment later, Xiangyong limped back with a bruised nose and a swollen face. His nose and mouth were full of blood. Yang Kai trembled with fear. Walking in front of Yang Kai, Xiangyong said angrily, "What kind of bullshit idea was that? It didn't work at all. Xiao Dai hit me even harder." Yang Kai sighed. "Brother Xiang, there's something I don't know if I should say or not." "If you have something to say, say it." Xiangyong coldly snorted and wiped the blood under his nose. "There are plenty of fish in the sea," Xiangyong laughed. "Although there are many women in this world, I've decided on Xiao Dai in this life. Other than Xiao Dai, even if the most beautiful woman in the world stood in front of me, I wouldn't give her a second look. This was destined from the moment she saved me. She's destined to be my woman. If anyone dares to have any ideas about her, I'll eat their flesh and drink their blood." Hearing this, Yang Kai was in awe. He really didn't expect Xiangyong to be so infatuated. It's just that his way of chasing a woman was a little annoying and his IQ was worrying. But then again, even though Xiangyong was a bit hateful, he treated Daoist well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so happy to be beaten like this every time. "Do you have any ideas about Xiao Dai?" Xiangyong suddenly turned his head and glared fiercely at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with an ominous light, as if Yang Kai dared to utter a single word, he would immediately lose his life. "I've only known Miss Daoist for a little over 2 months. Miss Daoist is such an outstanding beauty, I'm not worthy of her." "You better." Xiangyong snorted, "If you dare have any ideas about her, I'll tear you to pieces." "I wouldn't dare." "I'll give you a task." Xiangyong's expression was dignified. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing or not, he ordered, "Keep an eye on Xiao Dai. If anyone dares to bother her, tell me immediately and I'll deal with them. Do you hear me?" Yang Kai nodded silently. Xiangyong showed a satisfied expression. He reached out and touched the wound on his face. Feeling the pain, he let out a hiss and walked back. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and said, "Right, there's one more thing. Remember what you said last time?" Yang Kai was puzzled. "What did I say?" Xiangyong said, "Last time you said that the income from this land and your land would belong to me. Since your land doesn't have much income, forget it. I can get 20 heaven opening pills from this land every year. Remember to give them to me later." 20 pills? Yang Kai couldn't help but stare. This was obviously nonsense. Although this land wasn't small, Xiangyong usually lacked care and was wholeheartedly devoted to Daiyu. Apart from the annual wages he received as a handyman, how much extra income could there be? 20 pills was absolutely impossible. This was obviously extortion. Just now, Yang Kai had some admiration for his infatuation, but now it seemed that this hateful person was indeed hateful. He also couldn't be bothered to argue about it. With his current wealth, 20 heaven opening pills really wasn't much. Xiangyong had just left when Daiyu appeared. She looked at Yang Kai apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, little brother Yang Kai. I've caused you trouble. It's not your fault." Yang Kai waved his hand. The current situation was all caused by Zhou Zheng. If there was anyone to blame, it could only be blamed on Zhou Zheng. He turned around curiously. "Xiangyong said you saved his life?" Daiyu smiled bitterly. "It's not that exaggerated. It was just a small matter. When he first came to the Fire Spirit land as a servant, he made some mistakes and was punished. He almost died. I just casually fed him a healing spirit pill. The reason he was able to survive was because he had a good foundation. It had nothing to do with me. After that, he became like this. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have meddled in other people's business." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. "Little Dai, you are also benevolent. Actually, his nature is not bad. It's just that his personality is a little overbearing and bad." Daiyu sighed, "And he has a one-track mind." Yang Kai smiled. "Little Dai, haven't you thought about it?" Daiyu glanced at him. "Don't make fun of me." She turned around and walked back to her orchard, too lazy to talk to Yang Kai. Since that day, Xiangyong came almost every day and was beaten up every day. However, he enjoyed it so much that Yang Kai gradually got used to it. Sometimes, Xiangyong would leave after being beaten up. Sometimes, he would stay and chat with Yang Kai. It was just to find out if anyone had harassed Daiyu while he was away. On this day, Yang Kai was taking care of the fruit trees when he heard another sound. Then, someone landed nearby. Yang Kai thought it was Xiangyong again, so he didn't bother to look back and instead focused on taking care of the fruit trees. Who would have thought that the other party would not leave? Yang Kai turned around suspiciously, but upon seeing who it was, he quickly turned around and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Senior Du." This time, it was not Xiangyong, but Du Rufeng. Du Rufeng was no longer cold and arrogant. At this moment, he was smiling like a spring breeze. "When I saw it from above, I thought it was you. So I came down to have a look. Sure enough, it was you." "Master, are you looking for me for something?" Yang Kai asked. "I'm not looking for you. I'm just patrolling the herb gardens today. The chief steward will be here in a few days, so I'm checking in advance to avoid any mistakes," Du Rufeng explained. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. He had been here for a few months and knew most of the information about the Kikikyo land. Each orchard had a small steward like Zhou Zheng, who was in charge of each orchard. Above him, there was a chief steward who was in charge of the entire Qiqiao land's orchard. He was directly under the Lord of Heaven and only answered to him. His position was no lower than that of the Earth Protector. "Then we should be more careful," Yang Kai answered casually. He wasn't familiar with Du Rufeng. He only helped when Du Rufeng collected the red sky golden flame. He didn't know why Du Rufeng came to talk to him. "Is this a new place?" When Du Rufeng asked, he glanced at General Si Chen who was lying on Yang Kai's head. The last time he saw him, he thought that Yang Kai had offended General Si Chen and was punishing him. Who knew that the supremacy would say that General Si Chen liked it? Now that he took a closer look, he realized that was indeed the case. General Si Chen was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. He looked relaxed and happy. He was both amused and curious. He didn't know what made Yang Kai so important to him. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. After the last time, Steward Chow brought me here and gave me this orchard. He said that it was Master Du's idea. Du Rufeng said, yes, it was my idea. You have made a great contribution, so you should be rewarded. It seems that Zhou Zheng wasn't careless and found a good place for you. Yang Kai said, the 5,000 Genesis pills were already a great reward. Master, you gave me this piece of land. I'm so grateful. Du Rufeng waved his hand. You should be rewarded for your contribution. You deserve it. But I don't want it. Now, it even involved that idiot Xiang Yong and offended him for no reason. However, after probing a little, Yang Kai was sure that the reward was indeed 5,000 Genesis pills. Zhou Zheng didn't take any of it. How is it? Du Rufeng suddenly looked at Yang Kai. Are you interested in coming to my side and helping me? Yang Kai was stunned. What do you mean, Master? Du Rufeng put his hands behind his back. If you come to my side, you will no longer be a servant. You will be a disciple of Kikikyo. Yang Kai couldn't help but widen his eyes. He felt as if a meat pie had fallen from the sky and hit his head, making him dizzy. The servants of the Fire Spirit Land had the lowest status, but they had the most work to do every day. Which servant didn't want to break away from this status? However, only by breaking through to the heaven-opening realm would one be able to achieve such a thing, so the miscellaneous workers had worked hard for countless years to accumulate heaven-opening pills in order to buy heaven-opening materials from the market. Who would have thought that such a good thing would actually fall into Yang Kai's lap today? With Du Rufeng's status in the Fire Spirit Land, since he had opened his mouth, he definitely wasn't lying. In other words, as long as Yang Kai agreed, he could immediately break away from his status as a servant and become a disciple of Kikikyo. This would definitely be very convenient for him to obtain the Genesis pills recipe. But, this was too strange. Although he had contributed greatly last time, he had already been rewarded with 5,000 Genesis pills and a piece of land. Now, Du Rufeng had given him such a great gift. What was he thinking? Could it be that someone had seen through his wood elemental energy? Yang Kai was secretly on guard. As if seeing his hesitation, Du Rufeng smiled and said, "This isn't the Venerable's idea, it's my own. The Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame I collected last time was given to me by the Venerable, and in the next 10 years, it's a crucial time for me to break through to grade 4. With this Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame, I'll be able to take a big step forward on my path to grade 4. So, can you understand how important it is to me?" After pausing for a moment, he said, "But you can rest assured. Although the Venerable hasn't said anything, since I brought this up, I naturally have the confidence to convince the Venerable to remove your servant status." Chapter 3868. I've always been the kind of person who reciprocates with peaches. That Scarlet Firmament Golden Flame is very important to me, and now that I've obtained it, I naturally won't forget your hard work. Du Rufeng smiled at Yang Kai. "How about it? Are you interested in coming? I don't dare say anything else, but I'm confident I can help you reach the 3rd stage within 300 years. Yang Kai exclaimed, "3rd stage splitting heavens." The 3rd stage splitting heavens could be said to be the greatest dream of a servant, but so far, no servant had been able to accomplish it. After all, condensing one's strength required far too many materials, and each one was extremely valuable. Servants simply couldn't save enough heaven-splitting pills. Of course, Yang Kai's goal was definitely not limited to the 3rd stage, but as a servant, he naturally had to react as a servant should. Du Rufeng nodded, I know you're lucky to have condensed wood element strength above the 4th stage, but you should know that this is just a moment of luck. Even if you have wood element strength above the 4th stage, without other high-grade materials, your future in splitting heavens will be limited. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. It's good that you understand. I'm just afraid you'll feel too good about yourself and have too high of an expectation. In the end, you'll achieve nothing. Many thanks for Master's kindness. Yang Kai cupped his fists, but Disciple has thought about it and feels it's better to work in the orchard for the time being. Why? Du Rufeng was slightly stunned, not having expected Yang Kai to reject his proposal. After all, this was an irresistible temptation for any servant. First, Disciple has only been in the Fire Spirit Land for 3 months. Although I've made some contributions, I've also received a proper reward. If the other servants learn of this, they'll complain that Master is unfair. At that time, everyone will be impetuous, and taking care of the orchard will be delayed. Who would dare? Du Rufeng sneered. Yang Kai said, not openly, but privately, I don't know. Du Rufeng pondered for a moment before nodding, continue. Second, Disciple wants to temper himself in the orchard for a while. When the time is right, Disciple will submit to Master. At that time, no one will say anything, and Disciple will be able to help Master better. Unlike now, Disciple can only rely on Master's wings and achieve nothing. Du Rufeng looked at Yang Kai. It's rare for you to have such a heart. Since that's the case, it's fine. When you've thought it through, you can come find me. Thank you, Master. After saying a few more words of encouragement to Yang Kai, Du Rufeng continued to patrol the orchard. He had just found a way to make money, earning several thousand heaven-opening pills every month. Why would he go follow Du Rufeng for no reason? If he really did, then this source of income would be cut off. Du Rufeng had promised him that he would reach 3rd grade heaven opening within 300 years. The materials needed to reach 3rd grade heaven opening pills were only worth around 110,000 heaven opening pills. He could easily save up this amount in a few years, so why would he need Du Rufeng's guarantee? The following days were very calm, but Yang Kai could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the orchard had become tense. Perhaps it was because the head steward was coming to inspect, but all the servants obediently stayed in their own territories, carefully taking care of the fruit trees, afraid that something would go wrong. Even Xiang Yong didn't dare to leave his territory. Zhou Zheng had probably given him some kind of order. When the time came, the orchard's restrictions were activated and everyone was forced to leave. Yang Kai didn't stop and went straight back to the servants' room. After waiting for a while, Old Fong and Dayu rushed over and went straight to the market square. In the market square, they were busy again, collecting the insects from the other 6 spirit lands. At night, in the hut in Yang Kai, just like last month, the 3 of them sat on the ground and divided the spoils. However, the harvest this time was much more than the last time. Last time, the representatives of the spiritual lands had their doubts and didn't dare to buy too many at once. Except for Yu Xueping, who was full of courage, the others only bought 600 insects at most. However, after tasting the sweetness once, they didn't hesitate anymore. This time, they bought more than 12,000 insects from all over the spirit lands. Including the insects they bought this month in the fire spirit lands, they had about 15,000 insects. After feeding the great general for a whole day and night, even with the great general's appetite, when he left Yang Kai, he was a little full. He walked unsteadily, as if he was drunk. After deducting the expenses, the income this month was nearly 10,000 opening heaven pills. According to the previous agreement, Old Fong and Dayu each took 10%, which was 1,000, and the remaining 8,000 went to Yang Kai. Old Fong's eyes were red, not from jealousy, but from excitement. He thought about how he had worked hard to accumulate opening heaven pills for hundreds of years. Every time he used one, he had to be very careful, but now he was just sitting there and collecting money. He couldn't help but feel emotional and choke with emotion. Yang Kai laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Old Fang, why are you crying? This is just the beginning. The good days are still ahead. Old Fang wiped the corners of his eyes and said, I'm crying. Why didn't you come to the fire spirit lands a few hundred years earlier? If you came earlier, this old man wouldn't have to work so hard to condense the second rank. If this old man condensed the fourth rank and advanced to the fourth rank, he would be able to open the heavens. Unfortunately, now that the tone has been set, there's no chance to change it. I wasn't even born a few hundred years ago. Yang Kai sneered, and you're talking nonsense again. How rare are the fourth rank materials in the fire spirit lands? Even if you had enough opening heaven pills, you still wouldn't be able to buy them. You should be content if you could condense the second rank. Old Fang nodded. That's true, I'm content, I'm content. His original goal was to condense the second rank and open the heavens. He had worked hard to accumulate opening heaven pills for this goal, so what was there to be dissatisfied with now? Daoist smiled from the side. According to our current income, we only need 1 to 2 opening heaven pills to buy a set of materials, but we still can't compare with little brother Yang Kai. Who can compare with him? Old Fang smiled bitterly. When Yang Kai had received 5,000 opening heaven pills as a reward, he had thought it was enough, but now Yang Kai's monthly income was 8,000. How about I give you another 10%? Yang Kai looked at them. Daoist and Old Fang looked at each other and waved their hands. No, 10% is 10%. If we need opening heaven pills in the future, we can borrow them from you. That's fine too. Yang Kai nodded. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, right, if the workers buy materials and want to condense them, what about the orchard? They can't take care of it and absorb it at the same time, right? Daoist explained, they can apply for seclusion. If you want a horse to run, you have to let the horse eat grass. Qiqiao land is quite humane about this. Old Fang nodded. That's right, as long as you need to absorb opening heaven pills, you can apply for seclusion. Of course, it depends on the local managers. If too many people go into seclusion at once, there will be no one to take care of the orchard. Daoist said, that's why this matter still depends on whether the managers approve or not. Even if you apply, you might have to wait for 10 or 20 years or even longer before it's your turn. I once applied to go into seclusion and waited for 50 years. Yang Kai laughed. If I apply, Zhou Zheng definitely won't approve. After chatting for a while, the three of them dispersed. Yang Kai and Old Fang were going to visit the city again. They had made a lot of money this time and wanted to take advantage of the fact that the city wasn't closed yet to have some fun. Since Daoist didn't want to go, the two of them didn't force her. Drinking and having fun really wasn't suitable for women. When they returned from the city, Yang Kai went straight to Daoist's hut and knocked on the door. Daoist was a little surprised and invited him in, bringing him a cup of tea and asking curiously, "What's the matter?" "Nothing." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and mysteriously took out something from his space ring. "I just wanted to give you something, see if you like it." Daoist blushed slightly and asked, "You came all the way here to give me something? What is it?" "Take a look for yourself," Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Daoist glared at him for a moment before looking down and seeing a delicate box placed in front of her. It wasn't a box made of pure wood used to catch insects, but rather another kind that looked familiar. Realizing what was inside this box, she looked up at Yang Kai and asked, "You didn't buy that, did you?" "You guessed?" Yang Kai was stunned. Daoist said, "I've been here for 1,000 years and have gone to that place to buy things. I recognize this box." As he spoke, he opened the box. Inside the box was a strange object that was constantly twisting and changing its shape. It was filled with metal elemental energy. Untainted golden dew. Daoist sighed slightly. "It really is this, why did you buy it?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "We agreed before that I would buy it for you in the future." "That was just a joke." "No, this is too precious, you should take it back." Daoist shook her head. A third-grade material was worth 16,000 heaven-opening pills in Heaven-Opening Hall. Every time she went to the city, she could only take a look and never thought she would one day be able to buy it, but now it was sitting right in front of her. Saying so, she closed the box and pushed it in front of Yang Kai. "Since I'm giving it to you, I won't take it back." Yang Kai pushed the box back and said seriously, "If I didn't have the financial resources, I wouldn't have thought of it, but since I have enough heaven-opening pills, I naturally have to fulfill my promise. Moreover, when I first came to the Fire Spirit Land, you helped me a lot, so consider this a gift of thanks." Daoist still wanted to refuse, but Yang Kai said, "It's useless for me to take it back, I can't just give it back, right? Keep it for yourself, there will be a time when you need it in the future." Yang Kai shook his head, "My ambition is not to become a third-grade treasure." Daoist was slightly stunned. Chapter 3869. In the entire Qiqiao land, not only was the third grade splitting the heavens the limit of all the servants, but it was also the limit of most of the Qiqiao land's disciples. Apart from Du Rufeng, who was favored by the venerables, who could obtain materials above the third grade, there were only a few people who had the chance to achieve splitting the heavens above the third grade. But now, Yang Kai said that his ambition was not to reach the third grade. Daoist was not a fool and naturally understood what he meant. Thinking back, when she first came to the Fire Spirit Land, she seemed to have the same ambition. Unfortunately, the torrent of the flowing time Great Emperor had smoothed out her edges and she no longer had the drive of the past. She didn't know if many years later, Kai Yang would also accept his fate like she did now. "Where did you get so many splitting heavens pills?" After Daoist asked, she suddenly remembered that Yang Kai had earned 8,000 spirit stones this month and had received a reward of 5,000, which added up to 13,000 spirit stones. Adding in his previous 2 months' income, it should be enough. Even if it wasn't enough, he could borrow some from old Fang. "You don't need to worry about that." Yang Kai laughed, "Or are you like me and want to reach a higher grade, so you don't care about this third grade?" "How could I not care? Old Fang said before that our path is set and there is no chance to change it." "It's just that," seeing that she was still hesitating, Yang Kai said, "Don't think too much, I don't mean anything by it. It's just that I promised before. Now that I have the ability, I naturally have to fulfill it. I didn't expect to be able to buy it so quickly." Daoist sighed lightly, "All right, I'll accept it, but just consider it a loan from me. I get a lot of heaven-opening pills from you every month, so it's not like I can't pay you back." Pausing for a moment, she solemnly said, "Little brother, thank you." Yang Kai laughed, "I didn't say thank you when you helped me before." Daoist said, "How is that the same? I didn't pay much when I helped you. This thing is worth 16,000 splitting heavens pills." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Since ancient times, there have been many people who add flowers to embroidery, but very few who offer help in times of need. To me, your help at that time cannot be measured by the heaven-opening pill. At the same time, in another room in the village where the handyman's quarters were located, 2 people were sitting across from each other. The table was covered with food and wine, and one of them was eagerly urging the other to drink. He enthusiastically picked up the food and said with a fawning smile, "Steward Chow, try this. I specially bought all of this from the market square." Zhou Zheng drank the wine and ate the dishes as they came. He slowly put down his chopsticks and said, "You must have spent a lot of money on this table, right?" Xiang Yong said, "I didn't spend much, as long as Steward Chow is happy." He cursed in his heart that it was really not easy to invite him to a meal. When he came back from the orchard, he wanted to invite him, but Zhou Zheng ignored him. He went to find him several times in a row. Only then did Zhou Zheng tell him that he could drink and eat, but he did not want to go to the market square. He was not in the mood and could just stay in the handyman's room. What could Xiang Yong do? Naturally, he went to the market square to order a table of food and wine and brought it back. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, they chatted casually. The atmosphere gradually warmed up. Xiangyong struck while the iron was hot and said, "Steward Chow, what do you think I should do about this matter?" Zhou Zheng picked up some food and ate. As he ate, he said, "I'm sorry about this matter, but I can't do anything about it. Master Du said that I have to find a better place for that guy. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to Master Du." Xiangyong almost cursed. "Master Du asked you to find a better place for Yang Kai. The orchard was so big, why did you have to change it to his place?" He was unhappy in his heart, and even the expression on his face looked a little ferocious. "Since Lord Du has spoken, we should indeed do as he says. However, Steward Zhou, can we transfer him to another place? I have taken care of that piece of land for so many years, more or less, I have some feelings for it. I am reluctant to leave." Zhou Zheng sneered in his heart. He knew that Xiangyong was not attached to that land, but to the neighbor next door. He waved his hand and said, "There's no other way. If it was a few days ago, there might be some possibility. But today, we can't do anything to him." "Why?" Xiangyong stared. "Does that guy have 3 heads and 6 arms? Even Steward Chow can't do anything to him. He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms." Zhou Zheng smiled bitterly. "But that guy made a great contribution last time and won Master Du's favor. A few days ago, when Master Du was patrolling the orchard, he went down and said a few words to him. Now that Master Du knows where he is, if I change him again, how can I explain it when Master Du asks about it? Master Du went down and talked to him?" Xiangyong was stunned. He couldn't understand why Yang Kai was so lucky. After a moment of silence, he poured more wine and said in a low voice, "Steward Chow, if we can't do anything to him, we can do something to others. I don't want to go back to my original land. You can find a way to transfer me to the neighboring land. That shouldn't be difficult, right?" Zhou Zheng said, "There has to be a reason to transfer people. Others are doing well. Why should I transfer them?" Xiangyong was speechless. "Is this the first time you've done this? It's not like you haven't done it before. Moreover, as the manager of the orchard, it's just a matter of a word to transfer people. Who can say anything? It's clear that he doesn't want to help." Looking at Zhou Zheng's hateful face, Xiangyong couldn't help but feel angry. Zhou Zheng sneered. "Instead of worrying about that land, you should worry about that person. If the land is gone, you can change it. But if the person is gone, how can you change it?" "What person?" Xiangyong was confused. "What person are you talking about?" Zhou Zheng looked at him coldly. Xiangyong blinked. "Xiao Dai? What's wrong with Xiao Dai?" Suddenly he tensed up and sprang up with a fierce look on his face. "What happened to Xiao Dai?" Zhou Zheng chuckled. "What can happen to Miss Dai? Not only is she fine, but she's also living a good life right now." Xiangyong frowned and stared at him. He felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words, but he was disgusted by his pretentious attitude. Thinking of his several evasions just now, he couldn't help but say coldly, "Steward Chow, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm a straightforward person. I don't understand your twists and turns." Zhou Zheng pointed at him with a distressed look. "It's because you're too innocent. You don't even know that you've been deceived. Who dares to deceive me?" Xiangyong was furious. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's drink. Drink my ass." Xiangyong kicked out and knocked over the table in front of him. The wine and dishes splashed out, almost drenching Zhou Zheng's face. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. "Xiangyong, what are you doing?" Zhou Zheng was furious. Although he knew that Xiangyong was a rough person, he didn't expect him to be so rough. Xiangyong's expression was ferocious and unruly. "Steward Chow, I invited you to drink out of goodwill, but you're making me feel uncomfortable. That's not right, is it? I'm not the one who's making you feel uncomfortable. It's someone else. Why are you so angry at me? Xiangyong shook his head. I don't care. Steward Chow, you have to make yourself clear today. Zhou Zheng sneered. Are you sure you want to know? Xiangyong glared at him as if he wanted to eat him. His meaning was clear. Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth. Fine, fine, fine. Since you want to know, I'll let you know. I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Without further explanation, he took out a token and infused it with his own energy. He waved the token in front of him and said coldly, "Open your eyes wide and see for yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, a projection of an image immediately appeared in the air between the two of them. There was nothing special about the image. It was just a house, and it was the most ordinary house in the servants' quarters. There were at least 300 houses like this in the servants' quarters, if not 500. Xiangyong recognized it at a glance. Isn't this Xiao Dai's house? You have good eyesight. Zhou Zheng snorted. What does Steward Chow want me to see? Xiangyong didn't understand. Take your time and wait. You'll know in a while. Zhou Zheng didn't want to waste time with him. Xiangyong looked at him for a while. He figured that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him, so he rubbed his chin and watched carefully. However, he didn't find anything strange. He was bored. After waiting for more than an hour, the door of the house in the image suddenly opened. Xiangyong was startled and looked at it expectantly. But in the next moment, the expectation in his eyes turned into shock and then anger. His eyes burned with anger and he looked like a volcano about to erupt. Yang Kai. Xiangyong gritted his teeth and shouted, "Why did this boy come out of Xiao Dai's house at this time?" In the image, when Yang Kai came out, he seemed to be in a good mood, a smile on his face. Behind him, Daiyu seemed to be saying something to him, causing her face to blush. Yang Kai didn't even turn around and just waved his hand. Zhou Zheng looked on coldly from the side and clicked his tongue, a man and a woman alone in the middle of the night. What do you think this boy was doing just now? TSK, he's only been in the fire spirit land for a few months and he's already won Master Du's pity and the favor of a beauty. How enviable. Xiangyong's face twitched and the anger in his eyes instantly turned into endless killing intent. Bastard. He turned around and walked towards the door with his axe in hand, full of killing intent. I'm going to kill him. Zhou Zheng coldly said, handymen are not allowed to fight in private. Those who injure others will be grounded for 3 to 100 years depending on the severity of the injury. Those who kill will be killed without mercy. Do you want to be buried with him? Xiangyong's rushing figure couldn't help but pause. Although he was furious at this moment, he still had a trace of reason. He knew that Zhou Zheng was right. If he really went to kill Yang Kai, he would definitely be buried with him. At that time, no one would be able to save him. After 3 breaths of time, Xiangyong said, then I'll go beat him up first. Zhou Zheng said, 3 years of confinement is inevitable. While you're in confinement for 3 years, this boy and Miss Dai you can do whatever they want. Xiangyong turned around and glared at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng sneered, what are you looking at me for? I'm not the one who touched your woman. Chapter 3870. Do you want me to sit back and do nothing? Xiangyong shouted angrily, his expression constantly changing. His expression was ferocious and twisted, and it was obvious that he was fighting a battle in his heart. Seeing this, Zhou Zheng said, Xiangyong, you have to be calm at a time like this. You may ruin everything if you act rashly. It's easy to say, but it's useless. Xiangyong said in a low voice, Steward Chow, just pretend you don't know anything about what happened today. I'm going to kill him right now. It's not like you have to do it yourself if you want him dead. Zhou Zheng sneered. Xiangyong, who was about to go out, immediately stopped and turned to look at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng's expression changed. Don't take my words seriously when I'm drunk. It's late, so I'm going back to rest. Saying this, he was about to rush out of the door. Xiangyong swung the axe in his hand and chopped down in front of Zhou Zheng. His burly figure blocked the door and looked down at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng was not afraid and narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiangyong, are you going to fight with me? I drank too much and am a little delirious. You look like you're the one with a brain problem. Xiangyong said in a low voice, Master, you're in the heaven-opening realm. I admit that I'm not your match. If we really fight, I'll only be humiliated. However, Shao Dai's matter is closely related to me. If you have a good plan, please tell me. I'll be very grateful. What if I don't say it? Zhou Zheng looked at him coldly. Xiangyong laughed sinisterly. Master, although you're in the heaven-opening realm, you're only in the first grade. If I risk my life, I can probably bite off 2 to 3 kilograms of your flesh. You're crazy. Zhou Zheng's expression changed. Xiangyong rubbed his head and said with a ferocious expression, Master, please teach me. Zhou Zheng did not speak and looked at him. There was only determination and ruthlessness in Xiangyong's eyes. After a long time, Zhou Zheng said, Xiangyong, why are you doing this? Since Miss Daiyu has no interest in you, why do you keep pestering her? That's my business. Master Steward, you don't have to worry about it. Sigh. Zhou Zheng sighed. Originally, it was not my place to say anything about this matter, but seeing how infatuated you are, I can give you some advice, but... Xiangyong said, Master Steward, don't worry. This matter has nothing to do with you. No matter what the final result is, I will bear all responsibility. Very good. Zhou Zheng nodded. In that case, come closer. Xiangyong hurried over. Zhou Zheng lowered his voice and told him in detail for a while. Xiangyong's expression kept changing as he listened. He secretly lamented that Zhou Zheng was really vicious and merciless. If this was true, Yang Kai would die without a doubt. Moreover, it would be an effortless death. After a while, Zhou Zheng said in a low voice, this matter involves too many people. If it's exposed, you won't have a good ending. Think carefully. Xiangyong chuckled. Master Steward, this is a good idea. If I don't do it, I'll be letting you down. What does this have to do with me? Zhou Zheng was shocked. Xiangyong hurriedly slapped his mouth. Yes, yes, yes. This has nothing to do with Master Steward. This was all my idea. Come, come, come. Let's drink. The table had been kicked over. How could they drink? Zhou Zheng flicked his sleeves and said, it's late. I'm going back to rest. Xiangyong said, then I'll leave the matter of the day after tomorrow to Steward Chow. Zhou Zheng staggered. He didn't know whether this idea of his was a blessing or a curse for him, but it was too late to regret it now. Looking at Xiangyong's expression, it was clear that he had to do it. He could only secretly pray that he hit Xiangyong's weak spot so that he could never rise again. Life in the handyman's quarters was not exciting. After returning from Daiyu's place, Yang Kai meditated and rested. The next day, he dragged Old Fong to the market, mainly to broaden his horizons. Although he had a general understanding of the situation in the market, there were still some strange things in many stalls, all of which were brought out by the handymen from their respective Qiankun worlds. In order to buy the 3rd-grade pure golden dew for Daiyu, he went bankrupt and even owed Old Fong some heaven-opening pills. However, he was not in a hurry. In any case, he could earn a large number of heaven-opening pills next month. The food and drinks in the market were all on Old Fong's head, so Old Fong naturally did not bicker with him. This time, he even mysteriously brought him to a place. That place was extremely secluded. From the outside, it looked inconspicuous, but once one entered, one would know that there was a universe inside. The people who came here not only included the odd job workers from the odd job room, but also some disciples from the 7 Openings land. Many of them were wearing 7-colored clothes, and they were hugging women left and right as they enjoyed themselves. Yang Kai was extremely shocked. He pulled Old Fong aside and said, "There's actually such a place in the market?" Old Fong sneered, "What's so strange about it? Since ancient times, this kind of place can be seen everywhere. These girls, who are they?" Yang Kai looked around. Old Fong sighed, "They're all handymen from various spiritual lands. Everyone is trying to make a living. In the past, they didn't have much ability, but now that they have, they naturally want to help." Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. This was the first time he heard someone speak of doing something so noble. He frowned slightly and said, "The handymen shouldn't have much money." Old Fong said, "That's why, most of the people here are Qiqiao Land's disciples. There are very, very few handymen who come here to seek pleasure. Although this place is not specially open for Qiqiao Land's disciples, it's basically relying on them to survive." It was indeed as Old Fong said. Most of the people Yang Kai saw here were Qiqiao Land's disciples who wore colorful robes. There were only a few handymen who came here, including the 2 of them. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and find a girl to take care of." Old Fong gave him a push and pointed at a group of more than 10 girls. "If you take a fancy to any of them, just bring them upstairs." After he finished speaking, he went upstairs and knocked on the door of a room. A moment later, the door opened and a jade-like hand reached out and pulled Old Fong inside. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He stood in place and scratched his head. He looked to the side and saw that the 10 girls were also looking at him curiously, but none of them had any intention of coming over to greet him. This place was mainly maintained by Qiqiao Land's disciples. Moreover, it was only open for 3 days every month. The girls all knew that if they wanted to make money, it was best to make money from those wearing colorful robes. If a handyman like Yang Kai came in, most people would ignore him unless he took the initiative to talk to them. It was good that no one cared. He walked to a table at the side and called for the handyman. He ordered a table of food and wine and drank by himself. However, it had to be said that although there was a sex trade here, it didn't have much of a prostitute atmosphere. It was more like a tea house. If it wasn't for waiting for Old Fong, Yang Kai would have left long ago. After waiting for a long time, he still didn't come out. The food and wine were all changed. In the end, a girl couldn't stand it anymore and walked over. "Brother, are you waiting for your companion?" Yang Kai nodded. The girl pursed her lips and smiled, "Then you don't have to wait any longer. I heard from the senior sisters that every time your companion comes, he will stay the night here." Yang Kai almost cursed out loud. With a dark face, he thanked her and paid for the food and wine. Just as he was about to leave, the girl suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's sleeve. Yang Kai turned to look at her and saw that her face was red. He couldn't help but ask, "Junior sister, do you need something?" The girl lowered her head. "Brother, did you come here just to drink?" Yang Kai wasn't an idiot. He naturally understood what she meant. Carefully sizing her up, he found that this girl had delicate features and didn't have the slightest bit of a prostitute's aura. He couldn't help laughing. "I came here with someone. I've never been to a place like this before." The girl's voice was soft. "There's a first time for everything. Brother, do you want to try?" As she spoke, her head was almost buried in her chest, and her face was as red as fire. Yang Kai was speechless. He knew that this girl was either shy by nature or had only come out a few times and wasn't too open. Just as he was thinking this, the girl said, "I won't hide it from brother. Junior sister, this is also my first time." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Junior sister, why did you come here?" The girl closed her mouth and didn't answer. However, Yang Kai had already been here for several months, so he naturally knew about the hard lives of the workers. They were paid 3 heaven opening pills a year, but even if they wanted to buy a set of second-grade materials, it would still cost 1,500 to 600. If he wanted to quickly advance to heaven opening, he had to find some other way. He sighed inwardly, knowing that old Fong was right. If it weren't for the fact that life was hard, who would come to this place? At this moment, a tall and sturdy man suddenly walked in from outside. His eyes swept over the area and fixed on Yang Kai, and he walked over in surprise. Sensing movement, Yang Kai turned his head and was also stunned. "Brother Fong? Why are you here?" Fong Tai looked at Yang Kai curiously. "Did you come to the wrong place? What does Brother Fong want to say?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. "Nothing." Fong Tai slowly shook his head, probably because he didn't want to talk to him anymore. Looking around, he then turned to the young woman beside Kai Yang and smiled. "Junior sister, you need to have a good eye for people. Some people, even if you receive them, I'm afraid they won't be paid. At that time, you'll have to work for nothing." The girl forced a laugh. "Brother, you must be joking." Fong Tai said, "I'm not joking. The person you brought here is a newcomer. He's only been here for a few months and hasn't even been paid his salary yet. How could he pay you?" The woman looked at Kai Yang strangely. Kai Yang's performance just now was not like that of a newcomer. That table of food and drinks he had happily paid for, no more, no less. This Fong is different. I'll make sure to satisfy junior sister later. Saying so, he reached out and grabbed the girl's arm. The girl couldn't dodge and was caught, quickly turning her head to look at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. She was more willing to receive Yang Kai, otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to talk to him. But to her disappointment, Yang Kai just glanced at her and cupped his hands. "Then I won't disturb Brother Fong. Goodbye." "Humph." Fong Tai coldly snorted. Yang Kai stepped out, but he could clearly feel a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. Chapter 3871. Stop looking. Why bother with this piece of trash? This brother will take you to have some fun. Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and turned around. He walked up to Fong Tai and looked up at him. "Brother Fong, did you eat the wrong medicine today?" Fong Tai said, "This Fong is not sick, why would I eat medicine? If you're not sick, why are you spouting nonsense and insulting me for no reason?" Fong Tai was extremely astonished. "When did I insult you?" "Oh, you said that piece of trash, not you." This Fong was referring to someone else. "But if you insist on sticking to me, then I can't do anything about it." Yang Kai stared at him. Fong Tai's eyes were full of ridicule and mockery. Yang Kai nodded. "It seems that Brother Fong is seriously ill." Fong Tai was about to say something when he saw a fist rapidly growing in front of him. Immediately after, his head buzzed as if he had been struck by a powerful force. He flew backwards, feeling dizzy and seeing stars. The woman beside Fong Tai was stunned, staring blankly at Yang Kai. In her field of vision, Yang Kai was still in his punching posture. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have dared to believe that this seemingly amiable senior brother actually had such a fiery temper. Just because of a disagreement, he attacked and injured someone. Could it be that he didn't know the consequences of doing so? Less than 3 breaths after Yang Kai punched, the women in the hall all used their movement techniques and fled out the door. In the blink of an eye, all of them were gone. However, there were still a few Qiqiao Land disciples looking over with interest. How many years had it been since a servant dared to make a move in private? Today, they were finally able to watch a show. On the other side, Fong Tai staggered to his feet, only to feel that his mouth and nose were sticky. Wiping his hands, he found that they were all covered in blood. Raising his head, he glared at Kai Yang in disbelief. "You dare to hit me?" He had also been beaten into a daze. He had never thought that Yang Kai would attack him. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have been defeated by Yang Kai in one move. For a moment, humiliation and anger surged in his heart, and his aura fluctuated wildly. You dare to scold me, why wouldn't I dare to hit you? Yang Kai sneered. Very good. Fang Tai roared angrily and kicked away the table and chair in his way. Then, like an ancient divine spirit, he rushed to the front of Yang Kai. His two fists, which were as big as casseroles, turned into shadows of fists that covered the sky and covered Yang Kai. Fang Tai was also a newcomer who had just arrived outside of heaven and earth. His strength was on par with Yang Kai's, so this fight was actually a close match. At the side, a few disciples of the Kikikyo land who were dressed in 7-colored robes were watching the show and cheered loudly. However, the two of them had only fought for a dozen breaths of time when a group of people came in from outside. The leader of the group had his hands behind his back and looked around. He narrowed his eyes and shouted angrily, "All of you, stop!" Yang Kai and Fang Tai, who were in the midst of fighting, ignored him and continued to fight. "You're revolting." The leader was furious. He waved his hand and the disciples of the Kikikyo land on both sides threw out ropes. These ropes were made of an unknown material and wrapped around Yang Kai and Fang Tai's bodies like snakes. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were tied up like rice dumplings. Yang Kai struggled but was unable to break free. Instead, the strength of the ropes increased, causing him to feel uncomfortable all over. "You two are quite bold to fight in private. Don't you know the rules of the Qiqiao land?" After tying up the two of them, the leader walked in front of Yang Kai and Fang Tai. He looked at one and then looked at the other with a cold expression. "Brother." Fang Tai also came back to his senses at this time. Just now, he had been hit by Yang Kai and was a bit angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to act so presumptuously. He knew that this matter was a bit serious and that one wrong move could cause him to be consigned to eternal damnation. He immediately begged for mercy. "Brother, this little brother has only been here for a few months and is not familiar with the rules of the Qiqiao land. Brother, can you consider this as this little brother's first offense and let me go? This little brother will be very grateful." "Humph." The leader coldly snorted, "Rules are rules. Who cares if this is your first offense or not? You'll suffer this time and know how to behave next time." Fang Tai panicked, "Brother, I'm innocent. This bastard hit me and I had no choice but to fight back. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other brothers over there. They saw everything clearly." The leader coldly looked at him, "I only know that when I came in, you were fighting with this brat. As for who made the first move, I have no interest in knowing. Take them away." After saying that, he turned and walked out. Fang Tai and Yang Kai, who were tied up like dumplings, were also taken behind. Fang Tai was still trying to explain something, but he was only reprimanded by a Qiqiao land disciple beside him. Seeing this, Yang Kai also gave up the idea of wasting his breath. On the second floor, old Fang's face was pale as he muttered, "It's over, it's over, it's over." He had naturally heard the commotion downstairs. When Yang Kai and Fang Tai had been fighting, he had hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out, but he had still been a step too late. He could only watch as Yang Kai was tied up and taken away, unable to save him. The people who had taken away Yang Kai were the Qiqiao land's patrols. As a worker, he had no right to say anything in front of them. Thinking about it, the only person who could save Yang Kai was Zhou Zheng. As the manager of the orchard and a heaven-opening cultivator, if he was willing to step in, he should be able to help. Mentally preparing himself for a huge loss, old Fang didn't even have time to tidy up his clothes as he hurriedly rushed to the fire spiritual land. In a simple and crude cell, dark and damp, Yang Kai and Fang Tai were locked inside, each occupying a corner of the cell. This cell was in the middle of the market, deep underground. It was casually built with some wood, so if Yang Kai wanted to, he could easily escape. However, neither he nor Fang Tai had the courage to do so. The Qiqiao land's disciples were standing guard outside, so what could they do even if they escaped? They would still be tied up and brought back. As such, even though there was no one watching over them, and even though their bindings had been undone, the two of them only occupied a corner of the cell, minding their own business. Accompanying old Fong to visit a brothel only to end up in prison. Yang Kai was somewhat speechless. However, today's matter gave him a strange feeling. Although Fong Tai had wanted to draw a clear line between them because he had offended Zhou Zheng, there was no need for him to offend him for no reason, right? Fong Tai's actions today gave him the feeling that he was intentionally trying to anger him. But what good would that do for Fong Tai? In the end, he would end up the same as him, locked up here, and who knew what kind of punishment he would receive. He had heard old Fong say that the Qiqiao land's punishment for workers who made mistakes was quite harsh. If he didn't handle this matter well, he might end up locked up for 3 to 5 years. If he was really locked up for such a long time, it would be a huge loss. Once he was locked up here, his source of income would be cut off, and who knew how many heaven-opening pills he would lose. Thinking of this, Fong Tai became even more displeased. He coldly glanced over and saw that this guy was looking anxiously in a certain direction, his face full of anticipation. Yang Kai frowned slightly, not knowing what he was looking forward to. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside. Fong Tai, who was sitting cross-legged on the side, immediately stood up, and Yang Kai also listened attentively. Not long after, a person arrived in front of the cell, his eyes gloomy as he looked at the two people in the cell. "Master Steward!" Fong Tai exclaimed excitedly. "Steward Chow." Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly. Although he didn't get along well with Zhou Zheng, since the other party had the title of steward, he still had to show the proper etiquette, lest he caught something that could be used against him. "You two really give face to my fire spirit land chores room." Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth and pointed at the two people in the cell, a look of resentment on his face. "Fighting over a woman and coming to the market square? You two are good, you two are too good." Fong Tai awkwardly said, "It's a misunderstanding, Master Steward. Yang Kai and I weren't fighting over a woman, it was just that our hands were itchy and we casually swapped pointers. Who knew that this would happen?" As he spoke, he turned his head and shot a look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head and pretended not to see. "You've been caught by the patrol and brought here, yet you still dare to say it's a misunderstanding." Zhou Zheng angrily shouted, "And the injury on your eye, do you think I'm blind?" Fong Tai reached out and covered the eye that Yang Kai had hit, not saying a word. Zhou Zheng snorted, "Do you know what punishment there is for a private fight between chores?" Fong Tai nervously asked, "What punishment?" 3 to 100 years of confinement." Zhou Zheng sneered, "Do you want 3 years or 100 years? Fong Tai was shocked and begged, "Master Steward, please save me." Zhou Zheng said, "But I happen to know the patrol leader who caught you, so I can speak to him. Seeing that you're both newcomers and this is your first offense, I'll let it go this time. If there's a next time, there won't be any mercy." "Let it go just like that?" Yang Kai was stunned. He had thought that he would definitely be locked up for a few years, so he had mentally prepared himself. Fong Tai, however, was overjoyed and repeatedly cupped his hands. "Thank you, Steward Chow. Master Steward, I will remember your kindness and never forget it." Zhou Zheng didn't comment and opened the cell door, saying, "Get out, both of you. What are you still doing in there?" Fong Tai and Yang Kai walked out one by one. Zhou Zheng coldly snorted, "If it weren't for the fact that something happened in the orchard today, I wouldn't have cared about your lives." Fong Tai said, "Is it about the chief steward's patrol?" This wasn't a secret. The chores in the chores room had all heard about it from different sources. Yes, the chief steward should have arrived at the orchard by now. The two of you should hurry over. If the chief steward patrols your territory, be careful. If something goes wrong, no one can save you. Yes, yes, yes. Fong Tai quickly nodded. Yang Kai then remembered that the so-called chief steward was going to patrol the fire spirit land's orchard today. The entire fire spirit land had been busy just for today. However, this had nothing to do with him, so he didn't need to worry too much. He just needed to do his job well. Chapter 3872. As they spoke, the three of them arrived at the surface. At this moment, the entire market was silent. 3 days had passed, and the servants had all returned to their respective orchards. The market was naturally empty, and there were no Qiqiao disciples outside the prison. It was as if there were only the three of them here. It's getting late. Steward Chow, I'll take my leave first. Yang Kai bid farewell and soared into the sky, heading straight for the fire spirit land. He has no respect at all. The steward master saved him, but he didn't even say a word of thanks. Fang Tai looked in the direction Yang Kai left and coldly snorted. There's no need for him to thank me. Zhou Zheng chuckled. He had already thanked those who needed to be thanked. Old Fang had spent a lot of heaven-opening pills for him to plead for leniency. For the sake of those heaven-opening pills, he couldn't be bothered to bicker with Yang Kai. His expression turned solemn as he said in a low voice, "You did well this time." Fang Tai said, "The reason this Fang can have today is all because of the steward master's nurturing. If the steward master has any orders, this Fang will do anything." Very good. Zhou Zheng nodded, very satisfied with Fang Tai's attitude. Fang Tai frowned, "But there's something this Fang doesn't understand. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Zhou Zheng seemed to be clear about Fang Tai's doubts and blocked him with a single sentence. Also, this was only an accident. Fang Tai lowered his head, "I understand. Let's hurry to the orchard. There might be a good show later. Moreover, the steward is here, so a small steward like me should accompany him." As Zhou Zheng spoke, he soared into the sky. Fang Tai didn't understand. He didn't know what kind of good show would happen later. He faintly felt that it had something to do with yesterday's incident, but since Zhou Zheng had already said so, he didn't ask any more questions. When the two of them set off, Yang Kai had already arrived at the fire spirit land. When he passed by the village where the servant house was, he saw a golden light from the corner of his eyes. He lowered his head and saw that in front of his house, General Si Chen was continuously pecking at the door, as if calling for him to come out. "General!" Yang Kai greeted. General Si Chen heard the sound and turned his head to take a look. Following which, he turned into the size of an ordinary rooster and flapped his wings, flying up and down as he flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed. "General, you should lose some weight." Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that this stupid chicken was fatter than the first time he saw it. He stretched out his hand to summon it over and placed it on his head. Great General Si Chen twisted his butt and found the most comfortable position he was familiar with. He then pecked the Yang Kai twice. Yang Kai said, "Something happened. It's not like I'm delaying the time on purpose. Stop pecking." Only then did General Si Chen become obedient. After a short while, they arrived at the orchard. After flying for a while, they landed on their own territory and saw Daoist anxiously waiting for them. Hearing the commotion, Daoist turned her head and revealed a look of surprise. "Are you all right? I heard from Old Fang that you fought with someone and got caught by the patrol team." "Old Fang, you blabbermouth." Yang Kai had a look of disgust. This wasn't something to be proud of, so why did he spread it around? "I was the one who asked him if you were all right. Did the patrol team do anything to you?" Daoist asked with concern. "It's nothing. If they did, would I still be standing here?" Yang Kai smiled. Daoist nodded. "That's right. Did Steward Chow come out and save you?" "How did you know?" Yang Kai was stunned. Daoist said, "Old Fang gave Steward Chow a valuable gift." Yang Kai revealed a look of understanding. No wonder. He was wondering why Zhou Zheng was so kind. It was understandable that he went to save Fang Tai, but why did he save him as well? It turned out that old Fong had done something. How much did old Fong give him? Yang Kai asked. Daoist said, I don't know, but it shouldn't be a small amount. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an errand boy to get caught in a private fight without any punishment. But it's fine as long as he's fine. That's true. Yang Kai nodded. When you have time, tell old Fong that you're safe. He probably doesn't know that you're out yet. Daoist looked around and said, moreover, the chief steward is patrolling the orchard today. You have to be careful and don't slack off. I know. You should go back quickly. I heard from Zhou Zheng that the chief steward should be in the orchard already. It won't be good if he finds out that you're not in your own territory and came to my place. Then I'll go back first. Daoist said and walked towards her orchard. After she left, Yang Kai took out his communication device with Old Fong and told him that he was safe. Old Fong quickly sent a message asking him about the details of the situation, so Yang Kai naturally told him everything he needed to know. After he finished, Old Fong replied and told him not to be so impulsive in the future. When Yang Kai asked how much he had given Zhou Zheng, the old man actually cut off the communication. Obviously, he didn't want to say more. This further confirmed Yang Kai's guess. Old Fong must have given him a lot this time. Otherwise, why would Zhou Zheng be so kind as to help him out? He cursed Zhou Zheng in his heart for his insatiable greed and swore to himself that if he had the chance in the future, he would make Zhou Zheng pay him back. He turned around and started to work in the orchard. The chief steward's inspection of the orchard was a big deal. It could be seen from Du Rufeng's attitude before, so Yang Kai was not careless. Moreover, he didn't know if it was because of what happened yesterday, but Yang Kai felt a little uneasy today, as if something was going to happen. This made him more vigilant. An hour later, Yang Kai stood in the orchard with his token in his hand. His face was so gloomy that it almost dripped water. There was a fruit missing in his orchard. The number of fire spirit fruits in the orchard was limited. It was recorded in the token of every handyman. If it was spoiled or rotten, they had to report it to the chief steward of the orchard. However, under normal circumstances, nothing would happen to the fire spirit fruits, let alone one missing for no reason. But at this moment, this happened in his orchard. The number of fire spirit fruits in the orchard was one less than the number recorded in the token. Yang Kai carefully counted 3 times in the orchard, and it was the same. How could there be one less fruit? Before he left last month, Yang Kai specially checked it once. At that time, the numbers were correct, but after a few days, the numbers were wrong. Yang Kai scanned the orchard with his divine senses and carefully searched the fruit trees one by one. After a while, he finally found something. He went straight to a fire spirit fruit tree and stared at a certain spot. There should have been a fire spirit fruit in that spot, but at this moment, there was nothing. On the stem where the fire spirit fruit should have been, there were still traces of freshly picked fruit. Even if Yang Kai had not picked the fire spirit fruit before, he knew that the fruit here had been picked less than 2 hours ago. Someone actually stole his fruit while he was not around? Kai Yang flew into a rage. Which idiot would be so daring as to do such a stupid thing? Stealing the fire spirit fruit could put him in a disadvantageous situation, but if the truth was found out, even 100 lives would not be enough to kill him. Who on earth was doing such a thing that harmed others without benefiting themselves? Or rather, who had a grudge against him? In the entire fire spirit land, Yang Kai did not know many people. The only ones who had a grudge against him were Zhou Zheng and Fong Tai, who he had a fight with yesterday. Fong Tai did not have the opportunity to do so. When he came over, he had not moved yet. Could it be Zhou Zheng? It should not be him either. Zhou Zheng had rescued him and Fong Tai from the market, so he also had no time to do such a thing. If it was not Zhou Zheng or Fong Tai, then who else had a grudge against him? After thinking about it, Yang Kai could not think of anything. However, the figure of shaking bear Xiang Yong flashed through his mind. If it was Xiang Yong, then there was a possibility. However, there was no grudge between him and Xiang Yong. There was no reason for the other party to be so heavy-handed, right? Perhaps he could ask Dayu. When he came over, Dayu had been in his orchard. Perhaps she had seen something. After making up his mind, just as he was about to move, he suddenly heard a bustling sound coming from not far away. When he looked up, Yang Kai's expression stiffened. He saw a group of people flying through the air, neither too fast nor too slow. The person in the lead had a dignified appearance. When he looked around, he had a dignified expression. At a glance, it was obvious that he was a person of high status and was around 40 years old. On his left, Du Rufeng was half a step behind to accompany him. He had a smile on his face and was saying something to the man. The man only had his hands behind his back. From time to time, he would lower his head and look around. Occasionally, he would nod. Behind Du Rufeng was Zhou Zheng. However, looking at his position in the crowd, it seemed that he was the kind of person who could not even speak. Even though he had never seen them before, Yang Kai immediately recognized that the middle-aged man in the lead should be the chief manager of the entire Kikikyo land. He instinctively shrunk his neck. If the orchard was peaceful, he had nothing to be afraid of. However, now that his territory was missing a fruit, this matter was a little difficult to explain. In his heart, he secretly prayed that this group of people would leave quickly and not pay attention to him. However, what he was afraid of just had to happen. While he was feeling guilty, Yang Kai heard the chief manager say, Isn't that Duanhai's General Si Chen? Why did he come to the orchard? Yang Kai almost spat out blood. He was so preoccupied with his guilty conscience that he actually forgot that the great general was still lying on his head. The great general's body was dazzling with golden light, like a lighthouse in the darkness. It was difficult not to notice it. If he had known earlier, he would not have brought the great general with him today. He should have left it in the servant room. Du Rufeng said, "The chief manager is right. That is the venerable one's General Si Chen." The chief manager laughed. How did this servant offend General Si Chen? The general actually wants to punish him like this. Du Rufeng said, the chief manager misunderstood. He did not offend General Si Chen. Previously, I also thought that he offended the general and was punished. However, when I reported to the Venerable One, I found out that the general likes him and is close to him. Chapter 3873. Like him? Get close to him? The manager revealed a surprised expression. I understand General Si Chen's temper a little. He wouldn't care about normal people. What's so special about this servant that he could gain General Si Chen's favor? Du Rufeng laughed. This disciple doesn't know. Maybe General Si Chen has a good eye for people. Let's go down and take a look. The manager was interested and waved his hand, leading a group of people to descend. When Yang Kai saw this scene, he had the urge to curse. But if it was a blessing, it wasn't a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. Seeing the group of people bustling over, he had no choice but to greet them. He cupped his hands and bowed. Yang Kai greets master. The manager didn't look at him, but looked at General Si Chen with a smile. He didn't need to pay too much attention to a mere servant. The reason he came down was mainly because of General Si Chen. Du Rufeng, who was following behind him, said, Yang Kai, this is the manager of the 7 Openings land. He is in charge of all matters of the 7 Openings land. As he spoke, he gave Yang Kai a look, telling him not to be nervous. Yang Kai bowed again. Greetings, manager. It would be strange if he wasn't nervous. His orchard had lost a fruit for no reason. It would be fine if it wasn't discovered, but if it was discovered, how would he explain it? Could he say that it was stolen? Where was the evidence? If he couldn't find the person who stole the fruit, he would have to take responsibility for the loss of the fire spirit fruit. He didn't know if Du Rufeng would be able to protect him when the time came. She wanted to send him a sound transmission to explain the whole story, but this chief manager was clearly a heaven-opening expert. How could a sound transmission be concealed in front of him? Even though he was feeling depressed, he appeared calm and composed on the surface. Even though he saw from the corner of his eye that a group of people who had followed the chief steward spread out to investigate his orchard, his expression did not change and his heart did not beat faster. Since it had come to this, he could only pray that those people wouldn't carefully check the number of fire spirit fruits. Only then would he be able to escape this calamity. Inadvertently, he saw Zhou Zheng smiling at him. That smile seemed to have a deeper meaning. Before he could think any further, he heard the steward ask, "How did you manage to make General Xichen so close to you?" Yang Kai lowered his head. "I don't know either." "You don't know either?" The chief manager raised his eyebrows. Du Rufeng said from the side, "Yang Kai, just say what you want to say. The chief manager is just asking casually. It's nothing important." Yang Kai said with a bitter face, "I really don't know. A few months ago, when I first came to the orchard, the great general passed by the orchard. I don't know how it fell from the sky and landed right in front of me. Perhaps the great general thought that I had done something to it, so it was angry and wanted to peck the fruits in my orchard. How could this disciple bear it? As an odd-job worker of the orchard, taking care of the fruits is my duty. I was angry and fought with it." "You fought with it?" The chief manager laughed. "You're quite brave." Yang Kai said embarrassedly, "At that time, this disciple had just arrived and didn't know the great general's identity. That's why I dared to offend it. If it were today, I definitely wouldn't have the guts." Du Rufeng nodded. "All right, chief manager. This disciple has been in the land of fire spirit for less than half a year. He's indeed a newcomer, but he's already made a great contribution." "Oh?" The chief manager revealed a look of surprise. Looking at Kai Yang seriously, he didn't ask what kind of contribution Kai Yang had made. Nodding his head, he said, "You can continue." Yang Kai spread his hands. "That's all. From then on, whenever I came to the herb garden, the great general would be like this. So it's a friendship formed through fighting." The chief manager smiled and nodded. "That's interesting." This was the first time Du Rufeng had heard of such a thing, so he pointed at Yang Kai and said, "You little brat, you should be glad you didn't do anything to the great general at that time, otherwise, the venerable would have skinned you alive." Yang Kai laughed dryly. He thought to himself that the great general had lost quite a lot of feathers at that time. At this moment, the people who were scattered in the orchard returned one after another. One of them glanced at Yang Kai, then handed something that looked like a jade scroll to the chief manager. Yang Kai's heart tightened. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. The chief manager took the jade scroll and scanned it with his divine telekinesis. He then handed the jade scroll to Du Rufeng. "Take a look." Du Rufeng took it curiously and glanced at Yang Kai. He guessed that something must have happened to the orchard. Otherwise, why would the chief manager ask him to take a look at this? This was not within his authority. However, what could have happened to the orchard? After carefully inspecting it, Du Rufeng's expression changed slightly. He looked at Yang Kai coldly and said, "Yang Kai, can you tell me why your orchard is missing a fire spirit fruit? It's really missing?" Yang Kai was surprised. "You know?" Du Rufeng frowned. Yang Kai said, "Before honored seniors arrived, Disciple was counting the number of fire spirit fruits and found that there was a discrepancy between the number recorded before Disciple left last time. However, Disciple wasn't sure at that time, so honored seniors arrived just as Disciple was about to carefully count them." He paused and said, "Now it seems that the previous count was not wrong. There is indeed a fire spirit fruit missing." Du Rufeng said in a low voice, "As a servant, you should take care of everything in the orchard. Do you know what kind of punishment you will receive if the spirit fruit is missing?" "I don't know. A light punishment would be crippling your cultivation and banishing you from the Qiqiao land." A heavy punishment would be to kill you on the spot. Yang Kai was shocked. This was not giving him a way out at all. He exclaimed, "Master Du, I am innocent. I counted the number of spirit fruits before I left a few days ago. The number of spirit fruits was exactly the same. I didn't have time to do anything when I came here today. The lack of spirit fruits has nothing to do with me, Master Du. How can it have nothing to do with you?" Du Rufeng's expression was dignified. "Since you are the servant who takes care of this orchard, everything in this orchard is closely related to you. The loss of the spirit fruit is due to your lack of care, unless you reported it to the manager here before." As he spoke, he turned to look at Zhou Zheng. "Zhou Zheng, did Yang Kai report it to you?" Zhou Zheng stepped forward and took out a jade slip to check it carefully. After a while, he cupped his hands and said, "I did not find any records." Du Rufeng looked at him deeply, then turned to Yang Kai and said, "Do you have anything else to say?" "I don't accept this." Yang Kai straightened his neck. "The loss of the spirit fruit is not because I took care of it. If it was lost, it was because someone stole it. The one who should be punished is the person who stole the fruit." Du Rufeng's expression changed and he immediately shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. Who dares to steal spirit fruits in the Qiqiao land?" Yang Kai snorted, "If someone didn't steal it, how could the fruit be lost for no reason? Did you see it?" The chief manager, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked. Losing a spirit fruit was not a big deal. Whoever took care of it would be punished, but now someone actually dared to steal the spirit fruit. They had to make an example of this and let everyone in the Qiqiao land know what the consequences of stealing a spirit fruit were. "I didn't see it, but I have my suspicions." Yang Kai shook his head. "Chief manager is at the heaven opening realm, so you should be proficient in some soul-searching techniques. As long as we capture those people and interrogate them carefully, the truth will come to light." The chief manager smiled, "And if we can't get anything out of them?" Yang Kai said, "Then count it on me. When the time comes, we'll do what we need to do." "You've got a good plan." The chief manager lightly snorted, "But who knows if you're trying to drag them down with you? If we really want to do a soul-searching, we should start with you." Yang Kai almost coughed up blood when he heard this. This was like shooting himself in the foot. If his soul was really searched, wouldn't he lose all his secrets? If he was unlucky, his soul might even be damaged, causing him to lose his mind forever. However, today's matter could not be explained clearly in a few words, and he did not have the strength to resist. The chief manager was at the fourth stage heaven opening realm at the very least. Killing him would be as easy as crushing a bug. Unable to escape, unable to fight, he could only turn to look at Du Rufeng. Du Rufeng did not disappoint. He cupped his hands and said, "Chief Steward, since this matter happened in the Fire Spirit Land, then let the Fire Spirit Land take full responsibility. Let me take this person back. I will give Chief Steward an explanation." The chief manager shook his head. "Rufeng, since you've asked, logically speaking, should give you face. However, today's matter is no longer as simple as losing the spirit fruit. It involves theft. You should also know that the spirit fruits everywhere are the foundation of the Seven Openings land, and we can't tolerate the slightest bit of carelessness. Now, there's actually a servant who dared to touch the foundation of the Seven Openings land. This matter should not only be explained to me, but also to the heavenly monarch." Du Rufeng's heart trembled. The chief manager even mentioned the heavenly monarch, which completely cut off his right to speak. He looked at Yang Kai with a speechless expression, thinking, of all things to talk about, why did you have to talk about someone stealing the spirit fruit? Now, I can't help even if I want to. Yang Kai was also a little dumbfounded. He never thought that his original intention of shifting the blame would end up cutting off his own path of survival. According to the chief manager's words, as long as it was not a servant who stole the spirit fruit, it was not a big deal. After all, some of the fire spirit fruits were already spoiled or dead, so there would be a shortage. However, when it involved a servant, it was a completely different concept. Capture him. As soon as the chief manager gave the order, two people immediately walked out from the left and right, heading towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's entire body tensed up, and he quietly gathered all his strength. He was wavering between being captured and fighting to his death. Right at this moment, a cry was heard. The great general Si Chen above him shook its wings, and a ball of golden light floated out from its mouth. Yang Kai habitually reached out to grab it. When the golden light dissipated, what appeared in his hand was not the heaven-opening pellet that he was used to seeing, but a fruit core the size of a longan fruit core. Yang Kai was stunned. Du Rufeng was also stunned, but he quickly reacted, "Wait a moment." The two Qiqiao disciples who were approaching Yang Kai immediately stopped. Du Rufeng quickly came in front of Yang Kai and picked up the fruit core in his hand. After examining it for a while, he laughed and said, "Chief Manager, the thief seems to have confessed. The loss of the spirit fruit should not be related to the servants here." As he spoke, he presented the fruit core in his hand. Chapter 3874. The head manager took it and examined it for a moment. He then turned to Du Rufeng and chuckled, "You said General Si Chen liked him and wanted to get close to him, but I think he was just looking for an opportunity to frame him. He almost got him killed, but luckily he didn't go too far and spared him at the crucial moment." Du Rufeng also smiled, "So that's how it is. I was wondering why the Grand General would behave like that. So it was all for today." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Now that the truth is out, it means that the missing fruit was not stolen by the servants. It was just that the Grand General ate one on a whim. Head manager, what do you think of this Yang Kai?" The head manager waved his hand, and the two Qiqiao disciples who had walked out immediately retreated back. After this incident, the head manager no longer had any interest in staying. He turned around and said, "Let's look elsewhere." With his hands behind his back, he walked off into the distance. A group of people followed him and left. Before Du Rufeng left, he glanced at Yang Kai and secretly transmitted a message to him, "Take care of yourself." Yang Kai watched as the group left. His gaze was fixed on Zhou Zheng's back. When the Grand General spat out the core of the fruit, he clearly saw Zhou Zheng's surprised expression. He couldn't help but frown. Who was the culprit behind today's incident? Was it related to Zhou Zheng? After carefully sorting out the sequence of events, the person who stole the fruit definitely wanted to kill him. Furthermore, it was only today that he stole one of his fruits. He and Fang Tai were locked up in the city's prison, so they arrived late and gave the thief a chance to take action. The culprit wasn't Fang Tai, but he was caught by the patrol because of Fang Tai. Yesterday, Fang Tai also seemed to want to provoke him, so the person who saved him and him was Zhou Zheng. His emotions fluctuated and his divine sense moved. Yang Kai felt as if he had cleared up the fog and seen the truth of the matter. But, if it was really as he guessed, then how did this guy guarantee that the head manager would come to check on his medicinal garden? Just because of General Si Chen? It wasn't impossible. As long as the head steward saw General Si Chen, he would definitely be curious. At that time, whether or not the head steward came down to investigate, this person would be able to guide him. Unfortunately, it was the chief steward who wanted to come down today, not someone else. Otherwise, Yang Kai would definitely be able to verify whether his guess was correct. Yang Kai was infuriated that he almost got himself killed for no reason. If it wasn't for Grand General Si Chen turning the tide at the last moment, he wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. Even Du Rufeng wouldn't have been able to protect him. From the fact that Du Rufeng didn't show any respect to the chief steward, it could be seen that this matter was related to an odd job worker's theft. On the contrary, it didn't matter that the Grand General had eaten one. This odd job was unbearable. It had only been a few months, and he had almost gotten into trouble. He still had a long way to go. Thinking about this, Yang Kai hurriedly carried the Grand General down from his head. Holding it with both hands, he looked at it carefully. Previously, when this guy had used his head as a chicken coop, Kai Yang had felt quite ashamed. But after witnessing the great general's ability, the god of wealth, he had let it be. He had never thought that today he would need its help. Now that he looked at it, it was pleasing to the eye. Pulling it into his embrace, he ravaged it with all his might. You're really something. Even in such a hopeless situation, you still managed to find a way out. The Grand General's feathers stood on end as it cried out. Using all its strength, it couldn't break free from Yang Kai's grasp. It cried out miserably. After a long while, Yang Kai finally let it go. Sitting on the ground, he placed the Grand General in front of him and chuckled. At this moment, the Grand General no longer had a majestic appearance. Its feathers were a mess. Once it broke free from Yang Kai's grasp, it fluttered its little wings and flew over, pecking non-stop. Yang Kai raised his hand to block it. All right, just vent your anger. After playing around for a while, the Grand General finally calmed down. Standing in front of Yang Kai, it used its beak to comb its feathers. From time to time, it would tilt its head and glance at Yang Kai. Its gaze was extremely arrogant. Yang Kai placed his hands on his knees and cupped his cheeks. He curiously asked, "How did you get the fire spirit fruit's core? Have you eaten the fire spirit fruit before?" The Grand General opened its mouth and spat out a ball of golden light. Yang Kai caught it and discovered that it was actually a few cores. "You really ate it before?" Yang Kai was astonished. It wasn't hard to explain why Si Chen had the ability to save him at such a crucial moment. "Why did you help me?" Actually, what Yang Kai wanted to know was why Si Chen treated him so differently. When others wanted to obtain the heaven-opening pill from the Grand General, it would also depend on the Grand General's mood. Only he was able to use an insect to exchange for a pill. He was even able to use this method to open up a path of wealth. This definitely wasn't because he had fought with the Grand General before. It was a pity that Si Chen hadn't communicated with him properly. If the Grand General could understand what he said, it meant that the Grand General had the ability to communicate with others, but was too lazy to do so. Since he couldn't understand, Yang Kai was too lazy to think about it. He hugged the Grand General and placed it on his head. Yang Kai stood up and said, "Since you saved my life today, if you have any requests in the future, just tell me and I will do my best." He wasn't sure if the Grand General heard him clearly, but he didn't have much of a reaction. Although the orchard was large, the head steward had only patrolled for a day. Yang Kai waited until the next day before Du Rufeng arrived. As soon as they met, Du Rufeng said, "Yang Kai, I tried my best to exonerate you yesterday, but it was a pity that I couldn't do anything about the theft. Fortunately, at the last moment, the Grand General took the initiative to stand up for you. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Master Du is too serious." Yesterday, this disciple saw the care and concern that Master Du showed to this disciple. This disciple will remember it in his heart. Du Rufeng patted his shoulder. "It's good that you can think this way." "Why? Do you have something to tell me?" If Yang Kai hadn't sent him a message yesterday, he wouldn't have come today. Yang Kai said, "There is something." He gestured with his hand, "Master Du, please." After inviting Du Rufeng to a nearby table and chair, Yang Kai took out some fragrant spring water and began cooking. These things were all stored in his space ring for later use. Du Rufeng smiled and said, "If you have something to say, don't beat around the bush." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before asking, "Disciple wants to ask, does Master Du's previous words still count?" Du Rufeng looked at him with interest. "What? Have you thought it through? Didn't you refuse this king before?" Yang Kai let out a dry laugh. "That was then and this is now." Disciple had some misgivings before, but after yesterday's events, Disciple discovered that as a servant, there are many things that are beyond Disciple's control. Disciple doesn't like this kind of feeling. Moreover, water flows downwards and people strive to climb higher, this is a matter of course. Since Master has given me this opportunity, disciple will naturally grasp it well. Du Rufeng smiled lightly. In my Qiqiao lands, the number of servants is the largest, but the status of a servant is the lowest. Some people come to my Qiqiao lands and work for 3,000 years without being able to turn over a new leaf, while others only need a few years to become a carp leaping over the dragon gate. This all depends on one's own ability. You are a person with ability, so this king wants to guide you. Rest assured, this king's previous words will naturally count. Thank you in advance, Master Du. Yang Kai stood up and bowed, but he didn't take a seat and continued. Disciple boldly asks, if disciple follows Master Du, what will disciple's status be? Washing away your servant status, you will become a disciple of the Qiqiao lands. At that time, what should I do? What do you want to do? Du Rufeng asked back. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Can disciple do whatever disciple wants to do? Du Rufeng chuckled. As long as it is within my protection and doesn't violate the rules of the Qiqiao lands, disciple can do anything. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and drew a large circle in front of his eyes. Disciple wants to be the manager of this orchard. Du Rufeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Your appetite is a bit big. If Master can't fulfill my wish, then disciple will be presumptuous. Du Rufeng snorted. Are you trying to provoke this king? Yang Kai doesn't dare. Du Rufeng stared at him for a while, faintly regretting making such a big promise. Now that Yang Kai's words had forced him to ride a tiger and it was difficult to back down. If he agreed, he couldn't make the decision. If he didn't agree, it would be embarrassing in front of Yang Kai. After weighing the pros and cons, Du Rufeng said, it's a good thing that you want to be the manager of the orchard. As you said, people strive for higher positions. However, the position of manager now belongs to someone else. Although Zhou Zheng is a bit incompetent, he hasn't made any big mistakes. It would be unfair to abruptly remove him from the position of manager. Why don't? Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Kai interrupted, what if Steward Chow makes a mistake? Du Rufeng frowned. What mistake did Zhou Zheng make? However, no matter what mistake he made, he will be dealt with according to the rules of the sect. No one can help him. Yang Kai heard this and said, after Steward Chow is removed from his position, can disciple take over the position of manager? Du Rufeng laughed. Is there a grudge between you and Zhou Zheng? Why do you want to drag him down and replace him? Yang Kai shook his head. Disciple will reveal the riddle to Master later. Please answer my question, Master. Du Rufeng thought for a while and said, the position of manager needs to be personally appointed by the Venerable One. I only have the right to recommend. Thank you, Master. Alright, you've been beating around the bush for so long. What do you want to say? Just say it. Du Rufeng was getting impatient. He was slightly displeased. It happened yesterday. The general didn't take the spiritual fruit. Someone really did steal it. Du Rufeng's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, Yang Kai, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Don't you know that someone might die if you say that? Yang Kai looked down and said, I didn't know before yesterday, but after yesterday, I found out. Du Rufeng tapped his fingers on the stone table lightly. Tell me in detail.